Good morning. So this is day two. If you missed day one, you can hop back over to yesterday's. This case is about a doctor, many women, and a hitman.
Is it more difficult to capture sound in a place like an Olive Garden or a restaurant than it would be, say, inside a vehicle or on the phone?
A lot more difficult.
So was this a challenge that you all had to face whenever you were doing this investigation?
Yes, it was.
I got custody now. It's kind of like, like I told you at the beginning, I can't be close to anybody because it compromises everything. So I brought in them, and I need the best to tell each other. He'll be taking care of everything. And some patients hurry a little bit first. You finish your surgery.
Back in.
Correct.
Okay.
She does the work. Probably got a couple of
Your job too.
Correct.
Okay, so at this point, he hasn't said anything about having her killed or murdered or hurt or anything like that, right?
Yes,
So are you still of the position that you're not quite sure whether or not this is going to be a solicitation case?
that's correct.
Okay, and at this point in the conversation, is this where you kind of are pulled back in when you start talking to him about this is a little bit different than what I normally do?
It is.
I mean, that's always possible. It's just, a little different from what we're used to. I know what you do. Yeah.
So he said, I know what you do.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you take that to mean?
That he knows I'm a hitman.
And had you told him earlier in the conversation that you had hurt people before?
I did.
Why didn't you just say I've killed people before?
I was afraid that would trigger something, an alarm in his head to think, is this guy a cop? Why is he talking like this?
So after you say, hey, this is a little bit different than what I'm used to, and he says, I know what you do. You start thinking, okay, maybe this is a solicitation case. You're back in it.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that if you get her to go, I don't know how you can do that, but you guys do that. Well, nothing's impossible. It's just different. I think you mentioned once about staging an accident. That was supposed to happen in the morning of PO. I guess. I don't know. It didn't happen. Okay. I mean, but I need to. Okay. Let's go back inside and I'll talk to Saga a little bit. We're not in time country.
Oh, really? So you can. Okay, cool. That's cool. Everything is good.
Talking.
Okay. Okay. I mean, like I said,
That's yours.
I can work. I'm gonna talk about it and see what we can do. Just keep moving.
Yeah, no, I understand. As far as you say, they say it's not a problem in a couple of days, it should be okay. But you also need to look here. Yeah, of course, good. Only takes in his car.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah,
Honestly, I haven't looked at the menu. I have a yeah. We have a chicken carving, so you can make it grill. I never eat here. I was just chicken. No chicken. No range. It's nice.
don't think anyone will.
You want to just pull me later and get your butt kicked.
That's not gonna happen.
What are you getting?
We can get the pasta, the chicken alfredo.
Got it. 2-2.
Oh, the same.
So we have to go topic.
Yeah.
2-2. We have to go topic. Like $20 on it.
Yeah, you gotta stop pushing that. Just because you want to do like a game, I'm giving you. I gave you a chance.
Okay, I hear you guys starting to kind of have some casual conversation. Tell me what you start to talk about.
We're talking about just regular things, nothing in particular about the investigation.
And why are you doing that? I mean, I know that there's some talking here about maybe a pool game. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you engaging in this casual conversation? Why are you allowing that to occur?
It's important for me as undercover to make the target, the defendant, feel comfortable. It can't be all about trying to gather evidence as soon as possible.
And so do y'all spend quite a bit of time just having some casual conversation across the table at the Olive Garden?
We do.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to about an hour into the conversation where y'all pick up talking again about the defendant and what he has done, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult. That's right, brother.
Okay, so he's lowered his voice at this point. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so at this point, he goes back to option 2. Can't you just plant drugs in your car and get her arrested? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you tell him like there's some risk in doing so?
I do.
Okay.
The case is talking case.
It's all going to go away in 2 weeks.
I know.
Okay, so he lowers his voice considerably there.
Yes.
Does he tell you at that point, does he give you another option?
Yes, he did.
And is that option snag her? And does he say snag her, put her in her fucking room and tell her if you don't fucking leave, I'm going to kill her parents?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so Jack asks, what if she doesn't listen? And what's his response to that?
I believe he said, if you have to do it, then we do it. But I want to fucking do it.
And what did you take that to mean?
And if we have to kill her, he wants to be the one to kill her.
Did that surprise you?
No.
Okay.
You want to do it? Fuck yeah. But she wants to do it. It's just, it's your decision.
Okay, so he gives you now another option, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
He talks to you about injecting her with potassium chloride, right?
Yes.
Did he say inject her with potassium chloride, stop her heart, untraceable?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, and what do you say to that? You say it's up to you?
It's your decision.
Okay, why don't you say, yeah, that's a great idea?
I didn't say that because I wanted to give him kind of a chance to talk a little bit more.
Okay.
So, Chief, he's asking.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, when it comes to that
Do you have that stuff?
I would have access to it.
I have access to pharmacy.
Valerie has a pharmacy, the pharmacy.
Okay, if you want to give it to me.
I don't want that, you don't have to do that, I prefer not to do that. But my
Okay, so just so we're clear, there's now 3 options on the table, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Option A, make her go back to Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
Option B, get her arrested, plant cocaine in her car, and then she lacks credibility, right?
Yes.
And now option 3, we'll inject her with potassium chloride and stop her heart.
Correct.
Does he tell you, I prefer you not to do that?
Yes, he does.
But does he follow that up with, but my survival is more important?
He does.
And does he say, look, I'm not a pompous asshole, but I'm not the dumbest guy in the world?
Yes, he does.
So does that indicate to you that while he's indicating to you and saying things like, I prefer, is he following that up with things like, but my survival is more important?
Yes.
Reading the literature on it. He testifies. That's a little.
I don't know if I told you about that's an apologize. I'm not the guns guy. So I was able to contact the see it, which I knew they wouldn't see it. Because of that, I was able to get that hearing set for that. But she no choice for that. Everything was good. That's my honest. Just because if she no shows for one thing,
Well, you know, my problem is that he made a lot of sense, and that's why I brought him to this. So I don't know what options you have. When it comes back to it's gonna be your decision.
I mean, what's to say that that's going to stop her from going back to police custody? If she's scared, she's uneducated, never graduated college. I took her out of lower middle class.
But she,
Okay, does he say if she's scared enough, he thinks she'll leave, right?
Correct.
But he says she's uneducated, never graduated college. He says, I took her out of the lower middle class.
That's correct.
What does that indicate to you?
That she's not that important to him. That he believes himself to be more important.
at the beginning, she came back and she was super disappointed. So she's a DA client. So what they do the same thing.
You're not going to. She's you option C. He knows I'm going to take out and look at
So he says again, option C, right?
Yes.
What's his concern with option C?
That it's going to get back to him.
Okay.
There's ways to stop, make it look different. Don't have to do that. It's completely up to you.
Okay, so again, he's back to option C. Is that fair? And he says, look, I prefer it not happen, but if she doesn't listen, then we're gonna have to go that route.
Correct.
What has to happen, if it has to happen, it'll happen.
Correct.
See, the problem is there's no insurance. There's no insurance that it's going to. As soon as I leave, let her go. What's to stop her from running back to the police or running to the PA's office? Can be a score for there's a lot of liability in that.
The people are going to be showing them. I told you at the beginning we did not go over.
We'll talk about it. She knows everything. I'm marrying her in 2 months. She's also. Oh, congratulations.
Okay, so Leon says she knows everything. Who's he referring to?
Miss McDaniel.
And he said, did he tell you something about the two of them getting married?
Yes, he did.
What did he say about that?
That they were going to get married in 2 months, I believe.
And did he say why he felt comfortable discussing what he wanted to have happen to Megan in front of her?
He did because he said she knew everything already.
So I just need to have whatever happens to happen now. Because I want to expect it to get suspended. I already get suspended. So that I can draw my criminal applications. I'm not just showing this everything goes away. The witness.
Okay, so back to the options again, right? So does he talk to you again? Is he concerned about, first off, is he concerned about his medical license?
He is.
And is he concerned about the effects of the felony cases that he has pending and the effect that it'll have on his medical license?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he also somewhat concerned about how it's going to affect his insurance license?
Yes.
Why is he waiting on expediting the trial for those charges? What's he waiting for?
He's waiting for her to disappear so she can testify.
And does he tell you that, look, I don't want to hurt, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen?
Yes, he did.
Second option, he says, get her in trouble, get her pulled over with some cocaine. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay, so back to option A, B, and then C. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, we get them. That's your choice. That's your decision. Those options don't work. Then you got.
Okay, so did he just talk to you about option C?
Yes.
And did he say, if those options don't work, I don't give a fuck? Did you say that?
Yes, he did.
Then you got to do what you got to do because I need this real bad.
That's what he said.
So at this point, are you on the hook thinking this is a solicitation for capital murder case?
At this point, I believe that he committed the offense. Yes.
Okay. You believe he committed the offense?
Correct.
Why do you continue conversing with him?
To gather more intelligence, more evidence.
Okay.
But I don't think we have to ask him. He should listen. Okay, you talked to her. I wasn't there. So,
But again, like it's okay.
well, we didn't listen because the DA got involved.
Like you said, the is exactly. It's up to you at the end of the day to feel that presence of the whole time.
We can make it very clear that if she does not severe consequences.
Okay, does that tell her, look, it's up to you at the end of the day. It's your option of hurting someone. It's your option the whole time.
Yes, he did.
And does Leon respond with, I think you make it very clear to her that if she doesn't leave, there are going to be severe consequences.
Yes, he did.
What did you take severe consequences to mean?
Death.
No, yeah, we're good. Thank you. We took care of it. I've been delayed a case today that was in your case today, like the 23rd at the first calendar year. As soon as I'll expect you to I'll have next by next week or the week after. If you I think that yours is what he says that you're going to be just explain it. You're going to need people who do love it. That's to me the biggest information. You don't care about yourself, so why don't you care about their love? Okay. To me, a rational human being, which clearly not all here, a rational human being would listen to a very weak emotions. You have no idea who that it's not so
that's why,
yeah, they that's so and there's no man who's that wasn't the case. So she's coming from it's going to the lower middle class. Jenny, this goes to the lower middle class. It's very stupid. And by the way, that's a long story. It's been sending me notifications legally for 2 years. January, she has suspended driver's license. She somehow got it in Florida, drives around illegally. These parents, they don't have like Steve. Yeah, we can work it.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm like you said, you can figure it, and I'm just the best thing to do.
I prefer because I'm a nice guy. So let me go and we'll talk about the next that decision. Just let me know. You understand there's no 100% guarantee with that. Whatever we have to do.
Okay, so why are you telling him you understand that there's just no 100% guarantee?
I want to see what he's going to say next. I want to see if he'll open up more.
And does he tell you the only 100% guarantee is we'll do whatever we have to do to make it go away?
Yes, ma'am.
So to you, does that mean all options are on the table?
Everything's open, yes.
Go a very long way.
So let me explain to you this. I think several people is a broker guy, so he's an expert and he will be anything basically deliver. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be ads, it's gonna be just because of their business.
I don't have another evidence. I don't have a better idea. Okay, so you're going to New York, correct? Yes, that's good. I go to that. We can do that.
Like I said, he does what he wants to do. You know, and what I'm saying is like he's better than he has resources better than I do. I mean, he's a specialist, you know, and that's the only way I trust him. That's the only way I trust him. I never, because you're my friend. That's the only reason I introduce people. I mean, I would never do something like that. I don't know, and I told you that I would never introduce you to anybody from my, you know, to anybody that I never. But this time, I'm doing this as a favor to you, so you decide and you will work.
I told him I needed to chair or Friday. Emails, no text messages. Text or probably text. Is there anything? Maybe she calls you a name or something, so that you recognize that she gets from her. Well, I'll see. Well, I know the email will have her email address, but I used to call it Chipmunk. So you can say, look, you know, I miss you calling me Chipmunk or something like that. I just say, hey, at the time, you know, what happened, well, unfortunately, recognize your love, doesn't make and what I'll do is I won't open it. And you have a email, so I won't open it. I'll have my lawyer open it. I'll call my lawyer and say, hey, listen, I don't know, here's my login information. I learned what a court says goes. Looks like she's trying to track it. Where's that? I feel like my daughter is actually is in my worst interest as far as everybody else, but it's not my worst interest. Because it tries to entrap me by contacting me. It destroys her ability. None of it happened on purpose.
Okay, it's driving me crazy listening to these guys.
Deserves it. I got
The recordings are poop.
And he walked outside along with Zach.
All right, we'll try this. I got bit by my dog. You want to see it? Look. It's really bad. I think it's infected. Bite. I don't know. I don't know if I believe Qwerty. I think we have to call Helen. Helen! Qwerty's cheating. All right, let's see where we are with the sound.
So did that leave you at the table alone with Valerie?
It did.
Did he make a point to let you know that he was going to step away from the table at that point?
Yes, he did.
I heard how you talk to yourself, and you're wearing scrubs. Okay, so it's kind of hard to talk when somebody's professional. What exactly do you listen?
You won't give her back. She's over there with the police.
Okay. She's headed over there with the police?
Yeah, she called the cops. You won't bring her back.
Okay. She's not gonna talk, right?
No, hell no. Absolutely not.
Okay, good.
I don't know. I mean, you need her on the level here. We just want these two situations taken care of immediately.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I need you to let me know who has the kid.
Okay, and does that conclude your time at the Olive Garden with him?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so after you leave the Olive Garden, do you believe that you have a good case against both Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel?
Yes, I do.
We rejected that question and the response.
Why didn't you stop the investigation at that point?
We never stop, especially these types of investigations. We never stop just where as soon as the evidence is gathered, as soon as the case is made, we make it a point to gather more evidence, to go the distance with it, and just to kind of like seal the case in, like a seal tight case.
So at this point, are you aware that both Megan Verikis and Matt McDaniel are in safe places?
At this point,
Yes.
no,
At some point in y'all's investigation, do y'all have them go to safe places?
we do.
Do you continue making telephone calls and arrangements and having contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I want to go now to the night of March the 8th. So that's the night after you've had lunch at Olive Garden. Going into that evening, do you receive a phone call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, you received a phone call from him. Are you able to answer the phone at that time?
No, I missed it.
Okay, so do you return his call?
I did.
And is that what we're going to hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello, Leon.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I saw your text. What happened?
Yeah, that motherfucker abducted the daughter.
He abducted her. He kidnapped her.
You won't give her back. She's over there with the police.
Okay. She's headed over there with the police?
Yeah, she called the cops. You won't bring her back.
Okay. She's not going to talk, right?
No, hell no. Absolutely not.
Okay, good.
I don't know. I mean, you need her on the level here. We just want these two situations taken care of immediately.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I need you to let me know who has the kid.
We're
Okay.
gonna have a kid tonight.
You'll have her tonight?
Yeah, my mom's involved. It'll be fine.
Okay. If you can have him tonight, if you can have the kid tonight, this way she won't be in the way, and I can get him out of the picture real quick.
But whatever we gotta do in that situation, we'll deal with it the next couple of days.
Okay. Let me.
I want that taken care of ASAP too. But this is gotta be fucking fit.
No, we'll take care of it.
Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I know. I can tell, obviously. Okay, I'll talk to Zach. At least you start. I'll need the $2,500 payment.
Just get it done. You'll get the payment.
Okay, Leon.
I will give you
he's got $15,000 in collateral bonds. Besides what we've already given him. He's
Okay.
got a ring, $600. He's got 2 watches that wasn't already. So it's not a problem at the moment.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you real soon.
Yeah. As far as the girl goes, like I said, I don't want to hurt if it has to be, it has to be, but I prefer it to be.
Okay, sounds good. Do you know the ex-husband? Is he Marion, whatever his name is he at the Hackberry address?
Yeah, 9.5 hectares.
That's where he is? Okay.
That's where he lives with his parents.
Okay.
He's a piece of shit. He's fucking 2 years old and fucking lives with his parents. It's up to his dad.
I agree. Let me talk to Zach really quick, and then I'll contact you back as soon as possible.
Yes. Now, just beside herself. As far as my situation goes, you can have that fixed by the weekend. That'd be great.
No problem. Let me talk to him.
All right, thank you. I don't have the next number because we communicate via this secret email. But I mean,
This is a burner phone. Like this phone that I have, it's gonna be taken care of. So no problem.
So this is what I'm calling you on. As soon as you're done with what you're doing, you give me your old phones, and they'll be sent in Valley's clinic.
Okay, we can do that.
I mean, just give me your phone, and it'll be incinerated in the sharps containers.
Is that used for the animals?
No, it's used for needles and that kind of stuff in the
Okay.
hospital. But she has her own hospital clinic. Her clinic it's a pharmacy is also like a hospital for animals. They incinerate all the sharps.
Oh, I
They
see.
get put into like the red bucket,
Mhm.
and that goes into an autoclave to get incinerated. So when this is all done in the next few days, you just give me your phone, just phone whatever phones we need, and they'll be incinerated. It'll be gone forever.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate that, Leon.
Yeah, I'll give you my regular cell number if you ever need to contact me again, but or you ever need any help for medical reasons, you let me know. But as far as these phones go, they get put to an incinerator. They'll be melted down into nothing.
Okay, hey, I didn't. That sounds great to me. I didn't get to ask Valerie at the time because there was too many people. But I guess I can ask you. Is there? When we've done this in the past, people have requested messages or they requested certain action. Some people want their target to get hit. Shot 10 times in the head or something. For personal reasons. Do you want something?
Whenever you and Valerie discuss that, I don't want to be, wherever she asks you to file me. I just, she needs to talk me back left so that like you guys can talk.
Okay. So no personal message from you to him or anything.
No, I really need for myself the emails, and I
Yeah.
don't want her to go.
Yeah, we're taking care of those emails. We're thinking of a way now.
As far as whoever you and Valerie discuss, just me and Valerie. I mean, I'm not married to a girl in a couple months, but that's between the two of you because we have a difference of opinion about that. But you can go on, and whatever she told you is on me.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't need to know about it. It's her decision.
Okay, sounds great. Let me call Zach and see if we can move this forward a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine. As far as my situation goes, I prefer that no one is hurt. I just want her to leave, and I want my legal problems to go away. But, I told you what
That's
you need to,
That's
clear.
good.
You know what I'm talking about.
That's good. Roger. I understand.
And you let me know when you need it. That has to happen.
Roger that.
But I want this shit dealt with ASAP because this has been going on now for fucking 2 months. It needs to stop.
Roger that.
The situation with Valerie. My situation, sucks. It's really calling her and not helping that girl, whatever it is. But what this guy's doing to her is just not right.
Yeah, it's definitely not right.
He's a fucking piece of shit. He lived off of her for 20 years. She's the brain. She had the clinic. She made all the money. He actually paid himself a higher salary. He cheated on her about 25 times. That motherfucker had, he had multiple girlfriends that he was paying for apartments for. Well, they were together. That she was paying for, but she was paying, their bank account was paying for it. I mean, she's like the nicest person in the goddamn world, and then he raped her twice.
Yeah,
She went to the police. She didn't want to charge the president because he's the father of her child. But the police didn't know about it. He literally raped her. I mean, she is forever traumatized with that.
I copy that.
It's just not fucking right. You don't fucking do that to women.
I agree.
I mean, it's why it's so upsetting. His girlfriend thinks that I hit her, I fucking touch her, especially if I did.
No, we'll take care of it soon, and let me talk to Zach.
Yeah, I wanted to keep you abreast of what's going on because, you're involved in it now. I want you to know that
I appreciate
he's
that.
over there with the police. He has technically abducted her, the child.
I appreciate that. The more intelligence I have, that's going to make my job easier. But you have my number. If you need anything, please give me a call.
I saw that. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you telling them, but I let you know because I wanted you to be very aware of what's happening. I was worried as earlier. I wanted her to go pick her up, but she didn't take her to soccer practice because we were having, a business meeting.
Right.
And he is now refusing to give her back, which is deception.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, yeah, the child should be back here in about 30 minutes.
Okay. Can you confirm with me through a text or something?
Yeah, I'll text her. I'll call you.
Okay. Thank you, Leo.
Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about that phone call. So that occurs just a couple hours after the evening of your late lunch at the Olive Garden. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when he says that Valerie allowed Matt to pick up their daughter because we were having a business meeting, is he referencing the lunch that you all had together?
Correct.
Calling it a business meeting?
Correct.
Did he talk to you about communicating with Zach in that phone call
Yes.
and how he communicated with Zach?
Yes. He did. I believe it was some type of an email system where they would email each other.
You recall him saying, I don't have Zach's number because we communicate via his secret email?
Correct.
Okay. And then you talked to him about your phone being a burner phone. Did he indicate to you that he was also using a burner phone?
Yes.
And what did he offer to do to you when you were done in the next few days with what you had to do?
He wanted me to give it to him where he would have it destroyed at Valerie's clinic.
And he offered to incinerate them for you, right?
Correct.
When he talks to you about whatever Valerie said she wants to happen to Mac, it's fine with me. Whatever you discuss with Valerie is fine with me. Was he there when you told him what Valerie wanted to have happen to Mac?
Yes, he was.
So when he's saying whatever you and Valerie discussed, does he know what you and Valerie discussed?
He does.
Is that because you told him?
Don't go to your conclusion on what he knew or did not know at the time the conversation occurred between he and Valerie.
Restate it.
Was the defendant standing next to you when you said she wants to have her husband killed?
Yes.
And did he acknowledge that comment when you said it to him?
Yes.
Did he respond to that?
He did.
And based on his response, did it indicate to you that he knew what you were talking about?
Yes.
He talks about, as far as his situation goes, that he says, I prefer this problem to go away, but you know what I'm talking about. Does that
Correct.
indicate to you that all options are still on the table?
Correct.
A, B, and C.
Yes.
And did he tell you that if you had to do option C, he wanted you to let him know?
Yes, he did.
And did he say, I want this shit dealt with?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you some urgency in his request?
He wanted me. It indicated he wanted me to do it fast.
Later that same evening, you get another phone call from him.
Correct.
And then do you call him
Do I call him?
or does he call you?
I believe I call him back. Hey, Leon. I just saw your text message.
Yeah, dude, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Okay, you said you shoved her? It's important that it's... Okay, wow. Yeah, it's important that you not get involved in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not anywhere near there.
So that you...
I'm still out.
Okay, good. This way, later on, they can't try to say, oh, well, he was here the day before. He was here 2 days before.
No, I didn't go anywhere. She's in herself, just waiting for the cops to show up.
Okay, I just
And
talked to...
her father, he, shoved her and hit her.
Okay, I just talked to Zach right now. We're going to see... once you confirm, we might have to meet up with you either tomorrow or Friday. You're leaving Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really want the guys to take care of for them to get involved and, I can be here. But as far as this goes, whatever she told you, it's fine with me.
Okay. What day are you coming back?
Wednesday.
Okay, we'll take care of it. If you hear anything else, just give me an update and
Yeah, I'll let you know. Get back tonight. My mom's involved right now. So, like I said, my mom, her divorce attorney, she's the best in business. She sent over the sheriff who's been now. So we should have, or Valerie should have the child back tonight.
okay, just confirm with me, please, because that's going to be the utmost importance.
Oh, of course. Nothing can happen with the child around.
Absolutely not.
And as far as my situation goes, the thing is, if my situation goes away, then this situation goes away as well. It's not in there with Valerie talks about. Because they're both linked. That's the problem.
Roger, no problem. Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, I trust that. It's left on that.
very well.
Okay, that's clear.
But, by the way, I know his real name, but that's okay.
That's clear. You understand we just have to take precautions.
What?
You just understand that you understand we're just
I
taking
don't
precautions.
understand that.
Okay, thank you, Leo.
I told you who I was. You know, I've done work for people who are going, you know, I understand exactly where you guys. I got it.
That's clear. Just keep me updated, okay? Okay, thank you.
First off, Officer Duran, we hear some kids screaming in the background. What is that?
I apologize. This was my children.
Okay. So while you're on the phone having this conversation with the defendant, can we hear your children in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about that phone call. He called you to talk to you about a situation unfolding. Is this still the night of March the 8th?
It's the same night, yes.
And to you, this phone call from Leon, do you feel like things are escalating at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he indicate to you that he's going to be leaving town?
He did.
And was that something that you all had also talked about at the Olive Garden?
We did.
And did you tell him that it was important for him to have a good alibi?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree with that?
He did.
So as part of him going to New York, would that provide him with an alibi?
It would have.
But did he also indicate that as far as his situation goes, if she needed to be taken care of, then he needed to be here because he might want to be involved?
Yes.
Okay, so did that indicate to you option C is still on the table?
Yes, it is.
And did you talk to him about the importance of Natalie not being around when something happens?
Yes, I did.
And did he say, of course, nothing can happen when the child is around?
He did.
What did that indicate to you?
That he did not want Natalie to see her dad getting killed.
Did he indicate to you that he felt like his problem and Valerie's problem were connected?
He did.
And did he feel like if you took care of his problem, that it would resolve the problem that Valerie was having with her ex-husband?
Correct.
Did y'all talk about using aliases?
And during this conversation?
Like, did he talk to you about the fact that he knew what Zach's real name was?
Yes, he did mention that.
And did you hear him say, I told you who I was. I have done work for people or the government, and I understand here why we're using aliases?
Yes.
So he does not know, obviously, your real name or what you really do.
No, he does not.
And as far as he's concerned right now, he's still referring to you as A.
Correct.
Do you continue to have conversations and text messages with the defendant throughout that night?
Yes.
Okay, let's fast forward now and let's go to Thursday, March the 9th. Are things progressing as far as your investigation goes?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Have you made contact with Megan Veracruz?
Yes.
And have you made contact with Mac McDaniel?
I personally did not, but members of my squad did.
At some point during the day of Thursday, March the 9th, did you all meet up with Megan Veracruz and Mac McDaniel?
We did.
Where did y'all meet?
At the dirt lot, which is it's owned by Houston Police property. That's where we keep vehicles that have been seized for evidence.
What was the purpose of having them meet you at that dirt lot?
It's the purpose is that it's police property, so it'd be secure. It's this way we wouldn't have anybody possibly see us there, and also we know that it's kind of like a dirty old garage where we could stage a type of murder.
And did you have both Megan and Mac stage their own death?
We had Mac stage his own death and Megan's kidnapping.
Were you present when the kidnapping of Megan was staged?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to observe her emotional state at that time?
I was.
How was Megan acting at that point?
She was hysterical, visibly shaking and crying.
Did you receive some phone calls? And did you go back and forth with the defendant? You had telephone conversations on that date, Thursday, March the 9th.
I did. We had several phone calls.
Okay.
On her. Yeah, I know. But I'm not.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me stop it right there. This phone call doesn't have an intro. Why would that be?
I didn't have a chance. Okay, so this conversation in particular was an incoming call from the defendant to myself. At that time, we were on police property where you may or may not hear sirens or police talk in the background, and you could hear a car door closing. I had to jump into a car so that I can stop any outside noise from being heard.
So is that why the first part of this is not recorded?
Correct.
Once you get into your vehicle, do you start the recorder?
I start trying to start it with my other hand. Yes, ma'am.
I'm talking about the female subject, I'm talking about the male subject.
I understand that. I don't worry about that one. Whatever, but the take care of, they're deal with it soon too.
Yes, that'll be dealt with pretty soon as well. I just need to confirm that you still have the girl with you and it's not with him.
No, Valerie, got her daughter from school this morning.
Okay, just
make sure.
We're keeping her out of school because we don't trust him.
Okay, I see. He might go get her over there.
Yeah, we don't trust him to not try to fuck up our nursery relationships in New York City.
I see. Okay, just whatever you do, do not give him the girl because.
No, we're not. The whole thing is why she's staying at school. We decided to give her 2 days extra spring break because she's been looking forward to this trip for like 2 months. And after last night, Valerie was scared that he would try to ruin that.
I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
She's gonna be with us until we leave.
That's clear. Because this would be of the most importance because we're going to deal with the mail subject tonight.
Yeah, I understand that. I do.
Are you able to get me some of the payment?
I can talk to her about that possibly tomorrow.
Possibly tomorrow.
Yeah, before we leave on Saturday. Right now, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Her clinic is closed, but we'll figure out something.
Okay. I mean, I really prefer it to be today, some of that payment, but that's fine. We can think of something.
Yeah, that's between you and her as far as going on with him. Like I said, you guys had a conversation. We can talk about some monetary stuff. When she went to Marshall's with her to get her a bag from New York. Just give me a call a little later.
Copy.
All right.
Okay, bud.
Okay, so in this conversation, are y'all talking about payment?
Yes.
And he indicates to you that he's going to talk to Valerie, but they will figure it out together.
Correct. Look. Hey, Liam.
Yeah, hey. So what's the deal here? I mean, the deal was, at least our thing was, it's done, and then afterwards you get money and hours and day.
I would rather talk in person. Now, okay. So I'm just gonna tell you then. The issue with the girl was a different deal. This is for the guy, and I have some good news for you guys with him. But I mean, I need something. You know, this is business.
So yeah, I was business to you about it. I'm like giving.
That was for a different thing, and I have nothing to do with that right now until I take care of the other problem. I mean, anything you have.
The original problem was her, and he's got $30,000 in cash plus a bunch of collateral, and we haven't seen anything happen yet.
He has 30,000 because that's not what he told me.
Yeah,
In cash.
yeah. There's 25,000 in cash and collateral. I forget, but it's a lot of money, and nothing has been done with either of these things at all.
Well, my friend, this is what I was trying to tell you. I have some good news for you, but I need to meet you. I'd rather not. I'd rather meet in person. If that's okay with you.
That's fine, but the original problem was her, and she's still the biggest problem, and nothing's been done with that at all.
Well, I can tell you that there's stuff in motion right now. That's probably all I want to say at this moment. Just trust me on this, okay? We know what the problem is, and I know who it is.
Wait, I don't understand.
Yeah. Leon, we need to meet in person. Not on the phone. Yeah.
Well, I worry about the being in person stuff because I worry about that I'm being set up to get fucked here too. But I gotta trust you guys.
Okay, well, you need to understand, from my side, I'm worried about being fucked over the phone. That's how people get caught on the phone.
I understand.
Yeah, if we do it in personal, it's person. It's just you and I.
Do you have our address?
No.
All right, 2200 Willowwick.
Is that an apartment?
It's just 7D. I will come downstairs and get you as my friend and bring you upstairs. I cannot leave because I have Valerie and the child here, and I'm stuck.
Okay, say no more. Say no more. If you just send me a text with your address. Yeah, send me a text with your address. I mean, if you want to tell Valerie, or I can talk to her on the phone, but I need something. 25. You told me 25. You could do for the first payment. If it can't be the whole 25, that would be fine.
I don't have that here. I have 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't.
I got that cash, but I can't get more than.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm trying to tell you. Because I do trust you. Our friend knows you, and he trusts you, and I trust him with my life. You don't understand it. I'm not going to go into details of what he has done for me, but I trust him. So, whatever you have, if it's not 2,000, that's fine. But let me say no more about. Just text me your address.
I'll text you the address.
Okay.
2200 Willowwick. I don't know where you stay at, but you get off of 59, take Wesleyan toward San Felipe. We're on the corner of San Felipe and Wesleyan.
Right. I'm not from here. I do not live in Texas. I've never lived in Texas before.
All right. I will give you the address. I'll text it to you. And I have to delete all of our texts. Do not come in the building until you call me. I'll come downstairs and get you there. I don't want to get you signed in.
Copy.
All right?
I copy. Okay.
All right, bye.
What did you feel like Leon's tone was in this particular conversation?
A little panicked, kind of anxious to get it over with.
Was he frustrated that they hadn't seen anything happen yet?
Yes.
Did he talk about how he was concerned about meeting you in person?
Yes, he did.
And did he say, I'm worried that I'm being set up to be fucked here?
Correct.
So was he concerned about meeting with you in person?
Yes, he was.
Did he tell you that he didn't have the whole $2,000 that he had agreed to pay you, but he'd give you something? 2,500, excuse me?
Yes, he said he only had 2,000 with him there.
Okay. And that he couldn't get any more that day?
Correct.
Why did he not want you to have to sign in at the condo place?
Because my name would be on the sign-in sheet.
Did you have an additional phone call with him that evening?
Yes.
Hello? Hey, good away.
No, not yet.
I got 18 here. I have to use a little more tomorrow, but that's all I got today.
Yeah, I just talked to our friend. He said that you're good for it. He says he knows you. You're good for it. That's fine.
Yeah, we are good for it. Well, we talked here. We'll leave it Saturday.
That's what I need you to do. That's what I need you to do.
Yeah, I know. We'll talk when we get here, but the thing is that, when we get here, we'll talk. I think I told you yesterday. I want to talk when we get here. Right?
That's our copy.
But how long do you get to get here?
From where I'm at, maybe 30 minutes. The traffic's pretty bad, right?
Yeah, but if you tell me where you're at, I can tell you how to get here faster.
No, I'd rather just go.
All right, well, if you're getting on 59, you can get off. If you're in the city, there's a back way to get here. If you're coming down 59, the best way is to come like either Westheimer or San Felipe or Richmond. If you're coming from the gallery area, do not get on the highway.
Yeah, no, I'm not anywhere near the gallery area there.
You're coming from the other way?
I'm coming from somewhere else, yeah, but not the
Well,
gallery.
that's fine. The highway's fine, but you do not want to get on 10 or 59 from the gallery area or from downtown.
That's good.
It's faster to take San Felipe or Westheimer. But if you're going to come from the other direction, it won't be so bad.
Okay, I copy. I'll let you know.
It doesn't matter to me. We're not leaving here at all. So
That's good.
we're going to be here. The three of us are going to be here all night. We're going to be here tomorrow, and we're leaving on Saturday morning. But I like to see my friends who do I leave.
I'll let him know right now.
No, I mean you.
Oh, me? Okay, that's good.
Zach lives here. You don't live in town, so we don't get to see you very often.
I was going to let him tell you, but he's going to be leaving pretty soon, too, for at least 3 weeks a month.
Yeah, he told me yesterday.
Okay, that's good. Copy that. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, bye. Hello. Hey, you guys?
Yeah, I'm headed that way now.
You what?
I'm headed that way now. According to my GPS, I'll be there in about 18 minutes.
That's fine. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah.
But when you get to the complex, there's a circular driveway in front. There's a gate. Just go park by the go to the gate. They'll open it for you. Just park wherever you can over there, and I'll come down and bring you up. That way you want to sign in.
Okay, copy.
There's lots of security here at the building.
Copy that.
All right. I don't want you to have to sign.
That's good.
All right.
I'll see you soon.
All right. Bye.
With that, heading your way and making your way over to the condo.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about what time that is on Thursday, March the 9th?
7 p.m., around there.
And are you planning on recording the conversation that you have with the defendant that night?
Yes, I am.
And so are you equipped with recording equipment that night?
I am.
When you get over to the Willowick location, are there other officers from your squad involved in this?
Yes, there are.
And what are some of the other members of your squad doing to help with your investigation at this point?
They're mostly surveillance and rescue team.
And are they set up around the Willowick location?
Yes, they are.
Describe for us what the Willowick condominiums is. Is it a building? Is it many stories? Describe for us what it's like.
It's a mid-rise luxury apartment complex. It looks to me like a hotel. That's how I would describe it. And it's surrounded by a security gate, and it has a parking garage as well as outside parking. It's pretty secure. They have a guard that's there in the lobby area. I'm not sure if he's there 24 hours a day, but it's a secure location.
When you arrived that evening at the location, was there a guard there?
Yes.
Once you arrived at the location, is Zach with you?
No, ma'am. I'm by myself.
And at this point in time, have you told the defendant where Zach is?
No, not. I haven't told him where he is. Just that he's not going to be around.
And at this time, state's going to offer state's exhibit number 32 and tender to opposing counsel for any objections might have.
No objection, Judge.
State 32 admitted.
May I publish state's exhibit number 32?
And you may. How long is it?
An hour.
Well, no, you may not.
Okay.
Let's take a break. Let's take a short break.
All right, Officer Grant, let's talk about, we were referencing the Willowick location. Do you go to have a meeting in person with the defendant on the evening of March the 9th, 2017?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what the address was of the Willowick location?
2200 Willowick.
And is that a location in Harris County, Texas?
It is.
Part of your recording was driving over to the location, is that correct?
Correct.
So are you okay with me fast forwarding to the point where you meet up with Leon at the location?
I am.
Yeah, I'm in front of the complex. I'm going to call the suspect now. Oh, sorry. Hey, buddy, I'm here. Okay.
All right, I'll just shoot out the front. All right, just come around the back. It's electrician.
Okay, so towards the back. Okay.
Just pull in the park. You got there's a parking lot. Don't get out of the garage. Just pull, park somewhere. And then I'll be there. Okay.
Okay. That's
All right, bye.
All right, suspect says he lives on the 7th floor. How are you, my friend? You good? This is a pretty nice place. Yeah, it is. You don't rent here? No. My buddy's here. Oh, I see. It's nice looking. Yeah, you'll see this nice pool and stuff. Associated stuff. I was kind of worried about that, but it's a little too late, right? It's all right. Fine. I'm on there, by the way. Does that make sound? Mm-hmm. The hotel? Yeah, it's not a hotel. How's your day going, all right? Yeah, good. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I did this for you and Dolly. Hey, Val. Adam's here. Where are you, sweetie? Beautiful place. Adam, hey, bud, say hi.
Hey, hold on. Now, during this recording, you also start taking some video of your interaction with the defendant.
I do.
Gentlemen, we have a moment. We're going to try and see if we can sync it up so that the volume remains high.
Okay.
I would rather go there and she's dressed. That's interesting.
Yeah, and they will specify wood.
It's all real herbs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't have to wait. Yeah, we use them. We got over there too. They all grow. You want a drink? We got wine.
Beer?
Beer. Yeah, whatever you want.
Let's
come look. You don't get it. We got Michelob Ultra. We got this.
What's this? Is that cider?
Good. This is really good.
No, the cider there, apple.
The handcrafted cider.
Okay, you mind if I try that one? I actually like craft.
All right, ready for our trip to New York.
This is a really nice place.
Yeah, it's 2 bedrooms. The thing is, I got 2 kids from Chicago that come out in the summertime. So we got a problem because my oldest is the same age as her daughter, and so they're getting too old to share a bedroom.
Okay, so you can drink?
Yeah, gotcha.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Let's put the cell phones down and talk outside. Is she okay or what?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question on that. I heard the defendant say, let's put the cell phones down. Did you have cell phones on you?
Yes.
How many cell phones did you have on you?
2.
How many cell phones did you leave inside the location?
1.
Did you keep a private cell phone on you?
I did.
But the defendant indicated to you that he wanted you to leave your cell phone inside the apartment.
Correct.
Sure, you got it.
What can I leave mine? Nobody's in catering. No.
Let's see what the wind is. That's the only issue we have up here.
Okay.
The only issue we got up here is wind.
That's fine.
No, it's nice out. Let's go around the corner.
Is this all yours?
So, yeah. Are you kidding? Yeah. I'll show you the whole place. There's a better
I gotta open up a veterinary clinic.
You gotta be a doctor.
Oh, never mind me.
No, there should be another pack over there. You want one?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, this place wasn't that bad. The one house we're looking at over in West University are even more expensive. This place was like $580. We put some money into it.
All right. Everything's good?
It's better now. We got it back.
No, I was, I was told what happened. You told me what happened. Okay, well, I'm gonna come out just right and tell you guys. The male subject, which I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, he's gone. He's done.
All right.
He's done. Yeah, he's he was a little bit of a problem, but not too much. I'll tell you what, man.
You want to hear more?
Mm.
No, I don't. It's fine.
You got a lighter on you?
Yeah.
It turned off on me.
So at this point, you tell them that that Mac McDaniel has been killed.
Correct.
And what was the defendant's response?
He said, he either said already or all right.
And at that point, does Valerie McDaniel excuse herself from your conversation out on the balcony?
She does.
And does it, at that point, just become you and the defendant out on the balcony?
Yes. And if you want to tell me? No problem. Good, now you?
Okay, so we heard some static there. What's going on when we hear all of that?
The defendant asked me, are you wearing a wire? And he reached for my chest.
What did you do in response to him reaching for your chest?
I immediately stood up and lifted up my shirt to show him that I was not wearing a wire.
And did you check him for a wire?
Yes, I asked him to stand up and show me that he wasn't wearing a wire as well.
Why did you do that?
Just to play it off.
No, I have a weapon. Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about it. I just gotta ensure that it's alive.
Oh, you know, trust me, I get it. You know what can happen to me.
Something's also going.
Who's that?
Zach.
Okay.
I don't know you.
I don't know him by that name. I know him by his real name, which you wouldn't even. Oh, you don't? Okay, good. He's our friend. We become friends. I know this.
we found out, it's hilarious because he looks like he's like,
Yeah, no, nothing at all. Okay, so, you know, he was exactly where she said he was going to be at the house. This is why I kept texting. Are you sure the girls are not there? Because I didn't want her to get involved that
she
way.
fucking earlier last night. The cops were there, and her dad went by, and they were like, it was just not. And then the cops, so his father is a pretty common attorney here in the police. They promised the police she would bring him to school today. So what we decided was just to pick her up and keep her for a couple of days and then take her on vacation. We were worried that he would try to pick her up again. I mean, he abducted her.
Yeah. I mean, he's a tall guy. I don't know. How tall he was.
I think for 1.5.
You're absolutely right. He is a pussy. He's a fucking pussy because he started crying. When she told me yesterday that he was going to be very stupid, very, arrogant, I thought he was going to be much more problems, but he was crying. I'll tell you that right now. He was crying like a fucking bitch, but, you know, he's done. He's dead. He's gone. No more of that.
What are we doing?
Okay, so you confirmed to him again, correct, that Mac McDaniel is dead?
Correct.
And when you say, he was crying like a fucking bitch, but he is dead, he's gone, no more of that. Is the defendant's response immediately then, what are we going to do with the girl?
Yes, it was.
He didn't tell you, I want out of this. He didn't tell you, I don't want any part of this. I can't believe you killed him. None of that, right?
None.
So knowing, and at that point, it's his belief that Mac McDaniel is dead.
Yes, ma'am.
And his very first question to you is now, what about the girl?
It was.
Okay, I can tell you that I did see her. She is here. She is at work. I do know where she's at.
I know she's there. I know she's not always at the same hotel that she's in. She works at this office too now.
Okay, because the one she was out was on Main.
Yeah, that was today. She was up to work there.
She was there. Freckles all over her face. Yes, she's a very good looking girl. We're working on that. I'll tell you right now, like tomorrow we can have her done too. Okay.
You don't have to hurt her. I don't want her.
Okay, here's the deal, okay? I might have to hurt her. Okay? That's it. There's no same way that you just checked me right now for a guarantee. I checked you, I asked you to lift up your shirt just to make sure for assurances. I have to do the same with her. I can't leave her open. I have to be assured with her as well that she's not going to talk. In real life, people don't wear masks when this shit happens. That's in the movies. So what's to stop her from recognizing mine? So, as I understand it, you already paid our friend some of that money. And now I wish he was here, but he's gone already. He's gone from here for now.
He's coming back.
Oh yeah. No. You don't understand what I was trying to say. He's out of this for now. We're meeting with you guys now. He helped me earlier. He was helping me with doing some of the surveillance and some of the counter surveillance.
She's probably at the apartment now.
We know where she is at. We know where she is.
She's not with a man, is she?
We never saw her with a man. No. Now, when we saw her driving, she was driving a small red SUV. I don't know what she
usually drove a Kia Optima.
Okay. I don't know if she a Nissan Altima.
No, it's a Kia Optima.
Oh, Optima. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, she was driving a small red. Maybe one of her friends lent it to her. I don't know, but yeah, if that's okay with you, because once I'm giving my mission, now I need to go. I need the directions. I mean, I tell you what, man, I was in the military for 8 years, and once I'm given my mission, that's it. I carry it out.
So are you giving him an opportunity here to say, okay, you know what, if that's the option, if it's option C, I went out?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, Your Honor, she's testifying. Supposed to ask you questions.
Are you giving him an out at this point?
I am.
Does he take it?
No, he does not.
Does the defendant say to you, the problem is if you hurt her, I know they're going to come after me?
Yes, he does.
So do you address that with him?
I do.
Okay, so there's something else we can do, which is where her body won't be found. But what are they going to do? If there's no body, how are they going to know anything? See, I'm trying to protect myself too. I'm going to be honest with you, Leon. I need to protect myself.
What's your real name?
I can't give you my name.
You using my real name.
I don't know if that's your real name or not.
You don't know that. Now, I prefer.
I would do my best. I understand that you don't want her hurt. I know that.
I just want to leave. Let the cards go away. That's what I want.
I understand. I mean, you make that very clear, and I talked it over with our friend, but I told him the same thing that I'm telling you. I know you don't want her hurt, but I cannot guarantee that 100%. Okay?
This woman's stuff, I mean, none of this makes any sense. What she's about. It doesn't make any sense to me, man. I was gonna ask her to marry me in January. It just doesn't make any sense. Anyways. I have money out for this farm track, I have to stay away for a while. It doesn't make any sense.
That's supposed to make sense, man. I'm not married. I've never been married.
13 years. But
Just as long as you know that, because I've told our friend the same thing, that I cannot guarantee it. And it's got to be like that. Okay. I know
you get her in trouble.
I don't see that playing out too much, to be honest, because it's not like I have contacts. It's not like in movies where somebody just calls a crooked cop or something. Whatever he has going on here, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. He paid for me to come down here.
Yeah, no.
I came down here, paid for me, brought me down here, so I don't know what's going on. And I haven't seen our friend in over a year.
Is he gonna be involved in this?
No.
Because he's got people watching.
But he personally will not. Now, he was helping me earlier with the counter surveillance. You understand what that is? I was watching her, he was watching me, looking around. There's nothing. Now, according to what he had told me before, there was officers outside of her job before, but they're not there anymore. I have no idea what the reason is behind that. I don't give a shit. All I know is that my opportunity is open now, and I have to strike soon.
The roommate's gonna be a problem.
I don't know who she's staying with.
She lives in your apartment with her.
I don't know if anybody's there. I haven't seen anybody there, but I'm not planning on taking her when she's in the apartment anyway. I'm planning on taking her when she's not there. I mean, to do that would be, no disrespect, it would be stupid.
Well, I understand. I mean, it would be more.
And if her friend were to get involved, so be it. But, yeah.
Where do you figure talk to her?
Now we have a couple ideas for that. It could be when we thought about renting either a storage unit, but then we thought about that and we thought about cameras.
Cameras, tons of cameras.
That's why we decided not to. And man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't planning on her coming back alive. Okay.
I already.
Okay, so did you tell the defendant I'm not planning on her coming back alive?
I did.
So is that option C?
It is.
And do you recall his response being, I already knew that?
Yes, it was.
I knew that because that's what I need to get straight.
Some special fucking gifts that you, like our friend may or may have told you about.
No, I'm not sure what
Well,
you're talking
I'm
about.
maybe where I can see things that people must have said. If Paul costs someone to leave, your car pack your shit up and go home.
There might be another option. I was thinking about this a little while ago. You know where her family is in Philadelphia, or what is it, Pittsburgh? You know where they're at, right? You have an address for them?
Absolutely.
What if I were to kill one of her family members and make her go back? Maybe. I mean, this is what I'm thinking. There's always that option. She won't know if this is connected or not. I mean, it's pretty fucking far away from Texas. You know what I'm saying? If we show that you were never anywhere around.
He's really like,
Okay, so in this instance, Officer Duran, you're suggesting to him the option to kill Megan's parents, correct?
Correct.
Why, up until this point, have you repeatedly said, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's up to you, but now you're saying we could kill her parents? Why use the word kill now when you've avoided it up to this point?
Because at this point, the investigation as far as the offense has been committed already. The district attorney's office agreed that the offense has been committed, and now I'm able to to use words like that. I'm trying to see what he's going to say.
So you're trying to get more information from him.
Correct.
Are you collecting additional evidence at this point?
I am.
So, you know what? You're a good guy, man. You told me yesterday you're good. I believe it because you're thinking too much. You need to think this, put this away.
I understand that. This girl stood by me through the worst shit in my life. His life made any sense. Like I said, fucking attention to her. She already was told me once. She was told to leave. She didn't leave this time.
Come
No, no problem. Whatever you want. I don't know what it is. She didn't leave this time. Really do what you gotta do.
I want to make sure I heard that right. Did he tell you if she doesn't leave this time, then you got to do what you got to do?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take that to mean option C?
Absolutely.
So, what do you think about that idea? Now, here's the difference. If we were to do the Pittsburgh plan, that one I'd have to make it look like the actual type of murder, because that's going to leave the doubt in her head. Do you understand? Like, it might be, but it might not be, but it's far enough where nobody here would be implicated. That type of deal. Now, that's just a thought, just a plan that I've had.
Tell you about I'm leaving Saturday too, but I'm too busy talking that time.
Saturday, what time?
About 3 o'clock.
Okay, I need you to be gone. Okay. But
There's nothing to come back to Valerie and everything, right?
nothing. I mean, when that guy was I mean, yes, you shot somebody in the head. As a matter of fact, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go to my phone together. And
I don't need to see anything. They're gonna come after me.
you're not going to. Okay. Everything was taken. All his possessions was taken. It's gonna look like a robbery. That's it. I'll be surprised if they find the car anytime soon. And yeah, I'd be surprised if they do that. I'll tell you, I'm gonna be really frank with you. I've done this several times. When you have my training and my experience, you know, when you see acts of violence like I've seen, you become kind of dead to it. You don't think about it. You don't care about it no more. I don't even care what happens to myself, to be honest.
I've been done this 3 times. Using the body, I know what I did that. Some people's lives are just looking the fuck out of them. I'm not too far off from it. You know, I needed money and I let them have it to help for them. Now they asked me again recently, I think that it wasn't a high profile on person. Well, okay.
So does the defendant, you tell the defendant that you've killed people before?
Yes.
And does he compare himself to you in that regard?
Yes, he does.
Does he make the comment that I've kept people alive so that the government could torture the fuck out of them for information, so I'm not too far off from you?
He does. I believe he also mentioned he worked in Guantanamo Bay.
At this point, did you hear him say, hey, there's nothing to worry about? Why does he say that?
I believe he's referring to the fact that
Why he said that, asking for the witness to speculate on what is going on in the mind of the defendant.
I'll rephrase it. What was going on when the defendant said, everything's okay here, there's nothing you need to worry about here?
So at this point, that's where the second cell phone comes in. I had a second cell phone in my pocket, and my phone started to vibrate. I knew that it was vibrating because somebody was calling me to let me know that they lost contact with me, somebody from my team. I kept looking over my shoulder, looking at the front door, because I was expecting them to knock the door down to perform a rescue. We lost all connection on the way up the elevator, and so they hadn't heard from me in a while. And while I was covering the phone to keep it from vibrating, I kept looking over my shoulder, waiting for the door to come off the hinges.
And just, so, you know, I'm just used to always checking out my surroundings, sitting by my back, never through the door. And
Here, you know, yesterday while I sat where I sat, I always got to look at the rotation door.
So that's pretty much where we are with her.
Tomorrow?
More than likely, by tomorrow she'll more than likely be dead, and that's it.
I look for not.
I understand you prefer not, but I can't give you 100% guarantee. As long as you know that, because I don't want you to think that I lie to you.
She'll let you
Or you were saying yesterday that she's somebody changed their mind, told her to come back, or
DA stopped it.
oh, the DA's office did that.
Okay. Changed their mind. Well, they didn't change their mind. I need his emails.
I know that. I'm taking care of that too.
You have my email address?
I have it from our friend.
About JacobND@gmail.com. I need his emails.
He gave it to me.
It's not your problem.
That was my whole plan. You should come work.
I've offered my services. Oh, okay. He's asking for certain things in case somebody gets hurt. There's a lot of things I can do in the operating room, no one else will. I can fix things if no one else can. He's asking me to be on call for that. I'll agree.
Yeah.
And I have an operating room I can use at your plant. I can fix a lot of shit. I'm one of the few people in the world that can sweep with 2 hands at the same time.
Can I ask you something? Do you trust her?
Yes.
110%.
You have more than that. She's the most trustworthy person you've ever been in your presence.
And she's a really nice girl. Very kind. I can tell she's a good person.
Doing to hear.
I tell you what, man, I just had felt that, feel that. Or it was, I was with my stuff.
You absolutely have no idea how trustworthy she is.
Because I tell you what, when you told me yesterday what the male subject had done to her as far as raping her in the case, I mean, that infuriated me. It really did. And I knew I had to do what I had for her.
She let him.
I was like, some food is here.
She let. Oh, you like sushi?
I am not really into sushi too much.
She So when they separated, my mom got divorced. When she separated, she used to let him stay over at the house periodically for the daughter's sake. But he would stay in the guest bedroom. They lived next door to my mom over on Mercer Street. And over a 2-day period, he raped her twice.
Piece of shit, man.
She went to HPD, but she didn't want charges press. She just wanted a record of it. But he raped her and he hurt her badly.
Real piece of shit. Because, you know, there's some jobs I care about, some I don't. That was one bullet in the head that I didn't mind giving.
You know, he also, he never really worked. They were married for 20 years, they were in college. And, she gave him a job as a manager of the business. He was taking the largest salaries he was. He had apartments for girlfriends she was paying for.
Is he not working? Because he was there all day. All fucking day he was there.
He's got $1.2 million on it as part of the settlement. But afterwards, I'm not bad with computers myself. I found out that he had his social security number was on about 4 leases over the course of the last 15 years of marriage with girlfriends. You never met a nicer woman in your life. And I'm including my own sister and my own mother in that. You never met a nice woman in your life.
Sir. So your mom's an attorney, huh? Hope I never need her services.
She's the best fucking divorce attorney in the
Oh,
country.
divorce is a problem. Never mind. I don't have that fucking problem myself.
You need a good criminal attorney. I've got one right now. It's costing $30,000.
I just hope I never need those services.
So what? It's a waste of fucking money. Could have been all that girl's money. She could have had it all. So you're gonna snatch her and you're gonna bring her somewhere and talk to her.
That's the plan.
If I need to show up, you call me.
You sure you wouldn't like to give it to me? The
No.
potassium injection, whatever you said it was.
It's 500 milliliters of potassium with a half of 500 mLs of lactate ringer. No. If
Maybe
if it gets to that, then you just make her disappear forever. What do you use? What?
So, you're talking to him about an injection. What specifically are you all saying about using an injection on her?
It was the same injection that he mentioned during the Olive Garden meeting, where he said he would stab her in the heart. He was giving me the ingredients to the injection.
Is that what we heard when we listened to the Olive Garden tape and he said potassium chloride to the heart untraceable?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did he say, if it gets to that, then you just make her disappear forever?
Yes, he did.
And is that option C?
It is.
Maybe if it gets to that, then you just make her disappear forever. What do you use? Lye?
what do I use?
Yeah, do you use lye to get rid of the body?
Oh, to get rid of the body. I thought you meant to take care of the
No,
job.
I know you use the job.
Just bury it somewhere deep enough, somewhere where nobody will find it, or what we've done before, one of our specialties, tie it down with cinder blocks. According to our friend, he knows a place. Yes, good body of water. secluded actually on private land. Somebody that he knows, older guy who used to be in the service a long time ago.
I don't want that. I want her just to go. This part of me so loves her. I just want her to go away, these cases go away, and just, that's what I want. But you call me if there's a problem. As far as the money goes, I got 1,800 in there for you now. When homeboy gets back, we'll give him the rest.
Yeah, he told me you were good for it, and I trust him, man. I mean,
He's got a lot of money on him. He's got like 20 or 30 grand in cash. He's also his cost is like 125, but more, but he's also got shit with collateral.
you know, to be honest with you, I usually charge more,
I know you do.
but I owe this guy.
He told me, he said you owe him.
I owe him a lot more than anybody.
He's become a friend of mine, and I'm gonna help him out in the future because he's had some issues. You know, a friend of his got killed and shot or something. So I try to save if he known me before that. Except for the brain, there's nothing I can fix.
What's that tower about with the lights there?
Chancellor Tower, man. You don't know what Chancellor Tower is?
I'm not from here.
It's the largest structure outside of an inner city, in the country. 68 floors, I think. It's called Transco Tower. It's a pretty view up here.
This
You see this in the morning.
This is amazing.
The whole thing turns, it's like a bright orange red when the sun comes up from that back there. It's unbelievable.
This is amazing. It really is. Is that a TV, a screen, or
No,
just a window?
that is their, so the neighbors can't.
Okay, separate.
Yeah, it separates. There's one on the other side. It just separates so they can't see. But it's not two-way. You can't see through it. It's just, it's the car glass. It's got tint on it.
Okay.
So no one else can see us up here.
I have a question for you. When can I give you the phone? Okay, so usually I get rid of my own.
That's fine. I can get rid of it. It's fine. We're going on.
And you're 100% that it's
going to go into
everything, because I can't have the microchip survive.
Okay. It's safer than whatever you're going to do.
And you've been erasing everything.
I erase everything.
Excellent. Okay.
Now, the problem I have is getting hold of our friend, because I used to have his real number, but because of what happened with these other guys, he got a new number. And I have I've used some constraint to not find his number, but I would like it.
Okay. I can tell you in 20 days, I will have him contact you.
It's fine.
Okay. From a burner phone. So it will show up. But
Please, you have to call my real number.
Does he have your real number?
I think so. I'll give it to you right now.
Okay. So what we're going to do is this. In 20 days, and I'll have to tell him because he doesn't know what I'm telling you now, but in 20 days, he will contact you.
No, he's my friend. I mean,
I know that, but from what he's told me, he wants to disappear for approximately that time.
That's fine. I've given him, going to tell you, I gave him my watch and I gave him a Burberry shirt to wear on a date.
It's a real friend.
You know, I'll tell you this. You know what happens in the future? He gets married and has 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Things happen. I'm not going to fix his fucking hand because he needs it fixed. He's a good man. He's actually a really good dude.
He's a good guy. I'm telling you. I can't go into details, but he's done a
one
lot.
of my favorite people that are in my life, and I don't like most people at all. He's just a good guy. He gets married and he has 2 kids.
Well,
He's married twice already.
Once this is done, I'm out of here, and it'll be probably our last time. To be honest, after tomorrow, all I'm going to do tomorrow is throw you my phone, and we're out of here.
That's fine. I mean, if you want to contact me, you can.
If I ever have to, I have a third party contact you through.
That's fine. Or if you need, my mom can probably use the services from time to time.
If you ever think yourself or your mom can use me, let me know.
I want everything she can. I'm happy here. She might need you.
Your mom?
Yeah.
And
She defends mainly women
Uh-huh.
who are like Valerie, who are married to real fucking pieces of shit.
I can't stand that shit, man. There's 2 people I can't stand that and child rapists, man.
Oh yeah, that's big. I'll tell you, if I had hurt this girl, my mom would have put me in jail herself. I didn't touch her. But she took a playbook out of my ex-wife's claims, so I didn't touch either.
A lot of women will do that to you. I don't get the feeling from her, though. She seems like a nice girl.
Wonderful. You have no idea. And what I'm in love with is not what she looks like. She's a good-looking girl, just like the ex-girlfriend is. But what I love about her is in her ears. She's brilliant. She got to the top of her class at A&M vet school, which is the hardest vet school in the country to get into. And she is just a wonderful human.
Well, I'm not surprised. But in business tomorrow's the last time I see you.
Cheers.
So tell me about what just happened, what you heard happened right there.
It was a cheers. We cheered our drinks that we were drinking.
Who initiated that?
The defendant did.
So he held up his drink to do a cheers with you?
Correct.
And did he say cheers? Is that what we heard on the video?
That was his voice, yes.
So you
Called me 3 weeks ago. And mom said,
well, it's important that you don't talk to her mom.
I haven't. He said, mom called me and said, mom's a nurse. She works with the doctor, the Pittsburgh Steelers doctor.
Mhm.
She called me and said, my daughter is not from your world. She doesn't understand who you are. She said, I do. She said, please do not hurt my daughter. I said, what happened? She didn't. She grew up sort of middle class. This girl, she didn't understand my world. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. But I was, my grandparents, both sides, numbers on their arms. We all survived the Holocaust.
Auschwitz?
That and Dachau.
I'm not sure with that. I'm just
Dachau is insane. It's
okay. Yeah, like a chain
concentration.
concentration camp. That's what I'm looking for.
And I come from a good peasant stock, if you will. People who knew how to survive.
I killed my first body when I was 18. The military, of course. After that, it's just, I never had to worry about PTSD. And that's probably why it's easy for me to do what I do.
Neither did I. I've done things in my life that most people would find unimaginable. But I couldn't do this myself because of the implications.
Let's talk about that very quickly. So do you talk to him about when you first killed someone?
I did.
And does he indicate that he's done things in his life that most people would find unimaginable?
Yes.
And does he say, I could not do this myself because of the implications?
Yes, he did.
And what did you take that to mean?
That he would have killed her. That he would have killed her himself, but he knew that they would look at him.
It's a little different for you. You're a doctor, You have to give up that impression. Exactly. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Exactly.
So why do you say that?
He was wearing a T-shirt that said, "Trust me, I'm a doctor," and so he went like this to me to show me that his T-shirt that said, "Trust me, I'm a doctor."
But
My friend and I have done things in the last 10 years that are unequivalent to what you do.
but it's easier for me. For me, it's easier. It's just a straight bullet to the head usually. That's it. You probably have to do a lot more than I do.
I do eye operations, but it's been for our national security because well, my grandfather, on my dad's side, my grandmother on my dad's side came to this country from Ellis Island, and this country gave life to me.
I understand that, but you also have to remember never trust the fucking government.
No, I shouldn't all.
Most of us, we don't trust the government
I
anymore.
don't trust the government one bit if they need me. I also do some DNA stuff, which is why my fucking computer back. When I'm said and done, no one will know about it. I'm reproducing organs. The government. I'm almost there. I've decoded about 10 billion base pairs of DNA production I need, and there are 2 or 3 billion and I'm done. I'm giving it away for free. Because I'll die happy and knowing that I've changed things.
I don't want to hold your.
I see the picture of work. This girl was threatened at all.
So does the defendant indicate to you that he's working as a doctor for the government?
Yes, he does.
And does he state that he's reproducing organs for the government?
Yes, he did.
Does he also talk about decoding 10 billion base pairs of DNA?
He did.
So did he indicate to you that he had work that he still wanted to complete
Yes, he did.
and that this girl was threatening that?
Correct.
I've always been of the idea, dog eat dog world, man. She's fucking you over. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive. That's what you said, right? Your survival more important than hers. Fuck it. And that's the way we're trained. That's what's planted into our head.
I prefer if she wasn't her.
I understand that. And
You Just call me tomorrow if you have to do that. You let me know.
Do you think later on, to our friend, you can hook me up with some of that stuff? I could use some of that stuff.
What? What do you need?
The injection, calcium.
Not a problem. Whatever you need.
You think I can do it myself?
Yeah, it's easy. You got to inject it in the groin.
In the groin, not in the heart?
Oh, hell no. You can't have a needle mark.
Actually, okay.
But in a woman, they shave their elbows and shave their pubic region. You put it right through a follicle.
Okay. Actually, you know, with the hair bumps, all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a 24 gauge needle. It's going to hurt them because it burns. Their heart will stop in a few minutes.
When you say calcium, potassium.
Calcium. Calcium gets the heart excited.
Okay.
You use potassium. You need a delivery method. You need either a lactate ringer or normal saline to inject it. I can teach you that stuff.
Yeah.
But you have to use the groin. You need it has to go in the vein.
Okay. At the very least, just later on to a third party.
Navel. Navel. Nerve, artery, vein, empty space, lymphatics. You have to know anatomy to do it.
And
It runs from outside to inside. You have to be able to feel. Let me hear your hand. Come here, put your hand. Sorry, I'm not.
no. You're right.
You feel the pulse?
Yes, I do.
You go inside over about 2 centimeters. And that's the vein. That's where you have to put it.
Okay.
You put it into the artery. The problem is it dissipates throughout the body. It has to go in the vein. That directly goes to the heart.
It's always a good skill to have.
I can teach you skills that you don't even understand.
Hold up your dinner.
Need to go?
Let me fix my weapon.
Yeah, please. Tell him. Each gave a gun case a gun in. I can't have a gun. I want it.
Okay. This is it's okay if I count it.
What does the defendant say to you as soon as you come back into the condo?
He says, don't forget the money.
What money is he talking about?
He had $1,800 in cash laid out on the table, being covered by a white hand towel.
And did you go over to that money?
I did.
Okay. And did you collect that money?
I did.
Did I have you bring that money with you to court today?
Yes, you did, ma'am.
Judge, may I put to witness, please? Officer Duran, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 54. Is this the bag containing the money that you received from Leon Jacob?
Yes, it is.
And you mentioned in the video, may I open it? And you mentioned in the video that you counted it in front of him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You have your knife with you?
Not today. It was $1,800 bills.
For the record, I'm going to open the bag. Okay. And so in the video, do you count out the money?
I do.
Okay. And show, if you would, you can stand up with the court's permission. Judge, may the witness stand and show the members of the jury what you did in front of the defendant.
The money was laying on the table. And it was covered by a white towel. I lifted up the towel.
Let me stop you there. Where's the defendant in relation to you?
I believe to my left.
Okay. So kind of like where I'm standing?
Probably a little, yeah, around right there.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
approximately 3 feet apart.
Yes.
Is he watching you count the money?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Show us how you counted it.
So I counted, I just counted out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
And then what did you do with the money once you counted it?
I folded it and put it in my pocket.
And then was it placed in the property rail of the Houston Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And then did you bring it with you to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit number 54, this receipt, which is the bag and its contents intended to opposing counsel for any objection.
We have no objection, Your Honor, to State's Exhibit 54.
State's Exhibit 54.
Ten, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's all I have.
I know you guys are good for. I trust you guys. I trust that. And
We'll get when I get back to work. I'll get the money. And she'll just take care of you.
Nope.
Oh,
you're good.
I don't need to see.
No, you're good.
Unless you.
What are you offering to show them at that point?
I was offering to show them the picture of Mac McDaniel deceased.
Did the defendant want to see it?
No,
Did Valerie McDaniel want to see it?
she did not.
Did you show it to them?
No.
Want to. Develop the answers to.
Have fun, see. Right. Is it, your stairs or something?
Take the elevators. So what time I'll do tomorrow?
Evening, late evening. That's what I'm shooting for, at least.
Can I do it in the morning?
I could try.
I was gonna go, I don't need to work tomorrow, I cancel everything because we gotta, well, now I have to work later. Come on.
Do you go to bed early?
No, let's do about 2 or 3 hours a day. If you want to do tonight, it's fine.
So are you talking about what you're going to be doing that night, going to sleep, etc.?
Yes.
And does he indicate to you, does he say, if you want to do it tonight, that's fine?
Yes, it does.
What did you take that to mean?
If I wanted to kill Megan tonight.
He'd be fine with that.
Yes.
Okay.
You sleep like I sleep. That's how I sleep.
You can head down and walk out the whole way home. Good.
All right. What side?
On the left.
I hear him say, you say which side, and he says on the left. What are you all talking about?
Before the elevator's door opens, the defendant told me to keep my head down low because there was cameras. So he's directing me to where the cameras were located.
So now you've left the location, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you go from that location?
We go to debrief at the Houston Police Property Room.
And is Sergeant Quinn there for the debriefing?
He is.
And are some of the other members of your squad there for the debriefing?
My entire squad was there.
Do you then decide that you're going to continue this investigation?
Yes, we do.
Why?
We decided to see if the defendant would come out to meet us at the location where we were going to hold Megan. We wanted to see if he would come out and inject her in the heart himself like he said he would.
At this point in the investigation, did you believe that you had enough evidence for the defendant to be charged with solicitation to commit capital murder against Mac McDaniel?
Yes, we did.
At this point in the investigation, did you believe that you had enough evidence to charge the defendant with solicitation to commit capital murder against Megan Veracus?
Yes, we did.
But you continued.
Correct.
Did you make a phone call to the defendant after you left a little bit later on that night?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him if he had received something you had sent him?
Yes.
Okay. What had you sent him?
It was the picture that we took of Megan when she was bound and gagged.
Can I may approach the witness? Officer Grant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 55. If you could look at these and what we're looking at here.
These are screenshots of the text messages between the defendant and myself.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to offer State's Exhibit number 55, and I'll turn it to opposing counsel for any objections.
Objection.
Like you say, 6,000.
May I publish, Judge?
Yeah.
Judge, may I publish by walking this in front of the jury?
Yeah.
First off, Officer Grant, I'm going to show you what page in State's Exhibit number 55 I'm going to be referring to before I walk in front of the jury. Is this a page including a portion of the text messages that you exchanged with the defendant on that night?
Yes, it is.
You sent that to the defendant, that photograph.
I did.
Okay, let's listen to that phone call.
Today's date, this Officer Grant with HPD Major Offenders. Today's date is March the 9th, 2017, approximately 24 hours. I'm going to contact suspect Leon Jacob, see if he is going to meet me. you meet me? I need some help. Yeah. Did you? Well, yeah. I sent you something, and I sent you something. Did you receive? Yeah, we have a location. It's a house, old house secure location that we have a connection with. We need your expertise. You say?
Well, I don't have access to it now.
Okay. Do you want me to take care of her myself?
You have to do that.
You should see how Megan is acting. She's she's not very cooperative. If you can't show up with that stuff, I'm just gonna have to put a bullet in her myself. Well, right now, we got her. She's gagged and tied up and everything, but she's not cooperating. And it's your choice. You can meet us or not. But.
Is she yelling and screaming? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, she was. Now she can't do it anymore, but she was kicking and doing shit. If you want to show up, that's fine. If not, just let me know, and I'll have to kill her myself. I will. But I need an answer.
Well, I don't want to hurt, but she's gonna go to the cops.
Did you delete the picture?
What picture?
Okay, you might not have got it. I sent you a picture of her. So if you have it, delete it. Whatever the fuck you have, delete it. But
Wait, let me see real quick. Hold on. Yeah, that's her.
So Officer Duran, on the phone call, you asked him to check his phone to see if he's received the photograph you sent of Megan.
I did.
And did we hear that his response upon seeing this photograph of Megan with duct tape around her face and in her hair and her hands zip tied was, yeah, that's her?
Yes.
yeah, I'm here. You want me to send you the address?
You think I can calm her down or not?
You can try it if you want, but we need to be prepared for whatever.
What exactly did she say to you when you told her she needed to leave?
She said, in so many words, it was just something along the line that I don't give a fuck anymore at this point. I'm willing to do what I need to do to make sure that this motherfucker doesn't get away with what he's done. Now, the only, like I said, the only problem with her is she was kicking, she was screaming, she was fighting. Of course, she's crying. But, at this point, I'm getting to the point where I don't want to deal with this too much. If I got to put a bullet in her head and end her right now, I will. Unless you want to come down and inject her, or you want to come talk to her. So you don't have access to that stuff right now?
No, I don't. It's too late, though. You guys talk to her?
I don't know if talking is going to do much help at this point.
Does she understand what's going to happen to her if she doesn't fucking leave?
Reference option C with you again?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you, does she understand what is going to happen to her if she doesn't fucking leave?
That's what he said.
Did he ever say to you, okay, you know what? This has gone too far. Abort. I don't want to do this.
Never.
Did he ever say, you know what? Let her go. We shouldn't have gone this far. I regret doing this.
No.
Instead, does he tell you, does she understand that if she doesn't go, she's going to die?
That's what he said.
I'm pretty sure she knows I'm not fucking playing with her.
Who else is down there?
It's me and another guy. I can send him away. Trusted guy is actually related to our friend, family, blood related.
Where are you guys?
We're in a house. It's like in a little shitty neighborhood in the southwest side of town. You don't have anything we can inject her with, or?
No, I don't. It doesn't matter. She's going to have to do it. It doesn't matter either way.
Could you talk about option C again?
Yes, we do.
Does the defendant tell you, look, it doesn't matter. If you have to do it, then you have to do it?
Yes, he does.
Talking about option C still.
Correct.
Okay.
I prefer if she doesn't happen, but she said it's going to have to happen.
That's it.
I don't know what the problem I have here is they're going to come looking for me immediately.
No, like I told you, we'll make the body disappear. You don't have to worry about this because remember now, I can't let this get out to anybody either. The body's going to be gone. She'll never be seen again. I can guarantee you that.
You have to come by and just say hello, see if we can calm it down or not.
I'll text you the address. But yeah, it's not too far from where you were
earlier, maybe 10, 15 minutes. So just try to get
That's where
you.
I'm at.
Huh?
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Why don't we do this?
I'm saying it's not too far from there. I can text you the address right now.
That's fine. Why don't you do this? Why don't you, she said this motherfucker, what he's done, he's not gonna get away with it.
Something like that, yeah.
Is she awake now?
Yes. I don't have the means to put her to sleep unless I knock her out. Knock her out by force, of course.
Yeah, let me, don't do anything yet. I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Okay, call me back ASAP, please.
Officer Duran, does the defendant call you back?
I believe he does, yes.
Okay, let's, do we have another phone conversation with him?
Yes, we do. Hello? Hello?
Hey,
Hey, buddy.
did you try to talk to her at all about just leaving?
Man, I tried as much as I could.
What, she was just like, go fuck yourself, like get angry?
Not really so much for me to go fuck myself, more of, she's not going to leave. She's, no, you're not going to get away with, not me, but you're not going to get away with what you've done.
I'm done.
What you've done. Yes.
She wired?
Is she what?
Does she have like recording shit on her?
And she has wearing shit?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't like wiring like that.
Oh, are you talking about like for surveillance?
Yeah.
No, come on, man.
No, I know. You got the email sent?
No, not yet. I have her phone right here, though.
Can you get it?
Yeah.
How?
So Officer Duran, are you continuing to talk to the defendant at this point, obviously?
I am.
And while he's having this conversation with you, is he under the impression that Megan is still tied up with zip ties and duct tape?
Yes,
And is his main concern, again, that he gets the emails before anything happens to her?
it is. It's not locked. And even if it was, trust me, I could get it.
Did you try to be very clear with her that if she is made to her family?
Yeah, listen, I tried everything that we discussed to tell her. I tried.
She was just like, go fuck yourself?
Not to me, yes. Yeah, she is pretty hysterical right now. She's crying and all that shit. But I need an answer.
I don't know what to do here. I mean, if you let her go, she's gonna go talk.
Okay, that's
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if she will or she won't. I mean, if you told her that she got a decision to make right now,
copy.
tell her she got a decision to make right now. It's either pack her shit up and goes, or you're gonna have to do it.
Would you like me to try that again?
Yeah. Now, why don't you call me back before you do anything?
Copy that.
Right. Does the defendant tell you, again, about option C? Tell her she has a decision to make. She either packs her shit up and goes, or you're going to do what you have to do.
Yes, he did.
Do you have a subsequent conversation with him?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Officer Duran with HPD. Today's date is March 10th, 2017, approximately 0012 hours. I'm going to call suspect Leon Jacob now to confirm if he got an email sent from complaining Megan Euricas. Hey, bud. Do me a favor, please. Check your email. Can you confirm if you got the email from her?
I can't write that email. I can't check it. I can't open it.
Oh, no. I understand that. I copy that. Don't open it, but you can just check to see if you got it, though. Can't you? Without opening? Yeah, could you do that for me?
Yeah, hold on.
And just FYI, we're still working on her. We're still.
Did you have Megan send the defendant an email?
Yes, I did.
And did you all provide what you wanted the email to say to Megan?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that Megan complied with that and sent the email to the defendant?
Yes, it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't.
I got it.
You got it from her? Can you confirm?
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. We're still talking to her. Okay. Do you want to know exactly what it says? Okay, that's fine. Let me work on. No, I mean I can tell you what it put on there, but let me. If you want to know, I can tell you. If not, I'll call you right back. Let me keep talking to her.
She calmed down.
Just calm down a little bit, but we had to hurt her a little bit. Okay, but I'll call you back.
Well, if you hurt her a little bit, there's it's still good. I mean,
She's not hurt. I'm saying hurt to the point where she's, fucked up and all that. It's more tightening up her fuck man, can't even think, her restraints, tightening up her zip ties and stuff like that. But she's okay. She's started to calm down a little bit, but I need to keep working on her. I just want to confirm that you got what we talked about because you needed it.
yeah, I think it's not gonna open it.
Do not open it.
It's anywhere you're switching a dollar. I just worry if it's gonna come back bite me or not.
Don't worry about this. I will take care of it. Trust me, okay? This is what I do. I will call you back. Do not go to sleep. Copy back.
And part of that conversation, you had trouble finding your words. Is it getting late into the night as these conversations go on?
It's very late. I've been up since around 5 a.m., so we're almost to 24 hours now.
And then did you have a final conversation with the defendant?
We did. This is Officer Duran with the Houston Police Department Major Offenders Division. Today's date is March 10th, 2017, approximately 0040 hours. I'm going to contact suspect Leon Jacob and let him know that complainant Megan Yuriska had to be killed.
Hello?
Hey, bud. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, man. I just wanted to let you know there's no reasoning with her. There's no reason with her. She saying the same thing. She said the same thing over and over again. Put too much risk on us, and she doesn't care about leaving. That's pretty much it, man. She's dead. She's gone. So
She's just like a family.
in so many words, yeah. She's dead.
You already took care of it.
Yeah. So we'll get I know you have concerns about the body and everything. We'll take care of the body. Okay. Okay. Just okay. I guess I'll hand you my phone over tomorrow or something, or leave it somewhere for you.
Yeah. You gotta get rid of this one too.
Yeah, just not quite yet. This is the only way I have to communicate with you. Okay.
That's fine. Let me just come back.
Absolutely nothing. I'm taking care of everything as we speak right now. You okay, my friend?
Yeah. I thought that was tomorrow.
Okay.
You said it's already done. So tomorrow.
Copy. Okay. I'll talk to you.
Officer Duran, prior to these last several phone calls being made with the defendant, are there members of your squad that are actively down at the Harris County District Attorney's Office obtaining a warrant for the defendant's arrest?
Yes, there is.
So while these phone calls are going on, is there an officer working with the Harris County District Attorney's Office typing up a warrant?
There is.
What was your plan initially when you're asking the defendant to come to you to help dispose of Megan? Did you have a plan when asking him to do that?
We did. We were planning on arresting the defendant upon arriving to the predetermined location.
So when asking him, hey, can you come? Hey, can you come? Was this an attempt to lure him to the location so that you could arrest him with a warrant?
Yes.
Did he arrive at the location?
No, he did not.
From that point, did Sergeant Quinn take over the investigation as far as interactions with the defendant?
He did.
Did you have any other interactions with the defendant that night?
No.
Were you aware that Sergeant Quinn and other members of your squad went over to the Willowwood condo just a little while after this last phone call was made?
I was.
And do you know what the purpose was in going to the condo that night?
To stage a death notification.
Were you involved in that?
I was not.
Where were you while they were doing the death notification?
I was watching from the parking lot.
The parking lot of the condo?
Yes,
At some point, did you go up to the condo?
I did.
What was the purpose of you going up there?
Just to get the reaction from Ms. McDaniel.
Did you see the defendant or had he already been taken?
I saw him getting taken away. He did not see me.
Did you help locate any evidence that was contained potentially inside the condo?
I did not.
Did you all attempt to locate the burner phone belonging to the defendant?
Other officers from my squad did. I did not.
Did other officers of your squad, are you aware of whether or not they were able to recover a burner phone for the defendant?
They did.
And that burner phone, does that match the phone number in the records that you and I were discussing earlier?
It was the same phone.
And is that the phone number that you communicated with the defendant on?
Yes, it was.
Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, recess for this afternoon. We'll start first in the morning with the defense cross-examination. Please don't discuss the case. And we'll stand in recess till 9:30. Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I think we're ready to continue. I think we're just doing cross-examination, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Corning, please. Good.
Officer Duran, I previously introduced myself to you, did I not?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. And this is Matt Pompsil. I don't know if you've met him or not, but he's my associate. I have a few questions for you on cross-examination. And if my voice breaks down, let me know and I will speak more loudly. And to refresh the jury's memory, you are the confidential informant.
No, sir. I'm the undercover officer.
I'm sorry?
I'm the undercover officer.
Undercover officer, I apologize.
Yes, sir.
And the role that you play in this particular case, the prosecutor asked you that whether or not it's acceptable, for instance, in a situation of this fashion, when you impersonate or you're an undercover officer, obviously your true identity is not made known to the person that you're talking about,
Correct.
talking to,
Correct.
correct? And you take on a role that is not based in fact, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And the prosecutor asked you if it is permissible to, in that capacity, to lie, that is about your identity, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
And your answer was yes.
Correct.
Now, it's not permissible for you to lie to manufacture an offense, is it?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about three options. During the course of your investigation, did you, pardon me, did you interview Laura Thurlow?
No, sir.
Do you know who Laura Thurlow is?
No, sir.
Do you know, as part of your investigation, whether or not you or any member of the prosecuting entity here, your team, interviewed Laura Thurlow?
Yeah. Are you referring specifically to the people that I work with at the police department, or?
Correct.
No, sir. I don't know that.
All right. Did anyone make you aware of an interview that Laura Thurlow gave to the police?
No, sir.
Would you be surprised in dealing with the three options? That is to come back to Leon, we're talking about Megan, that is to leave town, or as the prosecutor questioned you, to kill Megan. Were those three options basically told to you by Leon Jacob?
No, sir. It's actually to make her leave, have her arrested, or to kill her.
All right. Now, would you be surprised if the testimony in this court from Laura Thurlow was to have her come back to him, to leave town, or to put a syringe in her to sedate her while she's in a car so that Leon could talk to her and have him come back, have them be together as one?
I don't know who Laura is, sir. I can't say what she thought.
Okay. And you weren't here when she testified, of course?
No, I was not.
As the undercover officer, I've got that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
As the undercover officer, you weren't paid any money by Leon Jacob, were you?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And how much money were you paid by Leon Jacob?
$1,800.
I'm sorry, $1,800?
$1,800, sir.
All right. And that money was paid to you for the purpose of giving to Megan to help her leave town, correct?
Incorrect.
All right. According to your scenario.
No, sir. That money was for Mr. McDaniel.
Okay, for Ms. McDaniel.
Correct.
And was there any money given to you to give to give to Megan?
No, sir.
All right. Now, this investigation began, and I want to talk about a sequence of personalities. The initial contact with your department started with Mr. Kubash, who was a city council, correct?
Yes, sir.
And city council, of course, approves the increase in pay or payment for the use of police department. Does it not?
I honestly do not know that.
Okay. And Mr. Kubash, did you talk directly with him, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Do you know who talked directly with Mr. Kubash?
If I remember correctly, it was Lieutenant Investigator Mike Holden.
All right. I'm going to go through some of the statements that you recorded in conversations with Leon Jacobs. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Let's put that up.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You want to play it?
Which one? The first one?
The first agreement, Leon told you that he just wanted her to leave. And again, you are A.
Correct. That was my alias. Yes.
And you respond, and Leon responds, I don't want her hurt. I just want her to go.
Correct.
All right. And wanting her to go, meaning wanting her to go away.
I mean, I can only speculate what I believe.
Let's stop, please. Since this takes place over the course of many recorded conversations, I think it would be helpful to everyone if the witness had a copy or something to look at, like online, like you provided the court, so we'll know which conversation we're talking about, because I think that topic was covered under many of these conversations. So instead of just be generalizing, it would
I'm
be
sorry,
better
Jerry.
to be specific as to which conversation.
Yes, this conversation took place on March the 8th, 2017.
Well, what I'm saying is, can the state provide this printer with what you gave me so that he can follow along, and then Mr. Fleming can identify what it is that he's reading from, so that this witness can have the perspective of and what content that we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we get her.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Does Jerry hear any of that? No.
Let's go back to the process that we were using here. You've got that slide, do you not?
Give me 1 second. Ms. Connect just gave me the page number.
17, it's 55 minutes, 59 seconds.
Do you want to use yours, or
You can read from mine.
I think that might be easier, sir?
Okay.
Yes.
Is that microphone over there?
I think it's for them.
Oh, okay.
In this particular slide, you were saying he doesn't want her hurt. You're talking to Zach, and Zach says that's going to be hard, difficult. That's going to be difficult. Zach says tough.
Correct.
All
Okay.
All right. In 56 minutes, 21 seconds, Leon says, can't you just inaudible her car and get her arrested?
Correct.
And Zach says, I don't know.
Correct.
All right. In 56, pardon me, 58 minutes, 50 seconds.
58 minutes. I have 56 minutes. Is that the same one?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Leon says, just put her in a fucking room. Tell her, if you don't fucking leave, I'm going to kill your parents.
Correct.
And you say something to the effect, thank you.
Correct.
All right. Well, that, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I don't know if I actually said thank you. I don't see why I would say thank you,
Okay.
but that's what it says here. Yes.
And then Zach, this is a conversation between you and Zach and Leon.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, this is 56 minutes, 50 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Zach says, what if she doesn't listen? And then Leon says, if she doesn't listen, then we do it. But if you have to do that, I don't want to do it. Zach says, you say what?
Well, it actually says here, I want to.
On the state stand, you need to stop. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see what document he's referring to because I think we're going to have a disagreement on what he's actually saying. His transcripts.
Sure. Just
So he's got a different transcript than what you got.
Yes. It looks like he has a PowerPoint.
correct. This is the PowerPoint.
So do you not have a transcript in front of you? You already,
I have my transcript, yes.
okay, so if the objection is you have a different, I guess, transcript of what he's got then.
I have a disagreement as to what he's saying is being said in the video because that I believe his transcript is inaccurate.
Okay, so you've got your own transcript that y'all transcribed, and then I guess the defense has its own transcript that is.
Correct.
I can broadcast, I can publish what you have.
Go ahead. Sorry. You recall that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And again, for the ladies and gentlemen jury, he doesn't want her hurt. Zach says that's going to be hard, difficult. You say that's going to be difficult. Zach says tough.
Correct.
Correct.
That's what it says here. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall that conversation?
I mean, I honestly can't say I recall the entire 2-hour conversation.
Okay. And just for clarification, I'd like to find out what the discrepancy is between the state's transcript and what we have.
Converse with Ms. Connect and see where y'all disagree.
Yes. In her transcript, when it comes to Zach's response.
Okay.
We have it, his response is tough.
Okay.
And the prosecutor's response is basically it's not, she's unable to decipher what Zach said in response.
Okay. Understood.
Okay, let's go to, Leon says, can't you just her car and get her arrested? Zach responds, I don't know. And that is March the 8th, 2017 at 56 minutes, 21 seconds.
Okay.
All right. So let's go to number 18. Leon says, just put her in a fucking room, tell her if you don't fucking leave, I'm gonna kill your parents. He's talking to you about that.
Yes, sir.
And again, this is all in an effort to get her to leave. Right? So that
And
she wouldn't be around to testify against him in his trial.
it's to make her not be able to testify.
Right.
Yes, sir.
To basically intimidate her not to be here. Correct?
And no, that's not what I felt at the time.
All right.
You can go right here in the back.
When he tells you, if you don't leave,
Mhm.
I'm gonna have you tell her her parents are gonna be killed.
He did tell me that. Yes.
And again, the accent is to have her leave. And it is a logical conclusion to have her leave so that she wouldn't be available to testify.
Yes, sir. He told me leave. He told me he wants her to have her leave. If she doesn't leave, then we have to kill her.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Yes,
Is that recorded?
I'm sorry?
Is that recorded?
What's that?
What you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on an audio tape.
Yes, sir. Now, he didn't use the word kill, but he did explain to me that is one of the things that we have to do. If we have to do it, we have to take care of her.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
take care of her.
Correct. And
Didn't use the word kill,
no, sir.
didn't use the word eliminate,
No, sir.
didn't use the word harm, hurt. You're gonna have to hurt her. You used those words, but he didn't.
He not used the word hurt.
All right.
Correct.
And the whole point was to have her not available to testify against him.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the next slide, please. That is 63 minutes, 51 seconds.
Okay.
Leon says, but I don't think it has to happen. I think she'll leave. Right?
Okay.
And that refers to either hurting her or in some way harming her, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't believe that was going to be necessary. Well, I don't think it has to happen. I think she'll listen.
Yeah, it's one of the options.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
let's go to the next one, please. Leon says, I think you'll make it very clear to her that if she doesn't listen this time, there will be severe consequences. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to the next one, please. Zach says, you're going to be out. You're going to be with an alibi. Just because the business go take care of business. Leon, I don't have a better alibi than this. I'm a law-abiding doctor. We have to leave, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one, please. And the next one. You're talking to Leon about, you're not going to risk yourself. That you're going to do anything you can to have her shut up, right?
Correct.
And you're referring to the possibility of having her killed.
Correct.
And Leon responds,
Again, I can't testify to that because it's on the script. If I could hear it, then I could tell you what it is that I heard while I was present.
okay. But according to this particular script,
To your script, yes, sir. That's what it says here.
and let's see if it's on the prosecution.
Okay.
53 seconds.
I'll do page 38.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you go.
Do you want? Okay. The defendant responds with, according to our transcript, which I was present when it was made. Leon's response with, "Yeah, that's what you have to do."
All right. According to my transcript, he says, I don't want that, but I want this to go away. Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, you went down some. Yes, sir.
Correct.
Correct.
Leon again says, and you're talking about the possibility that she's going to have to be killed,
Correct.
right? And he says, I don't want that, but I want this to go away.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the next slide, please. We'll go to the next slide. And this is in response to Mac, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say, so what do you want done with him? Leon's response,
Leon's response is, "It's not my choice. It's hers."
meaning it's Valerie's.
Correct.
Okay, hold on. You say, is there, when we've done this in the past, people have requested messages or they've requested certain action, some people want their target to get hit, shot 10 times in the head, or some personal reason. Do you want something? And Leon responds,
The defendant responded with, "No, I don't. Whatever you and Valerie discussed." I'm sorry. So we've jumped to the telephone conversations, correct?
sorry,
This is a telephone conversation now. So we're out of the Olive Garden.
okay,
Am I right?
that's fine.
Yes. Okay. Give me 1 second. But yes, sir. That is correct. So,
Let's go to the left side, slide 93.
number 11.
Toward the end of that conversation, you say, I'll tell you right now, by tomorrow, we can have her done to you, okay? Leon responds,
We don't
I
have
have
to.
to hurt her. I don't want her to hurt her. Right?
Correct.
Just like, you know what I mean? That was the last understanding. And this is a conversation again with you and Leon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Telephone?
I'm sorry.
This one. 64.
More likely, that's one, so more likely be dead, and that's it. I understand you prefer not.
All right, it's not, remember, we're going to enlighten the court and the jury as to what was wrong. So we had a telephone conversation, which one?
This is gonna be the conversation from the Willowick body camera drone.
On March the 9th, 2017, 29 minutes and 45 seconds into that conversation.
Okay, it's just the conversation.
Correct. That is your understanding, Mr. Non-Officer.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And this is a conversation between you and Leon, correct?
Correct, sir.
You want to play that?
Yes, sir.
More likely, that's one, so more likely be dead, and that's it. I understand you prefer not.
All right, so again, you're saying more than likely by tomorrow she'll be dead and that's it. Leon responds, nah, I prefer not.
Correct.
And you respond, I understand you prefer not, correct?
I did.
Let's go to 65.
I understand you prefer not. I can't give you 100% guarantee. As long as you know that, 'cause I don't want you to think I'll lie to you.
All right, you, and this is almost a backup conversation, the previous one. I understand you prefer not, and I cannot give you a 100% guarantee as long as you think, this is you talking, that because I don't want you to think that I lied to you, and what's Leon's response?
I believe if I'm
Stop.
correct.
Ask him to recall something that happened a year ago. Play the tape. So he can hear what you're
I understand you prefer not. I can't give you 100% guarantee. As long as you know that, 'cause I don't want you to think that I'll lie to you.
What does Leon respond?
I believe he said she'll listen to you.
All right, do you want to replay that for me?
I'm sorry. Can we play a little bit longer?
I'm asking, you can take it, turn it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Let's go to number 69.
You ever think yourself or your mom can use him? Let me know. I want her to use you. Not have her. She might be your mom. Yeah.
In that conversation, he is inferring that his mother may need your services in the future.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, you are posing as a hitman,
Correct.
and you are making interpretations of the conversation that fits the state's theory that Leon was moving to kill Megan.
I'm sorry. Could you rephrase it, please, sir?
I'm sorry?
Could you rephrase it? Or
Yes. You're posing as a hitman.
Correct.
And Leon is talking to you in rather, he's talking to you in terms, and he talked to you about his mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he suggested to you that his mother may need your services in the future.
Yes, he did.
All right. And you respond, your mom, and he says, yeah.
Yes, sir. He did.
You know his mother?
I don't know her, but I know like her name and what she does for a living now. Yes.
And he is inferring that she might need the same services that you have indicated you provide to him.
That is what he told me.
Do you believe that? About his mother?
I mean, I can't say, I don't know her personally. I can't say if his mom would be capable of that or not.
You said you'd never met Golda, Jacob, his mother?
Correct, sir.
You know what she does?
Yes, sir. I know now. I mean, he told me what she does as well. Yes.
She's a divorce lawyer.
Correct.
Did you investigate Golda, Jacob?
No, sir.
As to whether or not she, sorry, as to whether or not she had any desire or interest in using your services as a hitman to do anything to anybody, her clients or adversaries, anything of that fashion?
No, sir.
Well, why did you do that?
I mean, this is coming from the defendant. It's coming from a defendant that I'm investigating. His actions to me seemed not very credible, and I mean, he was involved in a crime at the time. He's committing a crime in my presence. So I want to see why I would take his word.
Well, this is part of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Whether or not it's a crime is up to the members of this jury, correct?
Okay.
All right. Likewise, you had referred to him as a criminal.
Okay.
He's a suspect,
Yes, sir. Suspect.
and that's up to the jury to determine whether or not the crime has been committed and he committed it.
Yes, sir. I never called him a criminal. I said he committed a crime in my presence.
Okay. You didn't use the word criminal? Yes, sir?
I said he's committing a criminal act in my presence. Yes, sir.
And
All
Mr.
right.
Farnham, unless there's a necessity, Mr. Farnham, unless there's a necessity, could you take your seat?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
Just call me tomorrow if you have to.
Leon is telling you to just call him tomorrow. If you have to do that, let me know. Correct?
Correct.
You don't have anything we can inject away, or?
No, we don't get married. You have to do it. I'm married away from me.
Okay.
I mean, I said that before. It doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen.
That's it.
I mean, I don't know what trauma hazards is there. I'm looking for me.
Leon is talking in that context about not having access to the potassium that he had referred to earlier as being sufficient to stop the heart.
Correct, sir.
But he's telling you that he doesn't have access to it. Correct?
Correct.
All right. 84.
Is she awake now?
Yes. I don't have means to put her to sleep unless I knock her out. Knock her out, of course.
Yeah, we'll do it again. I'll play back again.
And on March the 9th, 2017, 86, please.
Did you try to talk to her all about this again?
This is Leon asking you if you tried to talk to her at all about just leaving.
Yes, sir.
All right. Page 89. Number 89 slide.
Yeah, that was comment for you.
Copy that. I'll call you right back.
Leon says, I want you to call right back before you do anything. You say, copy that, I'll call you right back. Leon says, all right, bye, correct?
Correct, sir.
91.
She calmed down.
Calm down a little bit.
Now, this is March the 10th, at 1 minute, 52 seconds into your conversation. Leon says, did she calm me down? And your response is,
Yes. She's calmed down a little bit.
all right. Zach is the one to contact you all, correct?
Correct, sir.
And Zach is the one that indicated you needed to get involved, something of that fashion.
No, it wasn't Zach who told me about the case. It was actually my sergeant, Frank Quinn.
Okay. But you know who contacted Glenn?
I believe it was Lieutenant Investigator Mike Malden.
All right. And who contacted Morgan, you know?
If I'm correct, it was Councilmember Kubash.
And what role did Zach play in the contact with the police department?
He was contacted by Investigator Mike Malden to just to see if it was true, get a validity of the story, and then from that point on, he came to assist us to introduce me.
To see if it were true, that goes to the credibility of Zach, does it not?
Correct.
And that would be an issue to make a determination as to whether or not it's true or not true.
I'm sorry.
Whether or not there's a reason to investigate.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Don't have anything. Yeah. When you came to the apartment, you were armed, were you not?
I was, sir.
And in your role as an undercover, you bragged about killing people.
I did, sir.
And you offered plans?
I apologize. Can you repeat it?
Sure.
Repeat it, please. I couldn't hear you very
Yes,
well.
did you offer plans on how to do this?
Suggestions, yes, sir.
A suggestion?
Yes.
All right. You enforced thoughts of self-protection?
I'm sorry?
Did you talk about self-protection?
I did.
And do you know whether or not, when you went to the apartment, that were intimidating in nature?
No, sir. I don't think so.
Okay. Was your gun visible?
No, sir.
Where was your firearm?
Where I always keep it on my hip.
Okay. And this is the time when the shirt was pulled up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled Leon's shirt up as well.
He pulled his own shirt up, sir.
Okay. Did you request that he do that?
I did.
And you mentioned that there were individuals outside the apartment, I believe in a car or perhaps.
Yes, sir. Different cars.
Sorry.
Different cars.
And they were there, they were monitoring the conversation, were they not?
They tried, but we lost contact going up the elevator, sir.
Sure. And they were there for your protection.
Correct.
Did Zach say anything to you at all to infer that you were in danger
No, sir.
during the entire period of time? Did he infer that you were in any type of danger, physical danger from him?
No, sir.
Do you remember the conversation on March the 9th, 2017 about having a lighter, I guess for a cigar or cigarette?
I do remember hearing on the audio yesterday, I believe I asked the defendant, do you have a lighter?
And you informed him that you had a weapon,
No.
okay?
I told him I have a weapon when he, was searching me for a wire.
And at that time, you went out on the patio and lit up a cigar or lit up a
Cigarette.
cigarette. And Leon responds, I'm not worried about you, correct?
No. So if this is the conversation you're referring to,
Yes.
I told him I'm not wearing a wire, but I do have a gun on me. And he said, I'm not worried about a gun.
Okay. And are you on the patio or not at this time?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I want to talk to you about some of the statements that the defendant made to you throughout the course of your investigation. Do you recall him at the Olive Garden telling you, I know what you do?
I do.
Do you recall him at the Olive Garden saying, I don't need to know the details, I just want it to happen?
I do.
Also at the Olive Garden, do you recall him saying, you can inject her with potassium chloride, stop her heart, untraceable?
I do.
My survival is more important.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall him saying, if she doesn't listen, what has to happen will happen?
I do.
If those options don't work, I don't give a fuck. Then you got to do what you got to do because my survival is more important.
I do.
Do you remember him saying the only 100% guarantee is we'll do whatever we have to do to make this go away?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall him saying, I can give you $2,500 a week for 4 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall him saying, after going over to the Willowwood location, what are we going to do with the girl?
Correct.
And him saying, if you want to do it tonight, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
I want this shit dealt with.
Yes, ma'am.
Does she understand what is going to happen to her if she doesn't leave?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you use lie to get rid of the body?
He did.
He said all those things to you.
Yes, he did.
Mr. Parham asked you about Golda Jacob. When the defendant told you that his mom might need your services, was that one topic of conversation among many things that he told you that were just a little bit unbelievable to you?
Yes.
For example, did you believe him when he said that he had been flown by the government down to Guantanamo Bay to keep prisoners alive so that we could torture the fuck out of them? Did you believe him when he said that?
Not at all.
Did you believe him when he said, I'm reproducing organs for the government and I'm almost there?
No.
Did you believe him when he said, I've decoded about 10 billion pairs of DNA and I need another 2 to 3 billion and I'm done giving away and then I'll be done? Do you remember him saying that to you?
I do remember.
Did you believe that?
No.
So were there several things that he said to you that were pretty grandiose in nature
Yes.
and that were pretty unbelievable to you?
Yes.
In the point in your investigation, when you get to the phone calls, had you already made your case?
The phone calls after the Olive Garden?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And as I think we talked about it yesterday, you all continued to build evidence against the defendant. Was it your opinion during your investigation that more was better?
It's always better.
And when you all are, just a refresher, when you're asking him to come to the location where you have Megan bound, do you already have the arrest warrant ready to go?
It was in the process of being signed.
Okay, so you were hoping that he would come to the location so that you all could go ahead and arrest him.
Correct.
So you had made the case much earlier in the night.
Much earlier.
I pass the witness.
As far as these statements that the prosecutor alluded to that Leon made, you mentioned that a number of these were without credibility.
I'm sorry.
A number of the statements were without credibility. In other words, you didn't believe, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. You did?
No. Well, you asked
Like
me a
at
question.
Guantanamo Bay.
Correct. I did not believe him.
You did not believe that?
No.
What else did he say that you did not believe?
That he can heal people with just his hands and that he can tell what's wrong with people medically just by looking at them, things like that.
He told you that he could heal people with his hands?
Yes, sir. And that he can do things that no other medical doctor can do.
And that he could look in the face of a person and determine what illness that person has?
Yes, sir.
And can cure that person by looking at that person?
No, he didn't say he could cure them, but that he knows what's wrong. He could tell what is wrong with people medically by looking at them.
And these were not only grandiose, they were unbelievable statements.
Correct.
But it appeared that he was telling you the truth as opposed to telling you lies.
I apologize. Rephrase, please.
Sure. He was telling you the truth about going. You thought that he was telling you. Well, so to strike that on this Guantanamo Bay matter. He told you, did he not, that he could go? He would be sent by the government to Guantanamo Bay to help individuals regain consciousness so that they could be tortured and confess to various activities.
Yes, he did.
In so many words.
Correct.
Did he tell you that he had been retained by the government to do this?
He did.
Would that suggest to you that he inferred, or maybe said directly, that he was part of the United States government?
Yes.
All right. You know all that's lies.
I don't know, but it just seems really far-fetched.
Yeah. Well, do you have any evidence that he ever went down to Guantanamo?
No, sir.
Did you ever check to see if that were true?
No, sir.
Would that be important as far as his credibility about his activities from your perspective?
No, sir.
Let's assume, sir, for the sake of this dialogue, that he never went to Guantanamo Bay, was never in the military, was never part of the government, was never sent by the government down to Guantanamo Bay. Correct?
Correct.
What would be the reason for him telling you this?
It was my personal belief that he's trying to show off to me. He's trying to put himself on the same level as myself or my supposed role that I was assuming at that time.
Right. And would it be fair to say that I think you commented that he wanted to build himself up to a level where he would have your respect?
Correct.
All right. But you knew that wasn't true.
Correct.
Did you challenge him on that?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. You believe, however, that he could get a potassium injection and actually use it on Megan.
Yes.
Where was Megan at this time?
At that time, I believe she was in Pittsburgh.
And she'd been set up there by you all?
I wasn't there when.
When I say you all, I'm talking about
Yes.
the portion.
I don't know if we paid for it, like our department paid for her trip, but I know she went back to Pittsburgh because she was scared. She wanted to get away from Houston.
Right. And the conversations that he had with you about Guantanamo Bay that you didn't believe, how do you differentiate between the two, Vulture?
Between the two, what, sir?
His conversation about Megan and conversation about Guantanamo Bay and being a medical doctor and going down there and saving people so they could be tortured.
So I don't understand. So, are you asking me how I differentiate that he told me he went to Guantanamo Bay and that he wanted Megan killed? Is that what you're inferring?
Well, I don't agree that that's what he said about
Okay.
Megan. All right. But the Megan situation in Guantanamo
Okay.
Bay.
Because he had already committed an overt act by giving me cash. That's how I differentiate the two.
All right. And as far as the cash delivery is concerned, it's your position that you were not to give that to Megan. That was simply for your services.
Correct, sir, for Mr. McDaniel.
I'm sorry.
For Mr. McDaniel.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right. And again, that's Valerie McDaniel.
No, that's Mr. McDaniel, Mac McDaniel.
Mac McDaniel.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Just find that the cash was not for Megan,
Yes, sir.
and the cash came to you after the Olive Garden meeting.
Yes, sir.
How much time elapsed?
Between Olive Garden and when I received the money, a little over 24 hours.
Okay. And you got the cash after you believed him to be guilty?
Yes, sir.
I pass it with the judge.
I have any further questions?
Your chief said he couldn't recall, so.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a little bit of a later lunch this morning, so let's take a very sharp break, please. State, please call your next witness.
Stickles, Randall Cranfield, Judge. Have a seat. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm sorry. I'm employed with the BVA Compass in corporate security.
And what is your role in corporate security?
Mainly fraud investigation type stuff and physical protection for the bank itself and its physical assets.
And how long have you been employed with the BVA Compass?
19 years. Okay.
And so during the course of your employment with Compass Bank, are you familiar with the record-keeping practices of Compass Bank?
I am.
And are you custodian of records for BBVA?
Yes.
Yeah, Judge?
You may.
Great. Let me show you what I'm marking here. 56.
States Exhibit number 57. And can you tell me whether or not you've reviewed what's on each of these discs?
I have.
And the records on each of these discs, they appear to be records from Compass Bank.
They do.
And is it the regular course of business that BBVA Compass Bank keeps records like this?
Yes.
And looking through these records, do they appear to be records associated with account or accounts kept at BBVA Compass?
Yes, they do.
You offer States Exhibit 57.
And are both discs with bank records? Is that right?
Okay.
And you say 56, 57 are admitted.
I'll pass it to you.
You said you passed it?
Yes, sir.
And
No questions.
we really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thanks.
So, next witness, please.
Oh, Brandon Rogers, Judge.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm your testimony before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Front seat, please.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rogers, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed as an investigator and forensic accountant with National Oil Well Varco.
And what do you do?
I investigate allegations of fraud within the company.
And where were you employed previous to that?
From 2015 to February of this year, I was employed as a fraud examiner with the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
And what did you do as a fraud examiner?
Mainly examined business and financial records on various cases, as well as investigate fraud.
So your jobs, your last job at the DA's office and your current job now, they seem to be financial in nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us a little bit about your educational background and your background in general?
Sure. So I have several years in the law enforcement and financial investigation field. Prior to working for the district attorney's office, I worked for JP Chase in 2014 as a business banking analyst, reviewing high-risk account activity for high-risk businesses. From 2009 to 2013, I worked with the Drug Enforcement Administration as an investigative analyst, specifically in the document and media exploitation group, where we primarily conducted financial analysis and analysis of other types of evidence on federal money laundering investigations. Prior to that, from 2000 to 2008, while I worked my way through my undergrad, I served in the U.S. Army Reserves as a counterintelligence agent. And during that time, in 2001, I was mobilized and spent a year at Fort Hood.
His background, so that's all.
In 2005, I was mobilized again, deployed to Iraq. I spent a year in Iraq in 2005. And then again in 2008, after I graduated, I went back and worked as a U.S. Army contractor, counterintelligence advisor in Iraq once again for a year.
So is it fair to say you had a significant background in examining financial documents?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to look at any documents or account information in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
Could you tell us how many different accounts you were asked to look at?
Yes, I was brought 7 accounts from 2 banks, Allegiance Bank and BBVA Compass.
And the names on those accounts, and just let me stop there. Do you have your materials up there with you if you need to refer to them?
Yes, I do, sir.
And the names associated with those accounts that you were asked to look at?
The names were Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers, I'm going to show you what I've marked here, States Exhibit 50A, 59, and tell me whether you recognize those documents.
Yes, I recognize these documents. I created this.
And do you think that each of these documents would assist the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Just this time we offer States 58 and 59 for demonstrative purposes. Right, Mr. Rogers, I'm going to start by putting one on overhead here. States Exhibit 58, let me get this light off. Right. And what are we looking at here?
We are looking at a summary of all of the accounts that I examined.
Now, you mentioned 7 accounts. There's 7 different accounts listed on this sheet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to focus in on any accounts in particular, or did you start looking for any activity that you may want to document for later?
I was asked to examine all of the accounts, and so I examined all of the accounts.
So let's start in the right-hand column here. What SIG activity, what is that in reference to for each account?
The significant activity, originally I was asked to look for payments between accounts or cash activity. And so if there were any payments between accounts or cash activity, I noted that as significant activity.
Okay, so just looking at 59 here, it looks as though just off the bat, there's the second account, Leon Jacob, Compass Bank, and Leon Jacob and Megan Feeney, Compass Bank. There was no significant activity for the time period that you were asked to look at, correct?
And if I could back up just a little bit, this significant activity is also specifically in reference to the other exhibit with the timeline in February of 2017. So there may have been, cash withdrawals from the other accounts, but it didn't apply to the timeline that I created. So.
And when you're talking about timeline, you're talking about activity within a certain period of time that you were asked to look for activity in.
Correct. Yes.
Now, this account right here, Leon Jacob and Megan Feeney, was this date here that when it says end date, I assume that means the account is no longer being used or it's been closed out.
Right. So the end date would be the last date of activity on that account.
Okay. And you actually note over here zero balance on that same date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the time frame that you were asked to look at in regard to the materials you were given in this investigation? Do you recall how it was done here?
Yeah, so I was asked to look at specifically a time frame, the beginning of 2017, so the January, February, March time frame.
Going back to 59, let me talk about an account here at the bottom. Did you note anything significant or have any opinion about what this account right here might have been used for?
That was an account that Valerie McDaniel opened in September of 2016. And it appears that account was used for personal use. And that account also, shortly after it was opened, there was a large loan deposit and then another deposit from a title company and then a large check cut to Marion McDaniel.
Did you know that during that time that Valerie and Marion McDaniel were going through divorce?
I was aware of that, yes.
So the other accounts are Valerie McDaniel Savings, Valerie McDaniel Checking, and then a checking account for the Montrose Veterinary Clinic. Is that right?
That's correct.
We've already talked about the Leon Jacob Megan Feeney account that was zero balance on the 17th of January last year. And then you have two other accounts here, correct?
That's correct.
One with both the name Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel on it, that's a checking account, and then another LLC checking account with just the name Leon Jacob, correct?
That's correct. That second account appears to be a small business LLC account.
And as you referenced on your chart here, there was no significant activity during the time frame for which we're interested, right?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned it before, but what specifically were you looking for when you went through the account information for these accounts?
I was looking for payments between these accounts and large cash withdrawals or cash deposits.
So when you get these records, what sorts of things are in there? I assume it's, of course, records of withdrawal, but do you have any more information like deposit slips, withdrawal slips, anything more particular like that, things that a teller would have the client sign? Do you actually have that material?
Yeah, so typically when we subpoena financial records, we receive bank statements and then some of the supporting items. So that may include deposit slips, copies of the checks that were deposited, copies of the checks that were paid, and withdrawal slips.
So in reference to, we're going to focus mostly about this on this first account here, the one that is shared between Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel. Over here, you note that it's open the same day, the 17th of January, and this other account was zero balance status. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in what name was that account first opened, this top one here?
Leon Jacob.
And you note on here that shortly thereafter, about 2 weeks later, Valerie McDaniel was added on February 2nd. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you're looking through the materials for a checking account, do you actually see anything in regard to whether a ATM card's been issued, whether a debit card's been issued in relation to that account?
Sometimes, but in this case, there were no documents stating that a particular card was issued. However, I did see in the transaction description on the statements which card was used for some transactions.
Okay, so it'll tell you what card's used, but it certainly won't tell you who's holding the card or anything like that. Right?
That's correct.
Was there anything in the records to reflect that when Valerie McDaniel was added onto the account about 2 weeks after the account was opened, that another card was issued at that time?
No, there was not.
But there was obviously ATM withdrawals because you saw that in your transactions, right?
That's correct.
Do you have, I'm going to zoom in here on the beginning of this timeline here. Did you indicate on your chart, and we'll just talk about withdrawals first, did you indicate what type of withdrawal it was? What I mean by that is it withdrawal that was done at a branch or was it ATM withdrawal?
Yes, I did. I indicated whether it was ATM or a teller withdrawal.
And I'll zoom in a little bit more and see. And also listed on these, the notes of these transactions, I believe you also have time and a date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So starting on the 11th, you noted that there's a total of 3 withdrawals taken from that account, correct? And they're all ATM?
That's correct. There were three ATM withdrawals on February 11th, totaling $2,100.
And the following day, there was 3 more withdrawals. And what was the total of the withdrawals on the 12th?
On February 12th, there were 3 ATM withdrawals totaling $3,400.
Now, moving down here in this part of the timeline, this line would represent activity that occurred in relation to the Montrose Vet Clinic, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the next transaction we see overall in this timeline is a $4,000 cash withdrawal on the 13th at 8:55 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then does the timeline indicate that shortly thereafter on the same day, we have a cash deposit into the checking account that we've been discussing on the same day at 10:30 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any records that you reviewed in relation to that cash deposit to see who made that deposit?
We had the deposit slip for that particular deposit, yes.
And who was it that made that deposit?
If you'll excuse me, I can pull up my record. For that particular deposit, the deposit slip is blank. There's no name on it.
Okay.
It just shows cash.
On February 16th, we have another, and just so we're clear, there doesn't appear to be, I'll have to zoom in and zoom out occasionally here. There doesn't appear to be any other significant activity amongst the accounts that are listed on the spreadsheet up until the 16th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we had another ATM withdrawal, $500 on that day.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, the following day, on the 17th, you can describe for us what activity do you know concerning the top account, the BBVA Compass account we've been talking about, as well as any other account that you examined?
Sure. On February the 17th, there was a $5,000 cashier's check purchased from Valerie McDaniel's Allegiance checking account, and it was deposited into the joint BBVA Compass account ending 8144.
Was there any other deposits that were made from?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was the $5,000 cashier's check as well as a $1,000 personal check from that account were both deposited in the same deposit for a total of $6,000.
And at this point, Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel are both on the BBVA Compass account, correct?
Yes, sir.
The check, the cashier's check and the personal check, who were those made out to?
Those were made out to Dr. Leon Jacob.
Okay, Dr. Leon Jacob. Did either one of them have a notation as to the purpose of the payment?
Yes, sir. The check for $1,000 notated in the memo field, handwritten note said financial consultation. And on the cashier's check, the memo says financial consultation.
So to Dr. Leon Jacob for financial consultation.
Yes, sir.
Going to the 19th of February now, I'll zoom in here. It notes a $3,100 ATM withdrawal at 1:41 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
How is it possible to withdraw $3,100 from an ATM? I mean, I just didn't know that. I thought there were limits.
Every bank has different limits on their accounts and their account holders.
So you believe that that record to be the correct reflection of it being an actual ATM withdrawal and not at a bank, excuse me, not at a branch?
Yes, sir. That's what the records that were sent to us from BBVA Compass reflected it was an ATM deposit or withdrawal. Excuse me.
Now, in regard to any video surveillance or the cameras that are in the ATM machines, after such a period of time, are you able to go back and obtain those videos to see who actually conducted that transaction?
Occasionally, yes, and we attempted to, in this case, to subpoena the banks and obtain the video or photo from those transactions, but we were told that they were outside of their retention period for photo and video.
And the ATM withdrawals that we've discussed so far, are they all with using the same card?
Yes.
And moving forward, did you know that there was ever any other card that was used to make any ATM withdrawals from that account?
No, it appeared the same card was used for all of the ATM withdrawals in that account.
So that same day, we have an ATM withdrawal from the Montrose Vet Clinic account as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir. On February 19th.
And then the following day, we had another withdrawal from the account at the top here, the one shared between Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel, another large sum, $1,700 in cash.
Yes, sir. It appeared that occurred on February 20th, not too long after midnight.
On the following day, is there another transaction noted between any two of the accounts that you have on the spreadsheet?
On February 21st, there was a check deposited from Valerie McDaniel's Allegiance checking account into the joint BBVA Compass account.
And who was that check written to?
$4,000. The check was paid to Leon Jacob.
And was there anything written in the memo field on that one?
Let me confirm. No, sir.
Also on the 21st, was there any other activity regarding that account, the top account, in relation to any other account that we see here?
Yes, there was also a $2,000 check deposited at 1:44 p.m.
And was there anything written on that?
No, there was not. Blank.
Now, I'm assuming that as you go through these records, these aren't the only transactions that are associated with these accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And what was it about this, everything that you noted on the activity and payment spreadsheet here for timeline, what was it about these transactions that made you take note of them and include them in this presentation?
Because they were payments between accounts or cash deposits or withdrawals.
Now, were you able to review the records as far back as you obtained them for both Montrose Vet Clinic and Valerie McDaniel's personal checking account?
Yes,
And it went back beyond this timeline, correct?
that's correct.
The activity that we see throughout, not only from Valerie McDaniel's checking account, but also from the Montrose Vet Clinic, would you categorize those as usual, like in the regular course of the business that you saw in prior months? Or would you say they were unusual as far as the window that you've been able to see in the records that you received?
For the Valerie McDaniel's and the vet clinic, that was not typical of the prior year's account history for Valerie McDaniel's or the vet clinic.
It was unusual activity in the scope of the records you were able to review going back into the previous year.
Correct.
And I don't think we spoke about this, but there is also a $7,500 cash withdrawal from the Montrose Vet Clinic, correct? On the 21st. On the 21st.
That's correct. And there was a $7,500 cash deposit on the 23rd.
Right, shortly after.
Yes.
Another $800 withdrawal on the 22nd from our primary checking account here. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So we're talking about in the span of 3 days, we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of $6,500. My math probably isn't too good, but maybe $5,900, $6,000 just from that one account.
Yes, sir. Approximately $6,000.
And then at the end of our timeline here, we have another $1,000 ATM withdrawal, another $1,500 withdrawal the following day, and those are both done from the ATM, correct?
That's correct.
And then we have another check deposited at the end of the timeline, along with another cash withdrawal.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And where was the check was from? I don't know if you can read on here. Where was the check from written to that account?
This check was paid from the Montrose veterinary account, but at a different bank that we don't have. That check came from a Comerica account.
And is there a notation on that check?
Yes. Yes, there is. And let me pull it up. The memo field is handwritten note contains family heritage insurance consultation.
Now, I'm going to go back to the 17th and start there. There's a cash withdrawal on the 17th of February for $5,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because there is no indication that's an ATM withdrawal, I assume that's an in-person at a branch withdrawal.
Yes, sir. That was indicated as a teller withdrawal.
And does it indicate in the records who made that withdrawal?
The name Leon Jacob is written on the withdrawal slip.
Okay, I'm going to go to the second cash withdrawal that is indicated in your records. Could you tell us, and again, this is, I'm assuming is an in-person withdrawal, who made this withdrawal for $800 on the 22nd?
The name Leon Jacob is indicated on, or is written on the withdrawal slip on that one as well.
And our last cash withdrawal here at the end of the timeline on the 27th for $3,020. Who was it that made that withdrawal?
The name Leon Jacob is written on that withdrawal slip as well.
Okay, so $9,000 in 2 weeks. There's some just in-person cash withdrawals, not counting the ATM withdrawals throughout this time period.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, were you able, or did you, after you found all of these and took note of them, did you come up with a number of total cash that was, including the input of checks or payments, the transfer of money, the total amount of cash withdrawn between these accounts during this time period?
Yes, sir, I did. From this time period, there was a net cash outlays of $25,600.
$25,600.
That's correct.
And we're talking about a time period from February 11th through February 27th, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking about a total of 16 days.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's measured.
Hey, John. Good afternoon, Mr. Rogers. My name is Matthew Pospisil. I have a couple of questions for you. Now, you said today that there was an account opened up in Leon Jacob's name on the 17th of January. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
But there's no record of any kind of debit card being issued.
That's correct.
But of course, one was because it was used.
Yes, sir.
And then 2 weeks later, Valerie McDaniel's name was added onto that list as well.
Yes, approximately 2 weeks.
And there was no card issued for her.
Not that we know of, at least from the records.
So it's safe to say that both had access to that account at that time.
They were both signers on the account at that time.
So at any point in time, either one of them could withdraw money.
It's possible.
Is it impossible?
No, I said that's possible, yes.
And in all of these withdrawal transactions, you can't exactly pinpoint who was withdrawing all of the money, can you? A couple of them you can, but for the vast majority of the amount, you cannot.
That's correct. For the ATM withdrawals, it only shows the last 4 digits of the card number that was used.
And there's only one card for that account that either one of them could have used.
As far as I know from the records, only one card. I only saw one card used in transactions.
During the course of your investigation, were you aware that Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel were in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And from your experience as a fraud examiner or a person who deals with financial advisements, do couples not share money?
Yes, they do.
And when you first get into a relationship, do you not try and commingle funds here and there?
Yes, that's common.
And so it could be safe to say that Valerie was trying to help Leon out if he had some expenses or some debts that he was giving her money to.
That's speculation, Judge.
It's the same.
Is it common for couples to try and help each other out of financial burdens?
That's speculation, Judge.
It's the same.
You also mentioned that Valerie McDaniel was going through a divorce, or that's at least what you were aware of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of money was coming out of her account throughout that divorce?
Within one account, I noted a series of transactions around, I believe it was September 2016, that appeared to be associated with the divorce.
And there's nothing illegal about withdrawing cash money, is there?
That's correct.
And it's safe to have, say, $25,000 in cash on you if you would like it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You're allowed to have $25,000 in cash, are you not?
Yes.
Did you go through and ever total up how much was also deposited?
For the cash deposits?
Or just in general?
Or in general? Yes.
Did that number exceed 25,000?
Yes, it did.
So even though they took out 25,000, more money was coming in.
That's correct. I'm sorry, are you speaking just in terms of this one account?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll pass it with you, John.
Nothing but
Your excuse, we're going to have for your testimony. Next witness.
Stickles Frank Quinn, Judge.
Witness needs to be sworn in, Judge. Raise your right hand. Thank you.
Do you swear affirming the testimony before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm safe. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Quinn.
Good morning, sir.
Are you currently employed, Mr. Quinn?
No, currently retired.
Okay. Where are you retired from?
Houston Police Department.
And when did you retire?
And I think it was March 23rd, around there.
Of last year?
Last year, yes, sir,
And
2017.
how long have you been on with the HPD?
I'd been with the Houston Police Department for 40 years.
Where did you end your career? Where were you assigned?
To the Major Offenders Division, Career Criminal Squad.
And could you tell us a little bit about your career as a progressive HPD, like the divisions you were assigned to and for how long?
Yes, certainly. I was in Patrol Northwest for about the first 9 years. Then I went to the Inspections Division for Internal Audits. From there, I studied, I got promoted, went to Burglary and Theft Division in 1989. And I stayed in burglary and theft doing investigations from 1989 to 1997. And from 1997 to my retirement, I was in the Major Offenders Division.
And you said while you were giving us your background at HPD, you said that you studied and got promoted. Is that a promotion to sergeant?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you stay at that rank for the rest of your career?
I did.
And how long were you a sergeant in total at HPD?
For, let's see, since 1997 to,
So
since 1989.
So almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And you said you ended your career at Major Offenders. You said the last 8 years you were there?
No, I was there the last 20 years.
20 years. Okay.
20.
And so as a sergeant in Major Offenders, could you tell us what your duties were?
I ran an undercover group, the Career Criminal Squad, and we would do in-depth investigations. We were able to travel to other cities if we need to. On occasion out of state, we would handle organized crime investigations. And it would range from murder for hire. We would do those. Insurance fraud, we did an investigation into that for 2 years. We worked with the FBI. We did investigations into smash and grabs for jewelries, and then the organized rings that were hitting the phone stores doing the phone robberies. And we followed that. We do that investigation. A lot of times we would work the fences, meaning when they would steal a property, we would work the fence in and see who they sold it to and
So
follow the trail.
Is it fair to say that any type of investigation that you were asked to assist on that would need a group that specializes in undercover work, that's where you would get involved?
Correct. That was our specialty.
And back in January of 2017, when you were involved in this investigation, who was on your squad?
I had Officer Duran was one of the undercover officers on my squad, and Ney Gutierrez, and Officer Morris Cisneros, and Elizabeth Mahalco, and Jennifer Martinez, and Ben Stewart.
And so was the undercover work spread amongst all of you, including yourself, or were there certain people that did it more often than others?
Yes, whoever suited the role, I would do it on occasion, but more often than not, it would require somebody younger and sometimes somebody Hispanic speaking. So you would have that where naturally I wouldn't do any good. So whoever fit the role best, that's who we would choose.
And who was it that decided who was going to be the undercover on any different operation or in any given investigation?
Well, it would be my decision in the end, but we would kind of talk it over and see who feels they're better suited for this role and who might want to do the role at that time.
Do you recall about the time that you first heard or were alerted about what led to this investigation for HPD back in January 2017?
Yes, sir.
How was it that you guys initially became involved or worked for it?
I was informed by the district attorney's office by Lieutenant Malden, who had received information about the murder for hire, and he requested our assistance on the undercover portion.
And do you remember about when that was? Was that
Yes, sir.
Was that February or was this in March?
That was February 24th on a Friday.
And at that point, what information did you have to go on regarding this possible murder for hire?
Then had been approached by a city councilman, Michael Kubash, who said that.
Okay, well, without going into what was said, okay, let me just ask you, the information that you had going forward, did you have a target name at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a complainant name, a possible victim name at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there another person out there that the Harris County DA's office was attempting to locate at that time?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
A person named Zach.
A person go by the name of Zach.
Yes, sir.
And did you or anybody in your squad take any steps to make contact with Megan regarding this threat to her life?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, what did you do?
We met with her at 6363 San Felipe and asked her, what the situation was. Did she know this person? Was she involved with this person? And there was an open assault case. I guess it was pending in court. And we informed her that he had hired somebody to kill her and told her to exercise proper precaution at that time.
And do you recall what her reaction was to this information?
Yes, it's difficult to hear. When somebody, even though you might suspect that person doesn't care for you anymore, it's very difficult to get the head around the fact that somebody wants you dead.
And what you just said, are you speaking to your experience and having done many of these types of investigations?
Yes, sir.
And have you had contact with many people who were the target of a murder for hire plot?
Yes, sir, I have.
Was she encouraged? Did HPD assist her, or was she encouraged to do anything for purposes of her own safety at that time?
Yes, she said she could relocate.
I'll rephrase that. Once that meeting was complete with Megan, the first meeting with Megan where she was informed of this information, did she stay in Houston? Did she stay in the city of Houston?
No, sir. She left and went to New Jersey.
Was it Pittsburgh she went to?
Yes, sir. Pittsburgh, sorry.
Okay. And was that at your direction?
No, it was somewhere she could go with her family and be safe, and we encouraged her to go anywhere she felt she could be safe.
Do you recall whether or not HPD paid for the flight or incurred any financial costs in sending her to Pittsburgh? Do you remember?
No, sir. She had to pay her own flight. We did not pay any money for a flight.
She paid her own way.
She did, yes, sir.
But at that time, was there any discussion about when it would be safe, you thought, for her to come back?
Well, we told her to keep in touch and we'd keep her informed of the details as they progressed.
and that we were running an undercover operation. So it would be critical for her to just kind of stay out of the picture at that time. And if anything came up, anything extraordinary, to let us know to contact us right away. We would contact her and keep her up on the details also.
And were you aware at that time whether or not the target now was still in communication with Megan when you spoke with her?
No, I think he was trying to get in contact with her quite a bit.
Okay. So even at that time when you met with her?
Yes, sir.
So after she leaves town, did she leave town immediately the day of your conversation with her or the day after?
I think fairly shortly. I don't remember the exact time.
Was the DA's office eventually, to your knowledge, ever able to locate this person, Zach?
Yes, sir.
And the initial statement taken from Zach, was that done by you and your squad or the DA's office?
It was done by the DA's office.
And were you introduced to this person, Zach?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that would be his real name being Motaz Aziz, correct?
Yes, sir, that's him.
At that point, what was the plan going forward, and what was going to be your squad's role in the rest of this investigation and pursuing this investigation?
Well, we would take over the undercover role. So the first thing we want to do is establish control. We want to work with an informant. We want to interview the informant, verify the facts. We want to see that the informant and the UC will kind of mesh. So we let them see if they can work out. If he thinks he'll be acceptable to that role and he feels like he'll be believable, then when we have that complete, we kind of take control from there. We'll suggest when he contacts the suspect and what's said, and then he'll introduce the undercover. And the undercover's role really is to take control as much as he can and maintain that control.
And so was it decided by you and the rest of the group with their input as well that Officer Duran was going to be undercover in this case?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall when the first meeting took place between Officer Duran and Zach and Motaz Aziz?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I believe it was the 7th.
7th of March.
Right.
Okay. And was it that on that occasion that the first phone call was made to the defendant that HPD or anybody from HPD was present for?
Yes, sir. That was the first time that the phone call was made, or we would be.
And there was a meeting set up for the next day, right?
Correct.
And the meeting took place at an Olive Garden.
It did, yes, sir.
And were you present for that?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing? What was your role there?
Well, we kind of spread the squad out. We'll go in and get a position at the table, and we'll just appear as normal customers. So we'll just be in there and see what we can observe and make sure nothing goes wrong. So security and in to observe.
Just keeping an eye on things.
Correct.
And after that meeting was through, I assume everybody got back and debriefed the situation, correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you become aware, or were you told about phone calls that were placed to your undercover officer later that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, leading into the Olive Garden meeting, did you all have any personal knowledge of a situation that involved Mac McDaniel?
No.
When Valerie's ex-husband was discussed at the Olive Garden meeting, did you all know who Mac McDaniel was?
No, sir, not at that time.
Once his name came up in the context that it obviously did you guys attempt to locate Mac McDaniel?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall what day you actually had contact with him?
That was on the 9th.
On the 9th, the following
Yes,
day.
sir, following day.
And where was that contact made?
That was at the residence of his and his parents' residence at 9.5 Hackberry.
And what did you tell him about what was going on?
We told him what was happening and that his ex-wife and Leon Jacob had hired somebody and they're killing.
And what was his reaction to that?
Well, he was stunned, for sure, for certain.
Was he encouraged by you or any other officers to take the same course that Megan did and leave town, or what did you guys advise him to do to make sure he was safe?
Yes, we got the two together and we took some pictures. We took some stage pictures of the homicides and the abduction. So we made sure that he stayed out of the way after that. We didn't want anybody to see him. Somebody that might alert him and say, no, he's around. He couldn't be dead. So that would endanger the undercover officer. So we have to establish that from the get-go.
So now we're all the way up to March 9th. Do you recall when Megan came back from Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. She was back that day. I don't know exactly when she got back, but that day she was back.
And did she come back at your request?
Yes, we asked her for her cooperation in these pictures, so we contacted her.
So the request to have Megan come back was to help you all in your investigation by her agreeing to pose for some pictures.
Correct.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you assist at all in staging the scene?
Yes, usually we'll take a series of pictures to see which appeers best, which is more realistic. It may be slumped over in a car, it may be laying down. We'll take several different ones to see which looks the best in the end.
It looks the most realistic.
Yes, as realistic as possible.
Given what you knew about the defendant, Leon Jacob, at the time, did you take any special, or were you a little more sensitive to how the scene was being staged, given what you knew or thought you knew about it?
Yes, since we had heard that he's a doctor or had some kind of medical training, we knew that the blood flow would really have to look correct. So we did our best to make sure the picture looked as realistic as possible.
And you're talking about the picture involving Mac McDaniel.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And who was it that staged or helped stage Megan for the pictures that were taken of her?
I did.
And so physically, what did you do in that process?
Well, we zip tied her hands and zip tied her feet. And I was putting some tape around her eyes, around her mouth, trying not to get in her hair, trying to make it as easy as possible as I could on her. But you could tell that it really took an emotional toll on her. If you see the picture, the emotion just came pouring out. It's nothing that we could have planned for. I mean, you can tell a person who looks scared, but they really can't do it.
But you believe that's reflected in the picture that was taken?
I definitely do, yes, sir.
And at that point, was the meeting already set up? And now we're talking about the March 9th, correct?
Correct.
Was the meeting already set up with Officer Duran to go to the condo that was shared by Valerie McDaniel and the defendant? Do you know?
He calls later. Yes.
Now, were you present when that meeting takes place at Willowick later that night? Were you present? And by present, I mean, were you in the area during that meeting?
Yes, sir. I was conducting surveillance outside.
And I assume that when you are conducting surveillance along with the rest of your squad, you all are in plainclothes and undercover vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And was there any effort or was there any way you were keeping tabs on Officer Duran and monitoring what was happening inside of the apartment?
Right. We were trying to monitor. Sometimes we can monitor live, sometimes we can't. And, you know, in a building like that, more likely than not, you'll lose reception.
Did any issues arise when you were trying to monitor Officer Duran as he entered the building?
Yes, sir. We lost contact.
And I think you were saying a moment ago, when it comes to buildings like that, sometimes the signal just goes.
Just goes. Yes, sir.
Were you able to reconnect or regain contact with Officer Duran anytime during the time that he was inside?
No, sir.
Did any officers ever approach the residents, go up the elevator, walk down the hallway, anything like that?
No, I was comfortable with the situation. When you choose an undercover officer, you have to be comfortable that he can do the role, and you have to be comfortable for the fact that when he's in danger, when he knows he's in that kind of situation, he can handle it. He won't expect you to rush in. If it's not absolutely necessary, he'll see the mission through. So that's what we look for.
You were just trusting and hoping that he could take care of himself.
Yes, sir.
And in that respect, you all just kept your distance. Is that right?
That's correct.
Nobody approached the front door. Nobody went in the building. Nothing like that.
No, sir.
And he eventually exited the building, and I'm assuming he met with the rest of the squad again. Is that right?
Correct. We go and debrief.
Now, at that time, was there any communication between just your squad or any officers on your squad and any representatives from the DA's office?
Yes, sir. We were keeping the district attorney informed the whole time, and some of the district attorney's people on occasion are with us.
And because the DA's office was involved from the beginning, really, with the investigation, was there an assistant district attorney that was assisting you all along the way with any questions you may have, and you guys were keeping him or her informed of the situation as it progressed?
That's correct.
And who was that?
Nathan Moss.
He was another prosecutor, major offenders?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And at that time, after Willowick, and before any other conversations or contact with the defendant, were arrest warrants obtained for both Leon Jacob and Valerie McDaniel?
Yes, sir. They reviewed the evidence, and we had the arrest warrants drawn up.
Now, let's take you back to the day before at Olive Garden. Based on the information you'd received from Officer Duran, because you weren't listening live to the conversation, were you?
No, sir.
Did you believe at that time that you had probable cause for the charge of solicitation?
For the basic elements, yes, sir.
For the elements of the office, the basic elements?
Correct.
And why is it that you wouldn't stop the investigation at that point?
Well, really, we need to see an investigation fully through. When we bring charges to a district attorney and we expect a jury to hear it, we want them to be able to see that investigation from the very beginning to the end. If we can take you along with us and let you stand shoulder to shoulder in our endeavor, then you'll get a better picture.
Thanks, Officer. You can continue.
You'll get a better picture of what's happening. You don't know us. So it's better for you to see it other than have to depend on what we're telling you. You can see it. You can interpret yourself. We have that ability now. We haven't always had that ability. So when we have it, we should use it.
So back to March 9th, you have obtained arrest warrants for both Valerie McDaniel and Leon Jacob. What was the plan or what was the reason for the call placed from Officer Duran to the defendant in an attempt to get him to come to a separate location?
Well, Leon Jacob had said that he would come and inject Megan himself with an injection that would kill her, inject her into the heart. So we wanted to lure him out and arrest him away from there. We would have additional evidence if he came up with the poison or whatever concoction he was going to use, and then we could arrest him safely without the presence of the daughter. I had told the family from the get-go, the McDaniels, that we would try to do this to the best of our ability, not to harm the girl or not to make sure no harm came to the girl.
Also, question answer. At least with Leon Jacob, you wanted to effect the arrest in an environment where Valerie's daughter was not present.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did it become obvious to you as the night progressed that the defendant was unlikely to come out to the location where you were staged at?
Yes, he said that he couldn't get the stuff right now because Valerie was asleep and it was in her veterinarian's office, so it wasn't available to him, so he wouldn't come.
And was the decision made to inform the defendant that Officer Duran, under the guise of being a hitman, had already killed Megan?
Correct.
And that decision was made after it was apparent that he was not coming out?
It was.
What was the plan going forward in terms of effecting the arrest that evening?
Well, the plan was to show their reaction if we could. So we were going to inform Valerie that her husband had been killed, as had been agreed upon. It looked like he was killed in a robbery gone wrong. And we did that.
So you were obviously aware of the scenario by which Mac was supposed to have been killed, and you said it yourself, a robbery gone wrong.
Yes, sir.
And the plan was to inform Valerie and the defendant of that plan during what's called a death notification, right?
It was. We could inform Valerie, but we couldn't let her know that we knew Leon was there because we wouldn't know that. So everything had to appear normal, had to flow normal. We had to just go in there and tell her we're delivering a death notification for her husband and then see what her reaction was.
And you want to get the reaction, number one, but at this point you are inside the apartment. It's an easier way to effect a safe arrest, correct?
It is.
Now, the interactions you had, and by now we've moved into the early morning hours of the 10th of March, right?
Yes, sir.
at that time, when you all came into the apartment, when you knocked on the door, do you recall who answered?
Yes, sir. Valerie answered.
And were you let inside the apartment?
Yes, sir. We were.
And was the entire interaction, not only between you and Valerie, but you and the defendant, as well as other officers, was that recorded?
It was, sir.
Was it recorded by yourself or another officer present?
It was recorded on the body cameras of the uniformed officers present that we brought up there.
And have you reviewed the recording of the events of that evening when you were inside that apartment, along with Valerie McDaniel and the defendant?
Yes, sir. I have.
And is the recording that you viewed an accurate depiction of all the events that took place during that time period?
Absolutely.
I'm showing you, Sergeant Quinn, what's been marked here as State's Exhibit number 60. Tell me whether or not you've had an opportunity to review this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the recording that I was asking you about, the capture of the events that took place inside Willowick when you went to do the death notification for Mac McDaniel on March 10th of last year?
Yes, sir.
Get off your State's 10, excuse me, State 60, Judge.
I'm sorry, if you said something I didn't hear.
It's like no objection, Your Honor.
Very well, 60 is admitted. How long is it, please?
15 minutes, Judge.
There. All right, let's continue.
Permission to publish, Judge, please. I believe the audio is going to kick in a minute. Is that correct, Sergeant? Who is it that we see who are the gentlemen we see here?
That's Sergeant Pete Schneider, and that's just a building security there.
And is that you?
Correct, that's me.
Did you encounter any issues in getting in the building in regard to security at all?
Well, yeah, it is a secured access, so we had to go and approach the security. We wanted to make sure that they didn't alert anybody we were coming, so we just said that we had notice to deliver.
When did you say the sound kicks in?
Just in a few minutes, Judge. And we can kind of see it on the right-hand side of the screen here, but you had uniformed officers with you as well, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit, just. And who is that ringing the doorbell there?
That's the apartment. There are people who work at the apartment. There's security personnel, desk.
Do you recall about the time this was happening, Sergeant Quinn, in the morning?
It was, yeah, the early hours of the morning.
Do you know the
Probably
time?
been, maybe after, maybe 12:30 or somewhere around there.
Can you open the glass door down there too?
Do you know whether he was leaving to go call the apartment or?
Yes, I think he's trying to make contact, let him know.
Sorry to tell you.
short-term investment.
I was at the house last night.
Was he there? Tell him that.
I called the police.
Let's go to the police.
Is he retired?
That was last night.
Up to this point, Sergeant, did you know where Leon Jacob was?
Yes, sir. We knew he was up there in another room somewhere.
At this point, is anybody searching the apartment to find him or anything like that?
No, everything has to appear normal as it would just in a routine notification.
So this morning. This morning.
Do you know anything you can call to help you to stay with you?
I'm over here. I saw him this morning when I went to school because I was worried. He was supposed to drop her off. The police told me he had to drop off for school this morning, so we got her.
And was it the last time you saw him? Did you know he was going anywhere and everything? Or?
No, he was all smiles and being nice in front of my daughter. That was.
You got your daughter again?
Were you aware, and I assume you were at this point, that earlier the same evening they'd been informed by your undercover officer that Mac had been killed?
I was, yes, sir.
And that was a matter of maybe 5 or 6 hours before this?
If that.
Where's your daughter now? No, that's here. This her?
I want to work with you.
He's here. Okay.
I don't want to tell the guy's boss.
Well, yeah, you look like the sergeant and all that. Is your boyfriend here with you? You think you can kind of be a little help to us now? You might want to let him know. I think you really need some help. You know, if that's not even know some help, you might want to home.
Your boyfriend, is he awake?
You might want to let him know what's going on. I'm sorry. Sorry, please. I'm hoping you could help us.
Okay, the person coming up behind Valerie here, who's that?
It's Leon Jacob.
Okay, and that person in the hat right there coming out of the back hallway, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and identify him by something that he's wearing?
See it right over there with the light blue tie and it looks like a gray suit, glasses.
Your Honor, the record reflects witness identified defendant.
Might have been a robbery going on. Holy shit. Anybody knows anything?
No way.
I'll be able to help us.
Are you okay, baby? You think you're all lady?
So he sits down behind her and you tell him as he's sitting down that Mac has been killed. You're there to ask to see if they had any information that could help you. And what does he volunteer to you?
He gives an alibi.
We've been here all night. Did you ask him where he'd been?
No, sir.
Did you ask him whether or not he had any contact with Mac?
No, sir.
Did you ask him if he had any involvement?
No, sir.
He volunteered that information almost immediately when he sat down.
He did.
We work here all day with the daughter. We watch movies. We don't get out of the house all day except for she takes some. She does get some luggage.
So we all pretty amicable.
And he's still talking, correct?
Yes.
Have you interrupted to ask him any follow-up questions?
No.
And he is now telling you what he's done the entire day.
He is.
Sir? What happened with son? Was domestic problems?
No, he just kept her overnight when I was supposed to. But that was it. I never met him except for once. I was Leon Jacob on the board.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so how long you're in the divorce from that?
Holy shit. Oh my god. I lost my father long ago. This is kind of hurt now.
If we needed you to come with us, we could look after the child.
No, I can't. each of years. So we dated about 10, 12 weeks. She used to be my mom's sister. I adopted her to her town. She did a parent and we dated about 10, 11 weeks maybe.
So did he have you like arguments? Was he worried about anything?
Like I said, that was a long time ago. I was when he still lived next to my mother. Your husband.
Okay. All right, so I'll tell you, we'll need you to remember this, and
Also, I guess I'll say,
okay, look, right now, we're gonna reach your rights, there's both of them been arrested, molestation,
well,
justice, murder.
we
You don't recognize that?
wait a second. Who do you think you're talking to? Okay? Yeah, you, and he's still talking to you. We're not going right now. Okay? Why are you arrested? Put your palms together. Put your palms together.
He's taking all these, I mean, probably was using his evidence in the trial. Right. Presently, in this interview, when you like to turn. I call the rights. You understand the rights?
I call the word.
All right.
You don't have anything to on right? No, he doesn't look that. No, just a wait. Give me what? I just want, I know underwear on. I guess underwear. Yeah, but you have nothing. No.
You have your attorney's number in your phone?
Yes, I do. It's in the bed. All I do is, it's, I can show you, sir. We're gonna carry, okay? We can move around, so we can move back, sir. I don't know why I'm being arrested. Okay. I'd like to go to the rest of the on me, sir.
Just go ahead and open down the door now.
Can I put this underwear on and some shoes? I'm not gonna, no, let's put that on right now. I'm not gonna run anywhere. Okay, I mean.
Where your shoes and underwear?
They're back there.
Okay.
I'll just call it. Here.
Okay, well, we'll go get you your phone, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'm being arrested.
Okay, well, you just start to listen to
And you can't really see it on this certain images we just saw, but was Valerie at that time under arrest and handcuffed as well?
Yes, sir.
At some point, he mentioned something about his cell phone, his personal cell phone. Do you know whether or not that was ever recovered?
It was, yes, sir.
And the phone that was being used to communicate with your undercover officer, do you know what that was recovered as well?
Referring to the burner phone, yes, sir, it was recovered.
And was that located in the back bedroom where he was attempting to go to get his underwear and all that?
Yes, sir, it was.
How much, well, let me ask you this. At any point during that night, was Mac allowed to come and get his daughter from the condo?
Yes, I arranged it where I spoke with both parents and I told them, we want this to be a normal transfer. I want that daughter not to be worried about anything.
Did you make efforts to make the transition of that child as smooth as possible from Valerie to Mac?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you do to ensure that?
I talked to both parents. I asked them, please just make a normal handoff. Don't be yelling at each other. Don't ask each other any questions. Let's just bear in mind the girl and get it done nice, get it done quick.
So despite the fact that Valerie McDaniel was under arrest at that time for solicitation of murder, capital murder, was she unhandcuffed and allowed to wake her child up and hand that child off to that child's father?
Yes, sir. So it would appear normal.
And sometime after what we see on the video, was a consent to search for the apartment signed?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you all searched the apartment for any sort of evidence in this investigation pursuant to that consent?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it to the judge.
Let's, lunch is ready, to your conclusion of this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, lunch is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Quick lunch, we'll get right back to business and discuss.
Cross-examination, may it please the court?
I didn't know you.
I don't think I did. I did 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were.
We'll pass it.
Best with us.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Quinn.
Good afternoon.
And let me say congratulations on your retirement. It's great. It's great feat. Just gonna have some simple questions on cross-examination for you. It's been revealed that major offenders in undercover operations are a proactive squad. Is that a fair assessment?
That's correct.
And so as being part of a proactive squad, you try and assess the full scenario. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You go through and you want to try and determine the actual risk.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
You want to determine the actual risk.
Correct.
And you want to try and investigate to see if there is any real danger. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you guys were contacted, your office was contacted by Michael Kubosh. Is that correct?
District Attorney's office was.
The DA's office, and they got in touch with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind pulling the mic just a little bit closer so it's
Sure.
clear? After Michael Kubosh called you, it was your opinion that they needed to get in touch with this confidential informant, Motaz Azay, or Zach. Is that correct?
Yes, Kubosh called the district attorney's office. Yes, and it was decided to get in contact with Zach. Right.
And so on February the 23rd, you testified today that you went ahead and okayed the order to get in touch with Megan.
Well, yes, I got in touch with Megan.
And that was after just one conversation with Kubosh, you decided the proper steps was to go ahead and plan Megan to depart the state of Texas.
Well, we're trying to determine the veracity. Is there actually a murder for hire? So we interview everybody involved, and we interviewed Megan.
Right.
And yes,
Right. So on the 23rd, think it's 2 days after you were informed about Kubosh,
Mhm.
you went ahead and contacted Megan. Is that correct?
Right. When you look at everything on the whole, Michael Kubosh,
And so you wanted to get in touch with Zach Bogas. Is that correct?
the district attorney's office got in touch with Zach. Yes.
But it took 2 weeks to get in touch with Zach. Is that correct?
No, it took him, it looks a little longer than it is because February is a shorter month if you look at it, but it didn't take him that long.
It took about a week and a half then.
Right. Somewhere
It took
there.
more than 10 days.
Well, you look at the dates, but it took as long as it took to find him. They had to locate him.
It took longer.
You're stepping on it.
I do apologize, Your Honor. So it did take more than a week then. You had trouble locating him at first.
Yes.
And Zach never voluntarily came forward to you guys
The-
or anybody.
No.
And at the time of first meeting with Zach, you had no knowledge whether or not he was taking any money or anything about him, did you?
The district attorney's office interviewed him first. Yes.
And they made a report that they then sent to you?
Yes.
So your office never really contacted Zach until it was time to set up this investigation.
No, we had a pre-interview with him after the district attorney's office contacted him. We met with them and him also to determine the validity of his statement.
Was there a report made for that statement?
The district attorney's office made a report of the statement interview that they did. Yes.
But you said that you did a report or you had a
We-
statement made with him.
No,
after
no,
the
we-
interviews.
We met with him. We interviewed him.
But there was no report made about that interview.
No.
Now, you also said something interesting earlier today in that you refer to the suspects, if you will, as targets. You don't refer to them as suspects, but you find them as targets. Is that correct?
No suspect.
You do suspects.
We use suspect. Yes.
On direct examination, you constantly kept referring to them as targets.
I don't believe so.
So you said it's your goal to verify the veracity before starting the investigation. You want to make sure that these things are true before you start the actual investigation. That's fair?
That's fair.
And yet you contacted Megan before verifying with Zach or any person else involved with these statements. You heard from Kubosh and went straight to Megan.
Yes. When a bondsman with that level of experience and he's a city councilman tells you that,
Objection not responsive. Yes or no?
Just cut it.
yes,
So you quickly contacted Megan, didn't verify the veracity, and told her that someone may be trying to kill her.
well, I beg to differ.
Is
I say we did verify the veracity to our satisfaction. Yes.
With one witness, Michael Kubosh, whose statement does not reveal that.
Yes, he said he believed that he was out to harm Megan and kill Megan. That's my understanding. Yes.
Did you review the statement that was made from him to the ADA's office?
No, sir.
You did not.
No. Just what's in
Well,
the
not today, I'm
report.
talking about in general, before this investigation started. And your officers that work with major offenders made a report in this case, did they not?
Yes, sir.
And would you be surprised to realize that Michael Kubosh, when asked the question of whether or not he felt Leon wanted to kill her or get her out of Pittsburgh, he could not answer that question.
Well, he,
Object, I think it's a misstatement of the evidence to be heard.
Violation of the rule.
Would you be surprised to find out that in his statement reported to your office, when asked whether or not Michael Kubosh felt Leon Jacob wanted her taken care of to mean getting out of town to Pittsburgh or killed, he could not verify that he thought she wanted him killed.
that would surprise me. Yes.
So without being able to verify the veracity, you wanted to go ahead and alert Megan that somebody may want her out to be killed, to put that kind of panic and fear in her.
Certainly, if we,
Question.
Sustain.
to our satisfaction.
Let him
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
break that question.
Yes, Your Honor. So without verifying the veracity of these allegations, you wanted to go ahead and alert Megan that someone may be trying to kill her.
I felt there was certainly justification to do that. Yes.
You wanted to go ahead and put that fear and shock into her.
I wanted to alert her.
If he stands up,
Yes, sir.
sustain.
And it was at that point you guys decided it was time to go ahead and further evaluate this and get the undercover Officer Durant involved. Is that correct?
Correct.
So from that point on, you guys were going to go ahead and try and set up an attempted murder.
I don't know what you're saying.
You went into the Olive Garden with the guise of going in forward to get this target, this suspect, to try and admit to wanting somebody dead. Is that correct?
No, sir. We went in to meet with him to see what his intentions were.
And upon hearing various times that he wanted her to go to Pittsburgh, you guys did not take that as what he wanted.
No, that's obviously that's not what he wanted.
Would you be surprised to realize that throughout the course of the Olive Garden tape, well, you reviewed the Olive Garden tape, have you not?
Correct.
So when Officer Duran is saying, I understand you want no one hurt, that means nothing? Or is that him trying to force it?
Well, when he says his life's a lot more important than hers, he's just an uneducated middle-class person from Pittsburgh.
I'm gonna have to
and
stop
wants
you.
to,
What, can I come take a look at what you're reading real fast?
Sure.
May I put you on it?
I don't think it's necessary. Just ask the question.
When Officer Duran said, I understand that you prefer no one get hurt, it's your opinion that meant nothing.
when he offered to come give her an injection to stop her heart.
That's not answering the question.
Sorry.
He wants to know if that statement did not have any meaning to you or was believable, I guess. Is that really what you're asking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, no, we look at the whole entirety of the conversation.
You also testified today that after you reached out to Megan, Leon was still communicating with her. Is that correct?
Attempting to, I think.
Attempting to. Were those communications in any way threatening? Are you aware if they are threatening?
No, I was not aware if they were threatening.
You were aware that Leon and Megan did have a relationship prior to the breakup for this point?
Correct, sure.
That they were in love?
Yes,
And that there was a lot of emotions involved?
well, certainly.
Now, I want to go to the night, I think it was the 9th, I believe, of the death notice.
Correct.
How many officers were on scene that night?
Well, let's see, there were 2 uniformed officers, myself, Sergeant Snyder. I saw Officer Cisneros, and Liz Mahalko was in there. So as far as I recall, maybe that was the only people on the video, officers maybe.
So it was about 5 or 6 officers, I believe.
Around there, yes.
Is that common for a death notice?
Well, I think in this case, it was certainly warranted, yes.
So it's not common for a death notice then to have 6 officers there.
No, but it was necessary on this one.
Right, but it's not common. Understood.
Probably not.
And you went forward to try and say, sorry, scratch that. In your experience as a police officer, is it common for people to become anxious around officers?
When you're there to inform them that something happened to a loved one, would they be anxious? Is that-
In general, like you pull somebody over for a traffic ticket or you stop them on the sidewalk, are they not anxious or nervous?
I think it depends how you handle the situation. You can make people feel at ease. And I think in that situation, they were obviously at ease.
And then you further went in that to give that death notice. You informed them Mac had been killed. You informed them how. And then you asked if they had any info. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you were shocked. And I think you referred to it as an alibi when Leon said, no, we've been here all night. Could it not be interpreted as him offering, no, we have no information. This is why we have no information?
Well, it's on the tape and people can see it and interpret it the way they want to. I'm just telling you how I interpret it from my experience.
Right. And you can understand how that could be interpreted differently.
I don't, but I can, no, I don't. But that's up to the individual.
On that same night of the 9th, did you ever have a conversation with Valerie?
Yes, sir.
And did you record that conversation?
Yes, we did.
And throughout that conversation, did you ask her questions? Did you ask her the question, what she wanted to have happen to Mac?
I would have to see the transcript or.
I don't have.
It sounds like,
I apologize.
yes.
Can I try this? Sure.
So, oh, is this the one you marked? And what portion you're referring to?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what were you asking?
During your talk with Valerie on that night, did you ask her the question what she wanted to have happen to Mac McDaniel?
Yes, we interviewed her at length. Uh-huh.
And did she go forward to tell you that I guess I wanted Mac McDaniel dead?
Yes,
And you asked her, was that the agreement made that you wanted Mac McDaniel dead?
probably.
Okay, we stop there. You're not using, you don't need to stand.
Well, if I could look at the transcripts, that'd be great.
Well,
I thought he was still referring to them, Your Honor.
No, I need a chance to read them.
well, if there's a discrepancy, you can't. Otherwise, you can just do this.
Yes, Your Honor. So Valerie did admit that she wanted her ex-husband dead.
Yes, you did.
And did you follow it up and ask what Leon wanted to have happened?
I don't recall.
Would you mind taking a look at the transcripts to see?
You may.
During Valerie's statement to you, did you ask her what Leon's plan was for Megan? And what?
Let's rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were talking to Valerie, did she tell you Leon's plan was to get Megan to go back to Pittsburgh?
And she could have mentioned that, sure.
Do you want to look at the transcript to see?
It's a long transcript. You happen to know where you're referring to?
I don't know if they have both statements in there, if it's going to be the second statement.
If you can point it out there, you can do so.
This is statement number 1.
We asked her, who did she give the watches to? She said she gave the watches to Leon. What did he tell you?
That's not the question.
You can repeat your question.
The question was, during the statement, did Megan tell you that Leon was trying, sorry, did Valerie tell you that Leon was trying to get Megan to go back to Pittsburgh?
It mentions that at one time, maybe?
Maybe it does or it doesn't.
I want to be careful not make a mistake. Mhm.
You have what you're looking at?
We found the page that references Megan, but he's just going back to.
Well, that's one reference here.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, she said, no, the idea originally was to get her back to Pittsburgh. The idea was to go back to Pittsburgh.
And you mentioned a while ago about the watches as well. Does Valerie reveal that those watches were in fact hers?
Yes, and she gave them to Leon.
And Valerie was arrested that night as well, was she not?
She was.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. For the judge.
Thank you very much.
Behind the monitors. Yes.
Next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Texas rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have now outside of your presence. You can go with the bailiff, we'll have to back out in just a couple of minutes.
I'm not guilty in that at this time, the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the nature of the case, the allegations against the defendant. And would ask that the court so instruct the jury to return a verdict of not guilty.
Very well, thank you so much, and that will be denied. How many witnesses do you anticipate again?
We have 4 witnesses, Your Honor. One of whom is the mother of, and I think we've let the state know, the mother of the defendant. She's downstairs on the 15th floor, presently being served with an instanter subpoena. We have.
And who's going to be your first witness?
First witness would be, the mother if we could get her up here.
Well, is there any problem with getting her up here?
I see no problem at all.
Well, let's get her up here then.
All right, if I may just have a moment to make sure that subpoena has been served.
Very well.
Thanks, Judge.
And to remind the court, we asked for a hearing outside the presence of the jury regarding the expert if he intends to call, maybe after the mother.
Before he calls, yes, before you call, I understand, an expert witness.
Yes,
you'll have a-
we've agreed, not a problem, she'll be
Adult
proceeding.
Okay, so before you call him, let us know you're ready to call him and we'll have that here.
I will.
All right, thank you.
On that moment.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, nothing but?
I do.
Thank you.
Please do something.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name is Golda R. Jacob.
And Ms. Jacob, you're the mother of Leon Jacob, are you not?
I am.
Ms. Jacob, how are you employed?
I'm an attorney. I'm
And-
employed. I have a small boutique firm. We do family law.
All right. And how long have you been practicing family law?
About 25 years.
All right. Is there a certification in family law that you engage in?
Excuse me?
Is there any type of certification?
Oh, yes, I'm board certified in family law
All right,
by the state of Texas.
all right. And what does that entail, Ms. Jacob? How do you get certified?
Oh, well, you have to practice a certain number of years. It's, I believe, 5 years with a substantial amount of your time relegated to family practice. My practice is about 98% family practice and has been for probably the last 25 years. And then you have to also meet certain requirements with regard to jury trials, mediations, temporary orders hearings, trials on custody, as well as trials on property. Appeals can also, you can use appeals instead of jury trials to meet those criteria if you've done some of those, and then you take a test.
All right. And you're presently in trial downstairs on the 15th floor, you're not?
Correct.
Ms. Jacob, when did we first meet?
We first met,
Check the relevance, Judge.
You didn't know me prior to this case, correct?
no, sir.
Even though we office in the same building, we had not met each other.
That's correct.
I want to ask you some questions about a individual that I believe you represented. Are you familiar with Valerie McDaniel?
Yes.
And in what capacity are you familiar with Valerie McDaniel?
Valerie McDaniel was my next door neighbor, and I also represented her in her divorce action about a year and a half ago.
All right. And in relationship to Valerie McDaniel, I take it the divorce action was between Valerie being represented by you and whom?
And her husband, Mac McDaniel, who was represented by Looper Reed. It was Kyle Sanders.
All right. During the course of your representation of Valerie McDaniel, did she say anything to you about any intention as far as Mac McDaniel is concerned?
You say, Judge.
Did you have any impression during the course of your representation of Valerie McDaniel, you personally yourself, as to her relationship with Mac?
She hated him.
Sorry?
She hated him.
And was that exemplified in any way other than the divorce proceeding?
She wished he was dead.
Okay. Did she ever talk about any type of contract or anything of that fashion on his life?
Yes.
I passed this witness. Thank you.
So you're telling me that during representation of Valerie McDaniel, she spoke to you about taking a contract out on her husband's life?
Yes, sir.
And don't you have an obligation as a lawyer to report that?
I didn't take it seriously.
You didn't take it seriously?
No, sir.
Okay, so you knew why you were coming to court today to testify about that statement, correct?
Yes. Well, no, not really.
But you're telling the jury now that you did not take that statement seriously.
I did not.
You never reported that, correct?
I never reported it.
Now, you were familiar with Megan, right? You know who Megan was?
Yes,
And when Megan left your son, he was pretty upset, wasn't he?
very.
How would you describe the manner in which he was acting immediately after the breakup?
He was really upset. He was sorry about their argument, very remorseful, and wanted to try to talk her into coming back.
He was angry too, wasn't he?
No, I don't remember him being angry.
You would call his attempts to communicate with Megan immediately after the breakup harassing, wouldn't you?
I can't really answer that. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there.
Judge, may I approach? I'm going to go ahead and offer the state's exhibit right now. 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64. These are all points of public records. They've been testified to previously, and the predicate's been laid. I'll change that to 61 through 65, Judge.
We have no objections this time.
Thank you so much. 61 through 65 states exhibits tonight.
Okay, I want to show you, ma'am, what's been admitted to State's Exhibit 65. And before we get into this, can you tell me who Vladimir is?
Vladimir is a caterer.
And he is an acquaintance of both Megan and your son, correct?
Well, he was actually an acquaintance of mine.
Your son know who he was, correct?
Yes.
And he had his telephone number? Okay.
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, and do you remember the date that Megan left your son?
I think, can you be specific? Are you talking about the date they had an argument?
The date that she left, the incident for which he was later charged with assault, that date.
I'm sorry?
The date of the incident he was charged with assault for later on.
It was January of 2017, I think.
January 12th, does that sound right?
I don't remember the exact.
Would that be, is that possible? It could have been that day, January 12th?
Possible.
Okay, I'm going to point out here at the bottom of State's Exhibit 65, a message, and this is your number, correct, right here? I'm going to zoom in for you.
That's my number.
Okay, and I'm going to read from a text you wrote to your son. Texting and calling is harassment, now of Vladimir as well.
Okay.
When you say as well, the implication there is that you're now telling him he's harassing Vladimir as well as Megan, correct?
Yes.
So when I asked you earlier whether you could describe this behavior as harassing, certainly back in January of 17, you thought so, correct?
Well, you didn't really give me a time frame when you asked me that question. It was
Like
global.
immediately after the breakup, didn't I?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You also said that you don't recall your son being angry with Megan after the breakup. Do you remember just saying that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 63 and show you a message that your son wrote to you on January 19th, which is about a week after she left it. I listened to you, Mother. I'm really back on the right track. I'm doing I presume he means well. I just want her to go away. Please put this bitch in her place. She changed her cell number, but her email is obviously still active. And then he gives you her email address as well as her street address.
I see that.
Would you describe that email as an angry email or angry text message?
Part of it.
So which part of that would you not describe as being angry?
I've listened to the first part. I've listened to you, Mother. I'm really back on the right track. I'm doing well, I guess.
But we both agree that put this bitch in her place. It's pretty angry.
It sounds angry.
This is, again, back to the 14th, which is 2 days after Megan left in.
And if you can reduce it just a little more so I can get the entire text.
Yes, sir.
Me too. Please.
There is no.
Still don't have the entire text.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only asking about this line right here.
that one too.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 61. This is to your son on the 14th of January again. There is no excuse for your bad behavior. Same song you always sing. What is that in reference to?
You know, I honestly don't remember what specifically. It's a year and a half. I don't remember exactly why I said that.
What is the same song you always sing?
I don't object to this question. It pertains to character and goes far beyond the scope of direct examination of Ms. Jacob.
Well, Judge, I mean, she said in the direct aftermath of her son and Megan breaking up, she doesn't recall him being angry. This is part of the same conversation.
It's over.
I still don't remember what we were talking about specifically.
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear one more time. You had a client in a contentious divorce case who talked to you about taking a contract out on her then husband's life, and you didn't report it as you'd be obligated to do by professional standards, correct?
The way you
Is that
phrase,
subject to non-responsive judgment?
Try to answer the question.
No.
Let me re-ask the question again, okay? During your representation of Valerie McDaniel, your testimony is she told you about a desire to take out a contract to kill her then husband, correct?
yes,
And you did not report that pursuant to the rules of your professional duties. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Well, wait a second. As far as the rules of professional duty, I'd like to see what particular rule he's talking about when an individual client tells a lawyer something that is perhaps part of the attorney-client privilege. I'd like to see the particular rule he's talking about.
If you wish to proceed in this line of questioning.
Well, can I ask the witness? Sorry.
If you want to continue, I need to see the same rule that the defense is asking for, otherwise move on.
I'll pass it to the judge.
Anything further?
Yes, just a couple of questions. Was there any money issue involved with Megan and McDaniel?
Megan McDaniel.
No. Was there any money issue involved in the divorce proceeding?
Oh, yes.
And would you basically explain the circumstances surrounding that issue?
Object to relevance, Judge. The financial details of Valerie's and Mac's divorce, I don't think it's going.
Unless you can show me relevance, I have to sustain the objection.
You know, it just, goes to, for instance, motive. It's part of the whole circumstance surrounding this
the relationship between Golda and Valerie and McDaniel, and I think that it's something that the jury needs to consider. What? And besides that, Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
What is an evidence?
Answer that.
If I may, Your Honor, they brought in the fact that Valerie McDaniel had a divorce account from Mac McDaniel into the bank records when they brought in, I think it was Brandon Rogers, who testified today about that account and money coming out of that account.
Ask your question then, Mr. Warren, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Was there any issue regarding monies in the divorce proceeding?
Yes.
And what was the issue?
The issue was a veterinary clinic and the real estate that the clinic was housed in. And Dr. McDaniel, Valerie, was a veterinarian. She wanted the clinic. And Mr. McDaniel, who did not have a veterinary degree, wanted the clinic. And that was the biggest argument over the divorce.
You say he wanted the clinic or won the clinic?
He wanted to have the clinic for himself,
All right, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
which is prohibited by Texas law in any case, because only a veterinarian.
I pass the witness. Thank you.
Just a few questions, Judge. Now, ma'am, you weren't present for any of these conversations that your son had with any undercover officer or a guy named Motaz Aziz during January or February, March 2017, were you?
No, sir.
So you have no personal knowledge whether your son helped Valerie McDaniel or assisted her in any way in contracting for the death of Mac McDaniel?
No, sir.
I'll pass it, sir.
I may have one moment, Judge. Do you have any idea of how much money Valerie had to pay in the divorce proceeding?
Yes.
I think it's relevant.
That was in excess of $1.2 million.
I'm sorry?
It was in excess of $1.2 million
And that money was paid to whom?
to Mr. McDaniel by Valerie.
And of course, Mr. McDaniel didn't have to pay Valerie anything, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are there text messages, if you know, from Megan to you asking for money?
Objective hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you aware of any efforts on the part of Megan to obtain money from you?
Can you give me a time frame?
Objective relevance again, Judge.
Sustained.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
Yes, call Al Yanovich, Your Honor. And I believe we have a
Was that your first?
Jerry Field.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a short break. Have you back out in a minute. All rise for the jury.
My name is Dr. Al Yanovitz, and the doctor is an academic degree, not a medical degree.
All right, and tell us about your educational background, sir.
I have a bachelor's degree in speech, hearing, and language science from the Kent State University in Ohio, and a master's and a PhD in acoustics from the University of Connecticut in 1973.
I'm sorry, sir, did you say linguistics?
No, in acoustics.
Acoustics, sorry. Acoustics in this room, not that. All right.
Go ahead, sir.
I received my PhD in 1973 from the University of Connecticut.
Have you ever given any presentation, sir?
Yes, I routinely present at a number of societies having to do with speech, hearing, and language sciences, probably on the order of about 8 to 10, 12 presentations a year.
And how long has that been going on?
Probably the last 25 to 30 years.
Right. And are these presentations national?
Most all of them are national and international.
Have you testified in state, federal courts throughout the United States concerning audio evidence?
Yes, I have many times.
And would you consider yourself to be an audiologist?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, are you an audiologist?
Yes, in the clinical domain, I am an audiologist to treat people with hearing loss.
Have you testified concerning autistic evidence?
Yes.
Both civil and criminal.
Yes, both of them.
And as a matter of fact, you have worked with the Houston Police Department, have you not?
Many, many times.
And in what capacity?
Many times I have helped the police department in terms of its surveillance issues. I've worked with a number of police officers in the homicide division, especially having to do with investigating cases where there's acoustic evidence.
Have you worked with the Harris County District Attorney's Office?
Numerous times.
And in what capacity?
I testified a great number of times in cases which involved Rusty Hardin, Chuck Rosenthal, and a number of assistant district attorneys, usually always with acoustic evidence and speech language or hearing science.
Have you ever been Daubert challenged in federal court for your authenticity procedures?
In the area of voice identification, I have, and authenticity as well.
And what was the outcome of that issue, that case?
In a number, I've testified hundreds of times having to do with acoustic issues in forensic sciences. There was a time 20 years ago or more when issues in voice identification and speaker identification was very controversial. And I represented the academic community on those aspects. And there were times, maybe once, when the judge refused to allow any expert testimony in voice identification. And there was one trial that I felt I was not allowed to testify in because of that same issue.
And in the areas of expertise, have you authored peer-reviewed publications?
Could you repeat the last part of what you said?
Sure. Have you authored peer-reviewed publications?
Yes, many, many times. I continue to do that still to this day.
All right. What were you, pardon me, do you have a partner?
Yes. His name is Mr. Herbert Cho. He's a lawyer as well.
And your firm is Yanovich and Joe, correct?
That's correct.
Where is that located?
In Dallas, Texas.
All right. And what were you asked to do in this case?
In this case, I was asked to review a great voluminous amount of audio information, some of it video recording as well. I was asked to look at text messages. I was given the whole lot of the evidentiary material that was recorded material. I was asked to specifically assimilate that material. I was asked to collate it. There were a great number of times through the hours and hours of conversations where Mr. Jacob made commentary about what his intention was with Megan. And I was asked to take those conversations and to organize them, not to linguistically interpret them, but instead to put them in a manner that would allow perhaps a jury to understand the structure of what was said during the time that those indications by Mr. Jacob were made.
Your Honor, I would tender Mr. Yanovich is an expert audiologist and would ask that he be permitted to testify in front of the jury.
Thank you, Judge. So, Doctor, your testimony is that you're, and I'm sorry, it's a doctor, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Your doctor, your PhD? Your doctor?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony here today would be essentially telling the jury about statements that have been recorded in in a fashion that they're organized by you in a different way.
That's only part of it.
Okay. And I see that. I see that you have a report as well, correct?
Yes.
66. Yes, sir. I'm looking states 66. I'll show you Dr. State 66 and tell me whether or not this is your final report in this case.
Yes, it is.
And we offer State 66 for purposes of this hearing, Judge.
Objection.
For the purpose of the hearing, or
For the purposes of this hearing.
for the purpose of the hearing, 66 is.
And when you said it's only part of it, what exactly would be your testimony regarding your reorganization of the recorded statements?
Well, there were two comments made by what was. I would like the opportunity to tell you what the other part was, but to answer your question specifically, by organizing the material, I simply was able to extract the material from the voluminous amount of recordings to put them into topical areas not excluding anything, as Mr. Parnham had said, find anything and everything that existed in those conversations where Mr. Jacob is commenting on what should happen to Megan. Don't just state the positive and good things for him, state everything. So I did that. I also noticed that a number of conversations where important material existed was masked by environmental noise or competing sounds that would make it difficult for anyone to understand truly the words. So I was able to do a digital enhancement procedure acceptable to the scientific community that would reduce the background noise and let you more easily understand the words. And I did that with care so as not to make it a product where any of the words were modified or changed or can be misperceived.
And did you make a copy of that enhanced version?
Your Honor, this goes beyond the boundaries of the Dahlberg proceeding, goes to the qualifications of the individual to testify as an expert. This is well beyond what those parameters are as far as Dahlberg is concerned.
I think you're going into the details of what he did, so I will sustain the objection. Just keep it specific to what Dahlberg entails as to.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you enhanced the audio on the recordings you received.
Where it was needed, yes.
And you searched for certain words or phrases that you could find regarding what the defendant said about what he wanted done with Megan, correct?
I did not imply any intent to what he was suggesting to be done with Megan, only what his words clearly indicated.
Okay, when you say what words clearly indicated, you're drawing a conclusion, aren't you?
Yes.
Well beyond Dahlberg. We've established his qualifications, and to testify, this is a material that the jury,
if I may,
and if it's discovery as far as the state's concerned, it's cross-examination, which should be done in front of the jury.
Well,
this is simply discovery for the state.
I appreciate that, but I disagree. I think the state has a right to understand what it is that he's going to offer the jury. As to whether or not whatever it is he's offering the jury is something that is needed for the jury to make a decision in this case. So that's overruled. Continue.
So what I'm understanding is you have taken out certain phrases or statements, and then you have reorganized them in some way for a presentation.
I reorganized it in a chronological form following the time train that it existed, but I was able to just extract the statements and collate them together.
When you say you use words,
This we've established, I take it, that he is an expert and will be permitted to testify in front of the jury.
I'm not sure what he's an expert in.
Audiology, or that's what he testified to.
Which I heard it once. What is it again?
Well, audiology is the clinical application of acoustics, but I am an acoustics expert and deal with evidentiary material that's been recorded on a routinely basis in courts.
Can I continue, Judge?
And Your Honor, what I'd like to have is a ruling by the court as to whether or not he meets the qualifications of Dahlberg, and then the state can continue to do whatever it
Well,
wants
we're not
to
there
do.
yet. On this point.
All right.
You know, it's only one step that he's an expert. There's several other steps besides saying, okay, this person's an expert. There are more steps than just that involved. I'm trying to understand what he's an expert in. Now he's saying he's an expert in acoustics. I'm not, Doctor, would you explain to the court what an expert in acoustics is?
Yes. Well, there are a number of aspects of being an acoustic expert. One of them considers, for example, transcription. Another considers enhancement when the material is very difficult to understand and the environmental or background noise has to be reduced. Another aspect of forensic acoustics is voice identification. Another topic would be authenticity. And I've been succeeded in a Dahlberg challenge in authenticity analysis and do that on a routine basis.
So understanding then that you're called upon to say there's a recording, can't really make out who's saying what or what it is they're saying, and your expertise says this is the person that's speaking and this is what they said when it's not otherwise audible to a jury?
That is correct.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
I did that in a great number of the exemplars that I selected from the taped material.
That's why I asked the question to you earlier, Doctor. Did you make a copy of the enhanced version that you said you made in this case?
I copied out selections that were determined by me to be related to what Mr. Jacob indicated he wanted to have happen to Megan.
Okay, let's stop that. I didn't realize there were any critical areas of the audio portions of these tapes that there was any major differences as to what was said that was crucial to the case. Now, if that is the situation, then I would be inclined to allow the doctor to testify as to what he believes was said and by whom. But unless we have that dispute, I don't see the necessity of what this person is going to add to anything. Mr. Farnham?
Yes, Your Honor. Previously, we had a dispute concerning transcripts, and the state, we approached the bench.
I know that.
And that was a dispute, and I think that.
So is he going to testify to that?
Well, I think he's going to testify as to information that I tendered to him concerning the identity of individuals, what one person said, and the context in which they said it. And I think that's important for the jury to hear.
I'm not sure I understand the context of what they're saying. That sounds to me like an interpretation of what they meant, and I don't believe that's what he's saying he does.
May I have them again?
Well, I'll ask you, is that what you do? Did you listen to what somebody says and you're able to testify as to what their intent was?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not presenting material on what the intent was, but there are a great difference. There's a large amount of not necessarily ambiguity, but there is a large amount of differentiation between what Mr. Jacob has said, and to put that in organization without interpretation, without modifying, is a great asset to the jury, I believe.
I'm going to show you the conclusions that are listed in your report, Doctor. Let's start with number 1. These are your conclusions, correct?
Yes.
Leon Jacob was always under the impression that he and the undercover officer had made arrangements for the undercover officer to relocate Megan to Pittsburgh. That was one of your conclusions.
That's correct.
Are you a psychologist, sir?
No.
Okay. That is a conclusion that you drew as an expert in the field of audio.
That's a conclusion that I drew from the conversation that Mr. Jacob had with the undercover officer. Yes.
Let me stop. If this is where we're heading with this witness, who's an expert in acoustics, this is well beyond to me what an expert is, and I've never encountered one. But I would think, based on what this witness has told me, this is well beyond what his expertise is in. He's drawing conclusions now of what someone intended, what they implied, what was, and that invades the providence of the jury, and I would be not inclined to allow anyone to get on the stand and say, well, in my opinion, this is what he meant. He's not a psychiatrist, he's not a psychologist, he's an acoustics expert. So if that's what we got, then I'm not inclined to allow the testimony. If he wants to testify about, here's some garble, we can't understand what it is, and he's amplified it, and here's what was actually said, then I'm fine with it. But when you start saying, well, I put it all together, and here's what I think he meant, nope, that's not going to happen.
Can we ask Judge Mead to provide a copy of this so-called enhanced audio that he's going to draw his conclusions from?
Well, if he's actually going to testify now, given the fact that I'm now limiting him to testify solely to deciphering garbled language that cannot otherwise be understood by any of the parties or the jury.
And that's my issue, Judge, is that he's talking about an enhanced version he made from which he's going to make those statements. That has not been made available to me. From what I understand, that is not available to me. I'm not able to have my own expert review his enhanced version. He's basically telling the jury what his belief is that is said on the audio. And I think best evidence rule dictates that the jury decides whether they can truly make out what's being said or not. I can't review his materials.
Thank you so much. I agree. If this has not already been provided to the state so that they've had an opportunity to have their own expert agree or disagree with his interpretation of what was said, I will not allow his testimony, period. What else do we have?
Final report from Dr. Yanovich earlier today to the prosecutor. It's been a very short period of time since we've seen the final report from Dr. Yanovich.
Well, I would suggest then, given the fact that I'm not going to allow this person to testify, if you want to enter that as an exhibit for the appellate record, you're more than happy to do so, but I'm not inclined to allow this witness to testify about his opinions as to what he meant, nor the interpretation he understands what was said, since the state has not been previously provided with his opinions as to what any kind of garbled or inaudible sound bites on the tape.
If I may, Your Honor. He will not be getting into his own conclusions of what he believes.
Exactly. I mean, how can you say that? I've just seen what he's saying, and he is doing that.
We will not allow him to go into that, Your Honor, but he has taken a great chunk of the material that's been played for this court, and Your Honor yourself.
Okay. Well, then you're under an obligation, I believe, since you have to provide the state with your experts' names and stuff like that, which you've done, I assume. But, also, if he's going to get up there and say, here's what the inaudible testimony says, the state certainly has a right to see that in advance, so that they, in turn, can have their own experts agree or disagree. They've not had that opportunity. It would be unfair prejudice to the state, and I won't allow it. And that's it, period. Let's move on. Thank you for your time, Dr. Your And somebody ought to mark the report.
Okay. But he will be. Transcripts. We were told that we would not have a copy of the state transcript, and we may have made that request early on.
That's not true. That's
Well, it
not
is true.
No, if you had asked me for a copy of my transcript, I most certainly would have provided it. I was never asked for a copy of my transcript.
Well, this is a totally different matter, Mr. Thornton. You know, personally, to make everyone's job easier, both of you should have got together and said, let's get one transcript and agree on it. That wasn't done. And so we wasted all this time. That should have been done. Now, you're saying the state didn't give you a copy of theirs. I don't know if you gave them a copy of yours, but that has nothing to do with this person testifying as to what his interpretation of the transcript is. If the state has not previously had an opportunity to review that in advance. Well, what am I going to do then? The state's going to stand up, Your Honor, we need time to see if we agree or not agree, and let's continue for 2 weeks until we get that done. It's not going to happen. Let's move on.
May we approach briefly?
And we have to approach, Paul.
All right. We have one witness, Your Honor, from the medical center. I anticipated that Dr. Yanovich will take probably the rest of the day very closely. That witness will be here at 3:30. And
No, I'm not going to wait 30 minutes. Mr. Foreman, I
well,
told
it's
the state-
actually 20 minutes, Judge.
Well, I've got 3:04. I told the state, I thought I made it very clear, I don't want to wait on witnesses. If you have another witness, let's go out of order, and then when your witness gets here, if you want to stop, take that witness off the stand and put it back on again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So who is it you're going to call?
Ready?
Can I have a few minutes with my lawyer, please?
The report of Al Yanovich.
What defense number was that?
6. No, 6 was not admitted, so 7.
Defense 7? Defense 7?
The next number,
Defense
yes,
7. For the purpose of the appellate record?
correct.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted for the purpose of the appellate record.
Do you have that? Okay.
All right. Next witness, please.
Yes, Judge. I will offer this at this time.
I'm sorry, we're doing what?
Offer, putting it to the record.
It's always going to be. Okay, I want you to let your point have it with the understanding that he's going to make a clean copy. All right, your next witness, please.
Yes, Judge.
I have to go to the restroom.
Mr. Jacob, but he, the defendant, but he would like to have a moment to go to the restroom.
And of course you can, but it seemed like you could have asked that question 10 minutes ago.
I apologize.
So, your question, please.
Testimony before the court, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so, God. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All rise for the jury, please. Mr. Parma, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name for the ladies and gentlemen of this jury.
Leon Jacob.
And Mr. Jacob, you're the defendant in this case, are you not?
I am.
And you realize you're charged with solicitation of capital murder.
Yes, I do.
And I have been representing you for how many months, you know?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay. Mr. Jacob, give your background to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What, for instance, we've heard that you are a doctor.
My educational background, as you're asking,
Yes.
I attended Phillips Exeter Academy for high school in New Hampshire. I went to the University of Texas in Austin for college. I attended St. George's Medical School, and I got my medical degree. In 2005, I graduated.
You're going to have to speak up a little louder so that we can all hear you.
I graduated medical school in 2005
From where?
from St. George's Medical School.
And where is that located?
It's located, it's a conglomerate between the British, UK, and the United States. It's part of the education takes place in Grenada, and the rest of it took place in New York City.
And have you practiced medicine?
Yes.
And what area have you practiced?
I was a general surgery resident for a total of 4 years in and out of my training. I did 2 transplant fellowships, one in left ventricular assist devices and heart transplantation at St. Luke's, Texas Heart here in Houston. And I did another fellowship in kidney and pancreas transplantation at the University of Texas, Houston as well.
You've heard some testimony during the course of this case that you were in the military. Have you not?
I've heard that, yes.
Were you?
No.
You've heard some testimony that you had indicated that you had been down to Guantanamo and assisted individuals that had been wounded so that they could be rehabilitated for the purposes of being tortured and giving testimony or giving evidence. You've heard that.
Those statements were recorded, yes.
All right. Are those statements true or not true?
No.
The statements that you are attributed to making, did you in fact make those statements?
You heard them on the tapes. Yes, I made them to the police officer.
All right. And what was the purpose of you making those grandiose statements?
I think at the time, given the fact that the two of us had been drinking together and the fact that he was talking very much about how he kills people for a living or he intimidates people. And then when I saw his gun, I became very fearful. And I think it was more bravado than anything else, trying to bolster myself up with him. I'm not accustomed to being around firearms. I don't own one, never have. And when he lifted his shirt up, I think that really upset me a great deal. And I was trying to sort of play a part equal to his, if you will. That's about the best I can explain it.
Okay. Now, have you been married before?
I have.
And do you have children?
I do.
How old are the kids?
My oldest son, James, turns 9 next month, so he's still 8. And my youngest son, Cash, he is 5.5. He'll turn 6 in July.
Do you see the children?
Prior to my incarceration, I saw them very often, about once every 2 or 3 weeks.
All right.
And I also FaceTime with them, 4 to 5 days a week in the evenings for, varying lengths of time, depending on what their attention span was.
What was the name of your ex-wife?
Her name was Annie Jacob. Now it's Annie Morrison.
All right. Annie Morrison?
Yes, sir.
And who was Valerie McDaniel?
Well, to me or just in general?
No, well, let's talk about it in general.
Valerie McDaniel was a woman who was a veterinarian, and my girlfriend, or common law wife, I guess if we qualified for that, towards the end of her death, she was a lot of things. I'm not really sure what you're asking.
All right. Well, to you personally, you were together romantically, correct?
Yes.
For how long a period of time?
We lived together for about 3 or 2.5 months, but we had been romantically involved for quite some time, more than that.
How much time, approximately?
Probably a couple of years.
All right. Now,
Can I retract my last statement? It was not a continuous relationship. We had an interlude in 2014, and then there was a long break where we were just friends. And then, after I broke up with my former girlfriend, we rekindled the romantic part of the relationship.
okay. And your former girlfriend was who?
A woman by the name of Megan Louise Barricus.
All right. And you've heard Megan testify in this court?
I have.
All right. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about your relationship with Megan. When did you start?
We met during my divorce proceedings. I lived in a couple of hotels in Pittsburgh. I lived in the Wyndham Grand for quite some time, and I decided to move hotels, and I was given a referral to a place called the Cambria Suites, which is right next to the Console Center where the Penguins play. And I checked in there, I think, in the beginning of 2014, sometime in early January, and I met Megan there.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Mac McDaniel. Had you ever met him?
I met him a couple of times when he lived next door to my mother. I think once when I came down to visit, and then once when I moved down here. I stayed with my mother I removed back to Houston in 2014. I stayed with my mother for a couple of weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, actually, more like a month. And I had run into him a couple of times on the street. No real interactions, just a friendly hi neighbor, kind of thing.
So you didn't socialize with him?
Absolutely not.
And you didn't go to his employment or vice versa?
No, I knew nothing about him.
I'm sorry?
At the time, I knew nothing about him except for he was supposedly Valerie's husband, although he seemed to never be around very much. The few times I did see him, he drove into the house and would leave shortly thereafter.
Okay. And was he married at the time?
To Valerie, yes.
Okay. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about the the initial split that you had with Megan. What happened?
I'll get there. We'd had a pretty heated argument the night of January 12th of 2017. The argument started over the fact that sort of by accident, I had discovered that she had been moving money out of our joint checking account for quite some time into somewhere else, or she was taking cash withdrawals. And I confronted her about that, and we had a really bad fight.
Approximately how much money did you, approximately?
It was several $1,000s. I really hadn't discovered a lot at that time because, it was kind of shocking to me that what was going on. I have since, after that, found, more. But the initial thing that took my attention was there was a $500 paycheck that she wrote to herself out of our personal account on January 5th of 2017. Subsequently, the day I came back from visiting my children in Chicago, she picked me up at the airport, and things seemed fine.
Go ahead.
Well,
Well, I'm sorry, I sustain the objection.
Yes, I understand. You indicated that things seemed fine between you and Megan.
yes, we had this fight, but prior to the fight, I had discovered that she had been taking money out of our joint checking account, and it was, quite upsetting that I discovered that.
Taking those deposits or withdrawals was without your knowledge at the time it happened and without your consent.
Yes, there's a joint checking account. She had the right to do that. I have to preface this statement with that, but Megan had handled all the bills. She was very responsible with paying bills on time and, paying our rent on time. And I really did not get involved in the finances too much. We both put money into the account, but I sort of was very happy to let her for myself to stay out of that. She was very organized when it came to our finances. So, I trusted her. I found out sort of by accident.
Sustain. Question and answer, please.
What did you find out by accident?
I had put on our home computer, and she had been logged into our banking account. And when I saw the screen, I just clicked on some checks. I was just looking at the stuff that was on there, and I noticed the check that she'd written to herself. It was bizarre.
Did you have an argument about that?
Yes, that's what the argument precipitated the argument. Yes.
All right. And we've heard testimony that she moved out.
She left that evening. She left all of her belongings there. She didn't move out that night. In fact, I moved all my stuff out about 4 days later.
And did you also move some of her stuff out?
No, I left her clothes, anything that was hers, I left there. As far as I didn't touch any of her clothes or any of her toiletries or anything. I took my clothing and I took our furniture.
In later time you got back together with her, correct?
No, not after January 12th.
Now, let's go to the whole allegation of solicitation of capital murder.
Okay.
You know who the party is that you're accused of soliciting to murder?
Are you talking about the undercover officer?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Now, were you a party to conversations with the undercover officer?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not those recorded, were you told that they were being recorded?
I had no idea they were being recorded at the time I had the conversations with him.
When was the first time you had a conversation with the undercover officer?
I met him at the Olive Garden on, I think it was March 7th of 2017.
All right. Tell me about that meeting. That's been talked about a lot. Tell me your version of the meeting.
This calls for a narrative.
It does. What's the next one, please?
What was the first time at the Olive Garden when you met with the undercover officer?
Outside of the restaurant, Valerie and I had arrived before they did, so we were sitting by a booth that could see out to the front, and when they arrived, I met them, I think, outside in the front and showed them where we were sitting. I met him either right there or right after he got into the restaurant.
What was the purpose of that meeting from your perspective?
It was to finalize some plans that I had had with somebody I thought to be a private investigator, who we called Zach or Abraham, who has been identified in court here as Motaz Aziz. He had told Valerie and I that some of the things that we had discussed with him, that he'd become too close to us.
Sustained.
Sorry.
How long did that meeting last?
I don't know, like an hour, hour and a half. I can rephrase my previous answer if you'd like.
Did you pay for the check or did they pay for the check?
I think we picked the tab up, yeah.
When is the next time you saw the undercover officer?
At Valerie and I's apartment, I think the day after the meeting with the Olive Garden.
Okay. Now, there was money they exchanged hands, correct, at some point?
At some point, yes, the officer was given some money.
Well, what was the purpose of that?
I had received a phone call from the undercover at some point, and I'm not sure that we've heard that phone call here in court today, but he had told me that he needed some expense money.
This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you of the impression that you needed to give him money for expenses?
He had said that, sorry, I apologize.
Just try to listen to the question and answer it if you can.
Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that he needed money for expenses and he wanted a advance on what we had agreed to pay him for some services.
And what were the services that you agreed to pay him?
I'm not 100%. At the time, I was not 100% of what those services were because Valerie had made that negotiation with him.
All right. And as a matter of fact, at the time the money was paid, were you present or were you out of the room?
I was present, but I did not hand him the money. It was on the table covered by some laundry.
At some point in time, there was a discussion that's been testified to you or by you, not by you, but by the undercover officer about the discussion that he had with Valerie about her ex. Recall that?
I do.
And did you participate in that discussion?
I did not.
What did you exactly do to extract yourself from that conversation?
I left the table. I was previous to them talking, Valerie had, them even coming to the restaurant, Valerie had said she wanted to talk to Aziz and the guy we called Adam. We met as Adam by herself. And that she said that when she wanted to talk to them, that she'd asked me to leave the restaurant.
And did you?
I did.
Did you actually leave the restaurant or did you just leave the table? And
No, I left the physical space. I went out to the parking lot.
You've heard some testimony here that you had conversations with the undercover officer Duran about
wanting to kill Megan and McDaniel.
That's correct.
All right. Tell us your recollection of the content of those conversations, if they in fact occurred.
Well, I can't really give you a recollection of something that didn't happen. I never asked anybody to kill anybody.
Does the word kill, hurt, harm in any way, shape, or form appear in any of those recorded conversations?
Not on my behalf.
I'm sorry?
Except for to exclude them from things I want done. I never asked to have anybody hurt, killed, harmed, kidnapped, or I never asked for anybody to be in any way physically hurt.
Did you pay money at all for this purpose?
No.
All right.
Well, there was no purpose for me to pay money towards anybody being hurt because I never asked for that.
Now, we've heard testimony about there being money that had been, I believe, transmitted to Megan or to the undercover officer. What was the purpose of giving the money to the undercover officer as far as Megan's concerned?
It had nothing to do with Megan at all.
All right. Who did it have to deal with?
It had to do with an advance payment on what Valerie and the undercover officer had agreed upon because of expenses that he needed to hotel and whatnot. And for the time that he was there, he had explained to me that
Going into hearsay.
It had nothing to do with monies to Megan for her expenses to leave, correct?
no, that had been paid previously to Aziz.
And how much money was paid to Aziz?
He was given initially a $2,500 payment for the initial investigation that I had hired him to do. He was given an additional $5,000 for continued expenses during that investigation. He was given a little over $5,000 for a moving company receipt that he had showed me that arranged for Megan's stuff to be moved back to Pittsburgh. He had given me a receipt for a Continental Airlines ticket, first class one way that was a little over 700 and change. I gave him $1,000 for that. And then he had told me that he thought it was appropriate to give Megan some money to restart her life in Pittsburgh. And I asked him how much. And the sum of $10,000 in cash was agreed upon, which he received.
And the 10,000 went to Aziz as opposed to Megan?
That was how it was arranged, yes. I was under the impression that Aziz was in contact with Megan on a semi-regular basis.
Well, but my question is, was the money given to Aziz for Aziz or to be given to Megan?
It was to be given to Megan. The monies that were given to Aziz for Aziz were the initial $2,500 that he received, plus the additional $5,000 for what I thought were his services.
Do you know if, in fact, he gave money to Megan for this purpose?
I have learned in testimony that we've heard in court that that did not occur.
In what?
It did not occur. Do you want me to rephrase my? I've learned during testimony and during the course of this entire process that, in fact, Aziz had never even spoken to Megan, and therefore she never received any of these monies that were supposed to go to her.
All right. Did you ever pay money to an undercover officer for the purpose of harming or hurting either Megan or McDaniel?
No.
Did you ever discuss that issue with the undercover officer?
We had multiple discussions or multiple conversations about not wanting to harm or hurt anybody.
And that was something that you had expressed, correct?
Repeatedly.
All right. And as a matter of fact, the jury's heard testimony where you in a conversation talked about, I don't want anybody hurt. I don't want anybody harmed, things of this fashion, correct?
Absolutely. In fact, I've read the transcripts.
This goes into narration.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have in their entirety.
And what transcripts are you referring to?
Of the audio tapes that were provided to you by the prosecution via the police from their undercover investigation.
And was there anything on the audio tapes
suggesting kill, harm, hurt Megan or McDaniel?
No. In fact, 177 times during these conversations do I say the words, I don't want to harm, hurt, or kill anybody.
Are you, sir, how did you get into a relationship with Motaz?
I received a phone call from him sometime in late January or early February of 2017.
And what was the content of that phone call?
Sustain.
What did you tell Motaz during the conversation?
I told him that I would appreciate to meet with him. He had details of what had been going on from a woman named Laura Thurlow, and she had told me that he was going to call me, and he did.
And Laura Thurlow testified in this court a couple of days ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your relationship with Laura Thurlow, did you hear any testimony about Megan being placed in a car under sedation by way of some type of a needle that you would provide?
I did.
And did you hear her testify that the purpose of that was for you to be able to get control of the situation so that you could meet with Megan?
I did, but I deny ever making those suggestions to Laura Thurlow.
You deny what?
Ever making those suggestions to Laura Thurlow.
Suggestion relating to the syringe
Absolutely.
and suggestions relating to you wanting to be back in touch with or back as a couple with Megan?
I do not deny those suggestions.
You do not deny them?
No, but I deny the suggestion that I ever asked Laura Thurlow to somehow inject Megan Verikis with a needle to sedate her. In fact, those were suggestions from Laura Thurlow to me, and I was very emphatic that I did not want that to happen.
All right. Your feelings about Megan. You love her?
I did.
Did you love her through this period of time that you've heard testimony about, having her and McDaniel killed?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think that when you give your heart to somebody for such a long time, that part of you always still loves them. When we broke up, it was, fairly volatile breakup, and a surprise to me. And after some time, I realized that there was no getting back with her. And I think that, I had to accept that.
But you tried.
I did try to get back with her, yes.
You've seen these emails.
Absolutely.
And the emails all consist of your love for her,
They do.
your desire to get back together again.
They do.
Did she respond to that?
Not so much, just asked me to sort of leave her alone.
Why did you leave her alone?
In hindsight, I, probably should have, but I just didn't understand how you could become so entwined in someone's life and just walk away so easily from their life, especially considering we were really happy. I know that she testified.
She testified as to what?
That it had been a long time
Yeah, it's awfully broad.
I'm sorry?
It's awfully broad question. She testified to a whole lot of things. So
Yes.
if you want to be specific.
Yeah. Did you, is there a particular reason why you would not leave her alone?
I think it was a multitude of reasons. I can't put it into one reason.
Would you categorize your position as being desperate for her?
I could categorize it that way. I think to answer your previous question, I thought that she really loved me the way that she said she did. And I couldn't imagine ever walking away from her the way she walked away from me, just like that.
Any further questions? Kubash.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever visit his office?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that visit?
To have a discussion with him about a man that I had come to know is the name Zach, who has been identified in court as Motaz Aziz.
And why did you want to have discussions with Kubash about Zach?
I was under the impression that if Motaz Aziz ever disappeared or could not be reached, that Michael Kubash would know where he was.
And why did you need Zach?
He was already actively portraying a private investigator for me, and he had received a lot of money and all of a sudden just disappeared for a while. Must have been more than about 10, 12 days. So I reached out to Michael Kubash to see if he might be able to locate him.
And what was the purpose of hiring Zach?
To at first try to find out where Megan was after we first broke up.
Where she was physically?
Physically, and yeah.
All right. And thereafter?
He had convinced me that he would be able to at first talk to her. He said he was skilled in negotiation. He had been in the military for that, interrogation, that kind of stuff, and that he would try to broker a meeting between the two of us where we could sit down and sort of talk about what had happened and why it had happened, and give me a chance to try to reconcile a relationship.
Were you ever supposed to meet Zach at the Hotel Zaza?
Yes.
And when was that?
That had to be in sometime January.
Okay, let me catch everybody up. The man on the screen is Dr. Leon Jacob. He's quite a character. So Mr. Jacob was dating. Let me show you everything so quick. He was dating this lady here. Just so that everybody's clear on who's who in this whole bizarre, damn, weird ass plot. And what he's done. He's done a lot of fucking things. So, he was dating her. Her name is Valerie. She was a well-known, respected, very loved veterinarian. She had just gotten divorced probably a year before all of this shit happened. And she was in a custody battle with her ex. His name is Mac. Okay. So these two had been dating for about 2 months. That's it. About 2 months, right? Prior to dating Valerie, he was dating her. Her name is Megan. They dated less than 6 months. Okay? Less than 6 months. When they broke up, he became obsessed with her. Obsessed. To the point where he went and found a fake hitman. He thought that the guy was a hitman, but he wasn't. Here's the fake hitman. He was just some dude who ended up keeping his money. And also, they ended up reporting everything to the police, right? So the hitman and the police and everybody get together and they let Megan and Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, know that they're about to be killed or they're trying to get them killed. So they go through this whole thing where they stage the kidnapping and the murder, right? So this here is what they did to Megan. The police did this so that he would believe that she was kidnapped and then ultimately murdered. and he believed it, And then these pictures here are what they did to the other guy. So this is Mac, and that is pig's blood. It's not real. And they came and showed the pictures and said, we took care of your problems. Everything is good. Don't worry about it. So the day that they're supposed to meet to tell them all of this, they end up coming to the house and showing them the pictures, whatever. They did all of that. She acted shocked. This is her being told by an undercover cop here that all of this went down. Then the police come in to arrest them. So they get arrested, and while they're being arrested, right, this happens. So you can see police here, right here, right? And they tell her, none of this really happened, and you're going to jail. Period, sis. So her ex-husband is outside in the hallway, and they allow her to go wake up her 8-year-old daughter and act like it's just a regular, because 1 week off, 1 week on was their custody agreement. So that was that on that. She hands over the child. She gets arrested. She keeps a iPad diary of everything, really, Valerie did. And in it, she says, I never meant for any of this to happen. And then she jumps off the second floor balcony and dies. Allegedly, she jumped off the balcony and died, right? So there's that. And the reason Crazy Man here wanted Megan either killed or sent away was because they had gotten into an argument over money. Keep in mind, she's testified. The money was hers. He wasn't working. He was a failed surgeon. So the money was her fucking money. And he was mad. They got into a fight and he hit her. She called the police. Eventually, she filed an assault report. He began stalking her like a lunatic. And here we are now. And they had all the tapes and all the everything. And he's basically going to blame everything on Valerie, who's no longer alive. So there you go. Yes, the hitman kept the money and turned him in. A diary from all the time. She kept it going on and on, right? So she kept it going, She would just keep little voice memos, right? So let me see here. Let me see.
Higher case that we've been following for weeks now. Last night at 10, you heard audio recordings that murder for hire suspect Valerie McDaniel left for Channel 2 before her sudden suicide.
Tonight, Channel 2 investigator Joel Eisenbaum has more of those audio recordings, including what she said happened when the plot was talked about at a local Olive Garden.
I didn't wake up one day and just say, hey, I want to kill my ex-husband.
Valerie McDaniel, the well-known, well-to-do Montrose veterinarian who was implicated in a murder-for-hire plot before taking her own life, says she was suspicious of a last-minute change of plans to meet a supposed hitman and his new colleague.
And they called at the last minute and said he was too busy to meet him at Olive Garden, which was kind of the joke for us. It was like, wait, to Olive Garden?
It was at this Olive Garden on 59 at Buffalo Speedway. McDaniel says she and her boyfriend, Leon Jacob, sat down with the original supposed hitman, someone they'd talked to on several occasions by this point, and a new person they'd never met, a man who was actually an HPD undercover officer.
They got there, and that's when I guess the recording started.
McDaniel didn't know she was talking to police at the time, but she most certainly knew it when she left this recording for Channel 2.
One thing that I hope people know, and I hope comes out, is that at one point when I was talking to the officer, I said, can't you just talk to him and make him change, make him be nice to me? And he cut me off real quickly and said, no.
At no point during the 1 hour and 44-minute recording made over several days between McDaniel's release from jail on bond and her death does McDaniel ever flatly admit to wanting her ex-husband dead. Instead, she paints a picture of entrapment, something police and prosecutors firmly disagree with.
He wasn't going to give me a chance to back down. So I would have, if he'd said that. I really would.
And just in, investigator Joel Eisenbaum just tracked down the man that investigators say was hired by Leon J.
So, Valerie was very much in love with Leon here, okay? Her last memo note was that she had two loves, her daughter and him, which is insane to me, but there it is. So he's going to testify, right? Then we're going to have a verdict, and then we're going to hear from his first wife, Annie. That should be interesting.
Late January of 2017.
Right. Did you in fact meet at the hotel?
No, I went to the hotel, but I sat outside per his instructions for several hours without ever hearing from him, so I went home.
Okay. You've heard Laura Thurlow talk about you basically watching and following her movements and things of that fashion. Is that correct?
I did hear that, yes.
Sorry?
I did hear that, yes.
And was that her description about your activities during that 3-day period? Was that basically accurate?
It was not totally accurate, no.
And what is accurate about her testimony?
I did drop Laura off near the hotel. She said that she would go in and try to talk, as she testified, to Megan. I had parked across the street waiting for Laura to come out. We had gone back the next day again, as she testified to, but it wasn't as if we were hanging around the hotel for hours at a time. It was a very brief time that we were there. We spent most of our time at a restaurant together. She testified we went there to eat.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, may I check to see if that other witness is in the hallway? Sure. Would you?
I think we have an answer.
He's right there.
Is he here?
Yes, sir. He's sitting in the stand.
Is the next witness here?
Yes. Well, is he? Not yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
So he's in violation of the rule, is that?
He just walked in, sir.
Okay.
That's why I stopped talking. I apologize.
Your Honor, we would ask this testimony be interrupted and have this other individual testify.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an agreement with the defense. We were waiting on a witness for the defense that just got here. Instead of sitting here for 45 minutes while we waited, I let Mr. Corman put on his client with the understanding that once that witness got here, we would allow Mr. Jacob to take his seat and then proceed with this other witness. So with that, let's take about 2 minutes, please, and I'll have you right back.
All right.
Oh, there he is. Briefly, please, Mr. Corman.
Testimony before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it. I do. Thank you.
Brian Buckner, it's B-R-I-A-N, and then B-R-U-C-K-N-E-R, Buckner.
All right, Mr. Freeman, please. Okay. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, change of plans, we thought it would be best to have a continuation of the change that we're following now instead of breaking it up. So everyone has agreed that we'll continue on with the testimony of Mr. Dick. Mr. Porter, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jacob, concerning disease, when did you first meet with him?
I can't recall the exact date, but it was sometime in late January of last year.
And there were phone calls that preceded your meeting with him, correct?
Yes,
And who placed those calls?
he did.
And why did he call you?
To initiate a meeting concerning a discussion he wanted to have about a problem that I had.
And what was the problem that you had?
I had broken up, or my girlfriend and I had broken up, and she had sort of disappeared, and I didn't know where she was. I couldn't get in contact with her.
Megan?
Megan Vericus, yes.
Were you with Valerie at the time?
No, not when I first met with Aziz.
All right. And after the phone call, you all arranged for a meeting where?
We met at a restaurant over in the Galleria called Del Frisco's.
All right. And I believe you testified that that was a meeting that lasted for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
I didn't testify to how long that meeting lasted.
All right. How long did it last?
About 45 minutes.
And what was the context of that meeting?
Aziz, or Zach, however you want to refer to him from now on,
Let's
going
call him
forward.
Zach.
Okay, Zach had obtained some preliminary information on Megan and on my family that he sort of showed me. He had extensive files on me and my family and stuff about Megan and Megan's family.
And who initiated that effort on the part of Zach to get that information?
During our initial conversation, he had asked me some names, my name, full name, Megan's full name, my family's full name. He took it upon himself. I don't know how he got the information. I think he's got a background in computer science, and he did some internet stuff. I don't know how he obtained the information.
But he obtained information that confronted you at the time you had a visit, a meeting with him at the restaurant.
Yeah, looking back and what I know now, it was to appear to be very credible as a private investigator.
Credible or not credible?
To be very credible, he was presenting himself as somebody who did their homework.
All right. And did you ask him to do anything on your behalf?
Yes, I asked him to find out where Megan was.
All right. And did you pay him any money for that?
Not that evening, I did not.
Did you later pay him money for that?
Yes, the next day.
How much did you pay him?
I believe it was $2,500 is what he asked for initially.
All right. Was he successful in finding out where Megan was?
He portrayed that he was.
I'm sorry?
He portrayed that he was.
And how did he portray that he was?
He said that he knew where she was staying. He said that he knew, about where she worked and whatnot, and that he'd observed her at work. I had asked him if, he had talked to her, and he said no.
And what was the purpose of you wanting him to locate Megan?
Initially,
You want to restate it? I think.
Sure, Judge. Was he successful in locating Megan?
he portrayed that he was. In hindsight, the answer is no. He was making everything up. Initially, I had asked him to find Megan. I was worried about her. She had no access to real money, and
It's the same. Question and answer.
Did he found her, correct?
he portrayed that he had found her.
Was there any money that ever exchanged hands after that meeting between you and Megan?
Not directly.
How about indirectly?
I had assumed there was through Aziz.
And what did you give Aziz? What supports your assumption that he gave money to Megan?
$10,000 in cash.
When was that delivered?
Sometime in February.
How much time after the meeting at the restaurant?
A couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. I don't remember exactly. Again, these meetings never actually occurred with Megan. He made me believe that they did.
And so you heard testimony from Zach,
I did.
and you heard that he in turn spent the money you gave him.
I did.
And how much was that?
He gave a quote, I think around $9,980 or thereabouts. But he took more.
Anybody else that you, I'm sorry,
He took more than that.
is there anybody else that you know that, that was aware of this meeting and the delivery of cash to Zach?
Valerie McDaniel was.
And Valerie was present?
She was not present at the initial meeting, no.
All right, how did Valerie McDaniel know about this transfer of money to Zach to find Megan?
After Megan and I had separated, Megan and I didn't have a lot of friends here in Houston. We had a few friends. In fact, Megan and I hung out with Valerie a lot. And I had called Valerie and told her we had broken up. I'm getting there. Okay. Valerie was somebody I spoke to about what's going on in my life at that immediate time. I told her, what was going on and that I was hiring a private investigator and whatnot. And
What was that? You were talking about Valerie.
I was telling Valerie this stuff as a friend at first. Yeah, I was telling her what was going on.
What was her reaction to the fact that you were trying to find Megan?
At first, she was, supported me on that.
What?
She supported me initially on that.
All right. How did that change? If it did.
It did. It changed dramatically. Valerie had told me that she was waiting for. Let me answer. Answer a different way. Okay.
Tell me about any interaction with McDaniel, either yourself or through Zach. Ever any?
Which McDaniel are you referring to?
I'm sorry?
Which McDaniel are you referring to?
Mac McDaniel.
I'm not aware of any interaction with myself with Mac McDaniel except what I've already described. The only thing that I'm aware of is at some point Aziz called.
Hearsay.
Did Aziz ever call anybody?
Yes,
Did he in fact call McDaniel?
I believe so. Yes,
All right, that was not in your presence.
did not happen in my presence.
Are you guilty of solicitation of capital murder
Absolutely not.
of either McDaniel or Megan?
Neither of them.
I pass you for cross-examination.
Mr. Jacob, you like to be in control, don't you?
That's not my opinion. It's somebody else's.
Well, do you?
Who doesn't like to be in control of their life?
Let me talk to you about Megan. You told your attorney on direct examination that you were desperate for Megan, right?
I guess you can characterize it as that.
Well, I didn't say that. Y'all said that. Did you agree with the statement that you were desperate for Megan?
Yes.
And that's because you were in love with Megan, right?
Yes.
And at the time that you all got into that fight, y'all had been in a relationship for a couple of years, correct?
Yes.
And she actually moved to Houston for you.
Yes.
And y'all were sharing an apartment.
Yes.
And the night of the fight, isn't it true that the fight wasn't about finances at all?
I told you what it was about.
Isn't it true that she was the breadwinner in the family?
That's not entirely true.
Well, you'd agree with me that you worked for Methodist as a contract worker, and that ended in approximately March of 2016, correct?
That's false.
You disagree with that?
Yes.
So if I have a piece of paper terminating your contract with Methodist dated March of 2016, you disagree with that?
I was paid until the end of May of 2016.
So we'll go with May for you, May 2016, and then the next time that you start bringing in any kind of money, you'd agree with me, is when you start to work for Charge Financial, correct?
No, that's not true.
Did you start working for Charge Financial in October of 2017 or 2016?
No. Well, a little later, maybe. November, December time.
And things were so bad with your finances that your mom actually gave you money to pay for things, didn't she?
Yes.
She helped you pay your child support.
No.
Your mom never paid your child support for you?
She may have given checks to me to pay it, but I always paid it myself to my wife.
The money
Ex-wife.
was from your mom, though, wasn't it?
It could be characterized as that, yes.
Well, if it's your mother's money and she gives it to you to pay the child support, it's coming from your mom, correct?
It could be considered more like family money.
Family money. So was it family money when your mom pays your cell phone bill?
She pays all of our cell phone bills.
Is it family money when your mom helps you out when you need groceries?
Yes.
So when you were upset with Megan from taking money from the account, that's really kind of silly, right? Because she was the only one that was really putting money in the account, correct?
No.
She had a job at the time, right?
Yes.
She worked at the hotel, correct?
Yes.
She was the one who paid your rent.
She wrote the checks for the rent. Yes.
She paid the rent from the money she made at the hotel, correct?
Incorrect.
She paid for your dog.
She bought the dog. Actually, she never paid for the dog.
She paid for your groceries.
She went to the grocery store. Yes.
She paid for the groceries.
If you mean she went to the store and used our debit card to buy the groceries, then that's correct. Yes.
Okay. And during the time that Megan lived down here in Houston, she was always employed, correct?
That's not correct.
She was always bringing in money to your household, wasn't
That's
she?
not correct.
And would you agree with me that you all had many fights about the fact that she was frustrated that you didn't have a job?
You can characterize it as that. Yes.
That she was frustrated?
Yes.
And that she was frustrated that she felt like she was the one that was paying for everything, correct?
Those were her opinions. Yes.
Okay. And she was frustrated because she felt like you were sitting home at the apartment all day and she was the one at work bringing home money, correct?
If she wants to characterize it as that, yes.
She expressed that to you, correct?
A couple of times, yes.
And that's one of the reasons why you guys would fight, right? Because she felt like the division of what you all were responsible for wasn't fair,
That was her opinion.
right? And she expressed that opinion to you.
Sure.
And so when she broke up with you that night, she left you after you put your hand on her face, didn't you?
I never put my hand on her face.
So when you talk, do you remember having a conversation with Officer Jack with the Houston Police Department?
I had a conversation with someone from the Houston Police Department. I don't remember the exact name.
And when you talked with that police officer with the Houston Police Department, did he actually call you to get a statement from you about what had occurred with the assault between you and Megan?
I guess you could characterize it as a statement, yes.
And did you give him a statement?
I did.
And do you recall telling him that the only thing that you did was put your hand over her mouth to keep her from screaming?
I did say that, but I didn't say I put my hand on her mouth.
You never said that you put your hand on her mouth.
I didn't say I put it on her mouth.
Okay, what did you say?
I said I put my hand over her mouth. In front of, I meant in front of, like this. I never put my hand on physically on her face.
So you disagree with the fact that you put her, when she says you put hands on her, you disagree with that.
Absolutely.
But you'd agree with me that after that night, just like you said, just like that, she was gone, right?
Yes.
And she didn't want anything to do with you after that, did she?
I'm not particularly sure you could characterize it as that.
Well,
She ran to my mother's house to spend the night, and then she went to my family's house to stay with them.
that made you mad, didn't it?
Not particularly.
Didn't you express to your sister-in-law that you were pretty frustrated that she was housing your girlfriend?
I don't recall when I did that.
Were you mad that, did you ask your sister-in-law, Leslie Jacob? Do you know who
I do.
Leslie Jacob is?
I do.
And did you ask Leslie Jacob to help assist you in trying to get Megan back?
I did.
And did you exchange a series of text messages with Leslie in an attempt to reconcile with Megan?
I believe I did.
And in one of those text messages, didn't you communicate to Leslie that if she wasn't going to fix this, that she needed to get Megan out of the house?
I don't remember exactly what was written, but if you show me.
Judge, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit number 75. This is an exchange of text messages, and I want you to read right here. Yeah, read it to yourself.
That one exactly right there.
Yes, sir.
We are not over.
Not to I said to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Here you go. Recall telling your sister-in-law that she needed to fix things between you and Megan?
I don't recall exactly telling her that, but something similar, yes.
And did you become upset that they were keeping her at their home?
Not particularly. at first.
Well, eventually did you become upset?
I don't remember my exact mindset.
Okay, well, do you recall saying if she won't even consider taking you? It is not, Judge.
So you're testifying from that?
No, Judge, well, I'm happy to state off your State's Exhibit 75, tender to opposing counsel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. State 75 is admitted. Continue, please.
Do you recall texting your sister-in-law, Leslie, if she won't consider taking me back, kick that bitch out and I will stay there. I'm family.
I don't recall exactly when I sent the text, but it sounds like something I would have sent.
And because you were upset that they were taking care of your girlfriend, correct?
I don't think I was upset they were taking care of my girlfriend, but I had moved out of our apartment, and I would have liked to have stayed at my brother and sister-in-law's house instead of a woman that had wanted nothing to do with me.
And your brother actually didn't let you stay at his house, did he?
No, Megan was staying there.
At all. So after this fight, did you stay at Adam's house at all?
I didn't ask him to stay there after that.
That was my question. Did you stay at Adam's house after this happened? Yes or no?
No.
Did you stay at your mom's house for an extended period of time after this happened? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And during this time, like you said, you were desperate for Megan, right? You wanted to get back with her,
I did.
and you took a lot of things and you took a lot of steps in order to try and reconcile with her, didn't you?
Absolutely.
Now, during this time when you're so desperate for Megan, wouldn't you agree with me that you moved in with Valerie McDaniel just 7 days after your fight with Megan?
I don't think I moved in with her 7 days after my fight with Megan. She let me stay there for a couple of nights on and off.
Isn't it true that you all started having sex 7 days after you and Megan broke up?
I don't remember exactly how many days after it was.
Do you recall communicating to Valerie McDaniel at some point in your relationship that you all had been sleeping together for 44 days straight? Do you remember sending her that text message?
I don't remember sending her the exact number of days it was.
Judge, at this time, State Officer State's Exhibit number 76, in exchange of text messages and tender to opposing counsel for the objection.
No objection.
I take it we skipped several on purpose.
Yes, Judge.
It's admitted. Thank you.
Let me ask you, do you recall back on March the 2nd of 2017, texting Valerie McDaniel saying, did you know that you have been laid 44 straight days in a row now?
I don't recall the exact date or what I wrote, but it sounds like something I would have communicated to Valerie.
And if that's correct, you'd agree with me that that would have put you sleeping with Valerie McDaniel just 7 days after you and Megan broke up, correct?
If the math is correct, yes.
Okay. So when you tell the members of this jury that you're heartsick over Megan, that's not really true, is it? Because it sure didn't take you long to move on, did it?
Matters of the heart and how you feel are subject to the way you feel at a moment. I mean, you're asking me to get up here and say that I'm some womanizer. That's fine. You can characterize me as that. It doesn't make me guilty of solicitation of capital murder. I have no problem sitting here and saying that I slept with Valerie 7 days after Megan and I broke up. But I'm not on trial for being a womanizer. I'm on trial for solicitation of capital murder. So you can assassinate my character all you want up here. It doesn't make me guilty of what you've charged me with.
I appreciate that, Mr. Jacob. But my question was, isn't it true that just 7 days after you and Megan broke up that you were sleeping with Valerie McDaniel?
I think he answered.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so when Laura Thurlow was testifying, do you recall your lawyer asking her a lot of questions about your behavior at the time that you were having her help you with things?
Yes.
And do you recall her characterizing your behavior as bizarre?
Yes.
You mentioned that Valerie, when your lawyer on direct examination asked you who Valerie McDaniel was, you mentioned that she was your girlfriend / your common law wife, right?
It could be characterized as common law married, yes.
And it was important for you to be characterized as common law married when all of this went down, wasn't it?
It's just a reality of what the situation was.
Right. Would you agree with me that you had numerous conversations with your mother about the fact that it was really important that you and Valerie be considered common law married?
You'd have to refresh my memory, but yes, I remember something like that.
And do you remember telling your mother that she needs to make sure that your belongings stay over at Valerie's condo, because when this trial comes up, you need to be able to say that you two are common law married?
I don't believe it was in reference to the trial. I believe it was a reference to the fact that I was not on bond at the time, and Valerie had bonded out before her death, and I wanted to be able to go live with my wife if I was given a bond.
Well, didn't you say when she takes the fifth, she'll be able to say we're common law married? Wasn't that your concern?
Not particularly. I may have said that, but I was more concerned that if I got out on bond, I'd be able to go back to my home.
because that's the only place you had to go, right?
It's where I would have wanted to been.
And when Mac McDaniel found out that you were actually staying over at Valerie's house, you knew he was upset about that, didn't you?
Of course, I knew he was upset about that. He blamed me for their divorce.
And when he found out that you were over there, you knew that he and Valerie came to an agreement that as long as Natalie was over there, you weren't supposed to be over there, were you?
I was never made aware of an agreement between the two of them.
So you didn't know that you weren't supposed to be there when Natalie was there?
No, I did not.
Valerie never told you that she was upset with Mac because he didn't want her daughter around you?
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure, Valerie never told you about the agreement that she had with Mac.
Not that I knew of.
You mentioned that Mac was upset with you about the divorce. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes, I never spoke to him about it.
And you know that if Valerie was in violation of some sort of agreement with Mac, that Natalie would have to go stay with Mac, correct?
I'm not a family lawyer. I can't answer that question.
Well, could you answer whether or not you were being allowed to stay there when Natalie was there? Did you know that?
I assumed that I was allowed to stay there. I was living at the apartment.
If Natalie was there and you weren't supposed to be there, you would have no place to go, right?
You're asking me to give you a hypothetical answer to a hypothetical question.
Well, didn't it frustrate you that Mac didn't want you to stay at the apartment with Valerie?
I could have cared less what Mac thought.
Didn't it frustrate you that Mac was making a big deal about the situation and you were going to have no place to go?
I could have cared less what Mac thought.
And isn't it true that you started to egg Valerie on and feed her information about her ex-husband, didn't you?
No.
Do you recall in the recordings, both at the Olive Garden and at Willowick, you calling Mac a piece of shit over and over and over?
I do.
Okay. Let's talk about the Olive Garden. First off, you mentioned early on direct examination that one of the things that you were concerned about out on the balcony was that you were scared when Javier showed you his gun. Is that right?
That's true.
You were fearful about that, right?
Yes.
And that's why you started talking about Guantanamo Bay with him.
Yes.
Okay, but isn't it true that over at the Olive Garden, you also talked about Guantanamo Bay?
I don't remember exactly what.
So if on the recording, though, you're talking about Guantanamo Bay at the Olive Garden, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with the recording, would you, Mr. Jacob?
No.
Okay. And you never saw Javier with a gun at the Olive Garden, did you?
No.
You weren't fearful of him at the Olive Garden, were you?
Slightly.
Well, you're in a public place, right?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you were just meeting with a private investigator, right?
He was described to me prior to our meeting as a Navy SEAL and somebody who was not to be messed with.
And you went there to meet with him, didn't you?
Yes.
And before you met with him, you had a phone conversation with Zach, correct?
I had several phone conversations with Mac prior to meeting with him.
And in one of those phone conversations that we heard in court, you told Zach, is he going to take care of both problems, correct?
I believe so.
Both problems.
I just answered your question. I believe so.
Okay. And so you go to the Olive Garden and you meet with Javier, and then you also have Zach and Valerie there, correct?
The four of us were there, yes.
And when you step outside and you begin speaking with Officer Duran, you'd agree with me that we hear you on the video ask him, are you a cop?
I did.
You were concerned whether or not he was a police officer, weren't you?
Probably.
Well, concerned enough to ask him a question, right?
Yes.
And while you're at Olive Garden, you mentioned that Valerie has a conversation with Javier, and you know nothing about what was said, right?
No, I do not. I did not at the time. I know now.
Well, you knew then too, didn't you?
No.
Well, because do you recall coming back to the table at the Olive Garden and Javier telling you she wants her ex-husband dead?
I don't really recall that. He may have said it, but I don't remember.
Do you recall Javier saying to you, so she's decided that she wants her ex to be gone?
I think he did say something to that effect, but he didn't use the word dead or killed.
That was my question. Do you recall Javier saying, so she's decided that she wants her ex to be gone?
I think if that's what you said, it said on the tape, and that's what it said.
Okay. And then your response was, I got it.
If you say so.
And then when just a few sentences later, your statement to Javier is, I can give you $2,500 a week for 4 weeks. That's probably the best and the easiest. Do you remember saying that, Mr. Jacob?
Something to that effect, yes.
So to tell the members of this jury that you didn't know what agreement Valerie and Javier had come up with, that's not exactly true, is it?
I knew about the agreement for the money, of course.
And what it was for, too.
I just told you I didn't know what it was for.
Well, do you recall the undercover officer trying to clarify what kind of car Matt drove?
I do.
And you clarified for him.
I don't think I clarified for him. I think she did.
recall Valerie saying a Land Cruiser and Javier saying a Land Cruiser, and then you say, is that what type he's got?
Well, I think that your question would then actually depict a situation where I didn't know what kind of car he drove.
Were you clarifying what kind of car that Mac McDaniel drove?
To myself, yes.
Okay. And do you recall right after that, Javier saying a brand new Land Cruiser, carjack him, put a bullet in his head, throw him on the street, and make sure he's gone. Make sure he's dead for sure, and then park his truck in one of those apartment complexes. You know, one of those shitty apartment complexes. When can I get the first payment? Do you recall Javier saying that to you?
Yeah, the Olive Garden?
Yes, sir.
If you said that's what he said on the tape, and that's what he said.
That's what he said. And in direct response to that, you say, I can give you $2,500 a week for 4 weeks. That's probably the best and easiest.
And that's
correct?
the chronological order it happened in.
Right?
If you say it's the chronological order it happened in, then I have to say yes.
Okay. So you're agreeing to give him $2,500 just after he tells you, I'm going to put a bullet in his head and throw him on the street.
If that's what you say.
Well, that's in the recording. It's not what I say. It's what Javier and you said, right?
I guess.
You kept saying on direct examination that you never used the words hurt or ask for anybody to be killed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't want anyone to be kidnapped either, did you?
No.
You said that on direct examination. You said, I don't want anybody to be hurt. I never asked for anybody to be hurt or kidnapped, correct?
True.
But that's not true, right? Because you told Javier, snatch her, put her in a room, and tell her if she doesn't fucking leave, I'm going to kill her parents, right?
If that's what you say, I said.
Did you say it, Mr. Jacob?
Sure.
Did you say it?
Yes, I guess if that's what the tapes say.
And when you say snatch her, that's kidnapping, right?
If that's what you want to define it as.
Well, how else would you define snatch?
I don't know. I left it up to him how to do that stuff.
That's certainly not her willing to go with you, right?
We were just talking about stuff at the time. I left the discretion up to him how he wanted to handle the situation. I think that if you ask me what my mindset was, I was just having a conversation about possible scenarios. I wasn't giving him any directions.
So when you're telling him snatch her and put her in a hotel room, you're not giving him any directions.
I think I put it is, so what are you going to do? It was a question actually that I asked him.
No, actually, the statement you made was snatch her, put her in a room, and if she doesn't fucking leave, tell her you're going to kill her parents.
I think I posed it as a question to him.
Does that sound like directions to you?
If it's posed in a question, I don't think it's directions.
What kind of question is that?
I don't know.
So you want to know if this private investigator could snatch her?
I think we were just having a conversation.
Did you not want anybody hurt when you said, inject her with potassium chloride, stop her heart, untraceable?
I said that was something you could do. I didn't say that for him to do that.
You'd agree with me that if you injected someone with potassium chloride and stopped their heart, that it would hurt them?
Yes.
It would kill them?
Yes.
You knew that as a doctor.
Yes.
Did you recall telling the undercover officer, if those options don't work, I don't give a fuck, then you got to do what you got to do because my survival is more important?
Yes,
You said that, right?
I did.
And you meant that, didn't you?
At the time, I don't know what I meant.
Well, what you meant was that you were upset that Megan had filed assault family member charges against you, weren't you?
Anybody would be upset about having a false police report filed against them.
So is that a yes, Mr. Jacob? Were you upset?
Of course I was.
And were you a little bit frustrated that if that assault family member case stuck against you, that you weren't going to be able to try and reinvent your medical career, correct?
Yes.
It was certainly a hindrance to that, wasn't it?
Yep.
And if you're convicted of assault family member and stalking a felony, you're not going to be able to practice medicine anymore, are you?
Most likely not.
And medicine's pretty important to you, isn't it?
It is.
And so the fact that you might not be able to try and reinvent your medical career was upsetting to you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And that assault family member case was what stood between, in your mind, what stood between you and your medical license.
It was a hindrance.
It was a hindrance, right? And if that assault family member case went away, then you were all good, right?
I don't know if I was all good, but it would certainly be better than having it.
It certainly wouldn't be in the way of you being a doctor, right?
If it didn't exist, it's not going to be in the way of anything.
Okay. And initially, you were upset when she obtained that protective order too, weren't you?
Which protective order are you talking about? The temporary one or the one we agreed to, the no contact order?
The temporary one.
Well, that came with the charges for assault and violence.
And you're upset about that, weren't you?
Well, of course I was upset about the assault and violence charges to begin with.
You were concerned that it might be public record that you had been asked to stay away from her, weren't you?
Now you're talking about something different.
Well, let's talk about the 2-year protective order. Were you concerned that it was made public?
It was agreed upon that it would be sealed.
And it wasn't, right?
No, it was not.
And you're frustrated about that, weren't you?
Well, typically when you're told by the law that they're going to do something and they don't, it's frustrating.
And you were frustrated, weren't you?
Of course I was.
Okay. And again, with a 2-year protective order in place, that affects your ability to get employment, doesn't it?
I don't necessarily think it does or does not. I was already employed.
You would agree with me that most employers probably are going to be a little bit cautious about hiring someone who has a 2-year protective order in place on them, right?
That's not for me to speculate. I already had a job. It didn't really concern me about my present employment, which is why I signed it voluntarily.
There was no, it wasn't a contested hearing, was it?
No,
No. In fact, you all scratched out that language and all came to an agreement that you'd stay away from Megan.
it was a 2-year joint no contact order. Yes.
And when you told Megan that you were frustrated that she got a protective order, which protective order were you talking about? Were you talking about the temporary one or the 2-year one?
I don't remember.
But you sent her an email after one of them went in place telling her, did you really get a protective order? Didn't you?
You have to give me some dates and I could probably clarify that for you.
Judge, my approach? Mr. Jacob, I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 49, if you'll take a look at that for me.
This would be Thursday, February. The 29th of February. I can't recall which one I was referring to.
But you were mad about it.
Well, I was asking a question. Do you seriously get a protection order against me?
And my question is, were you mad about it?
I was a little upset. I was upset about it.
You're upset that a lower middle class girl from Pittsburgh had brought charges against you, weren't you?
It had nothing to do with where she was from.
Well, you mentioned it several times to the undercover officer, didn't you?
You're asking me two different questions.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, did you mention to the undercover officer that Megan was a lower middle class girl from Pittsburgh?
That wasn't your question you asked me before. You asked me if I was upset that she ordered that characterization and she filed a protective order against me. So it's two questions. The first question was I upset that she had a protective order against me? The answer is yes. Her upbringing had nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Her upbringing was an issue to you, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't actually.
You felt like, how dare this lower middle class citizen bring charges against Dr. McDaniel or Dr. Jacob?
Not necessarily. I was more upset with her the fact that she lied to me about her education. She comes from a very, very nice family.
That's not what you told the undercover officer, is it?
I think I did at some point. I said that I like her family a lot.
You also told undercover officer, these are just lower class middle girls from Pittsburgh. You said that, right?
About characterizing Megan and one of her friends.
Correct. Let's talk about the last few phone conversations that you had with Officer Duran. May I approach, Judge?
Do you need this back? Just give it back to her.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 22. Do you remember Officer Duran sending you this photograph?
I remember him sending me something like that or similar.
So at the time, it was your belief that Megan Veracruz was somewhere zip tied, correct?
Yes.
And it was your belief that your Megan Veracruz was somewhere with duct tape wrapped around her mouth, right?
Yes.
And in seeing this picture, you'd agree with me at no time did you tell Officer Duran, whoop, time out, stop, this has gone too far, I don't want any part of this. You never said that, did you?
Not those exact words. I did not.
You didn't tell him stop?
I tried to delay him.
Mr. Jacob, my question is, did you tell Officer Duran stop?
No.
Did you tell Officer Duran, I don't like where this is going?
Not those exact words.
You didn't use those words, did you?
No.
No. In fact, you are under the belief while you're talking to Officer Duran that Megan is somewhere in this city tied up, bound, duct taped, And you're having conversations with Officer Duran during that, right?
Yes.
And at this point, you also believe that Matt McDaniel is dead.
Yes.
You believe that Officer Duran has taken care of Matt McDaniel, don't you?
That's what he told us. Yes.
He told you that at the Willowwick apartment, right?
Yes.
And he told you that as you guys went out on the balcony, didn't he?
Either the balcony, yeah, somewhere in the apartment. He told us about it.
And after Officer Duran tells you that he's taking care of Matt McDaniel, Valerie actually excuses herself and goes back inside the condo, doesn't she?
Yes.
And that's when you stay out on the patio with Officer Duran, correct?
Yep.
And this man that you're so afraid of, you offered him a beer when he came in, didn't you?
Yeah, I think that I don't remember which conversation it was, but yes, at some point we did have alcoholic drinks on the balcony.
And this man that you're so afraid of, you actually offered to let him have sushi with you guys too, right?
I think so. Yes.
And this man that you're so afraid of, you actually told him that you felt like you had become friends with him and you wanted to stay in contact with him, so he should touch base with you in the future, right?
I don't think it was out of so much comfort as I was. Do you want me to continue or?
Go ahead.
I'm not really sure I wanted to be friends with him. I really didn't know how to react around him.
Did you offer to help Officer Duran inject Megan with a syringe?
I think I did.
Did you offer to help Officer Duran inject Megan with potassium chloride?
I think I did.
Did you?
Yes.
And you know as a doctor that potassium chloride will kill someone.
Yes.
And so by helping him inject Megan with potassium chloride, it would result in her death.
That would be the logical conclusion.
It would be the conclusion.
Yes. There's an explanation why I offered
One
that.
second, Mr. Jacob. The night that you were arrested, you recall officers coming to the condo where you're staying with Valerie?
Which arrest are you referring to?
When Sergeant Quinn came to the condominium to do the arrest, do you recall when he came there that night?
Yes.
And do you recall walking into the living area of the condominium complex and being told that Mac had been killed in an apparent robbery?
Yes.
And when you learn that information, do you turn to Sergeant Quinn or any of the other officers there and go, you know what, I have information for you. You need to hear this. Do you say that to them?
No.
Do you feign surprise at the idea that Mac McDaniel is dead?
I think I did.
You did, right? Because that was part of the act that you all were putting on for the police that night, right?
I wasn't really sure how to react.
Well, you certainly had to be careful how you reacted because at that point you believed that you had paid an undercover officer money to kill Mac, right?
No.
And it was important for you not to let the officers know that you'd been involved in his death, right?
No.
You didn't tell the officers that you had paid Officer Duran $2,500 to take care of a problem, did you?
I absolutely did not pay Officer Duran $2,500.
You didn't tell officers that you paid Officer Duran $1,800, did you?
No.
You didn't volunteer that information to the officers that night, did you?
No, I did not.
Instead, when they asked you if you knew of any problems that Mac had, you said, I didn't even really know the guy. I think I met him once, right?
I did. That's the truth.
Okay. And
They didn't ask me if I knew of any problems he had. They asked me if I knew the man.
what was your response?
That I barely met him once or I met him once.
Right. And you also let the officers know, look, we've been here all night
I did.
and we've been watching movies here all day.
I did.
And so you'd agree with me that that's giving the officers an explanation as to your whereabouts and what you all had been doing that day, correct?
They asked us if we had any information. I said we've been at the apartment all day
You volunteered that to them, right?
in a response to their question.
And you also let them know that you've been there all day.
I think we've established that, yes.
Okay. And at no time during that did you say, officers, I got to tell you something. This guy has my girlfriend tied up across town. Did you tell him that?
We were arrested after the undercover officer had already told me he had shot Megan in the head twice. So why was I going to tell them something that I knew that was no longer relevant? At least that's what I was portrayed to me.
So you felt like at that point, Megan was dead
I was told she was.
and you believed she was.
Absolutely.
You don't think that was something you maybe should have shared with those officers that night?
I'm not really sure what I should have done. I was in shock all around about what was happening.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes, you may. Briefly, please.
Mr. Jacob, you needed an email to be sent from Megan to you, didn't you?
I didn't need to have an email sent.
You certainly wanted it, right?
Yes.
If you felt like it would make your criminal case go away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you let Officer Duran know that it was important to you that you get this email sent from Megan's phone to your phone, correct?
Yes.
And you let Officer Duran know what you needed that email to say so that you could give it to your lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And you had an elaborate plan that once that email was sent, you weren't going to open it, right?
That would have violated a violation of the no contact order for myself.
And you would then turn that over to your lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And then your belief was that your lawyer could then go to court and show that to the judge in charge of your assault family member case, correct?
Sure.
And so you were willing to go to all those links in order to get your assault family member case dismissed, weren't you?
Sure.
And you were willing to allow something to happen to Megan so that she wouldn't be present for your assault family member case, right?
That's incorrect.
Well, you said numerous times in the recordings, we heard it over and over, it's really important that she not be there for my hearing, correct?
Yes.
You told Officer Duran, as soon as she's gone, I'm going to expedite the fuck out of this. You told him that, right?
Yes.
And that's because if Megan's out of the picture, your assault family member case goes away.
Yes, but still alive.
You were okay with Megan being taken out of state for your survival, right?
I never asked him to take her out of state.
You didn't ask her to be taken out of state?
I was told that's where she wanted to go.
Did you ask Officer Duran if he could take her out of state? And Officer Duran's response to you was, I don't know, there's some issues with that. That could be kind of problematic. Do you remember that in the recording?
I don't recall exactly what I said, but it could be something like that.
Isn't at the end of the day, what this is all about is your survival? I mean, do you recall telling Officer Duran, my survival is more important than anything?
I think I might have said that.
You said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I guess I did, yeah.
Judge, I pass the witness.
Please.
Yes, Judge. May we approach briefly?
Yes. Tim, remember your admonishments not to discuss the case, and we'll see you back at 9:30 in the morning.
All rise for the jury. All rise. 263rd Criminal District Court is now in session. Honorable Jim Wallace presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Stay ready.
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to put Mr. Yanovich on the stand to testify outside the presence of the jury as to his testimony had he been permitted to testify in front of the jury for the purposes of the record. It'll be very brief.
All right. Come on, let's get it.
Al Yanovich.
All right, proceed, please.
State your name for the court, please. State your name for the court.
My name is Al Yanovitz.
And how are you employed, Mr. Yanovich?
Good. What was the question?
How are you employed?
Oh, I'm currently employed at the University of Montana, and I'm a professor there. I teach courses in acoustics and speech and hearing science, and I also do research, including forensic research, and I'm involved in community service in those areas.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach? It might be better for hearing and for both of us. What do you have degrees in, Mr. Yanovich?
I have degrees in acoustics and speech, hearing, and language science. That's a doctorate in acoustics and speech, language, and hearing science.
And where did you obtain your degrees?
I obtained my degrees from the University of Connecticut in 1973.
Have you testified in both federal and state cases?
Yes, numerous times.
And in what category have you testified in?
I've testified in authenticity analysis, that is to say, are the recordings purported to record what they are supposed to have been? I have done work and testified in transcription issues. I've done extensive work in voice identification. And I've also testified in numbers of cases where there's unusual acoustic digital signal processing required.
Have you testified in both federal and state cases?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in the state of Texas?
Yes, many times.
Have you worked in conjunction with the district attorney's office in Harris County?
Yes, I have.
And what did you do for the district attorney's office in Harris County?
There was a period of over approximately 18 years, and I both consulted with the police department and assisted in many investigations involving acoustics. And whenever there is evidentiary material that has sound with it, for the Harris County District Attorney's Office, I've testified a very large number of times regarding cases in capital murder, rape issues, and other criminal behavior as well.
Yeah, were you a witness in the Cullen Davis case?
Not the Cullen Davis one, but the Campbell murders, I was.
And I've asked you, have I not, to take a look at certain audio tapes that have been admitted during the course of this case, have I not?
Yes, you had.
And when did this occur? Do you know?
This occurred approximately the first week of June in 2017.
All right. And did you, in fact, analyze those tapes?
Yes, I did.
And what would have been your conclusion? How many tapes did you analyze? Do you recall?
There were approximately 12 scenarios of tape recordings.
Those are the same tapes that are in evidence in this case.
That's correct.
And do you have an opinion generally about the content of those tapes, first of all, and how they underscore the mindset of the defendant who is charged with solicitation of capital murder, knowingly and intentionally creating circumstances to cause the death of the complainant?
Yes, I have developed that kind of an analysis. However, the questions that I addressed and reported on were, in a sense, a kind of collation of what was actually said. Not that was intended, but that was actually said by the defendant.
Have you conducted research in the area of forensic and audio and forensic acoustics?
Yes, many, many times, and I make presentations on a yearly basis at approximately 10 different venues.
Do you conduct clinical research in the speech and hearing sciences?
Yes, I do.
And do you conduct forensic research in speech and hearing sciences? Forensic research into speech and hearing sciences?
Yes.
How closely related is the speech and hearing sciences to linguistics?
Well, linguistics is one of the areas of speech, hearing, and language science. And linguistics is an area that perhaps has more propensity to incur an interpretation or apply some type of a base to the analysis that gets to intent of what is said. And I did not do that in this case.
All right. What have you done for the Houston Police Department?
Well, for the Houston Police Department, most of the work was surveillance assistance and the assistance of identifying acoustic sounds that could be useful in an investigation.
And what have you done with for the Harris County District Attorney's Office?
Testimony on numerous occasions having to do with voice identification, authenticity, and other areas of acoustic forensics.
All right. Have you ever met the defendant in this case?
No, I have not. No.
All right. You've been Daubert challenged at federal court for your authenticity procedures.
Yes, that's right.
And you recall the case?
It was a case in San Antonio, equal opportunity case. And the issues had to do with were the tapes modified or edited, or were they true and accurate representations of conversations?
What was the outcome in that case?
The essential outcome from the Daubert issue was that I testified. I was allowed to testify in that case.
All right. What did we request for your firm, Yanovich and Joe, to do in this case?
In this case, it was very clear to me that there were a lot of there was a voluminous amount of audio material, and the request was to cipher through the material without interpretation or without intent issues, and to determine the occurrences where Mr. Jacob had made a statement about what his intention was with regard to whether what was to happen to Megan, essentially. And it was not something.
What was your conclusion?
Pardon?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
It was not a basis of reading between the lines. These were words that needed to be explicitly within the audio.
And what was your conclusion after researching and reading and listening to the tapes?
Well, after listening to them and simply collating the material, that is.
Excuse me, he asked you a simple question. What was your conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was a propensity of material, a very large amount of material that indicated that Mr. Jacob requested of the undercover officer not to harm Megan, not to kill Megan, and it was clearly and continuously stated that he was even to contact Jacob, that is to say the undercover officer, before he did anything to Megan.
Did you produce a PowerPoint, sir?
Yes, I did.
And for the purposes of this hearing alone, I would mark this, please.
I think the PowerPoint's already been admitted because it's not for public release. That was,
Well, the public record has been done.
so I don't think we can go into PowerPoint yet. Because it's already in the record.
PowerPoint is in.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The PowerPoint that you prepared is already in the record.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing further.
Just a few questions, Judge. In your conclusions, Doctor, let me ask you this first. You said that your job, or you were asked to note the number of occurrences of certain statements made by the defendant.
That's generally correct, yes.
Anywhere in your conclusions do you list the number of occurrences of any kind in regard to statements?
That was not placed into the conclusions. The PowerPoint speaks for itself and lists all of the conclusions.
I'm talking about your report, the conclusions in the report, your official report that you compiled in regard to your testimony and your evaluation of the recordings. Are there any number of occurrences listed in anywhere in your conclusions?
No.
And you also said that it was not your job, or you weren't asked to infer any intention in regard to statements that were made. Is that right?
That's correct.
You also said it wasn't your job to read between the lines.
Could you say that again, please?
You also said, I believe, it wasn't your job to try and read between the lines of statements.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll pass it.
You indicated in response to the question concerning conclusions that those conclusions would have been in the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Are you asking if the conclusions were in the PowerPoint?
Correct.
The conclusions are not based upon some.
Are they in the PowerPoint?
No, not in the form you're looking for.
And if they're not in your report, not in the PowerPoint, are you in a position to discuss your conclusions in front of the jury if permitted to do so?
The conclusions can be made by viewing the PowerPoint, and it's unequivocal.
Explain that.
That is to say, there are 99 excerpted phrases from all of the audio material when Mr. Jacob indicates what is to happen to Megan. It is unequivocally clear from those statements. Those statements are all listed and shown in the PowerPoint one at a time, the audio and the transcription. And of course, if there's disagreement in the transcription, the audio speaks for itself. It's an exact replication from the tapes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but, Mr. Yanovich, some of these matters are matters that can be argued to a jury. I want to know specifically what type of evidence that you could provide to a jury that would assist them in, outside of argument, that would assist them in reaching a verdict in this case in favor of Mr. Jacob or not.
I think the material is very high assistance because there is such a large amount of audio information that the whole corpus of that audio material becomes very cumbersome, and you lose sight of what the major themes are that are of high interest. And by collating the material the way that they are simply presented in that PowerPoint, makes available to the jury a full and proper understanding of the auditory conversations that went on.
And you can do the collation.
Yes.
As a witness.
Just one question, Doctor. So in your conclusions, when you state Leon Jacob was always under the impression that he and the undercover officer had made arrangements for the undercover to relocate Megan to Pittsburgh, your testimony is that that is not a statement of the defendant's intent.
I'm sorry.
My testimony is that when the intent,
Judge, would you agree with me? The first line of your conclusions is Leon Jacob was always under the impression that he and the undercover officer had made arrangements for the undercover to relocate Megan to Pittsburgh. That's the first line of your conclusions.
yes,
And it's your statement that is not a statement of the defendant's intent.
correct.
I'll pass it to Judge.
What was the defendant's intent?
Sorry.
What was the defendant's intent?
Well, excuse me, Judge. I don't care what his opinion of what the intent of the defendant was. That's the jury to make a decision. They don't need an expert to tell them what his intent was or was not. That's mainly one of the reasons why I'm not going to allow this person to testify as an expert, because his expert opinion is a conclusion as to whether or not your client is guilty or not guilty. That's the jury's decision. I think we've heard enough on the record as to what this person is going to say, and I'd like to continue now with the trial.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Anything? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So, let's put your witness back on the stand and let's continue. Wait, I usually don't allow attorneys to swap off on the same witness.
I thought we discussed that yesterday.
We did not. If we did, I don't recall it. You recall it? But go ahead.
All right, thank you, Judge. And the state has no opposition to that.
That's fine. We're ready. All rise, jury. Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We have a matter to take up outside the presence that's been concluded. And we're ready to continue with that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Leon.
Good morning.
At the conclusion of yesterday, I was a little bit confused with some things. So I want to kind of go back a little bit and clarify.
Okay.
Now, you met Megan in Pittsburgh, is that correct?
Yes.
How did you end up in Pittsburgh?
My ex-wife and I moved there for work.
So you were kind of there going through your divorce.
There was I filed for divorce in Pennsylvania, and my ex-wife had filed for divorce in Illinois. And I was told that I should stay in Pennsylvania during the jurisdictional hearings for the divorce.
Okay.
And we'd already given up our home, so I moved into a hotel.
And what hotel was that?
Originally, it was the Wyndham Grand, and then I moved into the Cambria Suites about 5 or 6 months later.
And that's where you met Megan?
Yes.
She was working for the hotel.
Yes.
How long after you guys first met did you guys start your relationship? Was it love at first sight? Did you guys go on a first date?
Yeah, there was an immediate attraction. I think that, I was living there and I became friends with some of the staff, and we would, go out and have.
When you guys had your first date, was there a good spark?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with Megan in Pittsburgh?
It was odd.
How was it odd?
Well, I was living at the hotel and she was an employee of the hotel, so we really couldn't commiserate or be around each other that much in the hotel. Also, she was married at the time, and so it was difficult to spend a lot of time together outside of the of work hours. So
how long after you guys started dating and she was still married did you end up moving back to Houston?
We moved back to Houston in October of 2014. So
did you guys move together?
Yes, we drove down from Pittsburgh together.
And when you were in Houston, how was the relationship then? Were you guys still happy?
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Did you guys start to fight a lot?
Like any couple, we had our arguments, but as time went on, we had, more and more arguments.
What were most of those arguments about?
Asked and answered.
Yesterday on cross-examination, you referred to family money.
Yeah.
Can you explain what family money is?
I mean, my family's pretty affluent. All of us are professionals. My sister's a surgeon. My brother's an engineer. My mom's a lawyer. I'm a doctor. We all have done at times in our life quite well for each other or ourselves. And, we've all helped each other out during times where somebody's had some issues and whatnot. And my mom has done quite well for herself, and she is a very
Narrative.
So it's safe to say your family kind of looks after each other.
yes.
Now, it was brought up also that Megan was considered the breadwinner of the family.
It was.
Were you bringing in any income?
Yes.
What would you do for that income?
I worked at the hospital for a while, and I had another job, and I also wrote research papers with Methodist and individual pharmaceutical companies.
So you were bringing in money, plus your family was helping you out. How did
Yes.
Megan feel about you receiving money from your family?
She resented it.
Object to speculation and relevance.
I'll sustain on relevance. Is it an assessment that Megan had an issue with you taking money from your family?
I'm going to object to leading.
Sustain. What was Megan's opinion, from your personal knowledge, of you receiving money from your family?
I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance of all of this? It's to show the relationship, Your Honor, going forward, that a lot of the fights that happened leading up to the breakup involved Megan attacking him for his financial disability or if he receiving money from the family.
I think we've heard ample evidence about that subject, so unless there's something different, sustain the state's objection.
Yes, Your Honor. When did you and Megan break up?
January 12th of last year.
And that was after the assault, alleged assault, correct?
It was after the alleged assault, yes.
And that case has since been dismissed.
It has.
Why did you reach out to Tom Thurlow?
Tom Thurlow is an attorney here in town. He's also was my father's best friend, somebody that I trusted, someone I spent a lot of time with after my father had passed away. You could call him sort of like an uncle. So I didn't want to involve my mother in the legal aspect of. I didn't want to involve my mother in the legal aspect of the assault family violence because of her relationship with Megan and obviously me. And so I went to somebody whom was a third party that I could ask some advice from and feel comfortable with that advice.
You mentioned Megan's relationship with your mother. Was she still close to your family at this time?
She was very close with my family throughout our entire relationship. She was staying with my brother and my sister-in-law evidently right after we had broken up. So I'm not totally sure, or I can't answer to you how close they remained, but she felt comfortable enough to stay with my family for a couple of days after we separated.
Okay, so you break up and you reach out to Tom. What was the purpose of going to Tom?
I had received a phone call from an officer in the HPD. I think his name was by the officer Jack, asking for a statement about what occurred the night of January 12th. And he had told me that no files had been charged or no charges had been filed. At that time, I got very concerned. And so I reached out to Tom Thurlow.
After reaching out to Tom Thurlow, what did he do?
He told me he would look into the situation.
And did he?
Yes.
How did he help you with your situation?
Well, I don't think you could characterize it as help. I think he researched what was being done from the HPD side.
Did Tom Thurlow recommend you to go to anywhere else for help?
He didn't so much as recommend me to go anywhere else. He called me and requested that I send some information via email to his niece, Laura Thurlow, who worked for him.
And did you send an email to her?
I did.
Did she respond?
She did.
So what happened with Laura Thurlow?
With regards to the email?
Yeah, what happened after the email was sent? Did you guys meet up?
No, she called me, I think later that day, and had given me some information regarding whatever she found out.
And what was that information?
Say.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. What did you discover after talking to Laura?
That Megan had, in fact, made a complaint to the Houston Police Department approximately 6 or 7 days after January 12th, and that at that time they were still investigating and deciding whether or not to file any charges.
So the complaint was filed, but no charges were filed, correct?
At that time, no.
Did you and Laura ever come up with any kind of other scheme to go about verifying what happened?
Yes.
And what was your next plan?
Miss Thurlow had indicated to me that she had a friend on the, I think it was in Clear Lake or some other precinct where HPD was in charge, and that she would reach out to him to see if they could sort of make the situation go away.
And did she do that?
I don't know. She told me that she did, but I can't confirm or deny that.
But the assault still eventually got charged.
Yes.
So you've been here this whole time and you've listened to the testimony of Laura Thurlow.
I did.
She talked a lot about these 3 options you gave her.
I heard her say those, yes.
What were those 3 options that she said?
Option 1 was that she would contact Megan, talk to her, and try to figure out a way to renegotiate our relationship, rekindling. Option 2 she talked about was convincing Megan to go back to Pittsburgh. And option 3, in her words here, were that they would get her in a car and sedate her and bring her somewhere so I could talk to her. And I don't know where she came up with that, but that was what she testified to.
That wasn't you that offered the syringe?
Absolutely not.
When you first approached Laura, what did you explain to her about the situation?
She asked me a bunch of personal questions about, our relationship and how I met Megan, sort of like what you've done here. And up from the time we met to the time that we broke up and what occurred.
So Laura had a pretty good grasp of your relationship, in your opinion, with Megan.
She knew intimate details about our relationship, yes.
So after you had that first meeting with Laura, she told you she was going to go to her guy, as she puts it, to help take care of these charges, and they eventually get charged. What happens? What else did you and Laura go forward and do?
Well, the charges, I wasn't aware of the charges until I got arrested. So in the meantime,
Sustained.
yes, sir, I apologize.
Yes, Your Honor. Before charges got filed, and after you first met with Laura, what did you guys do next? Did you guys ever visit anywhere?
Yes. Ms. Thurlow and I, she visited the hotel where Megan worked at.
Were you with her?
I was, but I didn't go into the hotel. I was parked across the street, I think.
When Laura returned from the hotel into the car, did you learn anything?
Yeah, I was told, she told me that I learned that
Yes, Your Honor. Did your plans change after she returned from the hotel?
yes, we decided to take a break and regroup, and we went and had a bite to eat at a restaurant or a bar.
Without saying what she said, did you guys discuss what happened in the hotel?
Yes.
Were you of the impression that she talked to Megan?
No.
So after you guys had a couple drinks at the bar, did you guys come back to like the next day, or did you guys go back to the hotel?
I don't remember exactly what we did right afterwards, but it had gotten quite late, and she asked me to give her a ride back to her parents' house for a dinner.
At any point in time during your conversations with Laura, did you mention that you wanted Megan hurt?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever reference to her being killed?
No.
Did Laura continue to help you out, or did she kind of disappear?
At first, she continued to help me out, or, she pretended to, I think, do a lot of stuff. But then she became less and less reliable, specifically, leading up to when she introduced me to Motaz, Aziz.
So she introduced you to Motaz.
Well, he called me on her request. She was present when she called me the first time. I could hear her voice in the background.
So she gave Motaz your contact.
Yes.
You didn't reach out to him.
I had no idea who he was.
After that conversation, who did you believe Motaz was?
I believed he was somebody who was a private investigator, essentially, and ex-military guy who had come back stateside and sort of was working as his own, for himself as a private investigator. In fact, Laura had told me that he had done some work for.
Of a narrative.
After he told you he was a private investigator, did you believe him?
Yes.
Did he ever quote you some kind of fee to help you out?
During our initial conversation, no.
But he informed you he was a private investigator. Did you approach him about helping you?
We made a time later that evening to meet at a restaurant.
And where did you guys go to meet?
Del Frisco's over at the Galleria.
And that was the same day that he first contacted you?
Yes, it was. I think it was. I'm almost, I can't be positive. It could have been.
It was soon. It was
It
close
was,
to
it was
time.
within 24 hours. Yes.
Okay, so what happened at Del Frisco? What did you guys talk about? You were of the impression that Megan wanted to go back to Pittsburgh. Why were you of that impression? This will be getting into things that were not covered yesterday, Your Honor.
You may answer.
Motaz Aziz had told me, or Zach. I forgot. I apologize. How do I answer that question?
What was stopping Megan from going back to Pittsburgh?
Money.
And you were told that by the private investigator you hired.
Yes.
Was there a suggestion made that you could offer her money to help get her out of town?
It wasn't a payment as a bribe. It was to help cover the cost of moving out of town, and to help give her some, cushion when she went back to Pittsburgh. So it wasn't like I was bribing anybody to go out of town, if that's what you're indicating. It was support.
Was there ever any kind of plane tickets bought?
I was showing receipts for a plane ticket, a one-way plane ticket back to Pittsburgh, yes.
Were you allowed to keep that receipt?
I don't remember.
And how was he going to know that she got on that plane to go to Pittsburgh?
I think she was scheduled to leave the same morning as the protection order hearing.
Did he take any steps? Was he going to personally witness her get on that plane?
I don't believe so.
Did he ever come back and approach you and ask for more money?
Not after that regarding Megan. I had already given him significant amounts of funds for, what we had, well, at least he told me had been arranged.
Did you ever tell Motaz that you wanted Megan dead?
No.
Did Motaz ever speak with Matt McDaniel?
Sustained.
Did Valerie ever have a private conversation with Motaz?
Several.
And do you know if those conversations were ever in regards to Mac?
I believe that they were.
Now, throughout the course of this trial and on Officer Duran's examination, we've played all the audio tapes, and you got to listen to all those audio tapes.
I have.
At this time, I want to play through some of those clips of some of those audio tapes that I think we need to have you comment on.
Okay.
We'll start with the wiretap recording number 1. This conversation happened March 7th, 2017. Is that your recollection? This is the very first conversation.
I'm assuming that that's the right date, yeah.
Is this the Olive Garden?
This is not the Olive Garden, Your Honor. This is going to be the phone call between Motaz and Zach. I'm sorry, Zach and Leon.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, yeah.
This is Officer Duran with Houston Police Department, Major Offense Division Career Criminal Squad, Chase Bank. It's March 7th, 2017. We are currently located at Chase Bank, located out of the Belt Bank in Westheimer. We're working on a high investigation. A cooperating informant is going to assist us in making a call to suspect Leon Jacob. Set up a meeting for him to meet up with myself, Officer Duran, who will be working in an undercover capacity.
Prior to this conversation, did you and Motaz discuss having a third party come to help?
Yes.
Why did you need to have a third party come help?
I was under the impression that it was necessary because of the closeness of the relationship that Motaz had gotten to Valerie and I, and also the fact that he had been in contact several times with Megan and he felt uncomfortable continuing speaking to her after she didn't leave per their agreement, as he told me that's what their agreement was.
And were you under the impression this third party, what was your impression of who this third party was going to be?
I really wasn't sure what he was. He was supposed to be, again, ex-military Navy SEAL kind of guy who was also good at negotiating and interrogating. And that was the whole shtick, if you will. I was told both of them were.
Your Honor, may we have the Mr. Jacob pull the mic a little closer and speak a little louder?
I'll just move a little closer.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, Pretty good. Hey, listen, I'm gonna set up a meeting with you tomorrow so we can finish this, okay? Okay. All right. Can you meet me tomorrow? Yeah, I'll bring my kid. No problem. Okay, and I'm gonna bring with me the NBC guy because he wants, so we can get this done. I want to really finish so we can be good, okay? Okay, you take care of all problems, right? All right, we're gonna go to a restaurant though, right?
Yeah. At this time, have you ever spoken of a second problem?
Valerie had spoken to Motaz or Zach about.
So Valerie spoke with Motaz, but don't go into what she said.
Yes.
And you and Valerie also spoke.
Yes.
And she would have told you what was said to Motaz.
Yes.
Whatever you want, but we're taking care of all problems. What problems? Both of the individuals we're talking about. Okay. No, you are.
So what was your impression of what Valerie wanted to happen at this time? So sorry, what was your impression of what Valerie McDaniel wanted to have happen to Mac McDaniel at the time of this conversation?
My impression was that she had requested that he be spoken to quite forcefully about leaving her alone regarding me and our living situation. I don't know the details of what they discussed regarding what she wanted. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't present for those conversations. And she was very vague when she told me what they spoke about.
Oh, you mean batteries? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, my issue and Valerie's issue. Okay.
So it appears that Motaz was aware of Valerie's issue.
I was suspect.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. He'll take care of him. He'll take care of him? Yeah. Valerie wants to talk to him. I thought Valerie wanted to start talking to her because he read her. What? You told me that she told me that Valerie doesn't want to talk to her, right? No.
So Valerie's problem was trying to get Mac McDaniel to stop talking to her.
Yes, he had been sending a lot of harassing emails and texts and calling incessantly.
Valerie wants to talk to you about what she wants to do with her next person. Okay, that's good. All right, just bring it with you tomorrow. Okay, but they can only take care of it this week? Yeah.
What was supposed to happen with Megan that week?
She was supposed to go back to Pittsburgh as I've maintained.
Oh, that was the plane ticket week.
No, this happened after the plane ticket week. They were going to come up with some plan to, I guess, coerce her or make her make good on the promises she made that she was leaving.
All right, good. We'll talk tomorrow, right? Let's make it tomorrow, right? Listen, I need my computer back. Okay, I'll get you the computer too. I mean, the computer I need back, like, 8 seconds. I need.
Unless the computer has some issue.
There you are.
We've heard all of this, so let's get to the meat of what it is you're trying to do.
Yes, Your Honor. So further along in that conversation, you start to discuss that you have court coming up in the morning. This is around timestamp 3:36.
Yes, that's his job. We'll talk about it later, right? Go ahead. We'll talk about that. And so, what time do you want me? I told you I'll tell you tomorrow, okay? Okay, everything will be fine.
All right, because I just heard from Steve Houston, and then things are okay.
Okay.
So you just really need her to be out of Houston. And what would be okay by her leaving town?
She wouldn't be testifying or involved in the assault and violence or stalking charges that I had, and they would be dropped.
So after that conversation, you guys then, in fact, met up at Olive Garden. Is that correct?
Yes.
I will now go to a couple of excerpts from the Olive Garden tape. I'm not going to play the entire thing in its entirety at all. But you were of the impression that the person you were meeting, the third party, was a Navy SEAL.
Until he informed me that he was, I think he said he was a second petty officer with the Army, I think is what he said.
So while at Olive Garden, the undercover officer asks you, what do you want to have happen? And this is the recording that happens afterwards. Can you understand what you say there? I know the quality is a little bit rough.
To be honest with you, I really can't.
Would it help to listen to it one more time?
Sure. I think I said just want her to leave. I just want her to go.
And what was the undercover officer's response to that when you say, I just want her to leave? Does he agree?
You'd have to play it for me. I don't. There's a lot of stuff we've listened to. I'm not sure what everybody said exactly. He says something like or
So he understands what you're asking.
Yes.
So for that first agreement, you say, I just want her to leave. And he responds,
Yes.
And then shortly after that, you guys begin to discuss even farther into the details about what's going to happen. And then you say, I need to leave. Are you able to make out what you say there?
I just want her to leave.
After you say that to the undercover officer, you then try and figure out how he's going to assess it, and this conversation happens.
Can you repeat the statement?
Yeah, after you inform the officer that you just want her to leave, you then try and figure out what the step's going to be.
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
While at the Olive Garden, you had this conversation following.
What are you gonna do? Well, that's the problem. When you say leave, I'm not exactly sure what you want. I mean, what I've done in the past might not be what you want. I've heard you. I don't want to hurt it. I want to go. I want to leave now. Go back to Pittsburgh. And not come back.
From listening to that, what is your idea of what you're requesting to have happen?
For her to leave Houston, go back to Pittsburgh, and not come back.
And what do you mean by ever, and not come back ever?
I think it was a reactionary ever. I didn't mean for her to stay there and never ever travel anywhere, but just to not come back and, I guess, bother me, if you will.
So at that point, you were under the impression she wouldn't go back to Pittsburgh. You wanted her to go.
At that point, I was under sort of that kind of impression. I was under the impression that she had made an agreement with a private investigator to go back to Pittsburgh and had taken the money that I had given him to give to her and had reneged on that deal. That was my impression at this time, what was going on with her.
So after you had that conversation, a couple minutes pass, you guys go back inside the Olive Garden, and this transaction happens.
I'm gonna have to talk to you what you said. This is a little different from what I thought.
You offer up a different solution instead of getting her to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was based on a solution that Motaz had suggested earlier. It was to get her in some kind of trouble here in Houston.
And what was that plan?
To plant some narcotics in the back of her car or something like that. This again came from Motaz.
Why did you offer up this second option?
It was presented to me by Motaz as an option prior to this meeting because
Why did you offer up a second option?
I'm not really sure why I offered up a second option. I think we were just having a discussion about, what could be done to stop her from testifying against me.
Throughout this conversation, if you can remember, were you of the impression that A, at this point in time, or Adam, the undercover officer, was listening to what you wanted?
I was starting to get the sense that he wasn't. He presented himself as if he does one or a couple of things, and that's all he does. When I suggested I don't want her hurt, I just want her to go, and he says that he doesn't really do that sort of thing. It made me feel.
Let's listen to this audio clip one more time.
I'm gonna have to talk to you in just a second. This is a little different from what I thought.
What did you hear right now from the undercover officer?
That he had to talk to Zach. It's a little bit different from what he thought.
And prior to this, had you had a conversation with Adam? Not including what happened at Olive Garden, because this is still at Olive Garden.
No, this is the first time I had ever met this individual.
And a couple seconds later, this is it.
I think you'd be able to go. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but you guys do that.
What is it that you're requesting there?
I don't know how you're going to get her to do that, but just to get her to go.
And by go, what do you mean?
Back to Pittsburgh.
But prior to this, you had arranged other plans with Zach. Is that correct? Of what you wanted, other options that could happen?
Object to the board and leave.
Can you rephrase that, please?
You mentioned earlier that you had other plans with Motaz. What were those plans again? If she wasn't going to go to Pittsburgh?
No object to ask and answering.
Sustained.
We'll listen to this audio clip.
I think you mentioned once about staging an accident. That was supposed to happen morning of PO. It didn't happen.
Was that accident supposed to kill Megan?
No, he had suggested that that he would have one of his team members put some narcotics in the back of her car somehow, and that they would have like at a stoplight, have like a fender, a little fender bender, bump cars, and that they would be forced to call the police, to get a report made. And he indicated to me he had a very good friend on the police force that would come and then all of a sudden decide to search the car, and that she would be, detained. Again, this was, Motaz's.
Those conversations we just listened to, that all happened outside of the Olive Garden. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess they did.
Do you recall who was all there outside the Olive Garden?
At that instant?
Yes, sir.
I think it was just me and Adam.
So now you guys go back inside, and this conversation happens. I know it's really hard to hear. I'm going to try this one more time.
Please.
Are you able to make out what they're saying?
You got to play it again. It's very, very. Something that's going to be hard to sell, or I got the general gist.
Let's listen to that beginning part just one more time to see if we can't all hear it and listen to it. This is right after you came back from outside. What had you and Adam just discussed outside?
The options of getting her to move back to Pittsburgh, or alternatively, this fictitious.
And what was your position on how to handle the situation?
My position?
Yeah, and what was going to happen with Megan?
Well, I would want her to go back to Pittsburgh, but as far as how it was handled, I left it up to them.
Would you characterize this conversation that we're going to listen to again one more time? Would you characterize that as Adam filling Zach in what they just talked about outside?
Yes.
And When you left that conversation, what did you say constantly?
I didn't want anybody hurt or harmed.
And would that be hard for these two gentlemen to accomplish?
Well, it was all a setup, so I think it would be impossible for them to hurt or harm anybody because this was all an act. But as far as selling me this idea of solicitation of murdering somebody, it was going to be difficult for them to do that because my intent always was for no one to be
I'm
hurt.
going to object to narrative.
A couple of seconds after that hard to hear clip, I believe this one's also hard to hear. So just try and listen. I can't really hear that one either. We'll move on. This happens a couple minutes later, and there is foul language. Can you make out what you said there?
I can make out the word, the profanity, but
Let's try this one more time.
something about if she doesn't fucking leave something. I don't know. I can't really hear the remainder of it.
Why would you take an aggressive tone right there?
I think that there was, or I know in my mindset, there was an issue with control here during all of this. I kept on telling them I didn't want anybody hurt, and they kept on going back to the theme of killing people. And
I think he's answering the question.
I felt a lot of pressure from them to sort of commit to this idea of killing people. And that was never my intent. And so I think that I took a much more aggressive tone with them about what I wanted to sort of say, hey, you know, you've been paid to do a job and this is what I want you to do. And all this idea of killing and hurting people is not okay with me. And even with that tone that I took, the police officer continued to bring up killing.
I'm going to object to narrative.
Now, the state has said this quote quite often, and I'm going to repeat from the transcripts. What you do say is just put her in a fucking room. Tell her if you don't fucking leave, I'm going to kill your parents. Did you want her parents dead?
No.
Were you asking them just to threaten people?
Essentially, yes.
Did you actually want any harm to come to anybody?
No.
Now, with this, you said you had a thing about control. You kept saying you didn't want people hurt, they wouldn't listen. What do you mean by fighting for that control?
I was very adamant about the fact that I didn't want anybody hurt or, you know, killed. And they continued to bring up this idea of killing, you know, people. And I became very frustrated. And so I sort of, if you will, proverbially was flexing my muscles saying, listen, I don't want that. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. You know, when you're telling somebody over and over again, you want one thing to happen and they're being paid to do that. And they're continually bringing up something else that's just unfathomable to me. It's frustrating. So I think with the kind of personality I have, I was trying to be.
Would you say that you like people to like you?
Sure, who doesn't?
Would you try and impress people?
Absolutely.
At this point in time, what was your opinion of Adam and Zach?
Well, of Zach, I felt like he had been taking advantage of Valerie and I, and that.
Let me just stop you right there. What do you mean by, pardon me, taking advantage of y'all? How was he taking advantage?
I felt like we paid him for a job and he'd arranged this stuff and then it didn't work out the way he thought it would. And then he kept on promising that he made promises to us over and over again. Those promises, he would give us a deadline and then it would shift backwards. And, you know, he said he had a bunch of other work he was doing and stuff at the same time on other jobs. And I felt like he kept on pushing back what he was supposed to do for us.
And stop right there. What was your opinion of Adam at this point?
I was a little concerned that he was an animal, that all he wanted to do was kill people.
Why did you get that impression?
Because it's all he talked about. But then again, you know, Laura vouched for Zach and I had become, we used to play pool and go out to eat.
Narrative.
See,
Yes, Judge.
and we'll move on. And after a while, the conversation progresses. Eventually, it is said something along the lines of, the undercover says, it might come to have to kill her. And you respond with something along the lines of, if it comes to that, I'll do it myself. I don't have that clip brought out, unfortunately. But were you serious in going to go forward and kill her yourself?
No.
In fact, you offer up this plan instead, right? Are you able to make out what you offer up there?
An injection of potassium chloride.
So would you have done that?
Absolutely not. I can tell you why. That's why I stopped.
Had the officers called you and said, hey, we have her, we need that injection, come on down, what would have happened?
They actually did do that.
Oh, well, for the hypothetical, what would have happened?
I wouldn't have come down there with anything.
So why'd you offer this up? Why'd you say, I know a way of doing this?
How do I answer this? I felt it was a way to still be in control of the outcome of the situation. I became concerned that Adam was one-minded in what he wanted to do. Because I had trusted Zach, I felt like Zach could sort of control the situation, but that at the end of the day, if it came down to it, I might have to control the situation and not allow them to hurt anybody.
And how would you control that situation?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
And again, further into the conversation, after you guys have discussed killing her, you do say this. What did you just say?
You have to play it again. Can we escort her out of the city? Is that correct?
I believe it's state, but
State, yeah.
Why'd you offer that up now? You had already gone forward with the potassium chloride. Why do you want to now go escorting her out of the state?
At the end of the day, I didn't want any harm to come to her. I just wanted her to leave and go to Pittsburgh. So I thought, well, maybe we could, they could ensure that she left the state by, going with her to make sure she left.
Were you intimidated by Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a military trained guy. I was, under the impression that he was a Navy SEAL, and then I found out he was in interrogations and all this stuff. It's, he's not a big guy, but he testified here. He put on some weight when I met him. He was much more muscular. He also had a shaved head and a beard. He looked, he looked the part of a mercenary.
And the conversation progresses, something along the lines of, we can escort her, it's going to be hard.
I'm not object to waiting.
Sustain. And then this conversation happens. Are you able to make out what you say there?
Me?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that'll happen. I think she'll leave. Or I don't think that has to happen. I think she'll leave.
So you are still of the mindset that no harm has to come. Is that a fair assessment?
I was always of the mindset that no harm had to come.
Will happen.
That she'll go back to Pittsburgh.
After the Olive Garden conversation, you then go forward and have multiple conversations with Duran over the phone. We're going to now go to the second recording from March the 8th, 2017. In the interest of time, I will be skipping. I apologize. That conversation is the one right before the Olive Garden. We'll be going to the third one.
This is after the Olive Garden meeting.
This is after the Olive Garden, yes, sir. And I'll be skipping ahead to about the minute 30 marker. This is a conversation between you and Adam.
Yeah, I know. I can tell, obviously. Okay, I'll talk to Zach. At least you start. I need the $2,500 payment.
Just get it done, you get the payment.
Okay.
Do you recall this conversation?
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
Do you remember the background of this conversation? So I don't have to play the entire context. Or I can just fill you in if that's okay with the court.
Why don't you just give me the transcript? I can read through it quickly.
I'll just summarize it.
I will summarize.
All right, study.
This is right after Mac McDaniel had abducted Valerie McDaniel's daughter. She wouldn't give him back. And then you call the confidential informant to discuss what's going on. And then you tell them that statement we just heard. Okay, I'll talk to Zach at least. You start. I need the $2,500 payment. You respond, just get it done, you'll get the payment. At that point in time, what are you offering that payment for?
I'm not 100% sure what your question is regarding.
May I give him the transcript, Your Honor, real quick, just so he gets a better understanding? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Let's move from where we're at, but if you want to go back.
You want this back?
No, I got one.
Oh, okay. It's regarding whatever. Well, it's regarding what Valerie, I think Valerie and Zach or no, Adam had discussed as far as what should happen to Mac. But I'm not, I wasn't privy to their conversation. But I honestly don't remember exactly what the payment was for.
Did you and Valerie ever discuss what she wanted to have happen to Mac after the Olive Garden tape?
Vaguely.
Would you be surprised to know that she wanted her husband dead?
Not at this time. I've heard the tapes. She had spoken to me about her anger towards him and that desire earlier in time, but I was vehemently opposed to anything like that. And
why were you opposed to that? I mean, from the sound of these tapes we've listened to, you hated the guy too.
it still doesn't mean you take someone's life. He's also the father of their daughter. And due to my own personal circumstances of losing my father at a young age and growing up like that, I'd never wished it on anybody else.
In fact, your father died in front of you, didn't he?
I was home alone with him, yes. Thank you.
So at this point in time, back to the conversation, and you offer that money. Do you fully know what Valerie wanted that plan to be, or were you in agreement with that plan?
Well, I couldn't be in agreement with something that I really didn't know what it was.
And you mentioned earlier that you thought you could potentially control the situation still. Were you still trying to control it?
I think I was always trying to control it.
And later on in that same conversation with the undercover officer, I'm going to be jumping ahead to about the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
So it's not long, that long.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you real soon.
Yeah. So as far as the bill goes, like I said, I don't want to hurt, but it has to be, it has to be back first.
What are you saying there?
Is it the 2-minute mark?
It's at 2:08 to 2:18.
Okay. Well,
You want to listen to it again?
no, I have it right here in front of me. I say I want her to go, and that I prefer her not to be hurt.
In fact, you also say you prefer she just leaves. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're going to jump ahead now to the 4:40 mark.
Is this 440 to 507?
Okay, hey, I didn't That sounds great to me. I didn't get to ask Valerie at the time because there was too many people, but I guess I could ask you, is there, yeah, when we've done this in the past, people have requested messages or we've requested certain action, some people want their target to get hit, shot 10 times in the head or something, personal reasons. Do you have something?
That's kind of freaky. What was your perception of that?
Well, I kind of stuttered. No, I don't. Again, I wasn't
Non-responsive.
Had the subject of sending a message ever been approached before?
No.
So this was a completely out of the blue statement made by this undercover officer.
Yes.
And your response will listen to.
Okay.
So you're saying that whatever she said is fine with you, that they discussed about. Was it okay with you?
It had to be. I wasn't privy to the conversation. Until I heard what they said on these tapes, I didn't know what had been said. And so at the time, whatever she said was fine because I didn't know what she'd asked.
Now, at this point in time, did you ever think that this was realistically an option of what was going to happen?
An option? What option are you talking about?
About killing either Megan or Mac McDaniel. Did you take this officer as serious?
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you?
Because I had repeatedly said that I didn't want anybody hurt. I didn't just specifically keep that to Megan. I had used the word anybody. I never wanted anybody physically harmed.
In fact, let's move on to the 6-minute marker. I believe it's about 6:06. Again, this conversation between you and the undercover officer.
Yeah, as far as my situation goes, I prefer that no one hurt next to our lead. I leave them all the way. But, I told you what. That's good.
That's good.
So you start off with saying, I prefer no one get hurt. What did you mean by, but I told you what? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember exactly what I was referring to at the time.
Were you insinuating that he can kill her?
No,
Was that what you wanted?
Absolutely not.
In fact, what did you say in that conversation?
I just want her to leave, my legal problems to go away.
And you prefer that no one gets hurt?
Yeah. And he wrote back to me, that's clear, Roger. Or that's clear, Roger, I understand.
Was the officer of the impression that you wanted nobody to get hurt?
Speculation.
I can't talk about
I'm going
it.
to object to speculation.
Was the officer telling you that he understood?
Yes, he clearly says, that's clear, Roger, I understand.
Was it your impression that he understood?
I can't talk about it.
She objects.
I apologize.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, give me about 2 minutes. Got to check on something. I'll be right back.
And I was confused also. This is going to be coming from the 4th audio tape now. And would you like a transcript as well, just to read through real fast?
I would appreciate that, yes.
May I approach on it? Are you familiar with this conversation? Do you recall it?
Yes.
About the 158 marker.
Okay.
I'm going to play real quick.
As far as my situation goes, the thing is, if my situation goes away, then his situation goes away as well. Besides, we don't even know what he talks about. It's the whole thing.
It's kind of convoluted, but you say, if my situation goes away, then this situation goes away as well. What are those situations?
What I was referring to was that if the assault, family violence, and the stalking charges were dropped, that Mac would not have a complaint about Valerie and I cohabitating when their daughter Natalie was around.
And how were you going to get those charges dropped?
I just wanted Megan to go back to Pittsburgh so she just wouldn't be involved in testifying.
And was that your plan to get to go back to Pittsburgh?
Answer.
But so the problems were linked. Would you clarify that just one more time for me? I apologize. How were the problems linked?
Mac's complaints to Valerie were about me being under, I guess, alleged to have committed the assault, family violence, and the stalking. And he was using those facts, even though I hadn't been convicted of either of them, that it was unsafe for his.
Non-responsive.
So Mac's complaint was a problem to you because of the alleged stalking and assault. And how were you going to fix that problem?
If the stalking and the alleged assault went away, Mac had no basis to complain about me and Valerie cohabitating.
I'm sorry, just one more time. How were you going to get those charges dismissed?
Asked and answered.
Moving on to the next audio recording. I'm going to go to give you a transcript for background. May I approach, Your Honor? At about the 155 marker of tape number 5, I will play it here in 1 second. I'm going to back it up a little bit just for clarity for the jury. I'm going to back up to about 148.
Okay, I would prefer it to be 2 days on that payment, but that's fine. We can think of something. Copy. Okay, bud.
So, what's happening here?
The undercover officer, or Adam, is pushing to get a payment.
What was that payment for?
It was part of the $10,000 that he and Valerie agreed for, whatever that at that time, my understanding was whatever they had agreed upon. But I think, indicated that we weren't going to give any more money at present until some stuff had been done. But he wanted money that day.
In your response to him, did you reveal that you knew what he was talking about?
No, I said that they had a conversation, that it was between her and him about what, it was no real indication about, let me look back here, hold on. It's between you and her. No, I don't reveal anything.
You just know that they planned to deal with the male subject that night.
That was their plan.
But did you know what that plan was?
No, I had no idea what the plan was.
And had you have known the plan was to go forward and kill him, would you have agreed to it?
Absolutely not.
Because you had a difference of opinion, correct?
Who had a difference of opinion?
You did.
With whom?
With Valerie.
We had discussions earlier in time when she was just livid, and she said, I want that explicit dead. And I had said,
Calls for hearsay.
You had difference of opinion?
yes, whenever it was impressed upon me that
Now non-responsive.
We're moving on to recording number 6. This is going to be coming from March the 9th. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? That would make more sense. On recording 6.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
About 20 seconds in.
I would rather talk in person. Now, okay, so I'm just gonna tell you then. The issue with the girl was a different deal. This is for the guy. I have some good news for you guys with him, but I mean I need something. You know, this is business. That was for a different thing, and I have nothing to do with that right now until I take care of the other problem. I mean, anything you have.
So, what's happening here?
He's asking for money there because it's business, and
Well, he reveals he has good news for you guys with him. What is he referring to?
well, at that point, he just said it revolving.
Is it fair to say he's talking about Mac?
The assumption can be made, yes.
And he has good news. What was your opinion of what that meant?
I really didn't have an opinion per se as far as, what it meant is he just said we had good news. I had assumed at that point that, maybe they had spoken to him or that he had agreed to leave us alone. He didn't seem like he was too aggressive in his conversation with me. He wasn't like, we got the SOB or anything. He just seemed like he had some good news.
Well, moving on to about the 207 marker. You have various conversations about meeting in person.
Meet in person. No, yeah. I worry about being in person stuff. You know, worry about not being exactly stuck here too. But I trust you guys.
Why were you worried?
I don't know. I was wary. If I think back to it, I was wary about being in this guy's presence alone.
Why?
Because he scared me.
Why? Will this be the first time that you've met without Zach there?
Yes.
And at this point, what was your perception of Adam?
Answered.
Sustained.
Were you worried that maybe Adam might come after you at this point?
Objection leading, then asked and answered.
When he started about talking about, this is business, this is business kind of stuff. And he was pushing and pushing for the money when we had already agreed that we would pay Zach. And then he would, take care of paying Adam. And now all of a sudden he's pushing to get the money himself and he wants an in-person meeting. I was certainly becoming a little concerned about being, without Zach being present, if that's what you're asking.
That is one. So the rest of this conversation is setting up the payment. What was your opinion of why you were paying him?
Well, I knew that he'd come up with a number with Valerie and that, we had agreed to pay him and he was very persistent about getting some money right then and there. And the full amount, but he had indicated that he had some expenses and that he needed some money. It was business, and so I was going to give him sort of an advance, if you will. Originally, the money was always supposed to transpire through Adam.
And at this point in the conversation, you didn't know what had happened to Mac.
No,
You didn't know what was supposed to happen to Mac.
no.
Let's go ahead and look at tape number 7. Tape number 7 is only really giving him directions and him getting to your house. Let's get tape number 7. Let's go to tape number 8.
Is that, I only have a tape. Hold on.
It'll say at the very top, recording the date.
Yeah, I
and
see
number
it. I don't have a tape number 8. I have a tape, it skips to 9, then I have 9 through 12.
Give me 1 second, extra copy. About the 30-second marker. And this is the undercover officer on his way to your place.
Okay, copy. Copy that.
Why were you worried about him signing anything?
So when Zach first started coming to our apartment, he was playing, well, now I know he was playing the part of a, bless you, of a private investigator slash, ex-military intelligence guy. Well, I guess that is true. He was military intelligence, but he was always, I don't want to sign anything. Where are the video recording cameras, that kind of stuff. He's very secretive about, what he did. So I had assumed that Adam, being his, now I know his long-term friend and partner, probably had the same concerns. So I was just sort of affording him the same things that we had always afforded to Zach. Every time Zach came to our apartment, even when it was just for a friendly dinner, we.
So it was due to your relationship with Zach. You were helping out Adam, if you will.
Wasn't helping him. I just assumed he wanted the same things that Zach wanted, as far as not being just to sign in, which is why I agreed to meet him downstairs.
You weren't worried about any kind of trace back to you?
No, I mean, truth be told, the Willowwick's got security cameras everywhere.
Next question, please.
The next one is going to be from the Willowwick audio tape.
Is that number 9?
That is not number 9. It's going to be a different transcription. Unfortunately for that one, I do not have timestamps for. But I do have splices of it that I'll be playing. I can give you a transcript.
That's fine.
One moment, Your Honor. We just let the audio clips speak for themselves. I think this tape is a little bit better to understand than the Olive Garden one.
Okay.
So this is coming from March the 9th. About 14 minutes in, this conversation happens.
The male subject, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. He's gone. He's done. He's done.
Do you remember what you said there?
All right.
Let's just do it one more time. It sounds like you say already.
The male subject, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. He's gone. He's done. He's done.
Obviously, due to the quality, it's hard to understand.
I did say already.
Do you remember saying that?
I just heard it on that tape, but I mean, this is over a year ago. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Shortly after that, this is revealed.
Yeah, he was crying like a fucking bitch. But, he's done. He's dead. He's gone. No more of that.
Now, why has your voice changed so much? It sounds like your voice has dropped quite a bit.
I think I was in a bit of shock as to what I was hearing.
He tells you that he's dead.
He does.
Why don't you offer up any kind of remorse or questions or anything?
I'm not really sure what to say. You know, I don't know how to answer that question.
Were you in shock?
It's shocking to hear that someone's dead. But again, you know, this guy's up there in the apartment with a gun, and I really didn't know what to say.
One second, Your Honor. And right after you informed Mac has been taken care of, this happens.
I'll tell you right now, by tomorrow we can have her done too. Okay?
Okay, so you offer up, what are we doing with the girl? What does he tell you?
That her situation can be taken care of by tomorrow.
And what do you respond?
I don't want her hurt.
Let's just do it one more time.
I think it's what I said.
I'll tell you right now, by tomorrow we can have her done too. Okay?
You don't have to hurt her. I don't want her hurt.
Why are you still saying that?
Well, he just told me he killed one person, and I think that I was still reeling from that. But, you know, I think it was obvious that he had a one-track mind about what he wanted to do with the whole situation. I was reiterating that that was not what my wishes were.
You're playing one last time. And let's listen to this about 20 minutes in.
Okay, so there's something else we can do, which is where her body won't be found. But what are you gonna do? If there's no body, how are you gonna know anything? See, I'm trying to protect myself, see? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm trying to protect myself.
What did the officer just say?
He started off saying that, you know, if there's no body, there's no way he comes back. He's got to protect himself.
So what'd you take that to mean?
That he was, you know, planning on killing her, I guess. If you're asking me it sounds like he has a body. He's gotten rid of somebody.
Let's listen to it one more time.
Okay, so there's something else we can do, which is where her body won't be found. But what are you gonna do? If there's no body, how are you gonna know anything? See, I'm trying to protect myself, see? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm trying to protect myself. Okay.
So you offer up that you don't want her to be hurt. She doesn't have to be hurt. And what does the officer do?
He's still talking about a body, and he's got to protect himself. So he wants to make a body disappear.
For what reason again?
To protect himself.
This happens about a minute later. Well, actually, like 30 seconds later.
I'll do my best. I understand you don't want her hurt. I know that. I understand. You make that very clear. I talked to her with a friend, but I told her the same thing that I told you. I know you don't want her hurt, but I cannot guarantee 100%.
What's happening?
The undercover officer is continuing to escalate the situation where he understands I don't want anybody hurt, but he's telling me over and over again that he, you know, wants to hurt her, or that's what he's got to do. And I keep on telling him that's not what I want. And repeatedly throughout this conversation, that's how it goes. I say I don't want him hurt. He says he understands, but then he says I may have to hurt her. And I say I don't want that. And he says, well, you know, I understand that, but I mean, this is a repeated theme throughout the narrative going back from the time I met him.
Let's listen to it one more time. He even says it's clear.
I'll do my best. I understand.
Asked and answered and leading.
You are leaving.
Yes, sir. I'll move on. About 25 minutes in, before he leaves, this is. So About 25 minutes into the conversation at the apartment complex, this is stated. What did you hope to gain from saying that?
That he would understand that that's what I wanted, that there was nothing else I wanted besides that.
And then after that, the conversation progresses to this.
You know, there might be another option. I was thinking about this a little while ago. You know where her family is in Philadelphia, or what is it, Pittsburgh? You know where they're at, right? You have an address for them? What if I would kill one of her family members and make her go back?
What's that about?
I mean, these are suggestions from him. I don't know if they are what they are and what he said. He suggested that what if I killed one of her family members and she had to go back? I mean, I don't think during this conversation suggested that he do that. But again, you know, he seems pretty intent on killing people.
Do you recall how you responded to that?
Just play it.
One second.
You know, there might be another option. I was thinking about this a little while ago. You know where her family is in Philadelphia, or what is it, Pittsburgh? You know where they're at, right? You have an address for them? What if I would kill one of her family members and make her go back? I mean, this is what I'm thinking. There's always that option. She won't know if it's connected or not. I mean, it's pretty fucking far away from Texas. You know what I'm saying? If we show that you were never anywhere around.
Did you make out what you said there?
Something in terms of I really like her family.
Was that an option you considered?
Absolutely not. I really didn't want any harm to come to anybody at all. I mean, the idea of hurting anybody was.
Now, shortly after that, we go to here.
You know what? You're a good guy, man. You told me this, I believe it because you're thinking too much. You need to get the fish. Put this away.
What did you mean by that?
Which part?
The very last sentence. Could you hear what you said?
Can you? Well, I was concentrating on when he was asking me to take one more.
Let's put the whole thing in context. What is happening here? What are they saying?
Just play it. He said, "I'm a good guy. I got to think with my start thinking with my head and not my heart." I think then when he asked me for another one, he asked me to have another drink. The last part you have to play again.
Let me stop right there too. You said he asked you for the drink. You guys were drinking?
Heavily, yes.
How much did you drink that night?
That particular evening, I don't know how long he was there, but I think he had 3 or 4 ciders, and we were smoking, and I had probably 2 or 3 mixed drinks.
Were you drinking before his arrival?
Took the day off. I think I had 1 drink at lunch, but yes, I mean, I had been drinking before he arrived, but I remember very specifically, he and I together had several drinks over a short period of time.
Now, the last thing you said that we just listened to, I'll play it again for you. What did you say?
Back it up again. I'm sorry.
I don't know what's
If she doesn't leave this time, you got to do what you got to do.
Why'd you say that?
I don't know.
Well, what did you mean by it?
I think I meant that he'd have to, coerce her to go this time. That he'd have to make her go.
How was he going to make her go?
I don't know. I never gave him any suggestions. That was what he was sort of hired for.
And then about 29 minutes in, after more discussion,
More likely, my mom will more likely be there, and that's it. I understand you prefer it not.
what's going on?
Again, he's continuing to push this issue of that she'll be dead, she'll be dead, she'll be dead. I want to, we're going to have to kill her. And I don't know what else to say. Every time he does that, I say, I prefer not. I don't want that. The undercover officer is pushing this issue over and over and over again. And every time I say, I don't want that, but he keeps on recircling back to it.
Did you believe him to be serious at this time?
Yeah, I took him that he was being serious. He didn't ever stop discussing killing people. He even suggested killing her family, which I, didn't want. This was a constant theme with him over and over again from the time I met him.
So why did you keep saying, I prefer no harm?
Because I wanted him to be clear that that's what I wanted, that I didn't want anybody to be hurt. I don't know how to say it any other way except for, at some point it was like, beating a dead horse. He kept on saying kill and I kept on saying no.
Well, the rest of that conversation is this.
I understand you prefer it not, and I can't give you 100% guarantee. As long as you know that, because I don't want you to think that I like to you.
What do you say at the end there?
She'll listen. Before that, he reiterates himself that he understands I don't want anybody to hurt. And he continues to say he can't guarantee that.
So you say she'll listen. What was Adam just trying to do? Or what was he saying to you?
He was saying that he understands that I don't want her hurt, but that he can't guarantee that and that he doesn't want to lie to me.
So why do you say she'll listen? What was going through your head?
That she would go back to Pittsburgh.
So what were you wanting to accomplish by saying she'll listen?
For him to understand there was...
I object to ask and answer.
A few minutes later, what's the plan?
that he was going to snatch her and bring her somewhere. It was a question I was asking him.
You were asking him. Let's listen to it one more time, if you don't mind.
So you're gonna snatch her and you're gonna bring her somewhere. It's the plan.
What was he going to do once he brought her somewhere?
He's going to talk to her.
Was the plan to kill her?
No.
Was the plan to cause her harm?
No.
A ways down in the tape, you make this statement.
If you ever think yourself or your mom can do something, let me know. I want her to do what I'm happy to. Your mom?
By mom, you're referring to Golda Jacob, correct?
Yes,
And she did testify?
she did.
What were you meaning by she could probably use the services?
You know, I was just, his services would be, you know, sort of, I guess, intimidation and interrogation type stuff.
Why would Golda need him?
I don't know. I look back on that comment. It's kind of ludicrous that I'd said something like that.
So you weren't being serious?
No, I mean, no.
And then shortly after that,
I couldn't choose myself.
what are you talking about?
I think I'm just, at this point, I'm being very, you know, I'm trying to equal his sort of bravado and whatnot. I mean, he was scaring me a lot, and I'm not going to sit up here and say that this is my proudest moment I've ever heard coming out of my mouth. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that.
What do you mean by trying to match his vibrato?
the guy's sitting there talking about killing, and I'm sitting there listening to this, and we're drinking, and I'm, I remember the conversation very well. If you listen to more of it, I'm clearly inebriated during most of this conversation at the end part of it, and I was acting like an idiot. I don't know what else to say. Sometimes you do things when you've been drinking, and it was an uncomfortable situation, and I don't know how else to say it.
Answer the question. Next question, please.
Yeah, moving on to about 44 minutes into the conversation.
Last 10 years on equipment. But it's easier for me. For me, it's easier. It's just a straight bullet to the head, easy message. You probably have to do a lot more than I do. I'm operation.
What is this all about?
I think it's, again, me being, it doesn't even make sense what I'm saying. I do operations, but he's talking about bullets to the head. It was me being foolish and bravado. I don't know how else to explain it. It sounds ridiculous now listening to it, a year later. It's embarrassing, actually.
And a few minutes later.
I've always been of the idea that doggy dog world, and she's fucking you over. So you gotta do smart. That's what you said, right? You're surviving more important than her is fucking. And that's the way we're trained. That's what's planted into our head on earth. I understand that.
What's going on? What happened there?
Again, he's suggesting it's a doggy dog world. You got to do what you got to do. You got to take care of her. And I reiterate, I don't want her hurt. He's pushing the issue of killing her.
And then shortly after.
After you saw that stuff, the injection calcium. Whatever you need. You think I can do it myself? Yeah, it's easy. You gotta inject it in the groin. In the groin, kind of hard. Oh, hell no. You can't have a needle mark.
Why are you offering up and teaching?
I don't know. Again, it's foolish talk, but he was asking, can I get some of that stuff? And I was sort of telling him how you would do it if you wanted to. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It was.
Did you have the potassium chloride with you?
Absolutely not.
Where was it?
Theoretically, it could have been gotten from Valerie's clinic or the hospital. I mean, again, it's not my proudest moment to hear myself say something so absurd.
Were you planning on getting the potassium?
No.
Moving on to the 9th call, transcript number 9, audio tape 9. About 52 seconds in.
Maybe I need some help. Yeah. Did you? Well, yeah. I sent you something, and I sent you something. Did you receive? Yeah, we have a location. It's a house.
At that time, what did you receive?
It was a text message picture of Megan duct taped around the mouth, and she had zip ties around her wrists, and she had zip ties, I think, around her ankles to a chair.
Were you surprised?
The response was shit. I think, yes, I was quite surprised.
How's your location that we have a connection with? We need your expertise, you said?
What's he referring to by expertise?
I inferred from the previous conversation that he was wanting me to come down there and, inject her with potassium chloride.
And did you have access to it?
No, it's the middle of the night, and I wouldn't have done it anyway.
Okay. Do you want me to take care of her myself?
What does he mean by, do you want me to take care of her myself?
I can only infer that he means kill her.
And what did you respond?
Do you have to do that?
Why are you questioning him?
Because I don't want it to happen.
You should see how Megan's acting. She's she's not very cooperative. Yeah, if you can't show up with that stuff, I'm just gonna have to put a bullet in her myself.
What is his solution?
His solution is that he's going to have to kill her herself if I can't show up.
Was that your suggestion?
Absolutely not.
We're going to skip ahead just for the time's sake to about 2:40. Actually, about 2:23.
To what?
2:23.
Okay.
Yeah, she was. Now she can't do it anymore, but she was kicking and doing shit. If you want to show up, that's fine. If not, just let me know and I'll have to kill myself. I will. But I need an answer. Did you pay?
What does he tell you?
He tells me, yeah, she was, now she can't do it anymore, but she was kicking and doing shit. If you want to show up, that's fine. If not, just let me know. And if I have to kill her myself, I will, but I need an answer.
So he's asking for permission.
Yeah, he's asking for an answer. He's not really asking permission. He tells me what he's going to do to her.
And how do you respond?
Fuck. Well, I don't want her hurt. But if she's going to go to the cops, what if she, I think.
Why were you worried about the cops?
Well, he had brought it up earlier about, covering his bases and getting himself in trouble. But I think if you listen to the tape again, it's pretty obvious I'm under some distress about all of this.
And we're going to jump ahead, just for time's sake, to about 3:45.
Okay.
In so many words, it was just something in the line that I don't give a fuck anymore at this point. I'm willing to do what I need to do to make sure that this motherfucker doesn't get away with what he's done. Now, the only, like I said, the only problem with her is, she was kicking, she was screaming, she was fighting. Of course, she's crying, but at this point, I'm getting to the point where I don't want to deal with this too much. If I put a bullet in her head and end her right now, I will. Unless you want to come down and inject her, or you want to come talk to her. Yeah. So you don't have access to that stuff right now? I don't know if talking is going to do much at this point.
Why do you offer to go down there and talk to her?
At that point, I think it's probably the only thing I can do to possibly try to save her life. He's become so adamant about that he's going to have to put a bullet in her head, that she's kicking and screaming, that she won't shut up.
Why were you so convinced he wanted to kill her?
Well, that's what he kept on saying he was going to do. At this point, after I saw that picture, I realized that this guy really didn't understand I didn't want anybody hurt. And his persona was going to do whatever he wanted to do, and he almost enjoyed this.
So you thought you could save her life by talking to her? How? What would you have done?
Sustain.
Do you think you would have been able to convince her to leave?
Sustain.
What did you want to have happen with Megan?
Sustain.
Moving on to about Moving on to about 6:50.
Yes. I don't have the means to put her to sleep unless I knock her out. Knock her out by force, of course.
Yeah,
call me back ASAP, please.
Why do you tell him not to do anything yet? What are you referring to?
Well, in general, just don't touch her again. And I needed a few minutes to collect my thoughts. So I was going to call him back.
Tape 10. About 10 seconds in, right after the introduction.
Man, I tried as much as I could. What, you just break it from yourself, no.
So what are you approaching here again?
Again, I'm trying to get him to talk to her instead of hurting her. You know, I'm trying to get her to convince her, you know, to leave.
He has her bound and gagged, and you just want her just to leave still.
Yeah, I know it sounds kind of ridiculous given the situation, but that's what I wanted all along. You know, but at this point,
Non-responsive.
And then about, we'll continuing on.
Not really so much for me to go fuck myself, more of, you know, she's not gonna leave. She's, you know, no, you're not gonna get away with not me, but you're not gonna get away with what you've done. What you've done. Yes.
What are you referring to? That you've done.
the way that this played in my mind was that, you know, he's sitting there and telling her that I'm not going to get away with what I've done, the assault me violence, referring back to that, the stalking, and then now that I've done this to her, you know, he is trying to get my permission to just go ahead and say kill her, and I won't do that. But that's what's going on here. I mean, it's obvious from his voice and the way he's speaking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is here. We're going to recess for lunch. Do not discuss the case. Stand in recess. Have you completed lunch? Stand.
All right, Leon. We were on tape number 10. And about a minute and 36 seconds in.
Yes. Yeah, she is pretty hysterical right now. She's crying and all that shit. But I need an answer. Okay, that's.
What's going on here, Leon?
It was overwhelming, the whole situation.
At this time, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jacob, you talked about on direct just a second ago that the reason why you went to Tom Thurlow and not your mom is because you didn't want to bother your mom. Is that right?
I don't believe those are my words.
You said you didn't want to bother your mom, correct?
That wasn't my complete statement.
Okay. Did you go to your mom?
I spoke to her briefly about it.
And she didn't want to help you, did she?
We had several conversations about it, and she did not want to be involved because of her closeness to this situation.
Well, that's not really true, right? The reason why she didn't want to be involved in this is because she thought that the way that you were behaving was stupid, in her words, correct? Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to show you what's been entered in evidence of State's Exhibit number 62. If you would, Mr. Jacob, take a look at this bottom mark for you.
Okay.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that the way that you were acting, your mom described it as stupid, correct? Is that right, Mr. Jacob?
What are you referring to the way I was acting?
Well, you asked your mother, hey, call me. I want this girl finished. You remember texting that to your mom?
No, I don't, but you have it right. You have it right there, so I have to say it happened.
Well, you don't have to say anything. Let me show you what I entered into evidence of State's Exhibit number 62. You'll take a look at that.
Okay.
You recall telling your mom, call me ASAP. I want this girl finished.
Well, I texted it, yes.
Okay. And do you recall your mom telling you, stop, this is all stupid?
Sure.
You recall texting your mom, look, I'm on the right track. I just want her to go. Please put this bitch in her place. Do you remember texting that to your mom?
Yeah, I think we've had this discussion before.
Right, and your mom's response was no, correct?
Sure.
And so actually the real reason why you went to Tom Thurlow is because your mom would not help you, correct?
That's incorrect.
Your mom didn't help you, did she?
She didn't have to. I went to Tom Thurlow.
Did your mom help you?
She did.
Did your mom represent you? Yes or no?
She didn't want to represent me, no.
Exactly. And let's talk now about, you talked about the fact that Megan had become a bother to you. You said, I didn't want her to bother me. Do you remember saying that on direct?
I don't remember exactly what the context was.
Okay. On direct examination, Matt asked you what you wanted of Megan, and you said, I wanted her to not bother me. Do you remember saying that?
I recall something similar, yes.
Okay. Because she was a bother to you, right?
What are you referring to in bothering?
Well, she had gotten charges of assault family member against you, correct?
Correct.
And she had a protective order against you, correct?
There was a magistrate's protective order, yes.
And a 2-year protective order, correct?
It's with a no contact order.
Was there a protective order in place, Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
And was there also a stalking charge put in place against you?
Yes.
Okay. So that was bothersome to you, right?
Yes.
And Megan was the one that was responsible for putting all of those things in place, wasn't she?
Yes.
She was the one that went to the police about the original assault family member case, correct?
Yes.
She's the one that went to the 2-year protective order hearing and got a protective order, correct?
She got a no contact order, but yes.
And there was also a 2-year protective order put in place as well, correct?
That's an answer.
There was also a 2-year protective order put in place as well, wasn't there?
To my knowledge, it was a no contact order.
Can I have her to witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 16. If you could, for me, Mr. Jacob, read what that says right there out loud for me.
Agreed,
Right
no
here,
contact,
where I'm pointing,
protective
right?
order.
Thank you. Protective order, correct? The title of this document is protective order, correct?
It's agreed, no contact, protective order.
Okay. May I publish this?
You may.
Right here.
I understand that.
Mr. Jacob, wait for my question if you would. This word right here, do you see the word protective? You see that word?
I read it, yeah, protective
And then this word right here, order.
order.
So would you agree with me that right here it says protective order?
In that one specific spot, yes, it does.
Thank you, sir. You talked about the fact that you felt a lot of pressure by these people. That's what you said on direct. A lot of pressure. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree with me that after the Olive Garden meeting, you were actually the first person who initiated an additional call with Javier, weren't you? You actually called him that night, didn't you?
I did.
Right. So at no time in between the meeting at the Olive Garden and that first initial call to Officer Duran, do you say, I'm out, do you?
No.
So you're not so scared and fearful of him that you're concerned about initiating contact with him, are you?
No.
You call him, right?
I just answered that, yes.
And the reason that you call him is because you want to make sure that he's going to take care of Mac. Isn't that right?
Sure.
In fact, your words to him are, I want this shit dealt with.
Okay.
In regards to Matt, correct?
Correct.
And when you tell the members of this jury that you didn't know what was going to happen to Matt, again, that's not exactly true, is it? Because you had the conversation with Officer Duran at Olive Garden, didn't you?
Can you refresh my memory, please?
You bet. Valerie stated when talking about Mac's vehicle, a Land Cruiser. Undercover officer says, a Land Cruiser. You say, is that what he's got? And the Officer Duran says, a brand new Land Cruiser. Carjack him, put a bullet in his head, throw him on the street, make sure he's gone, make sure he's dead for sure, and then park his truck.
I'm going to go and object to her reading from the transcript. I think we're all in agreement that the audio tapes will speak for itself. If she wants to play that particular clip, we'll have to listen to it.
He asked that I refresh his memory, Judge. I'm simply refreshing his memory.
Well, if both sides don't agree as to what the transcription is, then I agree that, is there a question as to whether or not it's accurate or not?
At this time, I would say yes, Your Honor.
Then use the recording.
Okay, Judge.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
For the record, I'm going to go to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 21 seconds into the Olive Garden recording.
She's decided that she wants her ex to be gone. So it will be a charge of 10,000. She brought up a good point, so it won't look so suspicious. It doesn't have to be all three at once. It's that I trust you, but there will be a $10,000 fee. It'll be probably she says she drives a new 400, a Land Cruiser, a brand new Land Cruiser, carjacking, in this hand, go on the street, make sure he's gone, make sure he's dead for sure. And then some artists trying to one of just one of the shitty. When can I expect the first page? Exactly, probably take my market, take mine.
So, Mr. Jacob, did you hear Officer Duran say that Matt drives a brand new Land Cruiser and that he can carjack him, put a bullet in his head, and throw him on the street? Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
And then did you hear you respond with, I can give you $2,500 a week for 4 weeks. That's probably the best and easiest. Did you hear that?
I did.
And did you also hear Officer Duran turn to you and say, so she's decided that she wants her ex to be gone? Did you hear Officer Duran say that?
I did.
And did you hear you respond, I got it?
I did.
This pressure that you felt from Officer Duran and Zach, would you agree with me that after the Olive Garden meeting, you actually exchanged 10 separate phone calls with Officer Duran, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, we went through 12 phone calls, and if I told you 2 happened before Olive Garden and 10 happened after, would you agree with me that 10 happened after the Olive Garden?
If math is still the same, yes.
Okay. And so you had 10 telephone conversations with Officer Duran, correct?
Yes.
And a separate meeting with him at your Willowit condo, correct?
Yes.
And at the Willowit condo, when you're so afraid of him, you'd agree with me that you're the one that initiated contact with him when you walked up to him and felt him to make sure that he wasn't wearing a wire. You're the one that did that, right?
I don't remember if I touched him or not.
Did you go to see if he had a wire?
I think I did.
And did you make a gesture towards him to check on that?
I might have. I don't remember.
Could you hear in the video when we played it for the jury the other day, the ruffling, the sound of Officer Duran lifting up his shirt as he went to check him for a wire?
Sure.
You heard that?
Sure.
Okay. And while you're out on the Willowit, so fearful of Officer Duran, you'd agree that you had a pretty long meeting with him, didn't you?
I mean, we had a lengthy meeting, yes.
And at no time did you try and stop the meeting, did you?
No.
At no time did you try and say, like, you know what, this has gone too far. I don't like where this is headed. I don't want to do this anymore. Did you say anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever say to him when he said, I don't want her to be hurt? And what did you ever say when he responded with, look, I don't want this to come back on me. I can't guarantee that. Did you ever respond to that with, well, then let's stop right now? Did you ever say that?
Not that I recall.
When Officer Duran told you that he couldn't guarantee that Megan would come back alive, did you ever say, well, then I'm out. I don't want to participate in this
Hi,
anymore?
LaDawn.
No.
You never said that,
LaDawn?
did you?
I just answered
Can you
your
hear me?
question.
In fact, what you said often were things like, my survival is more
Ground
important,
control
correct?
to me.
I wouldn't call it often, but it did say it.
And you
Hello,
also said
hello.
things like, she needs to go.
Sure.
And if she
LaDawn,
doesn't
can you hear
listen,
me?
what has to happen will happen.
Sure.
Would you agree with me that
I
these
just
are
heard static.
unequivocal statements, Mr. Jacob?
I would agree with you. You're taking them out of context.
That wasn't my question. My question was, would you agree with me that statements like that are pretty unequivocal?
I'm not going to agree to anything when you take them out of context.
So when you say things like, if she doesn't listen, what has to happen will happen, how many times in there do you tell Officer Duran, I don't want her hurt? How many times in that sentence do you say that?
In that sentence, none.
Okay. How many times do you tell Officer Duran, don't hurt her, when you say, if those options don't work, I don't give a fuck, then you got to do what you got to do? How many times do you say it there?
I don't.
Okay. How many times do you say, please don't hurt her, when you say, I'm going to inject her with potassium
Yes,
fluoride to stop
LaDawn?
her heart untraceable?
Can you hear me, LaDawn?
I don't.
Okay. You never say, I don't want to
LaDawn,
hurt her.
can you hear me?
Mr. Jacob.
Hi, LaDawn. How are you? Good to see you.
Exactly.
What'd you say?
Let's talk about when you learned, first off, that Mac.
Hi, LaDawn. Good talking to you. How do you feel today? By the way, should I don't want someone
Yes.
else to make pretend they're
And
LaDawn.
your first response to that is
Hi,
not,
LaDawn. You look
oh
beautiful.
my gosh, I can't believe
What's that
you
hat
did
you're
that.
wearing?
Is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
What isn't what you actually said is, well, what are we going to do about the girl?
Oh, shit.
I think maybe
Yeah.
short time
1,
afterwards, I didn't
2,
remember the
3,
exact
4, 5, 6, 7,
conversation.
8, 9, 10.
At some point, you asked them, what are we going to do with the girl?
Sure.
1,
After
2,
you
3,
believe that
4,
Mac-
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And that's after you believe that Mac McDaniel is lying somewhere dead in a parent
LaDawn?
robbery gone wrong, right?
LaDawn, can you hear me?
Knowing that, you continue to converse with Officer Duran out on your balcony, don't you?
I do.
Never ask him to
LaDawn, can you
leave.
hear me?
No, I do not.
Hello?
You never tell him, look, I don't like this. I don't want to go on anymore.
I don't tell him any of those
I feel
things.
like I'm talking
Really
like a
certainly you
kidnap
could have,
victim.
because you're actually the
LaDawn,
one
can
that
you hear
provided
me?
the address to come to the condo.
LaDawn, get on the line.
Yes.
You recall in the phone conversation, you gave him the address of how to get to your condo that night, and then also provided him directions, didn't you?
I did.
If you were so concerned
LaDawn, can you
about
hear
things
me?
going south with Megan, then why didn't you just stop it right there? Because you had the opportunity, didn't you?
Are you referring to before I
Can
gave the
someone hear
address to
me on the
you?
thing?
I'm saying you could have stopped things right there, couldn't you have?
Stop things where? At what point in time? You're talking about giving him an address, and then you're asking if I could stop them there and then, or is it on the balcony?
Well, really, any of those times you could have stopped it, right?
I guess.
I mean, no one's like pulling your arm or holding a gun to your head making you do this, are they?
No.
You mentioned that you hired Zach to be a private investigator. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And you'd never met him before this, had you?
No.
And you, your story to the jury is that you paid him $25,000 to help Megan relocate. Is that right?
That wasn't my story to the jury.
Well, what did you pay him $25,000 for?
I think you're mixing up my testimony with your expert forensics banking testimony.
How much money did you pay Zach?
I paid him $2,500 to start, plus an additional $5,000 payment, which would make it $7,500 total. I paid him an additional $5,000+ for moving expenses for Megan, plus a first class plane ticket that he showed me a receipt for. I gave him an extra $200 and something on that, so I gave him $1,000 for that. And I gave him a $10,000 payment in order to give to Megan. So to answer your question correctly, I gave him a total of $7,500 to do the job that I hired him to do.
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Some might think it is.
Do you recall telling Officer Duran that the reason why you couldn't go through with this yourself is because of the implications?
There was a lot of things I told Officer Duran. I may have said that.
You don't remember saying that?
You need to restate your question and put it into context.
Do you recall telling Officer Duran, I couldn't do this myself because of the implications?
If you say I said it, I'll have to take you at your word.
If it's in the recording, you certainly wouldn't disagree with the recording, right?
No.
Do you recall when Officer Duran asked you, do you want me to take care of it? I guess earlier on redirect, your attorney asked you to listen to a portion of the audio where Officer Duran says, do you want me to take care of it myself? Do you remember him saying that?
You'll have to refresh my memory on which recording that is.
On one of the phone conversations. When he
I know
asked-
what you're referring to. We went through 10 of them.
Do you recall, my question is, do you recall Officer Duran saying to you, do you want me to take care of it myself?
And I'm telling you, out of the 10 phone conversations, I don't remember exactly where he said that or if he did.
You don't recall whether or not he said that?
If you can show me a transcript, I probably would call it better.
Phone call number 9, Mr. Jacob.
I only have 10 through 12. You,
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Compare my transcripts to verify the authenticity and accuracy of her story.
That's fine.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Jacob, if you would take a look at this for me.
no problem. I'm assuming that he starts and I respond.
Correct.
Okay, do you want me to take care of her myself?
Do you recall, does that help refresh your memory?
Yeah, it says it here.
Okay. So Officer Duran asked you that question. Do you want me to take care of it myself? Do you remember that?
I do. Well, now I do.
And at the time when he's telling you that, do you believe that he's referencing killing Megan Baracus?
I'm not 100% sure what he's referencing there. There's no context.
When he asked you, do you want me to take care of it, take care of her myself? Do you recall responding, do you have to do that?
It says it there, yes.
Do you remember saying that?
I just told you I did.
Okay. You'd agree with me that you never said, no, I don't want you to do anything. Stop this. You didn't say anything like that, did you?
No.
Do you recall telling Officer Duran when thinking and believing that he has Megan Baracus bound, tied up with duct tape, etc.? Do you remember asking Officer Duran, do you think I should come talk to her? Do you remember saying that?
I do.
And him responding to you, I don't know if talking to her is going to do much at this point.
Something like that, yes.
You remember saying something like, does she understand what's going to happen to her if she doesn't leave?
I think I already answered the question with my attorney, but yes.
Well, I'm asking you now. Does she understand what is going to happen to her if she doesn't leave? Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Your attorney talked to you a lot about this email, so let me ask you that. You wanted an email to help you with your assault family member case, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, state offers, what number are we on? Thank you. This time, state offers states exhibit number 76, a certified copy of a court document, intended to opposing counsel for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, you told Officer Duran that you wanted him to send an email from Megan Verkis's phone to your email account. Is that right?
I wanted an email from her email account. I didn't care where it was sent from.
Okay. And you gave him some instructions on what you wanted that email to say, didn't you?
I believe we had a discussion about sort of what it should say.
Right. Officer Duran, in order to send you an email according to what you wanted, you were going to have to give him some instructions about what the content needed to be, right?
I think we vaguely had a conversation about that. It's not on tape, but we had a conversation at some point about that.
And what your plan was is you were going to take that email and take it to your lawyer at the time, Stacey Bond, for her to present to the court where your assault family member charge was pending, right?
I testified before that I really wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but that's vaguely sort of the gist, yes.
Well, your plan was to send it to Stacey Bond, correct?
Yes,
And your plan was not to open it, right?
yes,
To provide it to Stacey Bond and let her know that Megan had sent you an email, right?
yes.
And then she in turn would provide that to the court, correct?
I don't know what she would have done with it. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, you certainly hope that that email would go a long way in getting your case dismissed on that assault family member, right?
I don't know if I'd hoped to go a long way. I just thought it might make a difference.
It might help it get dismissed.
Yes,
So your hope was that maybe Stacey Bond would present that email to the court and it would help your case go away, right?
You've already asked that. You've already asked that.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that if she presented that email to the court, that would be false evidence, right?
sure. I'm not a lawyer, but yeah, it sounds like it'd be false evidence.
Right, because Megan didn't write that email, did she?
I don't believe so.
That wasn't part of the plan, was it?
What plan are you referring to?
Having Javier send an email to your email address from Megan.
What do you mean it wasn't part of the plan? We had a discussion about it.
Mr. Jacob, my question to you is, did you want Officer Duran to send you an email? Yes or no?
Yes,
You mentioned at the end of your testimony that you were a roller coaster of emotions when Sergeant Quinn came to your condo that night. Is that fair?
that's a fair assessment.
And we had an opportunity to view Valerie on that video go back in the back hallway and retrieve you. Is that correct?
You did not see her retrieve me. She just went back in the hallway and I came out sometime later.
So it's fair to assume that she went and got you and brought you back out, right?
Yes,
And your lawyer on a directive, you mentioned that Valerie went to get you because you were sleeping, right?
that was the assumption. Yes,
Were you sleeping?
I don't believe so.
Well, you don't believe so, or you weren't.
I wasn't.
And so she went to get you, and we see on video you come out, correct?
I did.
And you would agree with me that no time on that video do we see you cry at all, right?
That's true.
There's the only emotion that we see coming from you is shock at the fact that you're being arrested, right?
You can characterize it any way you wish.
Well, you were certainly surprised, weren't you?
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Briefly, Your Honor. The state referred to a text message conversation between you and your mom, Golda, in which she said that you were acting stupid. I believe I referred to a quote where you said you wanted Megan finished, and then you said, put this bitch in her place. This is shortly after you broke up. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Were you angry?
Yeah, I was upset and angry and I was talking to my mother.
Emotions were high?
Sure.
You said something stupid?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Were you saying stupid things to your mother?
Absolutely.
Now, we just had that protective order published. Do you still have that second? I'll maybe publish it, Your Honor. Now, I know it says protective order here, but what does it say right here, Your Honor?
Agreed, no contact.
And is it signed by two people?
It is.
One's your attorney, Stacey Bond.
It's actually 4 people.
One of them's your attorney, Stacey Bond.
Yes.
One's Beth Barron, the assistant district attorney.
Yes.
And you know what this is?
It appears to be Stan from the District Clerk of Harris County's office. Certified document number.
So the certified document that was entered into the state that has agreed no contact on it, and then protective order. So it is an agreed no contact order, is that not correct?
Yes.
And that's, what did that say again?
Certified document number.
Now, at the Olive Garden, what had Zach told you already about Officer Duran before the Olive Garden meeting?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't understand the question.
The question is going to get into the fact.
I don't understand your question.
Okay.
I mean, it's awfully broad. What are you telling me about somebody? Can you be more specific?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Prior to the Olive Garden meeting, what did Zach tell you about Javier's expertise?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did your fear of Javier grow throughout the relationship?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
When Javier came over to the Willowwick apartment, was he armed?
He was.
He had a gun on his hip, you know?
Objection
He was
leading
in
and
his
asked.
pants. I'm sorry.
Objection asked and answered and leading.
Sustained.
Can you remember the last time you have cried, Leon?
Sustained.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Take about 5 minutes break, please. Arrest.
We rest, Your Honor.
Is the state planning
To rest behind this.
You've got to revoke?
No.
You're going to arrest?
Yes.
Let's talk about the charges.
Let me see.
All right, thank you all. Please be seated. From the defense, call your next witness, please.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense rests.
What says the state? Rest and close? Ladies and gentlemen, both sides have rested and closed, which means they have presented all the evidence they're going to present in the guilt innocence phase of the trial. It's time for me now to read you the court's instructions, which you'll have with you when you deliberate. Once I've read these instructions, we'll have arguments of the attorneys. The state, having the burden, has the right to go first and can reserve some of the time that I've allotted them to respond to the defense attorney's arguments. Once both sides have completed arguments, you'll go back to the jury room and commence your deliberations. These are two cases, as you know. As I told you in Boyd Dyer, you can find the defendant not guilty of both charges. You can find the defendant guilty of both charges. You can find the defendant guilty of one and not of the other. But your vote and verdict must be, of course, unanimous. Both charges are somewhat lengthy, and because of such, I am not going to read both charges to you. I'm going to read one charge because it is exactly the same as the other charge, save and except for the person who's indicated to be the complainant in the charge. So with that, let me read you these instructions and we'll have arguments of attorneys. This is cause number 1543812, State of Texas versus Leon Philip Jacob in the 263rd District Court of Harris County, Texas, the January term, AD 2018. Members of the jury, the defendant Leon Philip Jacob stands charged by indictment with the offense of solicitation of capital murder alleged to have been committed on or about the 8th day of March 2017 in Harris County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. A person commits the offense of solicitation to commit capital murder if, with intent that a capital murder be committed, he requests, commands, or attempts to induce another to engage in specific conduct that, under the circumstances surrounding his conduct as the defendant believes them to be, would constitute capital murder or make the other party to its commission. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder if he employs another to commit the murder for remuneration. Remuneration means payment by one person to another in compensation for a specific service or services rendered pursuant to an agreement. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it's his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or to circumstances surrounding his conduct when he's aware of the nature of his conduct or that these circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he's aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. All persons are parties to an offense who are guilty of acting together in the commission of the offense. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct, by the conduct of another for which he is criminally responsible, or by both. A person is criminally responsible for the offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond reasonable doubt that in Harris County, Texas, the defendant, Leon Philip Jacob, heretofore on or about 8th day of March 2017, did then and there unlawfully, with the intent that the offense of capital murder be committed, request, command, or attempt to induce J. Duran to engage in specific conduct, namely the murder for remuneration of MV. And in the other indictment, ladies and gentlemen, it just says the murder for remuneration of MM. Otherwise, both charges are identical. And that under the circumstances surrounding the conduct of J. Duran, as the defendant believed him to be, would constitute or make J. Duran a party to the offense of capital murder. Or if you find from the evidence beyond reasonable doubt that on or about the 8th day of March 2017 in Harris County, Texas, Valerie McDaniel did then and there unlawfully with the intent that the offense of capital murder be committed, request, command, or attempt to induce J. Duran to engage in specific conduct, namely the murder for remuneration of MV or MM, as in the other indictment, and that it's a state wish to open.
The state's going to waive the right to open and reserve the right to close.
Very well. From the defense.
Here, please record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is our opportunity, both the state prosecutors and the defense, to come to you with what we believe to be the status of the evidence presented in this case of solicitation of capital murder, obviously Leon Jacob being the defendant. I want us to go back through the course of the testimony to suggest to you that the items that we talked about in voir dire, reasonable proof, reasonable doubt, burden of proof, effect of the indictment, that those items apply specifically now to your consideration in the jury room. When you take a look at the evidence and apply the evidence to the law as the court has instructed you, and you'll be able to take a copy of that instruction back. If there ever is at any time any questions that you might have about what the evidence did in fact show, you can always request to be permitted to come out and have portions of the testimony read back to you. Leon Jacob, Mr. Kubash. Mr. Kubash tells you that Leon Jacob came to his office looking for Zach, and that he wanted Macon to go. Now, you heard in questions by the prosecutor that the words "to go" are unequivocal, meaning that in her mind, and through questions of the witness to place in your mind, "to go" means to kill. Leon Jacob wanted Megan gone to Pittsburgh. No question about that. Talk to Kubash about that. Kubash is alerted, is concerned. There's never the word kill ever used, never the word harm ever used in conversation with Kubash. Simply wanting to find Zach and have her go. Now, I'm going to suggest to you something. And, I think it again, what we say is not evidence, huh? And what the prosecutor says is not evidence. But put yourself in the shoes of a person who's going to commit capital murder, right? That's my idea. I'll play the role of a person who wants to commit capital murder. Am I going to go to a city council person? Am I going to have a conversation with a city council who has not only contacts with individuals as a lawyer, or even as a non-lawyer, but has contacts with judges, police officers, pays, votes on salaries? Am I going to go to a city council person to have him help me find a man who is going to go out and kill somebody? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. You go to a city council person, as Leon did, to find a third party.
because you want to get money to that third party, and you don't want to be the person that encourages that third party to leave by way of giving money to that individual. I submit to you that the entirety of the visitation with Kubash is and underscores our position that Leon Jacob is not guilty of solicitation of capital murder. You've heard about options. You've heard three options in this case, and I think I wrote her name down as Laura. She was a witness early on during the course of this case. And if you remember correctly, she is the one that worked for Tom Thurlow's office. And she was approached by Leon. And basically, she testified that there were three options because he knew that she knew Megan. Now, let me dissect for just a moment. There is no question, nor can there be in the mind of anybody in this courtroom, that Leon Jacob desperately loved this girl. And again, as I mentioned in opening, you don't kill somebody that you desperately love. In any event, we have Laura saying that Leon Jacob talked about three options. The first option was to have Megan come back with him. And if that wasn't the case, he was going to rely on Laura to convince Megan to leave town. And then Laura says, the third option, and again, the desperate lover, not that you would do this, not that I would do this, but who can say what goes on through the mind of a desperate lover? Give her a syringe, inject her with the syringe, put her in the car. When she wakes up, I will talk with her and convince her to come back to me so that we can come together again. That's what he tells Laura. And that's what Laura testifies to. Is that the mindset of a capital murderer? When the individual that you have selected to come back to you is the individual that the state contends through the testimony of their officers is the individual that you intend to commit capital murder. Kubash from another angle. Kubash then determines, based on the conversation that he has with Leon, there's no killing, that's not part. There's no conversation of killing, there's no conversation of hurting. Kubash then determines that he has a concern. And everything from that day forward is actions by the state of Texas, actions by the officers. From staging Megan and Mac tied up, Mac shot in the head, they staged, to everything else beyond that initial meeting with Kubash is all set up by the state of Texas. You can see it, boom, 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 boom. Every act that they have presented to this jury is all instigated by the police department after that Olive Garden conversation. There's no question about it. They've invested a great deal of effort, a great deal of public money into this particular investigation, and there's no way that they're going to back away from trying to complete this investigation with a verdict from this jury that convicts Leon Jacob of solicitation of capital murder. I'm going to submit to you that based on all of the evidence, and we've talked about those three options, based on all of the evidence presented to this jury, that reasonable doubt is all over the place. And reasonable doubt is whether or not Leon Jacob actually determined that he was going to solicit the death of Megan and is guilty of solicitation of capital murder. I suggest to you that he is not guilty of the solicitation of capital murder. I'm going to ask this jury to go back to the jury room, take whatever evidence you need back. If you need further evidence, if you need testimony read to you, you can ask for that go back to that jury room and make a determination based on what you've heard today and throughout the course of this very long week, and come back with a verdict of not guilty in this case. We appreciate your service as members of this community. The prosecution has done this for a long time. You know how long I've done this for. And I every jury trial, I always sense the sacrifices that you people go through in not only having to come down here, but in having to listen to testimony and arguments and questions and responses by witnesses and defense lawyers and prosecutors. I ask you to take that evidence back in the jury room and make a determination. Come back with a verdict of not guilty. Thank you very much.
So the attorney
I did not address the issue of solicitation of capital murder on back. The same argument applies. There is no reason, based in fact and in law, to underscore a verdict to be returned of guilt as it relates to solicitation of capital murder relative to Mac. And I refer to him as Mac out of no disrespect. That's just the way that he's been referred to during the course of this case. Again, the same merits apply in my argument to Mac as it does to Maker. And I ask this jury to come back and find a verdict of not guilty as to both individuals. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you several days ago in opening statements that in January of 17, the defendant's life began to spiral outside of his control. And you got a pretty clear picture about what I was talking about. From the time that Megan left him, to the time that she filed assault charges against him, to the time that she filed for a protective order, to the time that he was charged with stalking her. And now you've seen the lengths the defendant will go to walk away from that. Mr. Parham suggests that the defendant was desperately in love with Megan Veracruz. I submit to you the only thing that Mr. Jacob is desperately in love is with himself, because that's all he cares about. And I hope you got a sense a little bit about who Leon Jacob is when he was testifying yesterday. And I think the defining statement we've seen so far in regard to who he is and what he thinks about Megan Veracruz is, put this bitch in her place. Put her in her place, Mom. Relying on his perception of his mom's powers as a high-profile divorce lawyer, put his ex-girlfriend in her place. Because who is this low, middle-class woman from Pittsburgh who wants to come after the great Dr. Leon Jacob? That's the approach the defendant takes towards Megan. That's who he is. And I hope you've seen that throughout this trial, the way that he talks to her. I don't have to read those text messages again. You'll see them. Called her, I think, an ungrateful bitch. There was some more derogatory words in there. And then she had enough. She left. And you know why. She claims the defendant assaulted her. Now, in opening statements, and also I believe Mr. Jacob mentioned on the stand as well, he made a point saying that the assault case against him had been dismissed. And here's the dismissal right here. And here's the reason for the dismissal. Dismissed in lieu of felony prosecution of stalking and solicitation of capital murder. The assault case involving Megan Veracruz was not dismissed because of the merits of the case, although that was the suggestion the defendant made. That's what he wanted you to think. Because I had no reason to worry about the assault case because it was going to get dismissed anyway. Well, it was dismissed because of his felony charges against him. That's the only reason it was dismissed. And that's not the first thing or the last thing you're going to hear about the defendant saying something that is misleading to you. He was up here testifying for a long time this morning. He was up here testifying for a long time yesterday. And I just want you to consider this when you consider what the things he had to say about his innocence is. This is a misdemeanor assault family member case, a misdemeanor. And look at the things he did in an attempt to walk away from it. A misdemeanor. He's facing life in prison on this case, and he's willing to have his girlfriend kidnapped, have his girlfriend killed, have an email sent to him to present to his attorney, who would then present it to a court to get that case dismissed on a misdemeanor. You don't think for a second that same person would take a stand and take the oath to tell the truth and lie directly to you? And you know he lied to you. And I'll give you a specific example. Yesterday, when Ms. Connect was cross-examining him about the statements that he heard Javier say regarding what Valerie wanted to do with her ex-husband, he acknowledged it. He said, I was standing right there. You can hear him on the tape. I got it. He clarifies in his own mind. He says what Mac McDaniel drove. And then as soon as Officer Castro is done talking, he then offers to pay him $2,500 a week for 4 weeks. He admitted that yesterday on the stand. And when his lawyer directed it this morning, he insisted that the following day, and even that same evening, he knew nothing about Valerie's plans. Well, how's that possible? How is that possible? I mean, there's a transcript here, and I know that there's been a lot of talk about transcripts, and I think you have a good idea why you didn't get one and you won't get one. It's because there's disagreements about parts of it. But this is clear as day. Officer Castro, so she's decided that she wants her ex to be gone. Leon, I got it. So it will be a charge of $10,000. She brought up a good point, so it won't look suspicious. It doesn't have to be all paid at once. If Zach trusts you, I trust you, but there will be a $10,000 fee. It will be a robbery. She said he drives a new 4Runner. Valerie says Land Cruiser. Officer Javier says a Land Cruiser. Leon says, is that what he's got? Officer Castro says a brand new Land Cruiser, carjack him, put a bullet in his head, throw him on the street, make sure he's gone, make sure he's dead for sure, and then park his truck in one of the apartment complexes, in one of those shitty apartment complexes. When can I expect the first payment? And Zach would probably take the money, or I can take the money. I can give you, Leon, I can give you $2,500 a week for 4 weeks. That is probably the best and easiest. And that's the conversation you just heard and played. How could he possibly look you in the face and say, that same evening, he did not know what Valerie's plans were for Matt? He's standing right there. The officer just recited it directly to him. He then immediately made offers to pay for that. That is the definition of a party to an offense. The very definition of it. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense. He solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. That's Mac's case right there. I submit to you that yesterday and today on recross examination, the defendant confessed to being a party to solicitation of capital murder of Mac McDaniel, because he did. But he goes further than that. If you recall that next phone conversation, that's the one where he's upset, well, not upset, irate, that Mac McDaniel still has Valerie's daughter. And remember, that is the defendant's problem with Mac. Because somewhere along the way, the defendant knows that Mac, and maybe even the courts may get involved, are going to make Valerie choose between her daughter and the defendant. And who do you think she's going to choose? When it comes down to it, who's she going to choose? She's going to choose her daughter. And that's a problem for the defendant. So that's why he calls Javier. He calls Officer Duran and he says, I want this taken care of now. I want him taken care of now. Do it and you get your payment. I'm telling you folks, it doesn't become any more clear than that. Never. It doesn't become any more clear than that. He has knowledge of what the officer is going to do. Now keep in mind, from the very get-go, he believes that Officer Duran is a hitman. There's no question that they're talking about people being killed at Olive Garden. It's talked about several times. Officer Duran talks about it. The defendant talks about injecting Megan himself, stopping her heart. Certainly we're talking about death here. He knows what Officer Duran is going to do. And he encourages him to do it. He offers to pay him for it. That is absolute guilt of solicitation of capital murder in Mac's case. Case closed. That is it. Now let's talk about Megan. You can get a sense of the nature of the relationship and how the defendant treated Megan by way of what she wrote to him and what he wrote to her in those days following her leaving him, the day that she claims he assaulted her. It's very clear if you go through the text messages, and we didn't even go through them, but they're all in evidence. Come back, I love you. Come back for the dog. You never loved me. You never loved me. You never loved me. And her response is always, leave me alone. It's done. Leave me alone. It's over. Get yourself, move out. And the emails that the defense suggests are evidence of some lovelorn lover or the boyfriend who's pining for his ex-girlfriend. That is classic manipulation. Classic manipulation. Using the feelings that she has for him and may still have for him against her well-being, against her own safety. That is classic abuse or manipulation. And that's what he's doing to her. How could you ever do this if you ever loved me? Come back to me. I'll take you back. This is a woman that claims to have run out of her house in the middle of the night because she was assaulted by her long-term boyfriend. I will take you back because I'm just that good of a person, because I love you that much. That's what he's doing. That's what he always did. Every time she tried to walk away, that's what he did. He used their past relationships and the good times I'm sure they had as currency to buy himself out of trouble every single time, but it wasn't going to work this time because he finally went too far. That was problem number one with Megan. He had nothing without her. She paid the bills. She paid the apartment. He had nowhere else to go. But as his problems escalated, so did the options in dealing with those problems. And you heard all about that. From the very beginning of that Olive Garden meeting, the very first time he talks about what to do with Megan, and you'll hear it the very first time. I don't want her hurt, I just want her to go. I don't want her hurt, I just want her to go. I think he says something in the middle there about how she could get in trouble, but the last thing he says in that same phrase, and he never stops talking, the last thing he says is, I don't want her hurt unless that's the only option. It's not Officer Duran that puts her being hurt or killed on the table, it's the defendant from the beginning, because he knows who he's meeting with. And why in the world, if you were ever just having a meeting with somebody about convincing somebody to leave town, and this story about how he wanted to give her money, I mean, goodness gracious. If your meeting was just really, the topic of conversation was that benign, why are you asking this person who you're meeting with for the first time if he's a police officer? What would be the reason for that? The only reason to ever ask somebody who's not holding themselves out as a police officer, if they are a police officer, is that you're about to tell him something about something illegal. That's it. That's the only reason, right? I mean, there's no other reason. He wasn't just curious. He wanted to know. And we know later on, he's still being cautious. He feels Officer Duran up to see if he's wired. If there was never any ill will intended toward Megan, why is he so concerned about being, as he put it, fucked here? And you heard him say that in the recording, I'm worried about being set up and fucked here. Because he's still cautious. Because he plays around with words, right? He plays around with words. That's what he does. Just like with the Valerie situation. If he believes he's not at the table making the deal, then he's not criminally responsible for it. Well, we know better now. If he never says, I want you to kill Megan, I'm not criminally responsible for it. Why does he keep using the word prefer? You notice that he uses that throughout. I prefer that not happen. I prefer that not happen. I prefer that not happen. Not under no circumstances should you ever hurt Megan. I will not allow you to hurt Megan. Please never, ever hurt Megan. If you ever feel like you have to hurt Megan, stop it all and let her go. He uses the word prefer. We all know what the word prefer means, right? It means there's two possible outcomes, right? It's acknowledging that there is another outcome that you're anticipating other than the one you say you prefer. That's why he's using that word. Because he knows, like I said in the opening statement, he knows the trajectory of this. He knows the end game. The eventuality of him dealing with Adam is Megan being killed. And you'll see that throughout the recordings. And I understand what defense counsel was doing this morning, but with all respect, picking out phrases here and there from conversations that go on 3 hours doesn't give you a full picture at all about what's happened. When what was said is important. Just like when Officer Duran told him what Valerie's plan was. Everything he did after that is important because we know exactly what is in his mind in regards to what's going to happen to Mac. That's why listening to all the things as we listened to them when we had Officer Duran on the stand is important, because you need to hear everything. Because as many times as he says, I don't want her hurt, I prefer she not be hurt, as Ms. Connect pointed out, there are several times where he's a lot more direct than that. The injection of potassium chloride. Do whatever you have to do. Does she understand it? Does she understand if she doesn't leave, what's going to happen to her? I mean, that's as direct as it gets. You got to remember, not only does he think this guy's a hitman the day he meets him, he knows he's a hitman the next night. He knows it. He's been told that this guy shot and killed Mac McDaniel in a robbery, or what was made to look like a robbery. And he never puts a stop to any of it. He believes if he dances around his intent and what he really means, he can look 12 of you in the eye later on and say, look, listen to the recording. Listen to what I said. I didn't mean that. But you have to look at what he knew along the way and what he didn't do. What does his inaction tell you about what his intent is? Because as Ms. Connect asked him earlier, you could have stopped this at any point. At any point, you could have said, enough is enough is enough. Stop it. I don't want to hurt. As far as the rest of the witnesses in this case goes, Mr. Kubosh came in to tell you that he was so put off by his conversation with the defendant, he was worried. Now, Mr. Parham suggests that what sane person would walk into a councilman's office and say, I'm looking for a person essentially to commit solicitation of capital murder or commit capital murder. Well, what person would walk into a person like that's office and say, I'm looking for Zach because I paid him a lot of money to take care of a problem and it's obvious he's talking about a witness. That's witness tampering. Same difference, right? The fact is, Mr. Kubosh was so alarmed by what he was being told, he called the police. That's the reason Mr. Kubosh took the stand. Motaz, the reason he took the stand is because as the state, we have an obligation to bring you evidence. Whatever you think about Motaz, whether you like him, whether you think he had other motives, whether you think he's a con and he was just taking the defendant's money, you can think, of course, whatever you'd like to think. We have an obligation to bring you the witness, but I want you to pay attention to the things he said he told the defendant about how he had been dealing with Megan. And I want you to consider that maybe he was telling the truth about the story about kidnapping. Because it's referenced later on. In the Olive Garden video, the defendant even says she was supposed to leave before. He didn't tell you. And there's more than one reference to it. So I suggest to you, Motaz may be telling the truth about that. Laura Thurlow, what reason would she have to lie about any of these? It was necessary to bring these people in to tell you the backstory, but nobody's going to ask you to convict the defendant based on the testimony of Laura Thurlow or Motaz or Kubash. All you need to convict the defendant is his testimony yesterday and today and those recordings. And that's it. That's it. Because as this progresses, you see where it's heading. And ultimately, we know where it ended up. This. Now, he tried to explain, he was saying that he was distraught or emotional on the phone. You certainly can listen to those, and you tell me whether you think he's distraught. I certainly don't think so. But what would the normal reaction be to seeing this if you really didn't have this in mind? He was more concerned about what she had said to him, to Officer Duran, about Leon. So she was just like, fuck him. That was his response when Officer Duran said she's dead. So she was just saying, fuck him. What would the natural reaction be of a person who really didn't intend for it to go this far be when he gets this message? And it was actually incorrect when he said, I saw it, I was shocked, and I said, shit. If you go back to the recording, he hadn't even seen the picture yet. Because you can hear in the recording, he's like, let me take a look. That's about 30 seconds later in that whole conversation. So him saying, I said shit when I saw it because I was that shocked by it, he wasn't even looking at it yet. It's clear from the audio if you want to listen to that phone call. It's phone call number 9. He did nothing to stop this. Nothing. In his mind, this is reality. We all know this was staged, but in his mind, his ex-girlfriend, who had filed assault charges and stalking charges against him, is sitting by herself in a warehouse somewhere in this city, zip-tied, with duct tape around her mouth, with a person he knows is a paid killer. He knows it. And there's no disputing this. This is visual evidence, right? That is what he's thinking. And he never tries to stop it. He never once says, let her go. He never once said this has gone too far. Because that was never his intention to stop it. He was going to let it go as far as it needed to go. And if it needed to go all the way, he was fine with that. He made that clear several times throughout all the audio statements. He thinks he can just walk away from this. That's the plan. Just like the plan was to walk away from the assault family member case, the plan to walk away from the stalking case. He will do anything. He will do anything, as evidenced by his own statements. I was going to get rid of a witness in a case against me so I wouldn't be held accountable. I could walk away from charges. I could pursue my license. I could pursue my life with Valerie. He was willing to present false evidence to a court of law for his own advantage. Him getting up under oath and lying is nothing to him. It means nothing to him. He'll say anything. He'll act any way. He'll do anything. And did you notice the pauses? The pauses? When he was asked direct questions that should have been easy to answer, the pauses that he had, I think one of them was, you weren't suggesting that the officer kill Megan. He paused for like 5 seconds. Why would that take time to think that? Why would you have to think through your answer to that? If the truth is no, you would have said no before he even finished his question. Because he's thinking about the way that he can spin things that are in black and white in the transcript and are clear on the audio, how he can spin them in his favor. And unfortunately for him, there's just too many. There's just too many to explain away. And you saw that at the end of his testimony. You remember sometimes when he was confronted about things, even by his own attorney, giving him an opportunity to explain things that were pretty damning to him. I don't know what I was thinking. He couldn't even think of an explanation that would pacify what he was looking at right in front of him, that would mitigate how awful the things he said were when he was looking at this. I don't even know what I was thinking. Oh, telling that officer how to inject somebody with something that would kill him and stop their heart. Oh, that was just drunk silliness. I mean, come on. That's absolute nonsense. You just kind of slide everything else away, sweep everything under the rug that you can't explain. And let me tell you how many times I said, don't hurt her. Look at the big picture, folks. That's all I can say. Look at the big picture. Like I said before, in terms of McDaniel's case, it's right there. It's right there. He knew exactly what Valerie wanted. She was sitting right there when the officer said, this is what she wants. This is how we're going to do it. I need the payment. And Leon immediately offers the payment. And that night, he wants it done. And he wants it done right then. That is guilty of solicitation of capital murder, period. With Megan, he had chances to stop it. But he let it go and let it go and let it go and let it go. Until he's looking at that picture. And then when he's arrested that night, he's laying in bed. In his mind, he knows that once again, Leon Jacob has won. Leon Jacob has won again. Leon Jacob got what he wanted again. Mac McDaniel was dead, and Megan Barricus was dead. He finally got what he wanted. That's why he's guilty of solicitation of capital murder for both of them. Because that's what he wanted. And Valerie, no question Valerie was involved. No question Valerie agreed to have Mac killed. Absolutely. But he was right there for that. But Megan was his. Megan was his. And he had every chance to put the brakes on, had every chance to save her life, to let her go. But he started Officer Duran down this path, knowing who and what he was, aimed right at Megan and did nothing to stop him. And that's why he's guilty, folks. And we'll ask you to find him back. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Where's the documents?
She was actually, she's back now.
Okay. She's where now?
She's in the
Blue and white stripes is our alternate. She was in the kitchen during deliberation. We got it noted down on the court.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Gidley, has the jury reached unanimous verdicts on both cases? Would you hand those verdicts to my bailiff? Would the defendant please stand? As to cause number 1543813, State of Texas versus Leon Philip Jacob. Will the jury find the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder as charged in the indictment signed by the foreman of the jury? Cause number 1543812. Will the jury find the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder as charged in the indictment? All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to recess for today. We'll start fresh Monday morning, same time, except I think Derek will explain to you, we'll be downstairs for the conclusion in the punishment phase. So have a good weekend. Please be prompt. We'll get started promptly on Monday morning at 9:30. And do not discuss punishment. What do you think you would do? What do you think with anybody, family, friends, anything like that? Okay. So yes, we're going to poll you now, ladies and gentlemen, jury, which just means on the record, we want your individual responses to ensure this was your individual verdict as to both cases. So juror number one, was this your individual verdict with regard to both cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
And juror number two, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror three, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror four, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror five, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number six, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror seven, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror eight, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror nine, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And juror 10, was this your individual verdict? Juror 11, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 12, was this your individual verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. See you Monday morning, 9:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Do you swear from your testimony before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, from the state, call your first witness.
Judge of State of Texas calls Deputy Galvan.
Very well, thank you.
Deputy Galvan. Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name is Pete Galvan.
And Deputy Galvan, briefly, could you tell us how you're currently employed?
Currently, I'm employed with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. I've been there nearly 27 years, and I'm assigned to a jail intelligence unit.
Tell me again what your current assignment is.
I'm assigned to a jail intelligence unit.
What does that mean?
I work with outside agencies as well as our own agencies, and mainly my primary responsibility is to monitor inmate phone calls.
Per our office's request, were you requested to monitor phone calls for a defendant by the name of Leon Jacob?
Yes.
And did that request come from an investigator with the Harris County District Attorney's Office named Brian Powell?
Yes.
So during the course of your employment, did you monitor phone calls by defendant Leon Jacob with a SPIN of 01651455?
Yes, I did.
And as before you came to court today, did I have you review phone calls that were made by the defendant from the Harris County Jail?
Yes.
And were you able to match up the discs with the phone calls that were actually made from the Harris County Jail?
I did.
And were you able to identify that these were phone calls made by inmate Leon Jacob?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 78, 79, and 80. Are these the discs that you reviewed prior to coming to court today?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately depict phone calls made by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 78, 79, and 80, and tenders to opposing counsel for any objections.
We have no objection, Your Honor, as long as we remind the court that we do have a motion in file. The motion to suppress on certain jail calls. Anything involving attorney-client privilege, of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. State 78, 79, 80 with minute.
May I publish, Judge?
Yeah, I know.
Happy together. Well, this all go away.
I hope so, yeah. I truly hope so.
I told Adam I want Bradley Cooper to play me in the TV movie.
Yeah, I know.
Did he tell you?
He's already played. Hello, this is a pre.
And Deputy Galvin, we kind of heard the intro to this. Is this the intro that's played before every inmate makes a phone call?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
let me play that for the
Hey, collect
the
call
judge.
from an inmate at Harris County Jail. The Harris County Sheriff's Office will not call you collect or request you to dial star 72. Be aware of a star 72 scam where you will be requested to hang up and dial star 72 or star 1172.
What did she say about me when she first? Because I was here, it was like loud. I couldn't hear what it said to me. Is it about me being beautiful?
She said that you were a cocky son of a bitch.
No, she did not.
She said that you were cocky and she was immediately turned off because she thinks that you knew how beautiful you were.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Then she said I was beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty beautiful. So that reporter on ABC 13, Caitlin, she was on her TV every day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she wanted to sleep with me.
Okay.
But
I Googled it. I tried. I Googled it.
Well, it didn't suppress anything else coming out. You're not going to hear anything. According to Caitlin, what's her last name?
Caitlin?
Yeah. She's the chick. Look her up. She's cute. She looks like Valerie when she was younger.
Yeah.
She's really hot, actually. I mean, I know my wife's dead and I have to support her, but this one's cute.
Yeah.
29. She got integrity. She never lied. She never came here in a false pretense like every other goddamn news crew. But
right.
I looked at her and I told her yesterday. I said, you want this story, don't you? She goes, yeah. I go, what is it about me? She goes, you fascinate me. I go, why? She goes, you just do. She goes, let me be honest with you. She goes, it's off the record. She goes, at first, she goes, I thought you were some like playboy who was like using Valerie for her money and all that stuff. She goes, but I realized that she truly loved you. She loved her. She said, she goes, and then I found out you were really a doctor and a transplant surgeon, that you were really, you have an insurance business. She goes, I realized you make more money than she did. Like, yeah.
You want to clear off one of those boxes on that, you certainly are free to sit. Well, I didn't mean that.
Well, I just want to make sure you can hear what's happening, but it's all right. Thank you.
Anymore. I can't make him feel, I'm a very calculating, scientific person. I publish a lot of papers.
An inmate at?
I'm not yelling at you at all. I'm here in the dark. I'm very frustrated that I'm still in here. And I want to bond, and I want to get out of here.
Had you listened to me a month ago, you wouldn't be in there at all.
How is that possible?
2 months ago.
I've been here for 7.5 weeks.
Yeah, had you listened to me back in February, you wouldn't have been in there at all. But you only have to do it your way.
You've heard part of the story. You've heard the ending.
Yeah, I've heard part of the story, but I also know what went on before. And I remember myself begging you.
Whatever.
Hello?
Hey, Pensacola, how are you doing?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
You stood me up last week.
Oh my goodness, they had me on all kind of stuff yesterday with or last week with all the flooding.
I know. Yeah, I got. Where you were down in wherever. I got sideswiped for the small town that was flooded.
Yeah, I can't even tell you.
I know. I saw it on TV.
Okay. Well, how's it going?
It's going okay. You coming by?
I can't today. They put me on something else. I'm hoping to come by tomorrow.
That's fine. I might be with my lawyers in the afternoon, but we should be done by 4 when they let you see me.
Okay. Is there if I come right before right before 4? Because before I've been coming like an hour and a half in advance just to make sure nobody else tried to see you first. If I come right before 4, am I gonna be okay?
I don't know. I don't know how it is downstairs. You know, it's not like they let us like wander around the place.
Okay. Yeah. I just so like
I got a letter
tell you
from 2020 from that guy. You know,
from my I
don't know if you know, but 40 Hours and like CNN and then 2020 came by and talked to me, but I wouldn't talk to any of them. And I thought you got pissed off your like 2020 people and they like told you to stay away from me. So I but
no, not at all.
Anybody.
Okay, well I appreciate that. Want to let you know that obviously I'm still on that. I'm still interested in.
Don't you?
I do. The jail.
I have a full beard now because you couldn't get any of this stuff to anywhere. But I think there is a book or at least something really likely to be very profitable to you and advance your career, maybe make some money, and then in the end it's good enough. But you know, I mean, I did now. But as far as you being interested in writing a book or something about this screenplay or something, he said that he could write up an agreement between the two of us with between you and him and me, with limiting your ability to release anything until it was not my it wouldn't harm me. And like I said, Caitlin, when you hear this story, you're gonna I hate to use this term, I'm gonna have to pants. It's a good story. It's something you want to read a book about. And I told you I would do this stuff because you were honest with me and you were an honest journalist. You still need dinner when I get out. But it's not going to be just on this. But I hope you're smiling. But anyway, just coordinate with George and we can start doing some preliminary work on a story. And then as far as the interview goes, yeah, but I would like it to be, if I get a bond and get out of here, I would like it to be like you and I sit down in the studio for 2020 and sort of break your career. I mean, I figured that's something you'd want. That's what you would want.
And for the record, I'm not publishing States Exhibit number 79.
I don't know.
We also have my power of attorney. You do all my civil stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Speaking of which, you got a speeding ticket when you went to wherever it is you went to. I just got a bill for $162.
Thanks from where?
Thank you. I don't know either.
We also have my power of attorney. You do.
Hello.
We get one good book, that's all that.
Oh, God, Leon. Leon, it's always been this way with you. You've got this big fucking mouth, and you don't know when to shut it. And even when people who love you tell you, Leon, stop talking like that. Don't say those things. Stop it. You can't control yourself. You know, what I tell you is what you've been charged with is worse than if you actually done it yourself. Hello.
I know. 48 Hours came. They want to do a huge special on me, like now, like about who I am.
No.
Like that. So George's already talking to them. They want to pay me.
For the record, now publishing States Exhibit number 80.
Because they tried to attack me. I hate doing shit like that. Fuck out of somebody last night because they tried to attack me. I hate doing shit like that. I took 2 people to fucking hospital already. I've been here. I just don't like doing shit like that. It's not my cup of tea. But it's either me or them.
I understand. I understand there have to be parameters.
I'm fighting for my life in here, literally. And I just can't support this thing. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a great book you're going to write when it's all said and done.
Judge, I pass the witness.
From the defense, yes, sir.
Good morning, Deputy. Was it Gallivan?
Gallivan, yes, sir.
How long have you worked with Harris County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 27 years.
And how long have you been with the jail division?
With this unit, I've been doing the phone call since 2005, 13 years.
And so you have some knowledge of how jail operates then?
There's a lot of areas of the jail. Depends on what you're talking about.
Would you agree with me though that a jail environment is not exactly the most safe environment?
Sure.
There's fights that happen.
Sure.
People do get attacked.
Yes.
And people have to defend themselves.
Yes.
And it's a stressful situation to be in, is it not?
I've never been in jail.
What? From overseeing jail phone calls, are people typically happy?
Yes. Some are, some are not. I mean, I've heard it all.
But you hear a lot of frustrations as well.
Yes.
And so people can voice those frustrations over the phone. They can say a lot of things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And the jails are kept separate, men and women. Is that correct?
The cell blocks, they're
Cell
kept
block,
separate. Yes.
So there's not a lot of interaction between males and females.
I don't walk around the jail. I have no idea.
But you could understand why there wouldn't be much interaction.
Yes.
And so for somebody to talk on the phone and flirt with an opposite sex, would that be something bizarre? Would that be out of the ordinary from your experience?
I couldn't speak for what someone else would feel or what they want to do. Yeah.
But you could understand how somebody would choose to flirt over the phone?
Being that I don't understand it, no.
You do not understand?
I do not understand how a person can do that.
How somebody can flirt over the phone?
Flirt over the phone? Yes. Me personally, no.
But through your experience of monitoring jail calls, is it typical to hear people have conversations in that nature?
Usually I go past that if I'm listening to a call because it's not something that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Usually looking for the safety of the inmates and staff in the institution. But if I hear someone just talking about their personal relationship, I kind of skip past
So
it.
you tend to skip over it. Okay. But it does happen.
Sure. I imagine it would.
You did mention that you tend to skip over parts of conversations. Did the state ask you to skip over anything in this case?
On this particular case, there were so many calls. I didn't listen to any of the calls, only provided them with the calls that they requested for and let them do their own research.
So my original question was, did the state ask you to skip over anything?
No.
And you didn't even listen to these phone calls, did you?
No, not prior to the ones that were played this morning. I listened to those this morning.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One of the witnesses coming up, and we're
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record?
Megan Louise Veracus.
And Ms. Veracus, are you the same Megan Veracus that testified in the guilt phase of this trial?
Yes, I am.
I want to talk to you now about the aftermath of this. And I'd like for you to tell the jury how the actions of the defendant in this case have affected your life going forward from March of 2017.
I have no sense of trust. Just constantly afraid that something else is going to happen. I'm
sorry.
I have security throughout my home that I never had previously, just because I'm afraid somebody's going to break in or something's going to happen. So
I want to step back a little bit and let's talk about the night the assault occurred. Can you tell us what happened that night?
I came home from work and Lee and I got in an argument over, he said he didn't like the way my face was and had been yelling at me. So I had made a decision that I wasn't going to be spoken to like that anymore. So I tried to pack my things up and leave. At that point, he's screaming at me, calling me just awful names. And I went into our bathroom and just trying to get makeup and contacts, anything I could, because I wasn't sure how long I was going to be gone. And at that point, I was screaming because I knew the neighbors below us could hear. And I wanted them to call the police. I wanted them to hear what he was saying to me. At that point, he put his hands over my face and told me to shut the fuck up. And
let me stop you there. What kinds of things, you said you wanted the neighbors to hear what he was saying to you. What kinds of things was he saying to you while you were having this argument?
You bitch, you're go ahead and try and leave. It's just awful.
Did he make any threats to you about what he would do to you if you left him?
He had told me that he would burn the apartment down.
So when you're gathering your things up in the bathroom, is that when he approached you?
Yes.
And walk us through what he did when you're in the bathroom packing up your things.
I had a duffel bag on my shoulder and he said, "Let me help you, you bitch," and starts throwing things and pushing things into the bag. And then I started screaming and he was like, shut up, you dumb cunt. Shut up. Nobody's going to hear you.
And did he put his hand on your mouth?
Yes.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Did it leave a mark?
Yes.
So what did you do in response to him grabbing your face?
I think I bit him and ran out of the house.
Where did you go?
I went to my vehicle, and at that point, he followed me outside. Our dog also followed me. The dog jumped in the car. At that point, I'd locked my drawers and tried to back out, and he told me if I didn't give him the dog that he would punch the window in, and he kept slamming his fist against the driver's side window and pulling on the car handle.
Was he able to break the window?
No.
Did you think
I released the dog, and he took the dog.
Where did you go from there?
I stopped at the security gate of the apartment complex. Leon was on the speakerphone screaming, yelling, and I wanted the security guard to hear it. But I knew it would take too long for the police to get there. And my door wouldn't shut because he pulled on it so hard that the electronics wouldn't close. So I drove to his mom's house about a quarter of a mile away
Why did you go to his mom's house?
because I didn't have anybody else here. And I thought they cared about me.
Where is your family?
My family lives in Pittsburgh.
So your mom and dad, they live up in Pittsburgh. So
Yes.
You don't have any family here.
I do not.
What happened once you got over to Miss Jacobs' house?
I had a key to their home, but I believe their Leon's stepdad, Dale, let me into the house.
Did you stay at the house?
I did not.
Where did you go from there?
His brother happened to be there for some reason, and his brother sort of told Leon to leave me alone. And at that point, I went to Adam and Leslie's house.
Was Leon over at Miss Jacobs' house?
Yeah, he said his mother called him.
So had he followed you over there?
I believe so.
Did you go over to Adam's house?
Yes.
Who lives at Adam's house?
His two daughters and Leslie and Adam.
Once you got over to that house, how long did you stay there for?
I was there for 2 days.
Did the defendant try and reach out to you during that time period?
Yes.
What efforts did he make to try and talk to you?
He was calling, he was texting. He left the second day, he had left flowers and a bag of my clothing on their front steps. And then he also showed up at their home.
Let's talk about that. When did he show up at the home?
I believe it was Friday evening.
And had you told him at that point that you didn't want contact with him?
Multiple times.
What did you tell him?
Not to talk to me. Please leave me alone. We're done.
What made this a final straw for you?
I had sought therapy and I didn't want to live this life. And the fact that he put his hands on me, that was the last straw.
So that was the first time that he had ever put his hands on you?
He had thrown things at me and screamed and yelled, but he had never physically put his hands on me.
Were you concerned that he might show up at their house?
Definitely.
And did he show up at their house?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury what happened when he showed up at their house that night.
It was just Leslie and I and the baby. And basically, Leon kept banging on the door. Eventually, Leslie let him in, and I hid in a closet in their kitchen just to stay away from him because I was afraid of what would happen if he found me.
Did you hear the defendant in the house?
Yes.
What was he saying?
Where is that fucking bitch?
Did he seem angry?
Yes.
What was your mind like? What are you thinking when you're hiding in this closet in the kitchen? What's going through your mind?
I hope he doesn't see my phone and my bag on the floor. What's going to happen if he finds me?
Did he eventually leave?
Yes.
So after he came to the house and he's looking for you and he's screaming, where do you go?
Leslie and I went upstairs and just tried to be calm. At that point, I knew I couldn't stay there anymore because he knew where I was.
So what did you do?
I left and went to work the next day and stayed at a hotel because he was still in my apartment and I still had no clothing and nothing else.
Did you at some point go back to your apartment?
I went back with police officers.
Were you able to get your things?
They had changed the locks on the apartment. At the time we walked in with the police officer, Leon had taken almost every piece of furniture that I owned. He hadn't touched my clothing, but he did. I found out that he had taken my passport and my eyeglasses.
You mentioned the furniture. Who purchased all the furniture?
I did. Half the furniture came from Pittsburgh and half the furniture was purchased from Ashley Furniture on a credit card in my name that I paid for.
And what did he do with all that furniture?
He put it on a truck and put it in a storage unit.
Did he let you have that furniture back?
He did not. He used that to try and get me to meet with him.
Tell us about that.
Basically, he kept telling me, you'll have nothing. You can't afford this. What are you going to do? Just meet me and I'll give you the furniture back. Just talk to me and I'll give you the furniture back.
During this time period when all this is going on, is he continually texting you?
He is. Timeline wise, I know that I changed my phone probably the Tuesday or Wednesday after all this happened. But throughout the weekend, he certainly wouldn't stop.
Did you work an event that weekend?
I did.
Tell me about the event that you worked that weekend.
A friend of ours, Vladimir, owns a catering company, and he had asked if I could help bartend. So I was to go to the location and just basically help them out. It was on a Saturday night. I originally wanted to cancel because of the relationship between Leon's family and Vladimir. But he said I would be okay and that he would protect me and nothing bad would happen if Leon showed up, that he would have him arrested.
During that time period, did the defendant try and contact you?
He contacted me, and I was working with an iPad that was Vladimir's, and he had called Vladimir so much I couldn't even use the iPad because Leon's name kept showing up on the iPad.
So you weren't able to do like transactions at the
Correct.
You mentioned that you changed your number. So the assault took place on Thursday night. So by Tuesday, that following week, you had changed your phone number?
Yes.
Why did you change your phone number?
So that he couldn't contact me.
Did he use other people to try and contact you?
Yes. He called my work. He had Valerie call my work. He had a woman named Laura, I believe, show up at my work. He had his therapist call me. His mother called me. She didn't call my work, but he had anybody imaginable try and get in contact with me. People I didn't even know. He called my parents. He called my brother constantly. He called my friend Jen and left just voicemail after voicemail.
Let's talk about Jen. Does Jen live, or did she at the time live here in Houston?
She lived in Houston, and then she was moving to Colorado.
During that time period, though, was she here in Houston?
Part of it.
Did the defendant at some point believe that you had moved in with Jen?
Yes.
And did you learn that he made efforts to try and find you over at Jen's apartment?
He actually went to the apartment and knocked on neighbors' doors.
Looking for you?
And Jen.
You mentioned that he contacted your family. Who all did he contact?
He contacted my mother, my father, my brother. I think he may have contacted my aunt as well.
And they're all up in Pittsburgh?
Correct.
So what is his reasoning for contacting your family?
He wants them to get in contact with me
Why?
so that we could get back together and he could take care of me.
You mentioned you changed your phone number. At some point, does he get a different email address to contact you?
Yes.
What email address does he create in order to try and make contact with you?
Believe it was leonlovesmeganv@gmail.com.
So was that an email address that he had prior to the breakup, or is that something he created post-breakup?
Post-breakup.
Did he also attempt to contact you from spoof numbers?
Yes, as well as LinkedIn, Facebook. He would register names under his children's names and then request me or message.
Talk to me about spoof numbers. What are spoof numbers, if you know?
It's a number that shows up that may look like somebody else's. At one point, he had been able to call me and make it look like it was my brother calling.
So then would you answer thinking it's going to be your brother?
Of course.
Talk to us about while you're working. What are some of the things he does to you while you're at your office down at the Holiday Inn?
He contacted the front desk and would say that he needed to talk to me. He would show up in the valet area. His car would be parked in the adjacent lots nearby. And each time I saw it or my colleagues saw it, we would contact the police.
Did you have to take any steps to protect yourself at work and keep you safe?
We alerted the security guard of what Leon looked like as well as what his vehicle looked like. Anytime I went outside the building, because my job at the time required me to do sales calls, I had to have somebody with me.
Were you concerned that he knew where you parked?
Oh, definitely.
Were you concerned about if he knew where you parked?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to try and hide your vehicle while you were at the office?
Yes.
What kind of things would you do?
They would park it in the basement or the roof instead of my assigned parking spot in the front of the building.
Did someone have to go into hiding during this time? In other words, were you able to go back to the apartment and live in the apartment that you shared with him?
No.
Where do you go?
I stayed at a hotel.
And at some point, were you concerned about your safety staying at the hotel?
Yes.
Talk to us about the time that you drove to the police station with him following you. What happened?
I pulled out of the hotel parking lot and his vehicle was immediately behind me. As soon as I saw him, I called 911. I stayed on the phone with dispatch and basically just drove in circles in downtown trying to get him to leave me alone and hoping that they could get a police officer there as I'm driving. At one point, he jumped out in the street in front of my car and started yelling, "You're making a big mistake. You don't know what you're losing." And again, I was just hysterical on the phone with dispatch, hoping that they could get a vehicle to where we were. After about 5-10 minutes, I pulled in front of the Travis Street police station and waited for an officer to come out. As I pulled in front of that, Leon stopped next to me, and I believe he yelled something like, "This is the biggest mistake of your life."
During this time period, what is your daily life like?
I try to work, but it was always a concern that, what happens if he finds me? What am I going to do for a place to live? How am I going to get back into the apartment? What is the apartment complex going to do to me because I've broken my lease? And is he damaging the apartment to further hurt me?
How many times did you tell him, do you think, approximately, to leave you alone?
Hundreds.
And did he listen?
No.
Did you take steps to get a protective order because of that?
Yes.
And did you all come to an agreement on a 2-year protective order?
At the time when we filed for it, the Beth Barron, the person that helped with it, she said, "Don't worry, he's going to go to jail today for stalking." So I just wanted to sign it and have him go to jail.
So the stalking case happened. He was charged with the stalking case prior to the 2-year protective order, but he was arrested that day.
Right from jail, or right from the courtroom.
Once he got out on bond for the stalking case, did he continue to harass you?
I don't remember. I know he probably contacted my family.
Talk to me about when the officers with the Houston Police Department called you and told you there's been a threat to your life.
It was in the evening, and I changed my number and was just afraid of anybody that called me, and I had a lot of distrust in anybody.
Did you meet with officers of the Houston Police Department?
Yes.
What was your reaction when you learned that this person that you'd been in a relationship with had taken a hit out on your life?
I can't even explain it. I was hysterical.
I'm sorry, Ms. Parker.
Just calling for a conclusion, Your Honor.
That'll be all. You may answer.
I was hysterical. I didn't know what to do.
When the police came and talked to you, did you take some steps to get out of town?
They said I should be left alone, and obviously I don't have a roommate. I don't have family here, so I thought it best to go back to Pittsburgh and stay with my family.
And did you stay up there for a while?
Yes.
Did you come back at the request of the Houston Police Department?
Yes.
And we talked about in the guilt phase of this trial that they had you take some photographs, right?
Yes.
What's going through your mind when they're putting duct tape around your face and zip tying your wrists and your ankles?
What if this really happened? I mean, I was just, I mean, at one point, I don't think I could even. I just can't believe I was there.
I pass the witness.
From the defense, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Veracruz. I got the right pronunciation, correct?
Veracruz.
Veracruz. And if I mispronounce that as in guilt or innocence, please correct me, all right?
It's fine.
Now, when did you and Leon officially meet?
Sometime in January or February of 2014, I believe.
All right, and tell me the circumstances of your meeting.
He was a guest at my hotel. He was a guest at my hotel. He was.
And that's where you were working,
Correct.
and that hotel was the Holiday Inn downtown?
It absolutely was not.
Okay, what was it?
It's the Cambria Suites in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And then you all eventually started going out,
Yes.
and at some point in time, you all decided to move to Houston.
Yes.
And did you move together?
Leon had been staying with his mother here, but yes.
All right. So your family was in Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
And Leon's family was in Houston.
Yes.
And at some point in time, you, during this relationship, stayed with Golden.
Yes.
And that's Leon's mom, is it not?
Yes.
How long did you stay with Golden?
5-6 days, maybe, if that. 5 or 6 days, maybe.
When you stayed at Golden, obviously you slept there.
Yes.
And you had food provided for you.
Yes.
Was Golda hospitable to you?
Yes.
And obviously she let you stay there. Did you happen to call her and say, hey, I'm coming over?
No.
Or you just showed up, did you?
When
When you stayed at Gold's?
when I moved here from Pittsburgh,
No, when you stayed, yes, when you first stayed at Gold's.
I believe she knew. She had a key made for me.
Okay. Now, I believe you testified that you and Leon were together for about 8 months.
No, sir.
About how long?
Can you explain the question that you're asking?
Together? How many months?
When? In general?
Yes.
About 2 years.
All right. And in Houston, how long were you together?
2.5 years.
All right. Now, during that period of time, it's obvious that Leon was in love with you. That's
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And you had deep feelings for him as well.
Of course.
All right. And you talked to the police department about this incident, correct?
Which incident, sir?
About what you're testifying about.
The stalking, the harassment, like the murder for hire. What are you asking about?
Did you ever tell the police department, did you ever use the word threat?
Yes.
You did.
Oh, he threatened to burn my house down.
Not my question. The question is, did you tell the Houston Police Department using the word threat?
In the assault?
Ever? Did you tell the police department using the word threat?
I can't recall.
Do you remember your testimony on direct examination on the guilt or innocence phase of this case on that issue?
I need you to clarify a little bit more.
Sure. When you were on guilt or innocence, when you were testifying in guilt or innocence, and you were asked about using the word threat, correct?
I don't remember that, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the police department using the word threat relative to Leon?
I don't recall.
Now, would it be fair to say that Leon was desperately in love with you, from your perspective?
Yes.
And all of these efforts that you testified about relative to Leon calling, contacting your parents, that was to try to find you.
Yes.
All right. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury if it's reasonable to contact your parents to try to find you in order to hurt you. You want me to rephrase that?
Yes, please.
Okay. One doesn't contact the parents of a person that individual wants to hurt in order to find your location, does one?
I'm going to go to speculation.
Did you find it, did your parents tell Leon where you were?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you find it odd that Leon would contact your parents?
Yes.
And why did you find that odd?
Because I asked him multiple times to leave me alone.
Okay. And he was desperate for you. He wanted you guys, as you testified to get back together, to get back in contact, and basically live your life together.
That's what he wanted.
And that's not what you want.
No, sir.
All right. I might have just smoked, Jeff. You remember testifying, and I'll go back in a different way on this issue. You remember testifying in direct examination that you did not consider Leon's actions to be a threat to you, using the word threat?
I don't recall.
When you went to Leslie's house, do you know if Leslie contacted Golda?
I'm unaware.
I'm sorry?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Who did? You know if Leslie contacted Leon?
I'm not aware of their conversation, sir.
Well, I'm not asking you if you were aware of the content of their conversation. I'm asking you if Leslie contacted Leon.
I know that Leon contacted Leslie, but I don't know vice versa. I was only there for what Leslie did, and I wasn't with Leslie the entire time.
You know whether or not Leslie asked Leon to come over?
No, I do not.
Now, Leon was still wanting to develop a relationship with you, correct? At some point in time, you emailed Leon about, I guess, your passport and your glasses.
Correct.
Pardon?
Correct.
All right. And when was this?
I don't recall.
Was it during the period of time that you were separated from Leon?
Yes, sir. It was after I went back into my home and realized my belongings were gone.
Okay. And he found those, did he not, and returned them to you?
I believe he'd taken them out of the location they were, so he had them on his person.
My question is, relative to the passport and glasses, he found them and returned them to you, correct?
I would not say he found them.
He returned them to you, did he not?
I asked his sister or brother to return them to me, so he had no contact with me or my work.
All right. But in any event, you got your glasses and passport based on his actions about getting them to you through his relatives?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Further, Judge.
Stick out Darren Gooden, Judge.
No, this has not been sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please.
You swear to the testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
From the state, please.
Thank you, Judge. What is your name, sir?
Darren Gooden,
And where are you from, sir?
Ohio.
Were you born in Ohio?
Yes.
And do you have a family there?
Yes, I do.
Are you married?
Yes, I am now.
Any children?
Yes, I have a boy and a girl, and I have 4 stepkids.
Can you maybe move up to the microphone a little bit so we can hear you?
Mhm.
You said you have a son and a daughter, correct?
Yes.
And how old are they?
19 and 17 now.
19 being your daughter and son.
My son is 19,
Okay.
and my daughter is 17.
And do they live in Ohio as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And where in Ohio are you from?
Youngstown area, Poland, Ohio.
You ever been to Houston before?
No, I have not.
Do you know the defendant Leon Jacob?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you became aware of who he was?
My ex-wife worked at a hospital in Youngstown where he was a resident at the time, and that's how I started to learn about him.
Okay. Now, so your wife at the time, what was her name?
Patricia?
She worked at a hospital where he was in the residency program.
Yes.
What was your wife's job there?
She was a recruiter for the residency program.
So while they were working together, did you ever meet him on a social occasion or?
I just heard her talking a lot about him. There might have been one occasion, I think, when I was at the hospital to meet her for something, and she introduced me to him at that time.
And what year was this, if you remember?
Probably about 2011, maybe 2010, 2011.
And was there ever a time that you became aware of a relationship between your wife and the defendant?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us how you found out about that?
Yes, I took my son to the hospital one night. He was having a hard time breathing, and she didn't want to go to the hospital with us. And when we ended up leaving the hospital, I got followed by Leon all the way to my house, and then he sped off.
Okay.
And
Look, let me stop you there. So you took your son to the hospital, and your wife at the time, Patricia, did not want to come with you.
correct.
Did that seem strange to you?
Yes.
And this would have been the same hospital where she worked at, along with the defendant.
It was actually a different hospital.
Okay.
I don't know if he was working at the time at that one or not. What I did was I ended up going through her phone records, and I found a phone number that she was on the phone with for a couple hours that night while we were at the hospital. And I called it back, and Leon answered the phone.
Okay. So going back to when you were coming home from the hospital, you said you were being followed.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know at the time what kind of car the defendant was driving?
I heard my wife talk about what kind of car he had. That then kind of put 2 and 2 together there.
And the person that followed you home from the hospital, the car that you saw, was that the same car that you believed the defendant to be driving at the time?
Yes.
And how far was it from the hospital to your house?
Approximately 7 miles, 8 miles.
Okay. And did that car follow you home? Did it follow you the whole way home?
Yes.
And was it that same night that you had looked at some records to see if there was any suspicious activity on your wife's phone?
Yes.
Did you ask your wife about this?
Yes, I did.
Did you call the number yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with the defendant at that time?
I asked him if him and my wife were having an affair, what was kind of going on, and he told me, you need to talk to your wife about that.
And you and your wife eventually split up not long after that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And was the divorce filed right away, or were you separated for some time?
I think I stayed, we're still in the house probably maybe for about 8 months or so. When I filed a divorce, I probably left maybe a month after we filed, because I was told by our attorneys at the time to try to stick it out in the house.
And when we're referring to the defendant, Leon Jacob, do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and identify him by something that he's wearing?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Identify him by something that he has on today. Just say that's the man wearing
The blue tie?
Okay. Right over here at the table.
On the end.
Your Honor, may the witness, record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Record was over.
And are you aware, so you and your wife separated, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware at that time whether or not your wife continued to see the defendant?
I pretty much knew that they were still together, that they were dating. And
At that time, did you spend any time around her and the defendant together? Did you see his vehicle around the house, that sort of thing?
the house, when I left the house, the vehicle was at the house pretty much every day.
And at the time, how old were your children while this was going on?
12 and 14.
And so, what was the custody agreement like when you were separated while the divorce was happening?
They made it very difficult for me to see the kids. They wouldn't let me see them on my certain days.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
Leon and my ex-wife.
Okay.
They would bribe them. My kids told me that, they would take them out to eat, or if they run away back home, Leon would buy them certain stuff, whatever they wanted. It was just like whatever they really wanted, they manipulated them, I guess.
So you think, based on the circumstances, that the defendant, along with your ex-wife, was interfering with your ability to see your children?
Mm-hmm.
But you did have visitation, was it
Yes.
50-50, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of personal interactions did you have with the defendant around that time, if any?
I had some, you mean, what did I'm sorry, rephrase it?
When you actually personally interacted with him, can you tell us about those situations?
I had some restraining orders I had to put in place.
You need to restate your question in its context.
Do you recall telling Officer Durant I couldn't do this myself because of the implications?
She said, so I'll take your word.
If it's in the recording, you certainly would disagree with the recording, right?
Okay, is it before or after this? You assholes.
Do you recall when Officer Durant asked you, do you want me to take care of it? I guess earlier on reread, your attorney asked you to listen to a portion of the audio where Officer Durant says, do you
I
want
am
me to take care of it
1
myself?
minute,
Do you remember him
1
saying that?
hour and 30 minutes back. Is it before or after that? Because you're liars. The fuck? Don't lie to me.
Which, I'm telling you, I have a 10-phone conversation. I only have 10 through 12.
I backed up 1 hour and 29 minutes. I backed up. How much do I need to back up? Look, Dawn. No, I can't go to timestamp 7:45. I can only rewind from where we are. When you rewind, it shows you how far back you're going when you rewind. Like, how far back do I need to go? So it's 9:20. So you're saying 7 hours and 45 minutes? LaDwayne. I can't stand y'all. All right, so get rid of the 20 minutes there. All right. So go back 20 minutes, and that's 9 hours. Go back another hour. All right. And then 15 minutes.
I think I was in a bit of shock based on what I was hearing. He tells you that he's dead.
But it's the lady talking, right? It's the lady speaking to him, right?
There's no body, there's no way to, telling me over and over again that I'm in it. The idea of hurting anybody was.
It's when the female's talking to him, not the man,
I think she had
right?
3 or 4 ciders, and we were smoking. Sort of, and the undercover officer is pushing this issue over and over and over again. Wait, the rest of that conversation.
I can't. Y'all are insane, and I don't know.
Following us around, sitting in front of the house, to deal with a couple threats. He threatened us, threatened to blow up my house, threatened to kill me.
Threatened to blow up your house, and this is the house now. You're now living in a separate house.
Correct.
When you're separated from your wife.
Yes.
How about when you went to pick up the children at any time? Did you ever encounter him on those occasions?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He'd be standing outside, yelling, screaming, making threats towards me.
What sort of things would he say to you?
He said he wanted to kill me. He said he wanted to fight me. Just bad mouthing, swearing, calling me all kinds of names and stuff like that.
Did you ever engage him back in those discussions?
No.
Was there ever a time that the police were called on an incident regarding your son?
Every time, pretty much, yes.
Okay. And could you tell us about an occasion where, are you aware of an occasion where the police were called shortly after your son had left your house?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
My son showed up at the house for my visitation. They ran home, went back to their mother's.
And so when you're clear again, you're talking about your son and your daughter.
Yes, they both left. They ran back. It was probably maybe a mile and a half or so back to the other house.
Okay.
About half hour later, the police showed up on my doorstep and said he got hit in the chest. Leon punched my son in the chest twice, I think he said, and they tried to blame it on me to get child endangerment on me, so I would not be able to see my kids.
And you were never charged with that or anything related to that, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You were never charged? You never had a criminal charge
Not
regarding
at
that?
all, no.
Okay. And eventually, were you able to get full custody of your children from your ex-wife?
Yes, I did.
And you mentioned that you had to get restraining orders. You had to pursue things legally against your ex-wife as well as the defendant, right?
Yes.
Was there any sort of order in place regarding the defendant's ability to be around your children?
Yes, he was not allowed around my children when my wife had the visitation.
And that was pursuant to an order, a protective order or a restraining order that you had pursued on their behalf?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you testified today that Patricia, your ex-wife, was having an affair with Leon?
Yes.
And that went on for about 9 months?
I'd say probably more like 2 years.
About 2 years? And that was while you guys were filed for divorce?
Well, first I had suspicions, like I said, of 1 year, and then just when we went through the divorces, lasted over a year.
So during this time, you of course didn't think the highest of Leon, I'm sure.
I'm sorry, what's that?
You didn't have the greatest opinion of Leon at this time, I'm sure. Now, you also testified that during this time, both Patricia and Leon were manipulating your kids to keep them from you?
Yes.
Is that grounded in fact, or is that just your opinion?
That's a fact.
And while this was all going on, you were dating a new girl at the same time? A new woman?
Yes.
What was her name?
Holly?
And how did Holly get along with your kids?
She got along good with him, real good.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? You may. Do you recall having a text message with your daughter back in February? And in fact, fact, that's going to be a message from Mackenzie, is that correct?
It says Mackenzie's name on it. I don't know who it was sent to.
This would be sent to you. I believe these are screenshots that you had taken and sent to the state's attorneys.
I don't recall that message.
Okay. Do you recall responding to her this message?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have to reflect on attending to opposing counsel inquiry?
Were they more?
Yeah, not marked this time, Your Honor. They were shortly.
You may.
Mr. Gooden, did Mackenzie ever have an issue with Holly?
At the beginning, no, she did not.
But towards the middle, in the end?
Once her mother found out that we started dating, yes.
Then she began to have an issue? In fact, do you recall having a conversation with Mackenzie where she talked negatively about the relationship with Holly?
They were going through a lot at the time. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that went on. You know, they mixed emotions, you know.
And how would you classify Mackenzie's view of you during this time period?
I'm sorry, what's that?
How did Mackenzie feel about you during this time period?
Sustained. Sustained.
You said that Leon, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. So if I sustain the objection, you don't have to.
Now, in response to a text that Mackenzie did send to you, would you go ahead and read that portion of your response to the jury?
Can they read it out loud? Or?
Yes, please. Would you read it out loud for the jury?
No, Mackenzie, but I give your mom $700 a month, and you're embarrassed.
You need to speak into the microphone.
No, Mackenzie, but I give your mom $700 a month, and you embarrass me by the way you act. You don't call or answer your phone when I call you.
Thank you. And then, do you also recall sending a message to Mackenzie on March 11th?
That was in response to because Leon and her mother took their phones off of me. So every time I text them and call, they would never answer the phones.
That's why you sent that message? It was not in response to what Holly had said to you? Sorry, not Holly, but Mackenzie?
I have thousands and thousands of texts. So I don't know if these are in order or what.
These are in order. As fact, as you can see, the ending of this message continues on to this, which is what you directly said responding back.
Okay.
Same date, same time.
Okay.
So this was not, in fact, a response to Leon. This was a response to Mackenzie, your daughter.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and read then what Mackenzie had sent to you, since you disagree with that?
Judge, I think what the witness said is that the content of the message is referencing something he found out about Leon, not that the message itself was in response to Leon.
Correct.
I withdraw. And in fact, do you remember having a conversation again with Mackenzie, March 11th, 2012? Would you mind reading these messages to the jury?
Mackenzie, I have done nothing to you. Mackenzie, I've done nothing to you or Darren. You or Darren won't answer when I call or text you. But I love you kids more than anything. There isn't a second that goes by that I am not thinking and worrying about you. I wish you guys would give me. This one obviously doesn't go with that one.
It still continues on.
I said, I wish you guys would give me a, then it says, and hate that both of you. So there's obviously another text that goes with that.
Well, feel free to continue reading.
Her acting like this, you don't even give me a chance. I'm sorry for whatever has you thinking I am such a bad guy. I have never hurt you or put you or your brother in danger. All I want is my kids to be a part of my life.
So it's fair to say that you did have issues with Mackenzie and Darren during this time period?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, defense will offer defense exhibit 10 and defense exhibit 9B. Yes, sir. So during this time, your wife was having an affair with Leon Jacob, and you want to blame him for your relationship with your children. Is that fair to say?
For what?
For your relationship with your children. Is that fair to say? You blame him? You believe he was manipulating them?
Well, he was keeping them from seeing me.
You believe that?
Sure I do.
Now, you also testified earlier that Leon had punched your son in the chest.
Yes, yes.
And police showed up at your door.
After they called the cops, yes.
Did you ever press charges against Leon?
That was all worked out through the courts.
So Leon struck your child, and you decided not to go forward and try and pursue charges?
It was worked out through the courts.
So no charges were filed? Yes or no? Were charges filed?
I don't remember.
So no, charges were not filed.
question?
Really never did answer a specific question. So, are you still asking the question? Or are you moving on?
Oh, we'll move on, Your Honor. Now, you also testified earlier that Leon was screaming and threatening you. That I think you said he wanted to kill you. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And this happened outside in a public place?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This happened in a public place?
At my old residence.
The old residence?
Mhm. Yes.
But you never called the police again?
Yes, there was a report made.
There was a report made?
Yes.
Were charges ever filed?
That I do not remember.
Who was your brother?
He was a chief of Poland Township.
Chief of what?
Poland Township Police Department.
Okay, so your brother was a chief of police?
Yes.
And so when these threats were made, you called your brother?
No, he would have called a patrolman. My brother did not get involved in anything that I did.
But your brother was a chief of police?
Yes.
Was there any kind of court proceeding regarding these threats of Leon wanting to kill you?
I filed restraining orders.
You did file a restraining order?
Yes.
Did Leon ever have to go forward and testify to this matter?
I do not remember.
Did you ever have to go to a court proceeding and testify?
I went in front of a person when I did go down in front, file for the restraining order.
Was that just to an officer or was that to the court?
To the courts.
But you never went forward on the criminal allegation of the threat to kill you?
Honestly, I do not remember what happened with all that.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge. Sir, you're excused. Thank you for your testimony. Is he free to leave?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
State calls Mackenzie Gooden, Judge.
All right, call your second.
Thanks, Judge. Hi, Mackenzie.
Hi.
You doing okay?
Yes.
You a little nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay. And what is your full name?
Mackenzie Ann Gooden.
And are you in school right now?
Yes.
And where do you go to school at?
Poland Seminary High School.
What year are you?
I'm a senior.
And you have any plans for after high school?
Yes, I plan on continuing at YSU and going to the nursing program.
And do you work?
Yes, I do.
And where do you work at?
A restaurant in our town called the Rockas.
Now, the gentleman that was just in the courtroom, who is that to you?
My father.
And who's your mother?
Her name is Patricia Gooden, or Patricia Dobis.
That's her new name.
She got married. I don't know her new name.
Okay, that's her maiden name then.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have a brother named Darren Gooden. He is 19, and I have 4 stepsisters.
Now, and you're living in Ohio at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were born there, I assume, right?
Yes.
And back several years ago, I'm going to take you back to like around 2010, 2011. You would have been about 12 years old. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us, let me ask you first, do you know the man named Leon Jacob?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us or tell the jury how you know him?
I knew him through my mom.
Okay. And how was it that you came to know him, if you could tell us?
He was introduced to me as my mother's friend.
And were you aware at the time of your parents being separated? Do you remember that when your father moved out of the house?
Yes, I do.
Was it around the same time that this happened? He was introduced into your life?
Around that time, yes.
And what sort of interactions did you have with the defendant during that time period, if you could tell us?
He would come over, and we would go out to certain places and dinner and stuff.
And what did you think of him when you met him?
Well, I couldn't understand why he was around us so much when he had like a wife and stuff. I couldn't wrap my head around that.
Okay. Now, you say you didn't understand why he was around your family so much when he had a wife. Did you know his wife?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Annie.
Okay. How was it that you knew who his wife was?
I was introduced to her through Leon and my mom. We went over there multiple occasions, having dinner together.
So at the time you were little, you didn't really understand why this guy was over here when he had his own wife.
Correct.
And he had a child at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your understanding about the nature of the relationship with your mother? Did you know anything more than just friends?
To me, it seemed a lot different. It did seem like they were more than friends, but when I would question either or, they would tell me that I was like just a child. I didn't know any better. Of course, they were just friends and so on.
Now, the man that we're talking about as Leon Jacob, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and just identify him by something that he's wearing?
Blue tie.
Right over here to my right?
Yes.
Your Honor, the record reflected that is identified the defendant. And what do you remember about the time you spent with your mother versus the time you spent with your father at that time? Do you remember what the visitation was like with your dad?
Well, When I was with my mom, it was a lot different. When I went to my dad's, I wouldn't stay there very often because they would always tell me certain things to like come back to them, like, or run away in a sense. And like, if I would, they would like take me out to dinner or certain instances like that.
Okay. When you say they told me to come back, they told me to run away from my dad's, who are you referring to as they?
Leon and my mother.
And was Mr. Jacob living with you all at the time?
It seemed that way.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
He would sleep over a lot. I would see him more often.
Did you ever see him in the mornings when you just woke up, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of things did you see about? Well, let me ask you. Were you present when there were any arguments between him and your mother?
Yes.
What was the relationship like between him and your mom, if you remember? Was there a lot of arguments?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what sort of things do you remember about those arguments involving the defendant?
I just remember being scared in a sense because when he would get angry, he would get very angry, excuse me. And it wasn't just like a normal fight between like a couple. It would be like a screaming match. And I just remember like faces like being red and angry. And
do you remember an incident involving your brother and the defendant?
yes, I do.
Could you tell us about what happened?
It was one of the day of my dad's visitations. And there was a conversation. I came downstairs. I didn't want to go to my dad's because of all the things that they told me about him, like lies and stuff, and made me really not like my dad at the time, which all were not true. And I went downstairs. They were talking, Leon and my mother were talking about like a dinner that they were going to and like kind of rubbing it in my face, me being a 12-year-old wanting to go to a nice fancy restaurant. And so we went to my dad's for visitation, and then my brother and I decided to run back to my mother's house. And when we did so, we got there and they kind of like needed a reason as to why we ran away. So they needed to like
what happened? Yeah.
okay, they needed to like stage something like as if like my dad did something. So they decided to punch my brother in the chest.
Okay. You said they decided to punch your brother. Who actually punched your brother?
Leon did.
Okay. And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe for us how he did that?
Well, we were in my back room and he had one shoulder on my brother and he just like went right into his chest.
And your brother was how old at the time?
About 14, 15.
And you said you saw him strike your brother in the chest. Do you remember how many times he did it?
I remember at least once or twice.
And did your brother react to that at all? Did he say ouch, or did he
He
bend
kind of
over?
toppled over like when you get hit in the stomach.
And were you aware of the police being called or anything regarding that?
I do not remember.
Now, sometime later, your father got full custody of you and your brother, right?
Yes,
And do you remember the last time that you saw the defendant?
I do.
Okay, could you tell us about that?
So we were swimming at my house. It was about 3 days before I was going to start my 7th grade year. And Leon was over with his son and we were playing in the pool. And then my mom got this email and she began to just kind of get mad. They had like a fight. And so he ended up getting kicked out of my house. And then we locked the door and he was kind of like had James on his shoulder running around the house, like saying,
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, she's typing everything you're saying. So
Okay.
You're a talker right now. So just try and slow it down.
Okay.
I'm going to stop you and ask another question. Okay, you said he had James with him. Who's
Yes.
James?
His son.
Okay, and do you remember how old James was at the time?
I want to say 2.
He's a little kid.
Yeah, very.
And you said I think you said he had James with him. He was holding him, and what was he doing?
He was running around my house, knocking on the door, trying to get me to let him in.
And did you?
I did not.
What happened after that?
I remember briefly he tried to go around the back, but we also had locked that door. And then I remember him driving off in his car.
And was that the last time you'd ever seen him?
Yes.
Until today?
Yes.
I'll pass it, Ms. Judge.
Yes, Good morning, Mackenzie. My name is Matthew Pospisil. Just got a couple of quick questions for you. Now, I understand during this time that you first met Leon, your parents were going through a divorce. That's correct?
Yes.
And they were fighting over custody of both you and Darren?
Yes.
So emotions are pretty tense between both parties. Would you agree? Between your father and your mother?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that during this time, there were a lot of arguments, screaming matches that would take place between Leon and Patricia or Patty. It's fair to say that it takes 2 people to have a fight. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that it's not just always one person?
Yes.
Now, your father has full custody of you now, correct?
Yes.
So you live with him?
Yes.
And is he still with Holly?
Yes.
Do you like Holly now?
I do very much.
But at first, you weren't the craziest about her, were you?
That was because I was told things that were untrue
But at first, you weren't her biggest fan.
because of the things I was told.
Right. But so my question is, you weren't her biggest fan. Is that correct?
Because of the things I was told.
Would you please respond to that question? Yes or no?
Yes.
You were not her biggest fan of Holly.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you witnessed Leon punch Darren. Why didn't you call the cops at that time or the police?
I was told I didn't know any better. I mean, I was just told of the things that were surrounding me. I mean,
But the thought never occurred that maybe the police might need to get involved?
yes, the thought had occurred.
Do you still have contact with Patricia at all?
No.
At this time of this divorce, was Patty drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Do you know if she was ever using any kind of other drugs?
I do not.
Was she drinking quite heavily?
I do not remember.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Pass. Just briefly, Judge. Mackenzie, do you remember anything about the defendant in regards to seeing him drinking alcohol, smelling like alcohol, anything like that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us about that?
I felt like every time that he would come over, he always smelled like alcohol.
Did that concern you?
It did, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge. Nothing further, Your Honor.
State Dale Johnson.
This witness has not been sworn in, Judge.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that your testimony before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Dale R. Johnston.
Mr. Johnston, do you know an individual by the name of Leon Jacob?
I do.
How do you know him?
My stepson.
Are you married to Golda Jacob?
I am.
How long have you been married to Golda?
23 years.
I'm sorry?
24 years.
When did you first meet the defendant?
1992. I'm sorry. I'm got laryngitis too. Yeah. 1992.
I want to talk to you about an incident that occurred between you and the defendant in this case. And I want to take you back to the home that you share with Golda Jacob. Do you recall an incident where you and the defendant got into an argument?
I do.
Do you recall what you were arguing about?
No, I'm sorry. I don't recall the cause of the argument.
Can you describe for the members of the jury when the argument began how the defendant was acting?
Well, he was very loud. He was yelling at my wife, and he got in her face, and I got into his.
So when you say my wife, you're talking about Golda Jacob?
Yes, I am.
So he's yelling at her and in her face, is that right?
Yes.
And so is that at that point that you intervene?
Yes.
What do you do?
I got into his face, and I started to yell back at him.
And what did he do in response?
He shoved me, and I ended up on my back.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Did he continue screaming at you while you were on the ground?
No.
What happened after that?
I think he left the room, and I wasn't seriously hurt. I got up and went about whatever I was doing.
Did you call the police?
No.
Why didn't you call the police?
I thought that this would just blow over, and I didn't want any more trouble.
Did you know Megan Barricus?
Yes.
And how did you know Megan?
Oh, she used to come over with Leon all the time.
Did you get along well with Megan?
Yes.
And did you and Megan have a good relationship?
Yes.
Judge, I pass the witness.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We briefly met, have we not?
Yes.
All right. Again, to refresh your memory, my name is George Parnham, along with Matthew Popsil. We represent Leon Jacob. I just had a few questions for you on what you testified to in direct examination. You and Golda have been married for how long?
Since 1992.
And as I take it, there was a argument going on between Golda and Leon.
Yes.
And was there any physical confrontation going on between the two?
No.
She wasn't pushing him. He wasn't pushing her.
No.
it was an argument between son and mother.
Yes.
Okay. And you had known Leon for quite some time,
Yes.
and you intervened in the argument, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, Leon started arguing with you and gave you a shove to get you out of the argument between he and his mother.
Yes.
And he yelled at you
Yes.
and you yelled back.
Yes.
And again, no police were called
No.
because you thought that this was kind of something that would blow over.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. I don't have anything further. Do you have anything?
Nothing further from the state judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Next witness, please.
Stickhouse Leslie Jacob, Judge.
And ladies and gentlemen, jury, we'll have lunch at 12:30. All right, from the stage.
Thanks, sir. What is your name, ma'am?
Leslie Livingston Jacob.
And are you a lawyer, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And where do you work?
I work for Golda Jacob and Associates.
So you work for Leon Jacob's mother.
I do.
How long have you been licensed for?
I've been licensed for over 13 years.
And you're married to the defendant's brother, correct?
I am.
And do you have any children?
We have 2 children.
How old are your children?
I have an 11-year-old beautiful stepdaughter and a 2-year-old.
And so how long have you and Adam been married for?
We've been married for 4 years.
Now, as the sister-in-law, you obviously are familiar with Leon Jacobs, correct?
I am.
And how far back do you go with him? When do you remember first meeting him?
I met him my freshman year of college.
So you've known him for a while.
Yes, 1997.
And did you know Megan Veracruz?
I knew Megan very well.
And how did you know her?
Leon introduced me when they started dating, and she moved to Houston in 2014.
And after the time that she moved to Houston, the two of you become good friends?
Very good friends.
And you would think you would classify yourself as being a close, or maybe her only close friend down here?
She had several other friends, but she became one of my best friends.
I'm going to ask you about some incidents that took place in January of last year. Okay. Do you recall the date that Megan left your brother-in-law, Leon Jacobs?
I do.
And can you tell us how you remember that date?
I remember that date because it was around 8:30 or 9 on a Thursday evening, I believe. And my husband walked in our house with Megan. The baby was already sleeping. She was she was 1 at the time. And my older daughter had just gone to bed.
And before your husband walked in with Megan, did you have any idea what had happened earlier in the evening? Did anybody call you or anything like that?
My husband called and said he'd be home late, that there was an incident at his mother's house, and that everything's okay, but that he was just going to be over at his mother's for a little bit longer and put the kids to sleep.
And did you talk to Megan about what had happened earlier in the evening?
When she came to my house? Yes.
And what was her demeanor like when you saw her that night?
She was shaken, very upset. She came in the house, and I didn't know what had happened, and she proceeded to tell me and Adam exactly what had happened.
Did you see any sort of injuries on her body?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw handprint. It looked like a thumb indentation, and then some fingerprint on her face.
And for the record, when you were explaining that, you were motioning towards your face. So is it fair to say that when you saw the handprint on Megan, it was over the bottom part of her face?
Correct. And she had a little mark on her lip as well. And she didn't know if it was from when she said he.
Objection is to
Okay, sorry.
your second.
Sorry.
But she did tell you what had happened earlier.
Yes.
I'll strike this.
Do you know at that point whether the defendant knew where Megan was that night?
He did not know where she was.
Did you ever reach out to the defendant and tell him where Megan was?
No. Actually, Megan parked her car. Okay.
Did Megan drive her own vehicle to your house?
Yes, and she parked it about a mile down the street. My husband actually. Sorry. Yes, sir.
So she did not park in front of your house?
No, she did not.
It was parked somewhere down the street?
Yes.
And how was it that she got from her car to your house?
My husband followed her to park her car down the street and drove his car to park in our driveway and brought her in the house.
Was there any, if you remember, was there any contact between yourself and the defendant anytime that night?
Thursday night, no.
What about the following days?
Friday evening, we had told Megan that she could stay with us as long as she wanted. Friday evening, I don't know what happened, but Leon found out that Megan had stayed at our house the night before. And he started texting that he wanted me to talk to her. And I told him that she needed her space and that he just needed to, we were having a girls' night, just the two of us, and just to let her be right now.
And you mentioned it a moment ago, but you said the defendant was looking to contact looking to get a hold of Megan or get back with Megan through you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, he was kind of relying on you to mend the gap between the two of them.
Yes, constantly.
Okay. And so when you say constantly, are you referring to multiple calls or text messages?
He sent me hundreds of text messages saying that if I didn't get them back together.
And what was the content of those messages?
That I had to help him get back with her, and that anything that didn't happen was basically my fault.
And did he ever show up at your house?
He did on Friday evening.
Okay. What happened when he showed up on Friday evening?
Megan and I were having a girls' night, and the baby was sleeping. My husband had my older daughter out of the house. Thank you. My husband had my older daughter out of the house, actually was taking her to see her mother. And I just put the baby down, and Megan and I had ordered takeout. And there was a knock on the front door, and I thought it was takeout. And so I went and opened the door, and Leon rushed in the house looking for Megan.
Now, was there any other time either you saw the defendant at your house, or was there evidence that he'd been by your house?
There was, earlier that day, there was flowers left on the front doorstep with a card for Megan.
And you just assumed that was from the defendant?
He had texted me and said that he dropped off something for Megan.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, so back to that night, you answered the door. The defendant pushes the door open. What happens after that?
He came in the house and screaming, "I know Megan's here. Where is that bitch?" And I was like, "Leon, she's not here. Please don't wake the baby. Please just leave." And I just kept saying, "She's not here. She's not here."
But she truly was there, correct?
She was, and yes.
Did you know where she was at that time that you're confronting the defendant?
I didn't know at that time where she had hidden. I found out after I got him out of the house.
And where was he in the house looking for Megan, if you remember?
Well, he came in our front door, and he saw the flowers that he had brought in, I think, her purse or some bag in our kitchen bar area, not bar area, our island area with some bar stools. And he went upstairs where our extra bedroom is, came back down, and I kept saying, "She's not here. She's not here."
And did he ultimately believe you?
He did, after I called my husband on the phone, and I told him that Leon wouldn't leave the house, and I wanted him to leave immediately. He was waking the baby up.
What were you going through at that time? What were you feeling about what was happening?
I was scared. I was really scared. I was scared for Megan. I was scared he was going to find her. I was really upset. He burst in my house and woke the baby up. And
did you ever consider calling the police?
I did. My husband said if he wouldn't leave, to call the police.
And did he ultimately leave?
He did.
And it was shortly thereafter in the following days that Megan decided to leave your house and go stay somewhere else.
Megan left that night. She packed up her stuff. I couldn't convince her to stay. She didn't feel safe. And she told me she would not tell me where she was going.
Did you know where she was going when she left your house?
She said she was going to a hotel property that either she worked for or that she could stay somewhere. Oh, sorry.
Following that incident, did you have further communication with the defendant about Megan?
Yes.
And what was the nature of those communications?
At first, it was that I needed to help her speak with him, facilitate some meeting or something like that. And then after that, it was just anger. And
do you know why he was angry at you regarding what was going on with Megan?
He believed that I told Megan about him and Valerie, and that's the reason why Megan didn't want to be with him. But I didn't even know about him and Valerie until after he was arrested for the stalking charges.
Did he display a lot of anger towards you once he believed that you are an obstacle between him and Megan getting back together? What sort of behavior did he display towards you once he believed that you were getting in between him and Megan?
He sent nasty text messages to my entire family, calling me names, saying that I wasn't family, that I wasn't blood, tried to get me fired, just said horrible things to my husband about me. And yeah, so he just horrible things.
Did your husband ultimately step in and say, and deal with the defendant and say, enough is enough, leave my family alone?
He did.
I'll pass it to Ms. Judge.
If I hadn't been. Did you, we've met,
Yes, sir.
did you give a statement to the police about what happened?
No, sir.
Did you attempt to contact the police about what happened?
About the evening he came in my house? No, sir.
Was it obvious, I think you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that Leon thought that you were very protective of Bacon?
He knew we were very close friends. I don't know about protective because there was nothing to protect her about until this incident occurred that I knew of.
Okay. And he's familiar enough with your house, correct, whereby he could come in and could walk upstairs?
Yes, sir. He had been in our. He was familiar with our house.
And he was looking for Megan, was he not?
Yes, sir.
Now, this issue about the flowers, had the flowers been on the, in front of the front door before he got there?
Yes, sir. When I got home from work, there were no flowers there. And then Megan came over and then he texted that he had put something for Megan on the front porch.
All right. And did you open the door to find out what they were? Or did
Yes,
they-
I did. I believe I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of flowers were they?
They were really pretty bouquet of flowers. I don't recall what kind of flowers.
Was there a card attached?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the card said?
I never read the card. I didn't open it.
Okay. Was it addressed to Megan?
I believe it said Megan.
All right. Well, you knew what for you.
Correct. I knew it wasn't for me. He had texted me and told me that they were for Megan.
And would you've received flowers in the past, have you not?
Yes, sir.
And flowers are normally accompanied by a card when the person sending them.
Yes, sir.
And there's something normally affectionate in the card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you see any difference in this particular situation as far as the content of that card is concerned?
I don't know what the card said, but I'm sure it was some sort of apology or something like that for his actions.
And it was obvious to you that he was trying to get back with Megan.
Yes, sir. At that time, yes.
Okay. Now you had worked on, you were working with what law firm?
My mother-in-law's law firm, Golden Jacob and Associates.
Okay. And during that period of time that you were working there, Golda was involved in Valerie's divorce.
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, you all were representing Valerie.
That is correct.
And you worked on Valerie's divorce, did you not?
I did.
Okay. You mentioned, I think, that you saw Leon up at the office.
Yes, sir.
There was nothing unusual about that, was there?
At what time point? Because there started being some unusual activity at the office. So
Okay, but the very fact that he went to the office, nothing unusual about going to the office.
every once in a
Talking
while.
about what happened, but nothing unusual about him going to his mother's office.
No, he'd show up there occasionally.
And again, he wanted you to facilitate a communication between he and Megan.
Yes, sir.
And that was for the purpose of trying to convince her to come back to him.
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe you testified that you did not know about Valerie and Leon until the night of the confrontation.
No, sir. I didn't know that they were living together and cohabitating until I saw him. I was the one that saw him getting arrested for the stalking. I knew that they had previously had sex in 2014 before Megan moved to Houston.
All right, well, and again, you worked on Valerie's divorce.
Yes.
So obviously you would know about Leon and Valerie prior to that night, correct?
Yeah, back in 2014, yes, sir. I didn't know they had an ongoing relationship and that she was back in the picture and when he was with Megan.
Objection, non-responsive. Thank you.
Ma'am, you mentioned something about there being some unusual activity at the office regarding the defendant. What did you mean by that?
Well, he started coming up to the office a lot more frequently. I want to say in January of 2017, and it was just a lot of coming up in there, trying to get me to contact Megan, trying to get in touch with her and everything. And it wasn't odd for him to come and see his mom at work, once a week, once every couple weeks, but it was just a lot more frequently in January.
I'll pass away, sir.
And the purpose of those visits, he was trying to contact Megan through your office because he knew that you all had a relationship with her, right?
Yes, sir.
And he wanted to see if you could facilitate a meeting between Megan and himself so that Megan could come back to him and they could go on down the road of life happily ever after, correct?
Yes, but
That's his desire, correct?
I don't know what his desire was. I know he wanted to contact her and speak with her to try and make things better.
Sure, to make things better. Pass the witness, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
State Prosecuting Morrison.
This witness has not been sworn in, Judge.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm that your testimony before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Annie Morrison.
And Ms. Morrison, where do you currently live?
I live in a suburb outside of Chicago, Illinois.
Did you fly down here at our request?
Yes, I did.
Do you know an individual by the name of Leon Jacob?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-husband.
I want to walk you back in time to when you first met the defendant in this case. When did you first meet him?
I met Leon in 1996 at the University of Texas at Austin.
Were you both students there?
Yes.
And did you begin dating right away?
Pretty much right away, yes.
While you were at the University of Texas and you're dating the defendant, talk to us about your relationship early on.
Sure. Our relationship was fun. Leon was very spontaneous. We had a good time together. It was also volatile. When we fought, they were big fights, lots of screaming. There were, incidents where he threw my clothes off the balcony of his apartment complex. Like I said, lots of screaming. So it was up and down.
When you're dating him in college, looking back now, hindsight's 20/20, but were there some flags back then that maybe you kind of overlooked?
Yes, I think so. Looking back now, I think the screaming was one of them. Thank you. The screaming, it was intense, and it was in my face screaming, certainly throwing my clothes over his balcony. And then I think Leon was somebody who people either really warmed up to quickly and loved, or
What was the defendant's personality like back then?
he was very brash, very in your face, had a very big personality.
Did you date all through college?
Yes.
And after college, did you all eventually get married?
Yes, we did.
When did you get married?
In December of 2001.
During that time, were the two of you living together?
Yes, we were.
Where was the defendant living?
We were living in Grenada. He was in medical school there, and we were living there.
And did you stay there with him the whole time that he was in medical school there?
No.
Where did you go?
I stayed there for a semester after we were married, and then went back to the Chicago area for the summer. And after the summer was over, I went to New York to go to law school.
The two of you during that time period, still obviously communicating, still married, all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
At some point, did the defendant join you in New York?
Yes, he did.
What was he doing in New York during that time?
He was completing the last few years of medical school, so he was doing rotations at a hospital.
Do you know how it was going for him in medical school at that time?
As far as I knew, it was going well.
Did there come a time when you all were living in New York where the fights escalated and where you became more fearful of the defendant?
Yes, there was a time that we got into a fight and he pulled a knife on me.
Okay, tell us about that.
I don't recall what the fight was about. I recall we were in our apartment and he pulled out a pocket knife, is how I would describe it, where the blade flipped out. and he held it up. I don't recall what he said, but I recall feeling threatened by it and that he was threatening me with the knife.
What were you thinking when he pulled that knife on you?
I was scared. I was scared that he would come at me with a knife.
Did he eventually put the knife down?
He did, yes.
Did you tell anyone about what had happened or let the police know or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was surreal, if that makes sense. It felt like it couldn't really have happened. And I thought it was something that would never happen again. I wanted to believe it was something that would never happen again.
Did you all stay in New York?
We stayed in New York until 2006.
And then where did you go?
We came to Houston.
What did you come to Houston for?
We came for Leon to take a job at Baylor, a residency at Baylor.
Why didn't he stay in New York and complete his residency in New York?
His contract with the hospital was not renewed.
Do you know why it was not renewed?
I do not.
So when you come to Houston, do you all get an apartment or a home? Where do you live?
We got an apartment, yes.
And he's attending Baylor. What are you doing at the time?
I was working at a law firm.
So you're practicing lawyer at that time, taking the bar, all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Talk to us about your time down here in Houston. What year are we talking about approximately?
We lived in Houston from 2006 to 2010. During that time, we had one child in 2009. And subsequently, after having our first son, the arguments and the fights began to escalate again.
So prior to moving to Houston and him pulling the knife on you in New York, had anything physical happened?
No.
And then you mentioned that you had a son with
Yes.
him. What changed once you had your son?
I think it was difficult for Leon to focus on something other than what he wanted to do. The responsibility, obviously having a child, is very great. And I think that was very difficult for him. He had a hard time giving up his freedom and his free time to do things that we needed to do for our family.
So during that time period, who's paying the bills?
I was.
And who's taking care of your son?
I was.
Who would do grocery shopping and home errands and things like that?
I did.
You mentioned while you were in college that he threw your clothes off the balcony. Did he do something similar to that when you were living here in Houston?
Yes, we got in an argument. We lived on the third floor of our apartment building, and he threw my clothes down the stairs. We lived close to the stairway. We were the end apartment, and he threw my clothes down the stairwell.
Were you concerned for your safety at this time?
Yes.
Why didn't you leave?
I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed that this was happening to me. I consider myself a pretty strong person, and I didn't want anyone to know that this was happening. We also had a son together, and I was concerned about, I grew up with both my parents. I was concerned about my son growing up in a broken home and how difficult that would be for him. And I was in love with Leon, and I wanted to believe that things would change.
Did he continue while you were in Houston to get more and more physical with you?
Yes. Yes.
Describe that for me.
He would push me, grab my arms or my shoulders, kick me, push me against the wall.
Would he leave bruises?
Yes.
Would people ask you about those?
Sometimes, yes.
And what would you tell them?
I lied. I would make something up and say that I had bumped my arm or bumped my leg against a table or a wall or something like that.
A considerable amount.
All right, lunch is here. So we're going to stop this time for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, second place, we'll have lunch. Once it's been ready, get back to it. Continue, please. Financial.
We still have 80 Morrison on the stand, Judge.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you all. Please be seated. All right, now, please.
All right, Ms. Morrison, I think when we took a break for lunch, we were talking about the time that you spent with the defendant here in Houston.
Yes.
And we had talked about the fact that the violence was escalating.
Yes.
I want to make sure that we've covered that. So can you talk to me about, after James was born, how things escalated between you and the defendant?
The physical violence became more often. The fights had continued, the screaming arguments, that was a staple throughout our entire relationship. But the physical violence escalated in terms of how often it was occurring. It was still, could be months between incidents, but having not had physical violence except for that one incident prior in New York, it certainly was an escalation from how often.
At some point, did the two of you leave Houston and move out of state?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We moved to a town near Youngstown, Ohio,
And why did you move to Ohio?
for Leon to take a residency position with a hospital in Youngstown.
Okay, so you mentioned that his residency in New York was not renewed. Y'all moved down here. He attends residency down here.
Yes.
Was that renewed, that contract renewed?
I believe the contract with Baylor was not renewed, but he did do some work with UT Houston and maybe some other institutes while we were down here.
Did he complete his residency while y'all were in Houston?
No.
So in an effort to do that, did y'all move to Ohio?
Yes.
And did you up and leave your job and take a new job in Ohio?
I did leave my job. I took a job in Pittsburgh, which was about 60 miles from where we were living in Ohio.
And who were you working for in Pittsburgh?
I was working for Bayer.
Okay, so did you go in-house then?
Yes, I did.
While you're living in Pittsburgh, talk to me about your relationship there.
I think at the beginning was very similar to our relationship in Houston. We continued to fight and to argue. That's not to say we didn't have good times. We did. And we had talked about possibly separating because things had deteriorated, decided not to. We wanted to have another child. So we tried to have another child. We had 2 miscarriages in 2011 and got pregnant with our second son in about November of 2011.
Let me stop you right there. So you're commuting to Pittsburgh and back every day?
Yes.
And what is the defendant doing during that time?
He worked until, I believe it was March of 2011. He worked in his residency. He was subsequently fired from that position, and then he did not work after that.
Did he tell you why he was fired?
I can't remember if he told me, but my impression was there were personality conflicts with a number of the people that he worked with, including the director of the residency program. I know there were some exams he had to take that my understanding is he did not do very well on. I don't know if that played into it or not, but that was my impression at the time.
So as far as you know, did he ever complete residency?
No.
You mentioned that he was fired in March. So after March happens, does he get another job?
No.
So what is he doing all day?
I don't know.
Where were you?
Working.
And were you pregnant at the time?
Yes. I was pregnant beginning in early November of 2011.
During that time period, did you become concerned that he was in a relationship with another female?
Yes, I did.
And did you confront him with that?
Yes, I did.
Who did you believe that he was seeing behind your back?
A woman named Patty Gooden.
And when you confronted him with that, did he deny it or did he come forward with it?
He denied it.
Did you know Patty?
Yes, I did.
And did you know Patty's children?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember their names?
Darren and Mackenzie.
And would you all get together for dinner and those kinds of things before you realized what was going on with Patricia and the defendant?
Yes, occasionally we would get together for dinner.
At some point, did you come to learn that the defendant was actually in a relationship with Patty Gooden?
Yes.
And were you pregnant at the time?
Yes, I was.
While you're at work, what kinds of responsibilities does the defendant have around the house?
None. He really wasn't staying at our house. I don't know where he was during the day.
I'm sorry. You mentioned that you were working in Pittsburgh and you don't know what he was doing during the day. Who was bringing in the money?
I was.
Was he working? Did he find a job after he was fired from the program in Pennsylvania?
No.
What kind of behaviors was he exhibiting during that time period that caused you concern?
He wasn't home a lot. He would come home when I brought our older son home from daycare. He would be home, typically would have dinner with us, and then he would leave and he would be gone again. Sometimes he would come home early in the morning before my son and I left the house, and sometimes he would not. There was an instance where my older son was sick.
Can you tell me about the time your older son was sick? What happened?
We woke up early, maybe about 5:45, and my son had 102 fever, and I couldn't find the children the Advil or Tylenol, and Leon wasn't there, and I called him and essentially said, go get me some medicine and bring it back. And he did. He brought the medicine back in order for me to give it to my son. I believe I was about 7 months pregnant at this time. And then he left again. And I asked him where he was going. And he said that Patty's daughter was having her birthday party that day. And he said he would be there and he needed to be there.
So at some point, you're pregnant with Cash, you're raising this other baby. Do you become aware that he's actually romantically involved with Patricia Gooden?
Yes.
Talk to me about during that time period when you were pregnant with your younger son. Was he violent with you?
Yes, he was.
Okay, tell me about that.
It was much of the same, pushing, grabbing me. There was one time he pushed my head down onto the counter and bruised my face near my eye.
Okay, let me stop you there. Talk to me about what happened that time.
I don't recall what the fight was about. I recall we were in the kitchen and he pushed my face into the counter. He threatened to punch me in the stomach. He kicked my legs. I remember bringing my legs up as far as I could toward my chest to try to protect my stomach.
So you were pregnant at the time.
Yes.
And you mentioned that he left bruising on your face. So he slammed your face hard enough on that counter that he actually left bruises.
Yes.
Did he ever threaten you?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
He threatened that if I ever left, that he would kill me. He said that nobody would ever find my body because he was a doctor and he had access to chemicals that would dissolve my body. He said if I ever left, that he would find me and the children and take my children and I would never see them again.
Did you believe him when he made these threats to you?
Yes.
Were you concerned about the safety of your son?
I was concerned that he would take my son and I would never see him again.
After your second son was born, did the defendant return to your home?
Yes.
And did you make an attempt to reconcile with him?
We separated for a period of time, maybe about 3 weeks. And then he did return home. We made an attempt to reconcile. And that's when we moved to Pittsburgh, partly because he wasn't working and my job was in Pittsburgh, and partly because it gave us distance between he and Patty.
So is it at that point, was it your understanding that he and Patty Gooden were over?
That was my understanding.
So you mentioned you moved to Pittsburgh. Are you still working during that time period?
Yes.
Is the defendant working during that time period?
No.
Do you know what he was doing while you were working during the day?
I know he was drinking alcohol. He would frequent Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh, and he played a lot of online poker.
Was he spending a lot of money?
Yes,
Whose money was it? Who was bringing in the money?
I was.
When you say he was spending a lot of money, was it on alcohol and gambling?
Yes.
Do you recall about how much he spent gambling at the time?
I don't recall, but it was in the tens of thousands.
Was it that frustrating to you?
Yes,
Why was it frustrating?
because kids are expensive. Life is expensive. That was money that I wanted to save, some of it to save. Some of it was for daycare and food and clothing and rent. And it was all being given to the casinos and online poker. He was buying online poker chips and using the money for online poker as well.
Were your boys in daycare during that time period, or did they stay home with him?
They were in daycare.
How come you didn't just leave them at home with him?
I didn't trust him to take care of them. He was not engaged. He was always either at Rivers or on his phone. And at some point, I became concerned about the alcohol as well and wouldn't allow him to drive the kids anywhere.
So is it fair to say that during that time period, you're working, you're maintaining the house, you're taking care of the kids, and he's kind of off doing his own thing?
Yes.
Did there come a time where, once again, the violence kicked back up while you were in Pittsburgh?
Yes, very shortly after we moved there, the violence continued.
I want to talk to you about a particular instance when James was a baby, and I believe it was your birthday. Talk to me about what happened on your birthday.
Cash was a baby. James was about 3. The boys came in early in the morning on my birthday and climbed into bed. They wanted us to get up. I wanted to sleep in, but we got up and I was not very happy with Leon about it. And I remember saying to him something about, it's my birthday and I don't ever get to sleep in. It would be nice if I could sleep in one morning. And he got really angry. He pushed me into our guest room, which was across the hall from our bedroom. And he pushed me onto the bed and was screaming at me about wanting to go back to sleep. And he lifted the mattress while I was on the bed, and essentially I rolled off the bed onto the floor, and he sort of pushed the mattress on top of me. And then he threw a blanket and a pillow and said, "You can sleep there," essentially on the floor. After that, I stayed in the room for a while because I was scared. And after I got up, I realized he had gone back to bed. So
Let me stop you there. So you mentioned he went back to bed. Did he stay in bed for the remainder of the day?
he did.
I want to fast forward a little bit and talk to you about a time when you got upset about some keys, or when the defendant got upset about a set of keys. Talk to me about that.
That was about a week after my birthday, a little less than a week after my birthday. We had gotten in a fight in the morning as I was getting ready and getting the kids ready to go to daycare. He took my keys and my cell phone, and he took the blankets and pillows off our bed, and he laid in front of the front door and wouldn't give.
I'm sorry, I need to stop you there. So he takes your keys.
Yes.
And he takes the sheets and pillows off your bed.
I believe it was a blanket and the comforter. He wrapped himself in the comforter and had a pillow.
And would he let you leave the house?
No,
So what did you do?
I called the police.
Did the police come?
Yes, they did.
And what happened once the police arrived?
They told him to give me my keys and my cell phone, which he did. And then they left.
So what did you do at that point?
I was able to get my younger son out of the house, and we went and drove around. I became concerned that my older son was still at the house, and I wanted to go back and try to get him.
Did you go back to the house to get James?
I did.
What happened once you got back to the house?
I went upstairs, and both James and Leon came into the bedroom, excuse me. And Leon pushed me onto the bed, and he pinned my arms up and put his knees on my elbows so that I couldn't get up. And he held I call it a knife. I think it's more of a razor, like a switch razor where you push a button and the razor comes up. He held that to my throat.
Okay, so let me get a better visual picture. How old is James at this point?
It's 3.
And you're on the bed in your bedroom, and you mentioned that your arms were pinned. So I have my hands above my head. Is this about how your arms were?
Yes.
And you mentioned that he had his knees on your elbows. So did he have a knee on each elbow?
Yes.
And then with that, he put the razor to your throat?
Yes.
Was James able to see what was going on?
Yes.
And was the defendant saying anything to you as he put that razor to your throat?
He was screaming at me, but I don't remember what he was saying.
You're scared?
Yeah.
Did he eventually get off of you?
Yes, he did.
Did you call the police then?
I didn't. He had told me that was essentially
What did the defendant tell you?
that if I ever called the police again, he would kill me. That was my punishment for calling the police, was being held in the bed with a knife in my throat.
So him putting that knife to your throat with James, your 3-year-old right there, that was retaliation for calling the police just a few hours earlier.
Yes.
Were you able to get away from him at that point?
I left the bedroom and I went down to the baby's room to change him.
How old was the baby at this point?
5 months old? Not quite.
Okay, so you went down to the baby's room. Where's the defendant at this point?
I believe he was still in our bedroom. That's what I recall.
What happened once you went inside your baby's room?
Leon came and closed the door and barricaded the baby and I in the room.
Where was he? Where was the defendant? Was he on the other side of the door?
He was on the other side of the door.
And how did he barricade the door?
We still had moving boxes upstairs. We had only been in the house less than 2 months, I believe, at that point. He put those in front of the door. He also took James's mattress off his bed and put that in front of the door.
Is he saying anything to you as he's barricading you in this bedroom with your son?
I don't recall.
Is he letting you leave?
No.
Does he tell you anything about how you're going to leave?
He told me the only way I was leaving the house was in a body bag.
What are you thinking at this point?
I was thinking, how do I get out of a second story room with a 5-month-old? I thought if I was by myself, I could go out the window and maybe crawl down, but I didn't think I could make it with a baby.
How long do you think he had you barricaded in that room?
As best I can recall, maybe 30 minutes.
Did he eventually let you out?
Yes.
Was there ever a time where you got into a fight and he would take off with one of the children?
Yes, he took off with James after a fight one time.
And were you concerned about James's safety?
He was driving through Pittsburgh. I tried to follow them, but I lost them.
Based on the knife to the throat, the barricading in your room, telling you that the only way you're leaving the bedroom is in a body bag, did you start to take some steps to permanently leave the defendant?
I did.
What did you do?
I met with a lawyer the following morning. I called my mom from her office and asked my mom to come in so that the boys and I could go leave the house and stay at a hotel.
Okay, so let's stop there. You said you called her from the office. You mean you called her from your lawyer's office?
Yes.
Up until that point, did your mom have any idea what was going on between you and the defendant?
No.
Why hadn't you shared with your mom what was going on?
Because I didn't want my parents to know what was happening to me. I knew it would destroy them. And my dad had said to me, he's going to be violent.
Without saying what was said, was your dad concerned about the defendant around you?
Yes.
When you called your mom from that lawyer's office, did you ask her to come to Pittsburgh to help you leave the defendant?
Yes.
Why did you need her to come in order to leave him?
I was afraid that if I got a hotel room with my credit card, that Leon would be able to track us.
So is it fair to say you were so scared of him that you were afraid to even use a credit card because he could find you?
Yes.
What other steps did you take in order to leave him at this point?
We stayed in the hotel for the weekend. I called his family and told them what had happened. They came up to Pittsburgh and brought him back to Houston, so I was able to get back into the house. And I began talking to my lawyer about how I could get out of my marriage.
Did you get any kind of protective order during that time period that you were in Pittsburgh?
I did in August of 2013.
And what was the purpose of getting that protective order? What prompted you to finally take that step?
I knew that we had to get out, that I had to get the kids out. The violence was still continuing. I was afraid for my safety and theirs. Ongoing yelling. I decided that my kids were better off without being in the same household with Leon.
That brings up a good point. Describe for us what kind of dad he was or what concerns you might have had about him parenting your two boys.
I had a lot of concerns about the drinking. I wouldn't allow the boys to get in the car with him. He was disengaged. He, even when he was doing things like putting the kids to bed, he was sitting there with his phone playing poker. He yelled a lot, even at the boys. And I remember my son would tell me things and he would ask me not to tell his dad because he didn't want his dad to get mad. And so I had concerns that the violence and the screaming and the general feeling of being unsafe was affecting my kids.
After he went to Houston, did he come back?
Yes, he did.
And did you make one last ditch effort to try and make things work?
We did. I agreed to go to counseling with him.
And what happened with that?
We went to one session and he agreed to go back to a second session. The first question from the therapist during that second session was, I don't remember the question. I just recall that Leon found it offensive and he walked out. And that was the end of counseling.
Was that the end of your marriage?
I think our marriage was over long before then.
Did you decide or make a decision to leave Pittsburgh?
Yes, I did.
Where did you decide to go?
To Chicago, where my parents were.
Tell me about, did you take steps with your money and with your job in order to leave Pittsburgh and get safely to Chicago?
I did. In early August of 2013, I opened a bank account in my own name and did not put Leon on it. And I had my paycheck routed into that account because he had been draining our joint account. And I was afraid we would be left, the kids and I would.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid the kids and I would be left with no money.
Did you make a decision to let him know that you were finally leaving him?
I made a decision to let him know about the bank account.
And did that result in you? Well, tell me about that. Tell me about when you told him that you were rerouting your paycheck. How did that conversation go?
The night I told him, he didn't have very much of a reaction. He was annoyed, is how I would describe it, but didn't have much of a reaction. But the next morning, I was downstairs getting the kids ready for daycare. Leon came down the stairs. He was holding a towel. And I remember he wrapped the towel around me and took my arms and my shoulders and pushed me up the stairs. And at the top of our stairs was our laundry room.
Okay, well, let me stop you there so I can make sure that we have this right. So he throws a towel kind of around you. I can rephrase, Judge. Tell me what he does exactly with the towel.
He wrapped it around my arms and my chest, not over my head, but around my arms and my chest.
And when he does that, where are your boys?
They were in the living room. At least one of them was in the living room. I believe they were both in the living room, downstairs in the living room.
Excuse me. You mentioned he pushed you up the stairs. What happened when you got to the top of the stairs?
He pushed me into our laundry room.
And what happened once you got in the laundry room?
He began screaming at me. He had his fists raised, and he was picking up laundry and whipping the laundry at me. One of the, I believe it was the dryer door was open, and he slammed the dryer door.
Is he saying anything to you during this time?
He was screaming at me, but I don't recall exactly what he was saying.
And was this because you had rerouted your paycheck?
Yes.
You mentioned he was throwing laundry at you. Did he throw anything else at you?
He threw a toolbox at me.
And how close did that toolbox come to hitting you?
Maybe a foot. I was able to duck, and it hit the wall sort of next to me and a little bit of near my head, but did not hit me.
Did he eventually leave you alone?
He did.
What did you do?
Took the kids, brought them to daycare, and I had asked my mom to be in town
Why did you ask your mom to be in town?
because I was pretty sure that telling him that I rerouted my paycheck would result in him being violent, and I wanted my mom there to help me.
Did you call your mom at that point?
I went to her hotel and picked her up.
And what did the two of you do?
We went down to the courthouse in Pittsburgh, and I got there it's called a protection from abuse, I believe, an order of protection.
And did the police serve that on the defendant?
Yes.
And did that require him to leave your home?
Yes,
So once he left the home, did you go back to the home?
I did.
And why did you go back?
That was where all of our possessions were, my kids' clothes and toys and all of my possessions.
When did you make the decision to leave Pittsburgh and go to Chicago?
I believe at the time I was already looking for a job in Chicago. But when this happened, I knew that we had to leave.
Did you all come to some sort of agreement where you would drop the protective order if you could move to Chicago?
Yes.
And did you begin divorce proceedings at that time?
I didn't begin them right away because I had to be living in Illinois for a certain period of time before I was considered a resident and was able to file for divorce. But I had a lawyer and was working toward putting a filing together.
During that time period, did the defendant begin to harass you?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He would text and call. There were days that it was hundreds of times a day. I would get text messages and phone calls, both to my parents' home phone, to my cell phone. He would call my mother. He would call my office, have my assistant looking for me. He would email me at work.
Did he ever call the police on you?
He did. I don't remember the time period, but he did call them. He would call them and tell them he needed a wellness check and have somebody come to my house to make sure the kids and I were safe.
Why would he do that?
Usually because I would cut off his phone calls with the kids.
Why would you do that?
Because he was inappropriate. Sometimes he would get on the phone and scream at me in front of them. Sometimes he would just say inappropriate things to them, and I would cut off the phone calls.
And did that enrage him?
Sure seemed like it.
So it resulted in him calling and making welfare checks.
Yes.
Did you come to know the detectives in that area pretty well?
I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
I made several police reports throughout the time. My mom also made several police reports throughout the time. I didn't go in every day, but I would go in and show them the text messages and the phone logs so they would know how often he was contacting me.
And did you work closely with a detective by the name of Mark Feynman?
Yes.
And did he become aware of how serious the situation was?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant not only threaten you, but did he also threaten your parents?
Yes.
What kinds of things would he say to you about your parents?
He told me that he wouldn't just come after me, that he would go after my parents and that he would torture them in front of me.
Did he begin showing up where you were in Chicago?
Yes.
Did you get a protective order against him in Cook County in Chicago where you were?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because he wouldn't leave me alone
Where were you living at the time?
at my parents' house. Would he go by your parents' house? Yes, he would drive by. And if my car wasn't in the driveway, he would start calling me and texting me to find out where I was.
Was he supposed to be around you during that time?
No.
Did there come a time where some detectives with the police department want you to start recording some of the interactions that you were having with the defendant?
I don't believe the police asked me to record anything. I chose to record some of the phone calls
Why?
because they were so threatening. I wanted the police to hear the threats and know how serious it was.
Did I fly up to Chicago and meet with you about 6 to 9 months ago about this case?
Yes.
And during that time period, did you share with me some of the voice calls that you had saved from that time period with the defendant?
Yes.
And then upon coming here today, did I have you review some of those phone calls that were placed on a disc?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to do that?
I did.
And do those calls fairly and accurately depict the defendant and his interactions with you during that time period?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 81. Is this the disc that I had you review prior to trial today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit number 81, and I'll turn it to the counsel for any objection.
We will object, Your Honor, and we will vote quick.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish State's Exhibit number 81 to the jury? Now, the first thing, Ms. Morrison, that I had you take a look at was a voicemail recording. Describe for the members of the jury what they're going to be hearing here.
It's a voicemail that Leon left me, essentially threatening me.
Go right the fuck ahead. I will have a court order that will be to Ted and Cherokee. You stupid piece of shit. You want to fucking poison our kids? Go right ahead. It will not last that long. You still need.
Okay, talk to us about what we're going to hear next.
I believe it's, again, a recording of a conversation I had with Leon where he is threatening to come to Chicago, I believe.
Why is it even... You just said I wouldn't quit. You just said that I wouldn't live long enough to see the kids' next birthdays. Now it's my parents? I don't have you on speaker. I have you on speaker because I'm driving. Yeah. If I don't drop the supervised visits, is that what you're saying?
supervised visits? I mean, you realize you're threatening physical violence, yet you want me to say, oh yeah, he can be around the kids, he's totally fine. Leon? Okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
Briefly, Your Honor. Now, is it still Mrs. Morrison or?
Yes, that's my legal name, Morrison.
Ms. Morrison, I'm Matthew Pospisil. Just have a couple of quick questions for you. Now, I know we just listened to those recordings.
Yes.
And at the time Leon was calling you, he was still in Pittsburgh. Is that correct?
I believe there was a time, I believe, yes, all of those recordings, he was in Pittsburgh. It's the best I can recall.
So he was still kind of far away. And you had taken the kids to Ohio?
To Chicago.
To Chicago, Illinois, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So he obviously was rather upset that he couldn't see his children anymore.
I don't know. He agreed to let us move.
Mm-hmm. But this was not like a court order of him not being allowed to see his children. It was just the move.
He was allowed supervised visits.
Okay. Now, one of the recordings, Leon mentions that he got sick.
Yes.
What kind of sickness?
I assumed at the time he was referring to mental illness.
Has he ever been treated before for mental illness that you know of?
Yes.
Where did he get treatment for? Or where at?
He spent several weeks at the Menninger Clinic in Houston.
And do you know if he ever got a diagnosis from them?
Yes, he did.
And was he given any kind of medication?
I believe so, but I couldn't say for sure.
And at the time he went into Menninger, what was the status of y'all's relationship? Were you done with him at that point, or were you guys still trying to work on it?
No, I was done.
She was done. Now, early on in your testimony, you mentioned that in the early stage of this relationship, you both were rather volatile. So it's safe to assume, well, you said it was a volatile relationship.
Yes.
Is it safe to assume that you guys both were equally fighting?
It would be safe to say when he screamed at me, I yelled back. Yes.
Okay.
And you've mentioned a lot of scenarios that occurred where the violence just escalated and kept escalating.
Yes.
But you always remained staying with him. You never wanted to leave at those times.
There were plenty of times I wanted to leave.
But you stayed with him.
I did, yes.
You never filed for a divorce until a few years later?
I'm sorry, a few years later from what?
From the initial start of the escalation of violence. Like how long between the first physical alleged altercation before you filed for divorce? Was it about like 6 years?
I believe so.
And throughout this period of time, you stated earlier that you noticed the escalation in his behavior, but you wanted to have a second child with him?
Yes.
And throughout all this time, you never reached out to the police until towards the end?
The first time I reached out to the police was approximately 9 months before we separated for good.
And that was also at the same time you decided to reach out to your parents as well?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you think to reach out to Leon's family?
I believe I reached out to them at the same time as I reached out to my family.
Now, you've also testified that you've noticed his pattern of drinking starting to get worse and worse. He was gambling away all his money, and he wasn't home ever. Did that strike you as like a cry for help?
I didn't, at the time, did not think of it as a cry for help, no.
But you can see how that could have been one. During this period of time, you probably knew Leon the best. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this random change of behavior, you didn't think to alert anybody?
I wouldn't describe it as a random change of behavior. It was a progression.
Progression. So as this behavior got progressively more severe, and he started drinking more, he started spending all the money gambling, you didn't think this was a cry for help?
Asked and answered in a form.
Going back to these recordings, I can't help but notice that they start mid-conversation. Is that fair?
Yes.
So we don't really know what was happening before you started recording. Is that fair to say?
I know what was happening before they started recording.
But we don't have a way of proving that, do we?
No.
How did Leon end up going to Houston to go to, I think he said it was an inpatient mental facility?
Yes.
How did that occur?
After I got the order of protection in Pittsburgh, he really wanted me to drop it because he was afraid that it would affect his medical career. And so I agreed to drop it if he would allow the children and I to move to Chicago.
And then how did he end up going to the facility?
I don't know.
Was that not part of the agreement as well?
It may have been. I just don't recall.
Did you ever reach out to his family and ask them to take him anywhere for help?
I reached out to his family in December of 2012 after he had held the knife to my throat and told them what had happened. And that's when they first came up to Pittsburgh and brought him to Houston for the first time.
And that's when he went to the inpatient program, to the best of your knowledge?
No, he didn't go into the inpatient program until I believe it was September of 2013.
Okay. So after his family came to bring him back to Houston, did you let him come back?
He came back. I didn't let him come back, but he did come back.
Did he move back into the house?
He came back into the house. I believe at the beginning he was sleeping on the couch, but he was in the house, yes.
And at the beginning he was on the couch, so he eventually moved back into the bedroom?
Yes.
And you guys shared a bed together?
Some nights, it's hard for me to recall. We had a guest room, and there were nights I slept in the guest room.
Were you guys still intimate during this time?
I don't recall.
Now, I know you guys filed for divorce in different states. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who filed first, if you recall?
I believe Leon filed first. I believe he filed first.
And was it your plan to use these recordings for the custody battle?
No.
But they were available to be used for that time?
I don't recall ever speaking about them in relation to, we really didn't have a custody battle.
Now, you used to work for Fulbright, correct?
Yes.
And then you eventually went to, is it Bayer?
Yes.
Those are rather prestigious firms. Would they have you travel a lot for work? Go to different conferences?
Initially, when I joined Bayer, I traveled, but it tapered off.
So when you first began, when did you start working for Bayer, if you recall?
2010.
And when you would travel for work, would you let Leon stay with the kids?
Yes.
So you trusted him to have visitation then with his children throughout 2010 alone?
At the time, we just had one child.
Just one child?
Yes. I also had usually got babysitters to take part of the day as well.
And that's because he was still in residency, right? Or no?
At that time, yes.
But you did trust Leon to take care of the kids?
At that time.
Going back to these recordings, Leon did not know that you were recording him, did he?
I had been allowed by the judge in our divorce case.
Responsive, Your Honor.
Did Leon know that you were recording?
I don't know.
One of the quotes I heard from the recording was Leon saying, "I'm going to cut off your father's genitalia and shove it down your mother's throat." That's not realistic, is it?
I don't know. I could certainly imagine a scenario. Wasn't there a case with Bobbitt where somebody's genitalia was cut off? So I believe it's possible.
But you didn't actually take that threat as credible from Leon, did you?
I absolutely did.
You realistically thought that that's something he would do?
I realistically thought he would torture my parents in front of me.
While he was 3 states away?
He had told me multiple times I wouldn't know when or where he was coming and that we would need an army to stop him. So yes.
That's what it's on.
Anything further, Judge? Judge, at this time, the state rests.
Now comes the time for the defense to present evidence in the sentencing phase. I anticipate you will hear from approximately 4 witnesses. One witness will be the court liaison officer, this young lady seated back behind that computer. She will testify that an application for probation has been sworn to by the defendant under oath and has been filed with this court. An application for probation says that you have never been, or the applicant has never been committed, has never been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state or in the United States, sworn under oath. You did not hear during the state's presentation of its case on punishment about any prior felony convictions. So it is safe to assume that there are no prior felony convictions on the part of Leon Jacob. And he is sworn to that, and it is filed with this court. Conditions of probation. They can be numerous. It is up to the discretion of Judge Wallace, if this jury recommends probation, to accept probation, but with certain conditions, to include jail time, to include community service, to include anger management, to include no contact, to include wearing an ankle monitor, to include curfew, to include reporting, a minimum. It could be twice a day. It could be, twice a day, reporting to a probation officer, to report to your probation officer as often as the court demands that you report. And if there is a violation of your probation, if you commit an act in violation of the probation officer can in turn request the court or the district attorney's office to file a motion to revoke that probation. And once that motion is filed, there will be a hearing held before Judge Wallace. And if he determines, based on the evidence presented, that a violation has occurred, he can revoke the probation of Leon Jacob and put him in a penitentiary. I asked this jury to listen to the testimony during the course of this case, the remainder of the testimony, and return a verdict of probation in this case for Leon Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you. First witness, please.
Yes, we would call the liaison officer.
Witness, not this line. Who's right in?
you swear affirm your testimony before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Ashley Locke, like you lock a door.
All right. Do me a favor and pull that mic a little closer to you. Repeat your name, please.
Ashley Locke.
And Ms. Locke, how are you employed?
I am a probation officer for Harris County.
All right. And how long have you held that position?
About 12 years.
All right. Did you, prior to the 12-year period that you were a probation officer, did you serve in any capacity with law enforcement?
No.
And tell me about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from U of H downtown. And that's it.
A BS in criminal justice from U of H downtown?
Yes, sir.
When did you get that degree?
2005.
2009?
Five. Yes.
And you've been with the probation department ever since?
Yes, sir.
Now, tell me what you do as a court liaison officer.
I work as a liaison between the probation officers in the field in the court. So I process new cases, people that get probation initially. I process those cases, send them to the region for supervision.
And what do you mean by processing the cases?
I process the new conditions of probation stipulated by the judge. I review those conditions with the defendants before they leave, and then send them to the regions that they would be assigned to.
All right. So if a person receives probation, he or she reports immediately to you, correct?
Yes.
And you go over the conditions of probation.
Yes.
And certain conditions can be imposed by the court.
Yes.
There are standard conditions, are there not?
Yes, there are.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those standard conditions normally would be.
No new arrests or violations while on probation. Typically no drug or alcohol use. There are fines that are associated with being on probation. You have to provide proof of your educational skill level.
You have to work.
You have to work, maintain employment, yes. And those are pretty much the general conditions, and everything else are addition to those general conditions of probation.
All right. And the court can set certain other areas of conditions of probation, can they not?
Yes.
And would some of those be jail time?
Yes.
How much jail time maximum amount can the court set?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. How about daily reporting?
If that's something that the court wanted, then yes, absolutely, it can be added to conditions of probation.
I'm sorry, you had to speak up a little louder.
Yes, if that's something that the court has ordered, daily reporting can be added to conditions of probation.
You heard me state to the jury the possibility of an ankle monitor.
Yes.
Tell us what that means.
Ankle monitor usually just, there's usually a curfew associated with that if the judge imposes a curfew. And also to, I guess, track the areas in which he can or cannot be, or defendant can or cannot be.
All right, now tell me about this whole issue of ankle monitor. Does the person actually wear a monitor on his or her ankle?
Yes.
And that monitor, does that connect, not physically, I can't think of the word, but does that connect directly with, for instance, a central location?
Yes. If there's a certain place he cannot be, the agency in which the GPS monitor is through are able to pinpoint those areas and say whether or not that person has been in that area that he shouldn't be.
So in other words, the court, through the probation department, can mandate that the individual stay within a certain area.
Yes.
It is not uncommon in Harris County, is it, for probationers to be confined to Harris County?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. It's not unusual in Harris County for people on probation out of Harris County to be confined to Harris County.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. There is a general condition on probation that they remain within Harris County. And so if anywhere outside of Harris County, that'd be something that the judge would have to approve.
Right. And that's something that a lawyer would approach a judge on, talk to the court liaison officer about it to see if we could get approval from the court for there to be a travel outside of Harris County, for instance.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have I talked to you about anger management classes?
No.
All right. You might, I have a way of drowning out. Pull that mic just a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
All right. Is there an anger management class?
There are anger management classes.
And what does that consist of?
Different agencies offer different things within their anger management class. So I can't speak to exactly what's entailed in the anger management, but there are classes available.
All right. And do you know how long say the anger management class will normally last?
No, it just depends on agency to agency. I've seen some anger management classes as few as 1 day, all the way to months at a time. I guess it depends on the agency as well as an assessment that's probably done at the agencies for anger management.
All right, so the anger management does an assessment of the individual to include taking a look at the offense report, perhaps reading the transcript of the trial and the conviction, being aware the individual is convicted, what he's convicted for, things of that fashion. Those are issues that are taken up by the anger management to determine the conditions that the individual who is involved with anger management would have to comply with, correct?
Some anger management places do it that way. Some others are just whatever their classes are or what they are. Some are longer than others. So I wouldn't be able to speak for all the anger management classes. There's always a list provided, and it's up to the defendant to pick a place on the list and go from there. So I can't say how long each class or each agency holds classes.
All right. But it would be as a condition, I would think, that an anger management class would not be an impossible location for an individual to get to and then to come back and abide by curfew.
No, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Now, if a violation occurs, you would be notified about that.
Yes.
All right.
It depends on, I guess, the violation or yes, I would.
All right. And you would then report that to the district attorney's office or go directly to the court?
To the court.
All right. And the court can conduct a hearing on that violation, can it not?
Yes.
Every violation doesn't amount to a hearing, does it?
No.
But given certain circumstances of the trial, the nature of the offense, things of that fashion, the court can make a determination to have a hearing.
Yes.
And what happens during that hearing, ma'am?
Typically during the hearing, the judge hears the allegations along with the DA and an attorney for the defendant, and the judge makes a decision on how to move forward with the case.
All right. And that decision can include revocation of the probation.
Yes.
And it can include the court sending the individual to the penitentiary, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
All right. Can the court also consider sending the individual, not that it has to county for a period of time?
Yes.
The court can also admonish a defendant, can it not?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Where the person would come before the judge and he would go over the allegations or the issues with the probation at the time and explain to him, what could or couldn't happen to him if he continued to not abide by the conditions of probation.
All right. And the court would take into consideration the seriousness of the violation in making that determination, correct?
Yes.
The more serious the violation, the more likelihood the individual ends up in the penitentiary.
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Judge. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not Leon Jacob has ever before been convicted of a felony offense?
No, I do not.
Do you know that he has filed an application for probation?
Yes, I do.
And do you know whether or not that application for probation contained an affidavit signed by Leon Jacob?
No, I do not.
All right. Do you have the application for probation?
I do not have it, no.
And who has it?
The clerk.
All right. May I approach the clerk? And,
You may.
may I have this marked for identification?
You may.
Let me approach her. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit number 11. Can you identify that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
Yes, this is a motion for community supervision.
And that appears to have been signed by the defendant in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. If I may stand here and ask a couple of questions from this document, Judge. Oh, sorry. Senator the prosecution asked me to be admitted.
Objection, Judge. It's admitted. Please proceed.
Ma'am, this application is signed under oath by Leon Jacob, is it not?
Yes.
And what date was it sworn to?
March 19th, 2018.
All right. And Mr. Jacob has sworn to a couple of things, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jacob has said under oath that he's never been convicted of a felony of this or any other state.
Yes.
Now, you would certainly have access to or be
You have your honor. And those to the bailiff, please, with the defendant, please stand. In cause number 1543812, we, the jury, having found the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder, assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Cause number 1543813. We, the jury, having found the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder, assesses punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Thank you. May be seated. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Jacob, before I pronounce these sentences?
No, sir.
Okay, it's the order of the court then, Mr. Jacob, that you having been found guilty of 2 cases of solicitation of capital murder, be now delivered by the Sheriff of Harris County to the Director of the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where on both cases you shall serve a life sentence and be fully credited with all the time that you already served on this case. All right, thank you. We, the jury.
What are you talking about? You can't hear it. I can hear it fine on my phone. What? And some of you are like, yes, I can. You can hear it. Oh my God. Okay.
Having found the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder, assess his punishment at confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Clause number 1543813. We, the jury, having found the defendant Leon Philip Jacob guilty of solicitation of capital murder, assess his punishment at confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Thank you. May be seated. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Jacob, before I pronounce these sentences?
No, sir.
Okay, it's the order of the court then, Mr. Jacob, that you having been found guilty of 2 cases of solicitation of capital murder, be now delivered by the Sheriff of Harris County to the Director of the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where on both cases you shall serve a life sentence and be fully credited with all the time that you already served on this case. All right, thank you. That's it. Anything
I
further?
believe there's a big committee.
Oh, that's right. Victim impact statement, please.
Yeah, Coach,
You may.
You convinced me to leave my life I had in Pittsburgh, and you convinced me it was awful. You manipulated me to leave my family and the life I had. I believe everything happens for a reason. While you sit in jail, I hope you think of me, the girl that you called poor and uneducated, because it's because of me you will be in prison for life. You will never see your children grow up. You will not be a part of their lives, and they will be better for it. I think some part of me always knew that you would try to hurt me and that you were always lying. The realization that your family also knew you were lying made it be even harder to face this. You destroyed me financially and took away my sense of security, but you can do that no more. Enjoy life in prison.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go with the bailiff back to the jury room, I'll be back in a moment to hand out your work excuses and release you from further service. Thank you.
All rise.
So Megan wins in the end, and he doesn't. And he's done some interviews, and he's a complete loon. He wants Bradley Cooper to play him in the movie. And he is trying to get a new trial. And just recently, his bestest friend posted let's see. The page is called Justice for Leon Jacob. So he posts his medical degrees. Leon's writ has been filed, and the magistrate has ruled that it has merit and should proceed to review in the district court. The hearing is this month. Now, that was August 5th, 2022. Great news! Leon's habeas corpus is nearing completion and will be filed soon. No reasonable judge will be able to ignore the tremendous amount of constitutional violations he suffered during his trial. Leon's sentence must be vacated, and the Harris County District Attorney's Office must either retry him within a reasonable period or drop the charges. The officials know he is not guilty of the crime that he was convicted of committing. In the United States, truth is more important than securing a conviction. It is time Harris County, Texas officials do what's right, admit your mistakes, and grant Leon Jacob a fair trial. He's doing well. He is in high spirits. I have been in contact with Dr. Leon. So attorney Brian Weiss is who he's chosen, and he served as special prosecutor for the state of Texas. So the post-conviction challenges will likely be in the area of ineffective assistance of trial and appellate counsel. That is to say that Dr. Jacob's lawyers failed to adequately represent him at trial and on appeal. So Bradley does have the good hair. That is a great story, yeah. So I guess we'll see. He is his best friend. So there's that. I don't know. This was quite one, wasn't it? But tomorrow we start Leticia. So be here. Okay? And then I know there are other things going on, but the Vallow trial, there's no sound or video. The West case, there were Twitter updates, I guess. I don't know. But court's starting to not warn all of us in these trials for whatever reason. But we've been on 11 hours and 17 minutes. That's a lot. So off I go. I love you. Bye.